In this world, bizarre cases unfold each day. The most prosperous bun shop uses human flesh as filling. In a bustling estate, blood flows incessantly from the walls. The beautiful campus belle who died at university claims a life every year on her death anniversary. Is there truth to the legend of the zombie infant in Building 7 of the hospital? The last coroner in China, with a 3,000-year-old technique, takes you to the scene of a murder. In this world, there are no ghosts, only skilled hands to clear the injustice. The serial killer, the sex addict, the hemophiliac, the necrophiliac, the demon-eyed populace. All mysteries of the Public Security Bureau are unveiled. Chapter 1. The Divine Coroner. Have you ever encountered a peculiar proprietor who reduces his customers to minced meat, steaming them in baskets of buns for sale? Have you ever met an odd doctor who transforms his rivals into pigs, confining them to a breeding farm? Have you ever seen a strange orphan raised by bats, subsisting on human blood? I have witnessed it all. My name is Song Yang, currently the chief consultant of the Public Security Bureau of H Province, but my true identity is that of a coroner. Some friend are puzzled about what a coroner does. A coroner is akin to the ancient corpse examiner of China. A skilled one can not only perform autopsies, but possesses a suite of esoteric techniques. They often utilize common household items such as yellow wine, silver needles, red umbrellas, and rosin to pry open the mouths of the deceased and apprehend murderers. Serving the Public Security Bureau for 30 years, I have employed my inherited skills to solve countless shocking cases across China, some perverse, some terrifying, some cruel, and others that send shivers down one's spine. To enlighten future generations about the wonders of the coroner's profession, I have decided to share my experiences. However, due to the confidentiality policies of the Public Security Bureau, many cities and characters have been given pseudonyms. I hope for your understanding. Now, let's return to the narrative. I was born in a small county in the south, having never seen my parents, living with my grandfather in an ancient ancestral home. Though lacking parents, my grandfather's affection for me surpassed all else. Throughout my life, he had sternly admonished me only once. Younger, remember, when you grow up, I will not hinder you in your pursuits, save for 3 professions. First, becoming an official. Second, a police officer. And third, a forensic doctor. At the time, I was too young to grasp the meaning of a forensic doctor, merely nodding in confusion. Yet, as I matured, an odd feeling began to take root within me. The belief that my grandfather's identity was anything but ordinary. This sentiment arose from the fact that my grandfather seemed to do nothing all day, yet never failed to provide me with delightful treats and support for my education. Moreover, periodically, high-ranking officials accompanied by a cadre of police officers would visit, treating my grandfather with utmost respect, often bringing gifts such as Mutai liquor and special Panda cigarettes. They would engage in lengthy discussions with him, lasting anywhere from an hour to several hours, sometimes conversing from morning until evening. Shortly after these officials departed, significant cases would be resolved in the province, such as the case of the ghost money at the Sichuan restaurant or the dismemberment incident at Southwest University. Cases so sensational that even a small-town resident like me had heard of them. I sensed a profound connection between these resolved cases and my grandfather, yet he never revealed a word. My grandfather's connections illuminated our entire family. My aunt's business thrived, and once, when she lost a truckload of goods on the highway, the police returned it within a day. Even during my college entrance examination, despite scoring several points below the cutoff, I was accepted into a prestigious university. When I was 12, plans arose to construct a major road that would pass through the Song family's ancestral home. The neighboring residents, unable to withstand the demolition office's relentless persuasion, gradually relocated. Only my grandfather refused to relinquish the ancestral home, resolutely becoming a nail household. The contractor for the road was not easily deterred. Seeing that soft tactics failed, he brought 2 excavators to our doorstep, brazenly demolishing a wall to assert dominance. The scene terrified me to the brink of tears. My grandfather sighed gently, picked up the phone, and dialed a number, casually uttering a few words. To my astonishment, within minutes, the excavators hastily retreated. Moreover, the next morning, numerous officials and the contractor himself came to apologize, the contractor offering 10,000 yuan as compensation. To a small county, this was a significant sum, yet my grandfather merely waved his hand, graciously declining the gesture. The road, of course, continued its construction, albeit with a substantial detour around our home. This incident ignited a strong curiosity within my young heart. Why was my grandfather so immensely powerful? At 15, I stumbled upon two ancient texts in a chest at the ancestral home. One titled The True Account of Clearing Injustice, written in the 7th year of the Chunyu era of the Southern Song, by an author named Song Si. The other, The Divine Coroner, bore no author's name. And my limited proficiency in classical Chinese, comprehending these texts proved arduous, but I could barely decipher the illustrations of human anatomy and the examination of corpses. For reasons unknown, these two books possessed an extraordinary allure, and once opened, I could not set them down. I secretly devoted myself to thoroughly digesting the complex content. These texts felt like a gateway to a new world, though they mentioned the profession of coroner, which was dedicated to examining corpses for clues in solving crimes. Rather than instilling fear, I found it fascinating, intriguing, and full of challenges. At 16, I experienced my first opportunity to apply my knowledge. It was the peak of summer, and my grandfather had left early for an errand while I was home on summer break. Out of boredom, I used a bamboo pole to catch cicadas in the trees when a black Jetta screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Song ancestral home. A burly man with a square face, thick brows, and sun-kissed skin exited the vehicle and strode into the yard with great urgency that I recognized him as a police officer who had visited my grandfather previously, recalling his surname as Sun. Officer Sun was not in uniform today, instead wearing a short-sleeved shirt, clutching a briefcase, and dripping with sweat as he fanned himself. Upon seeing me, he asked, "Little ghost, is your grandfather home?" "He's out," I replied. Officer Sun frowned, tugging at his collar as he muttered, "This heat is unbearable." I quickly offered, "Uncle, please come inside and sit for a moment. I'll get you a cold drink." "All right," very considerate. Officer Sun, with a robust demeanor, unceremoniously took a seat in the living room, gulping down a large glass of cola I had poured for him, wiping his mouth contentedly before lighting a cigarette and asking me, "Little ghost, have you started high school?" "I just began my first year," I replied. "How are your grades?" "Not bad." "Are there any classmates bullying you?" "No." "If any classmate dares to bully you, tell Uncle, and I'll help you settle the score." Officer Sun laughed heartily. "Uncle, what is your relationship with my grandfather?" I thought this was a splendid opportunity to learn more about him. "Your grandfather is truly a rare talent, a once-in-a-century figure, but his stubbornness is equally unparalleled. Over the years, countless leaders have sought him to return to service, yet he remains resolute. Last year, a director offered him a deal. If he worked with our police for a year, he could retire with a monthly pension of $50,000. Such an offer could not sway him. I must say I'm impressed. Hence, we have no choice but to collaborate in other ways," Officer Sun sighed. "Cooperation? Cooperation in what?" I inquired. Officer Sun was about to respond when he suddenly seemed to realize he had inadvertently let something slip. He quickly clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "Oh dear, why is my stomach suddenly in such pain? I must have drunk something too cold. Where's the restroom?" "In the backyard." I gestured with my hand. Clutching his abdomen, Officer Sun darted towards the backyard like a gust of wind, and soon after, a cacophony of sounds echoed from that direction. A button from the briefcase he had carelessly left on the table popped open, and a photograph slipped out, revealing some vividly colored items that stirred my intense curiosity. With no one around, I found myself inexplicably reaching for it, my heart racing wildly as if it were a drum. I knew that peeking at a police officer's confidential documents was illegal, and I could land in jail for it. Yet my desire to see was overwhelming. I persuaded myself to merely take a glance, just a fleeting look, before putting it back. I retrieved the photograph from the briefcase, and, as expected, it depicted a corpse. Although I had seen numerous dead bodies in films, I was aware that they were all fake, lacking the profound impact of a real corpse. The body in the photograph belonged to an adult male, clad in a suit, his white shirt stained crimson with blood. His head hung low, leaning against an open safe, and a pair of glasses dangled from his right ear. A long, deep gash marred his throat, from which blood flowed profusely. Scattered around the corpse were heaps of currency, also smeared with blood. My gaze was riveted to the contents of the photograph. I felt no fear, only an uncontrollable excitement, akin to a starving man encountering delectable food or a lecherous man gazing upon a beautiful woman. I recognized the inappropriateness of such a comparison. One ought to respect the deceased, but I could not help feeling an inexplicable thrill. Just as I was engrossed in my observation, a large hand suddenly reached from behind me and snatched the photograph from my grasp. I turned to see Officer Sun standing behind me, his expression serious and penetrating. "You little rascal, Who permitted you to pry into my documents? It's illegal to look at police files. Do you understand? Officer Sun admonished. I just glanced. I swear. I stuttered, frightened and flustered. Officer Sun squinted, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he said, "How about this? I'll quiz you. If you can answer, we'll forget this incident. If not, don't blame me for being unkind and taking you to the station for a few days of reflection." His proposition oddly reassured me, as I surmised what kind of question he would pose. As I nodded in agreement, Officer Sun asked, "Tell me, what weapon killed this man? Let me see the photograph." I took the photograph back and gave it another glance, confidently declaring, "The wound on his throat is indeed the fatal injury. Judging by the shape of the wound, it was inflicted by a sharp weapon with edges. However, if it were a knife or dagger, I doubt you would have asked me such a question, so the weapon must be quite extraordinary." Officer Sun's interest was piqued. Well, this young one speaks quite convincingly. Do enlighten me. What exactly is the weapon? I handed him the photograph. The weapon is right there in this photograph. Officer Sun stared at the image, blinking in disbelief. The weapon is in the photograph? Surely you jest. I personally participated in this investigation, and we scoured the scene inside and out, yet found no weapon. In fact, the murderer has already been apprehended, if it weren't for the weapon. He abruptly halted, clearing his throat. Enough chatter. Tell me what the weapon is. Is the money on the ground? I replied succinctly. To be precise, it is these banknotes. Officer Sun stared at me in astonishment, blinking rapidly. Money? No, that cannot be. Why not? If a bundle of brand new banknotes is tightly bound together, the sharpness of the edges could inflict a wound as deep and long as this one. Then, scattering them at the crime scene would render the weapon invisible, I explained. Officer Sun gasped in realization, raising his thumb in approval. Impressive. No wonder you are the grandson of Song Jiaolin. In truth, this deduction was not entirely my own. I'd read about a similar peculiar case in The God of the Underworld, where a paper knife was used for murder. Upon seeing the bloodied banknotes scattered in the photograph, I instinctively connected the dots. From Officer Sun's earlier remarks, it was evident that the culprit had been caught, but without the weapon, a conviction was impossible. Hence his appeal to my grandfather for assistance. All right, thank you. This trip was not in vain after all. Whenever you come to the provincial city, Uncle will treat you to KFC. By the way, I have a daughter who is also in high school. You two will surely get along. Officer Sun chuckled as he returned the photograph to his bag, mumbling to himself, "Old thief Song Jiaolin has always claimed the Song family would no longer produce any coroner. But it seems he has been secretly grooming you. The future of the Song family is secure. This is truly wonderful." Sun Laohu, what do you mean by the future being secure? At that moment, a voice called from outside. I turned to see my grandfather standing there, causing a chill to run down my spine. My grandfather had always forbidden me from engaging with such matters and was completely unaware that I had peeked at those two forbidden books. His dark gaze slowly shifted from Officer Sun to me, and in that moment, I was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 2. A once-in-a-century genius grandfather, hands clasped behind his back, slowly entered the room and inquired of Officer Sun about our previous conversation. I desperately signaled to Officer Sun to remain silent, but this man, oblivious to my plea, recounted everything in detail, singing my praises profusely. "Old Song, your grandson is truly remarkable. This case has lingered for nearly half a month, and despite our exhaustive efforts, we could not uncover the murder weapon. Yet, he merely glanced at a photograph and discerned the truth. This child has a bright future ahead. In my opinion, he should skip university after high school. Nowadays, graduates are aplenty but often find themselves unemployed. Instead, let me write him a letter of recommendation to join the police academy directly. A gem should shine. Don't you agree?" Grandfather waved his hand dismissively and replied coldly, "You overrate him. He has merely perused a few ancient texts, showcasing his ignorance. Moreover, our family has long adhered to the ancestral decree of avoiding government service to preserve our integrity. I will not entrust this child to you." With a frosty glance directed at me, I hastily lowered my head, intimidated. Officer Sun sighed and said, "Old Song, you are being excessively obstinate. It is the 21st century. Why cling to such outdated principles? You truly are a relic of the past." After that, he playfully patted my shoulder, attempting to win me over. "Youngster, do you wish to become a policeman when you grow up and catch bad guys alongside Uncle?" In the presence of Grandfather, I dared not respond recklessly and shook my head vigorously. Grandfather interjected, "Sun Laohu, you do not understand the matters of the Song family. I seek nothing more in this life than for my descendants to live peacefully, steering clear of perilous professions. Officer's son opened his mouth to speak again, but grandfather raised a hand, issuing an unspoken dismissal. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Otherwise, do not darken my doorstep again. Swallowing his words, Officer's son picked up his briefcase and said, very well, old song. I shall take my leave now. I will visit again when there is a case. Once Officer's son's vehicle had departed, the atmosphere in the living room grew heavy. Grandfather settled into his armchair, cradling a teacup, while I stood before him, feeling anxious and uneasy. Younger, how much of those 2 books have you read? He inquired. I hesitated, stammering, all of it. In truth, I had done more than read. With few other reading materials at home, I had perused those 2 books whenever I had the chance, to the point of nearly wearing them out. After sipping his tea, grandfather suddenly recited, in matters of the court, nothing is more significant than execution. In execution, nothing is more critical than initial intent. Initial intent is paramount in examination. I paused, then recited, it is the right to enter and exit life, the mechanism of confinement and release. Thus it is decided. He continued, a month of gestation is like the white dew, 2 months like the peach blossom. I followed, 3 months, the genders are divided. 4 months, the form is complete. 5 months, the sinews and bones are formed. 6 months, the hair begins to grow. In 7 months, if the right hand moves, it is a boy. If the left hand moves, it is a girl. These 2 passages were from the true edition of the collection of unjust deaths. Grandfather was intentionally testing me. After I finished, his teacup fell to the floor with a crash, and he exclaimed, Young, you have memorized this entire book? Almost, I admitted, a bit embarrassed. Truly, you are a worthy descendant of the Song family. With that, grandfather shook his head again. This peculiar reaction startled me. I had anticipated a reprimand, yet none came. In retrospect, I understood that grandfather's emotions were conflicted. He felt joy that the family's esoteric knowledge would continue, yet fear that I might follow the same treacherous path he had trodden, one from which there was no return. With a heavy sigh, grandfather lamented, Fate is a cruel trickster. He then rose, casting not a glance in my direction as he returned to his study. I stood there, both astonished and relieved. Did he not intend to chastise me? That night, grandfather abruptly awakened me, instructing me to dress and follow him to an undisclosed location. Bewildered, I donned my clothes and stepped into the courtyard. He tossed a pickaxe to me and silently walked out, with me closely trailing behind. Our county was not large, and heading south led us into a desolate wilderness. That night, the moon was hidden, and the stars were sparse. Grandfather navigated through the silent chestnut grove, the only sounds being our footsteps on the fallen leaves and the eerie calls of unknown creatures from the depths of the woods, sending shivers down my spine. Before long, we emerged into an open area, and in my fluster, I stumbled over something. Upon closer inspection, it was a human bone, having been exposed to the elements for years. It had turned a deep black. Suddenly, I recalled that this region was known as a mass grave. It was said that during the chaos of the late Ming dynasty, a band of marauders had claimed this land, committing acts of murder without remorse and discarding the bodies here. Over time, it had become an ominous sight, where strange occurrences were frequent. Local villagers deliberately built their homes with their front doors facing away from this direction, for any nameless corpses or those deemed immoral in life were unceremoniously discarded here. I noticed wisps of greenish flames flickering around me, like ghosts encircling me. Initially, I thought they were fireflies, but upon reflection, given the oppressive energy of the mass grave where no grass could grow, where would fireflies come from? Those flames were clearly the fire of dismemberment documented in the true edition of the collection of unjust deaths, known to the populace as ghost fire. A phenomenon resulting from the phosphorus in decaying bodies igniting spontaneously in the air. While I understood this, witnessing the ethereal flickering of ghost fire still sent chills down my spine. Just as my heart began to race, a shadow suddenly darted across the mass grave, stopping 10 meters away and staring intently at me, its eyes glowing a vivid green, causing me to scream in terror. Grandfather quickly picked up a stone and hurled it at the shadow, which startled it, causing it to flee into the bushes. Do not be afraid. It is just a dog, he reassured me. I swallowed hard and asked, Grandfather, why are we here? You will know soon enough, he replied, leading me to a pile of stones and gesturing, dig, dig. I exclaimed in shock. Grandfather, is this a grave? What else could it be but a grave? Grandfather answered. But, Grandfather, isn't grave robbing illegal? I hesitated. Robbing graves? This is merely opening a coffin to examine the body. Enough chatter, dig. Grandfather's tone was stern. Reluctantly, I hefted the pickaxe and began to dig. It was a stone grave, and the labor proved arduous. Despite being raised in the county, I had hardly lifted anything heavier than a pen, and soon my palms were covered in blisters. Grandfather stood nearby, puffing on a pipe, watching me dig. The smoke wafted over, acrid yet oddly soothing, even alleviating some of the eerie chill from the mass grave. I lost track of time as I dug, drenched in sweat, when suddenly I heard a creaking sound, indicating I had struck something below. Abandoning the pickaxe, I began to remove the stones by hand, soon revealing a pile of blackened bones. I glanced at Grandfather, who remained silent as he smoked. I continued to excavate the bones from the stone pile, carefully arranging them in human form on a clear patch of ground. Though I had never encountered a corpse before, the examination of bones chapter in the true edition of the collection of Unjust Deaths described the shapes of various bones in detail, allowing me to piece together the skeleton rather swiftly. Yet, as I assembled the bones, I suddenly sensed something amiss. Chapter 3: The Substitute's Burial. Just as I pondered what was wrong with the skeleton, Grandfather spoke. Younger, assess this individual. What did they do in life? How did they die? Are they male or female? If female, have they given birth? What was their age at death? And what illnesses did they suffer? Share all that you can. Grandfather, are you testing me? I asked. Consider it a form of examination, Grandfather replied coolly, taking another drag from his pipe. I cannot help but exclaim, this examination is rather peculiar. It? Dragged from my slumber in the dead of night, I found myself at a desolate graveyard, unearthing the remains of others. It is unlikely that any other grandfather would engage in such a bizarre act. I hastily surveyed the surroundings. The chilling atmosphere was overwhelming, and I feared my frail bones could not withstand it for long. As I spoke, my grandfather stomped his feet in agitation. I calmed my mind and scrutinized the skeletal remains before me, while suspicious noises echoed from the vicinity of the graveyard, further heightening the eerie ambience. Yet as I focused, I gradually dismissed these distractions. The assembled bones measured an impressive height of 1.80 meters, suggesting that the individual was quite tall in life. However, the feet were disproportionately small, a scientific anomaly. Typically, a person's foot size correlates with their height in a ratio of approximately 1:7. Thus, a taller individual ought to possess larger feet, unless they had, akin to ancient customs, bound their feet into diminutive forms. I momentarily set aside this conundrum to ascertain the individual's gender. Initially, the robustness of the joints indicated a male, yet the expanded pelvic bones unmistakably suggested female characteristics, complete with scars from childbirth. I lifted the skull to estimate the age, and the wear on the teeth indicated a person in their early 30s. However, upon examining the femur, I noted its relative lightness, indicative of calcium loss, and the curvature from long-term pressure, traits characteristic of an elderly person. This was rather perplexing. Even more bewildering were the arms, with joints that appeared more akin to those of legs. Was it conceivable that this individual had walked on all fours from birth? The contradictions within this skeleton became increasingly confounding, yet suddenly, I grasped my grandfather's intent. This examination would not be straightforward, and I was beginning to formulate a conclusion. After squatting for an extended period, I stood, feeling dizzy and unsteady, my legs stiff as stone. My grandfather had scattered cigarette butts around him, evidently. I had been engrossed in observation for half an hour. What have you discerned, young? He inquired. This individual appears to be about 30 years old, exhibiting traits of both male and female. They likely spent their life in captivity, walking on all fours, subsisting on coarse food, and having borne several children before dying by drowning and subsequently being decapitated. Is this your conclusion? My grandfather replied with a sardonic smile. Indeed. For this is not a singular being. I asserted. Oh, pray tell, how is it not a person? He inquired, intrigued. Every part of this skeleton, save for the skull, is derived from various animals. The legs belong to a sheep, the hands to a pig, the pelvis to another sow, and the extremities are crafted from assorted bones, possibly from cats or dogs. If one must ascertain the cause of death, the fractured cervical vertebrae suggest decapitation. Upon hearing my explanation, my grandfather nodded with satisfaction. A promising pupil. As the ancients say, to place complete trust in texts is inferior to having none at all. If you cannot differentiate between human and animal bones, then further instruction would be futile. Excellent work. The Song family shall continue its legacy. However, I expressed my lingering doubts. What then is the story behind this skeleton? My grandfather inhaled deeply, revealing the origin of the bizarre remains. 30 years ago, in Yangshu village near the county town, there lived a man named Huang San. Do well. He squandered his life on drinking, gambling, and illicit affairs, ultimately causing his mother's demise before he reached 20. Naturally, he could not find a wife and resorted to borrowing money, much to the disdain of the villagers. When his debts mounted to 5,000 yuan, he fled, pursued by his creditor. At that time, such a sum was astronomical, capable of building several decent homes in the countryside, yet no relatives would vouch for him. Days later, a passerby discovered a black plastic bag by the mountain road, containing a bloodied head, and promptly alerted the authorities. The police published a notice seeking identification, and a distant uncle recognized the head as belonging to Huang San. It was widely believed that he had been murdered by his creditor, yet the villagers, adhering to conservative beliefs, chose not to pursue legal action, and thus the case remained unresolved. Huang San's head was returned to the village, and the community mourned the loss of the Huang family lineage, fearing that his spirit would linger restlessly. An inquiry revealed that Huang San's mother hailed from Chaos Han, leading to a ritualistic burial in which a composite body was fashioned from animal remains to provide him with some semblance of peace in death. After recounting the origins of the skeleton, my grandfather instructed me to reinter Huang San's bones. Once I had done so, he produced a bundle of yellow paper, struck a match, and set it aflame, placing it upon the grave. Brother Huang San, I apologize for the disturbance. I am aware of your unjust fate and your lack of descendants. This humble offering may not suffice, but I promise to invite monks and Taoists to perform rites for your spirit come next year's memorial. As his words resonated, a sudden gust of wind arose, causing the flame to flicker uncertainly. I thought I heard a faint weeping within the wind, as the ashes danced skyward. Stunned by the spectacle, my grandfather pressed my head down, urging me to bow in respect. When I rose, the strange wind had dissipated, and I trembled as I asked, do spirits truly exist? Some things are real to those who believe, and unreal to those who do not. Yet Yang, remember this, the examination of a corpse is inherently an affront to the deceased. Thus, one must always maintain a sense of reverence to honor the heavens and the earth. I nodded, absorbing his words. I understand. Yet, a thought crossed my mind. Did this imply I could pursue a career in forensic medicine? I asked grandfather. Having passed your test, may I serve as a coroner for Uncle Sun? Absolutely not. The ancestral edicts of the Song family are not to be transgressed. My grandfather admonished sternly. Chapter 4. The judge Song Ci, and my grandfather pounded his back with his fist, exclaiming, alas, this place is indeed too eerie. My arthritis is flaring up again. Let us return home and discuss this further. An hour later, we arrived home, where my grandfather brewed a pot of ginger tea to ward off the chill. As we sipped, he remarked, Yang, you may find it curious that our Song family, despite our illustrious history in forensic work, forbids descendants from pursuing such professions. There is a reason for this. During the Southern Song dynasty, there was an exceptional judge named Song Ci, renowned for his remarkable ability to solve cases. In merely 8 months as a presiding judge, he resolved all local wrongful convictions and unresolved cases, apprehending over 200 criminals, with none left to protest their innocence, an unprecedented feat that astonished the realm. Despite his prowess, Song Ci recognized the limitations of individual effort, noting that many officials and forensic examiners often resorted to coercion and false confessions, leading to the wrongful execution of innocents. As the saying goes, a single drop of ink can represent the blood of thousands. Thus, he documented his lifetime of forensic insights in the collection of exonerations, which pioneered forensic science, predating Western practices by over 3 centuries. Consequently, Song Ci is globally acknowledged as the father of forensic medicine. Since Song Ci's era, the descendants of the Song family have served in the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, solving countless cases and progressively expanding the collection of exonerations into an extraordinary compendium of investigative wisdom, aptly titled the Divine Text of Judicial Insight. As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. The descendants of the Song family, possessing profound knowledge, are often the targets of enmity from wrongdoers, frequently falling victim to treachery. On the other hand, their exceptional skills render them susceptible to exploitation. During the Ming Dynasty, a member of the Song family was commissioned to investigate a bizarre case involving a 9-tailed raccoon, which inadvertently unveiled a struggle for the throne, leading to their scapegoating and a near annihilation of their lineage. A wise ancestor of the Song family later discerned that perhaps their profound understanding of the universe had incited jealousy among the gods, resulting in untimely deaths for any Song family member who held positions as officials, constables, or coroner. Consequently, they established a venerable family motto: do not serve in office. Preserve your life, hoping to ensure the survival of the family lineage. Upon hearing this, I felt both disheartened and skeptical. But grandfather, aren't you also assisting the police in solving cases? He sighed and said, in my youth, I was impetuous and, like you, enamored with solving mysteries. before the liberation. I made a name for myself in the police force, cracking several nationally sensational cases. Little did I know that misfortune would soon follow. Those 3 years were fraught with anxiety. Without you, I might have taken my own life. With that, he took a hearty sip of ginger tea. What is rigid easily breaks, what is flexible endures. My early brilliance attracted calamity. I now understand the wisdom of our ancestors. Thus, I retreated to our ancestral home. But my reputation preceded me, making it impossible to remain hidden. Every few years, someone would come seeking my expertise. I was not unwilling, but unable. Ultimately, I had to compromise and cooperate in this manner. I had hoped that in your generation, the Song family could finally find peace, but alas. Your display of skill before Sun Laohu today has brought this fate upon us. It is a trial for our family, as well as a calling. His words left me in a state of confusion. Was he encouraging me to pursue this line of work or advising against it? He continued, Young since you have passed the test, I intend to impart all my knowledge to you from this day forth. Do you wish to learn? Upon hearing this, I was filled with excitement. Grandfather, of course, I want to learn. He cautioned, do not get ahead of yourself. The reason I wish to teach you is that you have been fumbling through 2 books, showcasing your ignorance like a 3-year-old playing with a sharp sword in front of an enemy, which is dangerously reckless. In truth, you have barely grasped 1/10 of the true essence of the Song family's teachings. I do not wish for you to meet an early demise. Yet I am aging and cannot oversee your life indefinitely. All I can do is share the techniques of this sort, allowing you to carve your own path. Furthermore, the art of injury assessment and corpse examination is a treasure passed down from our ancestors. If it were to perish with me, it would be a grave sin, and I would not have the face to meet my forebears in the afterlife. However, if the Song family has a successor, I shall die with peace in my heart. Was it merely my imagination? Hearing my grandfather speak of dying with peace gave me an unsettling premonition, as if he were delivering a final message. I shook off the thought and nodded. From that day forth, I diligently followed my grandfather, learning the intricacies of corpse examination and crime scene management, the profundities of which were difficult to encapsulate in mere words. Naturally, I faced numerous hardships, yet I persevered through every setback, absorbing this invaluable knowledge like a sponge. 3 years flew by in the blink of an eye. My college entrance examination results were far from satisfactory. I aspired to attend a polytechnic university in the province, but fell over 100 points short. My grandfather encouraged me to apply, assuring me that I would be accepted. Trusting in his extraordinary abilities, I boldly listed the Polytechnic University as my first choice. My aunt wished for me to pursue a degree in economics to assist her with her business, but truthfully, I was an extremist, utterly fascinated by solving cases while harboring no interest in commerce. Perhaps I inherited my grandfather's genes. After much contemplation, I settled on a program in applied electronics, a conventional choice with promising employment prospects. However, upon arriving at school, I discovered there were only 3 girls in the entire class, leaving me filled with regret. Yet it was too late to turn back. The lengthy summer vacation following the entrance exams was spent idly at home, browsing the internet, watching movies, and playing chess with my grandfather, enjoying a blissful existence. One day, I attended a gathering at a classmate's house, where we polished off 2 cases of beer. Having grown up together, we felt a mix of exhilaration and nostalgia at the thought of parting ways to explore the outside world. After our meal, we went out to sing, returning home late into the night. By the time I glanced at the clock, it was already 11 o'clock. From a distance, I noticed the Song family ancestral home ablaze with light, and an uneasy feeling settled in my chest. In our county, people typically retired early at night, according to custom. Such a multitude of lights would only signify a family in distress, perhaps due to the passing of an elder. Instantly, my inebriation vanished, and I hastened home, calling out as I entered, only to find the house empty. I proceeded to my grandfather's study, where I spotted a simple envelope resting on the table, devoid of a stamp, with a blood-red curved dagger drawn in the lower right corner. Curiosity piqued, I tilted the envelope, and a sticky object fell into my palm. An eyeball. Chapter 5. The death of grandfather. The sight of the eyeball startled me. Could it belong to my grandfather? Yet, upon further reflection, that seemed impossible. He had received the letter before disappearing, so this eyeball must belong to someone else. Apart from the gruesome eye, the envelope contained nothing else, which struck me as peculiar. What message did the sender intend for my grandfather? Why had he vanished so suddenly? My thoughts spiraled into confusion as I scratched my head, feeling agitated. My grandfather had once said that one should discern the essence behind appearances. When faced with the incomprehensible, one must start from the most basic principles. I surveyed the study, noting that everything was neatly arranged, and the doors and windows were intact. This indicated that my grandfather had not been forcibly taken. Rather, he must have left the house of his own accord after receiving the letter. Since this was a letter, it must convey some form of information. One that only my grandfather could decipher. Information that I too should be capable of understanding. The message from the sender lay within this eyeball. I switched on the desk lamp and examined the eye closely. From the cloudiness of the lens, it was evident that this eyeball had been severed from its body less than 3 hours ago, with a short nerve still attached to its rounded form. After scrutinizing it for about a minute, I reached 2 conclusions. First, the victim was still alive when the eyeball was removed. Second, the killer possessed extraordinary skill, having extracted the eye without causing any damage, a feat akin to that of a surgeon. The eyeball was speckled with tiny granules that I rubbed between my fingers, discovering they were wood shavings, which emitted a scent of pine when held to my nose. I recalled that to the north of the county lay a lumber processing factory, where imported pine was transformed into planks for furniture. Thus, this eyeball must have originated from there. The sender's warning was clear. Someone at the lumber factory was in grave danger, representing an invisible threat that compelled my grandfather to rush to their aid. Without a moment to lose, I grabbed a flashlight and dashed out into the night. The road was dark, and the occasional barking of dogs echoed through the alleyways. I sprinted to the lumber factory in the north of the county, where the shadowy buildings loomed ominously. A high wall surrounded the factory, its large iron gate ajar, with the lock discarded on the ground and a piece of wire still inserted in the lock. This confirmed my suspicions. The sender was indeed inside, and my grandfather might be as well. Yet, a sense of trepidation crept over me. The sender was certainly no benign character. Should I perhaps call the police first? At that moment, I had not brought my phone. Returning to call the police seemed impractical, as with each passing second, my grandfather could be facing danger. Thus, I picked up a wooden stick from the ground and cautiously approached the factory. As I walked, I noticed a warehouse with its lights on. I immediately turned off my flashlight, gripping the stick tightly as I stealthily made my way inside. The warehouse was stacked high with lumber, covered with tarpaulin. And as I ventured further in, an eerie silence enveloped me, sending chills down my spine. Turning a corner, I was startled to see 2 figures ahead. One was an unfamiliar middle-aged man, plump and slumped in a chair, his head tilted and shirt unbuttoned. A large blue dragon tattoo adorned his chest, and he had a ragged piece of cloth stuffed in his mouth. His eye sockets were hollow, strangely devoid of blood, as was his face and clothing. He held a black plastic bag that seemed to contain something ominous. The other figure lay not far away on the ground, clad in a red tang suit and wearing traditional cloth shoes. I recognized him instantly. It was my grandfather. Ignoring the state of the middle-aged man, I rushed over and fell upon my grandfather. His hands and feet were icy, his heartbeat absent, and his pupils began to dilate. Placing my hand beneath his nose, I detected a faint breath after several agonizing seconds. My eyes welled with tears as I cried out, "Grandfather, hold on. I will get help." I called out repeatedly, hoping to rouse his consciousness. His lips stirred slightly, and in a barely audible voice, he murmured, "Young. Grandfather, please don't die. I will call an ambulance. I will get the best doctors." He struggled to speak, saying, "There's no time." Those words pierced my heart, and tears streamed down my face. My grandfather continued, speaking slowly as if each word drained his strength. I wanted him to conserve his energy, yet I dared not interrupt. He said, "Younger, when the time comes. Even if you become a coroner, I won't stop you. But if you hear the words Jiangbei Kanda, you must stay as far away as possible." I held his hand, my voice trembling from sobs. "Grandfather, what is Jiangbei Kanda? Is it the scoundrel who harmed you? I will avenge you." "No." He gripped me tightly with his frail hand, his eyes boring into mine. "Promise me." I nodded vigorously. A look of relief crossed his face as he slowly drew his last breath, and I knelt on the ground, inconsolable in my grief. As I wept, I suddenly noticed a terrifying shadow swaying on the ground, which made my tears cease instantly. Judging by the proximity of the light and the clarity of the shadow, the figure was standing directly behind me. Yet, I sensed not a single breath of a living being. It felt as if it were not human at all. I even wondered if the plump man, who had been blinded, had risen from the dead. No, that was impossible. This shadow was tall and slender. Just then, its right hand slowly rose, clutching what appeared to be a dimly lit curved blade. I sprang to my feet, only to feel a cold and sharp object pressed firmly against my waist through my clothing. The shadow spoke in a chilling voice, "Don't turn around. If you see my face, you won't leave here alive." The voice was strange, neither distinctly male nor female, neither entirely sinister nor benign, as if processed by some peculiar device. I was filled with both fear and indignation. This person must be the one who lured my grandfather here to kill him. Yet, I was unarmed and powerless to resist. Even if I were slain here, no one would know. What is your name? The shadow inquired. Song Yang, I replied. So, Song Xiaolin has a grandson. Did he teach you anything? The shadow pressed. He didn't teach me much, I answered. Is that so? Heh. A sinister, mocking laugh escaped the shadow's lips. Do you wish to live? This time, I did not respond, merely nodding. Very well, I will pose a question. If you answer correctly, I will let you go. If you fail, you shall join your grandfather in hell. I trembled at my own helplessness and cowardice. The murderer of my grandfather was so near. Yet I dared not even look at him, feeling like a mouse caught by a cat, at his mercy. But the desire to survive compelled me to nod. The question is simple. If you can discern how your grandfather died, I will let you go, the shadow declared. Upon hearing this, I was stunned for several seconds. As the shadow sneered, what? Do you not want me to see what your grandfather has taught you? He taught me nothing, I retorted. Then how did you find your way here? The shadow asked casually. I began to sweat profusely. This person was far too clever, effortlessly seeing through my lies. Humph. It seems you have some skills for one so young, the shadow remarked, the cold blade dancing near my waist. Was he my grandfather's enemy? Why was he testing me? If I could discern the truth, would he really let me go? My thoughts were a tangled mess. In my brief 17 years, I had never encountered anything like this. I felt my mind whirl, my clothes drenched in cold sweat, clinging to my skin. Hurry up, my patience is limited, the shadow urged. I began to examine my grandfather's body, placing my finger on his skin to gauge his temperature. It felt around 10 degrees. I checked his finger joints. His nails were intact, devoid of any signs of struggle. I pried open his eyelids and found his eyeballs clear. As I meticulously conducted these examinations, I gradually calmed myself. There were no visible wounds on my grandfather's body, nor any signs of poisoning. His cheeks even retained a slight flush, as if he were merely asleep. Could the injuries be concealed beneath his clothing? Grandfather, I am sorry, I thought, as I began to unbutton his shirt, slowly removing his upper and lower garments. Though my emotions were in turmoil, my mind remained clear as I carefully inspected his skin and bones. Yet, there was not a single wound and no broken bones. I pressed my ear to my grandfather's chest, tapping on his diaphragm, but found no signs of internal bleeding. There were no signs of asphyxiation, no evidence of strangulation, and no pathological features. This was exceedingly strange. I could not determine the cause of death, and in an instant, I began to doubt my knowledge, even questioning if I was utterly useless. Time ticked away, the cold wind of the warehouse chilling my clothes, which were soaked in cold sweat. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, and the shadow behind me chuckled. What? The grandson of Song Xiaolin cannot deduce the cause of death? Tell me, what is the cause of death, or I will simply kill you the same way I killed your grandfather, the shadow demanded. I clenched my fists, aware that I had no escape, yet I felt a surge of fearlessness. I don't know, I shouted. Is that your answer? The shadow replied. Suddenly, I stood up. If I was to die, I might as well fight back, for there might be a chance to escape. Even if I could not defeat him, I wanted to see his face before I perished. Even as a vengeful spirit, I would seek retribution. He was no more than half a meter away from me. And in a frenzy, I spun around and threw a punch, only for my fist to be seized instantly by a hand clad in leather gloves. I could see clearly now. The shadow stood about 6 feet tall, dressed in a black trench coat that concealed him entirely, not a trace of skin visible. He wore a grotesque mask, its mouth twisted in a grin, revealing 2 green fangs. The eyes hidden behind the mask were pitch black, devoid of the reflective gleam of human pupils, and in that moment, I even questioned whether he was human at all. The shadow gently twisted my fist, and with a sharp crack, tears nearly welled up in my eyes from the pain. Such courage, the shadow nodded, but alas, you are too foolish. Killing you would soil my hands. Consider yourself fortunate to be spared this time. One day, when you are able to discern my methods of murder, I shall return to claim your life. Remember, I shall forever be the nightmare haunting the Song family. With that, he made a peculiar gesture and pointed at my forehead. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I collapsed to the ground. I awoke to the blaring sound of police sirens, a large hand repeatedly patting my face. As I opened my eyes, I found myself surrounded by a crowd, with Officer Sun crouched before me, anxiously slapping my cheek. Groggily, I recalled the events before my fainting spell and felt a surge of panic. Where was my grandfather? Officer Sun sighed with a troubled expression. Song Yang, your grandfather. He has already. The reality of the previous night's events struck me. I felt a heavy sinking in my heart, devoid of shock, but filled with anger, shame, and humiliation. These emotions intertwined within me, and I bit my lip tightly, inadvertently drawing blood. Officer Sun draped a coat over my shoulders. and I realized I had spent the night lying in the warehouse and had caught a slight cold. The 2 corpses had already been removed. Officer Sun informed me that my aunt had searched for us all night, and only upon learning of my safety did she finally feel at ease. He insisted that I accompany him to the city's criminal police unit to provide a statement. I recounted everything I knew and then posed a few questions. Who was the remorseless blade of Jiangbei? How did my grandfather die? Who was that overweight man? Officer Sun furrowed his brow and replied, I understand your concern, but since your grandfather advised you to keep your distance, I suggest you refrain from inquiring further. How can I not be concerned? I exclaimed, rising in agitation, my teeth gritted as I declared, that man killed my grandfather. I must seek vengeance. Officer Sun sighed. Very well, I will share what I know, but you must keep this to yourself and never speak of it to anyone. He lit a cigarette, preparing to divulge the details when another officer entered, holding a file. Upon seeing me, he hesitated to leave until Officer Sun called him over. We're all on the same side. Speak freely. The officer glanced at me and stammered, Captain Sun, the autopsy report for Old Song has come in. Bring it here. Officer Sun took the report, and upon skimming it, his expression grew grave. Just as I suspected, he handed the report to me. Though it was my first time viewing a forensic report filled with technical jargon, the principles of modern forensic science bore similarities to ancient practices, allowing me to grasp its contents with relative ease. The report stated that the first deceased, the middle-aged man, exhibited no external injuries or signs of poisoning. However, his eyeballs had been removed, causing severe damage to the optic nerves and muscles. Furthermore, his heart was missing from his chest cavity, suspected to have been excised with a sharp instrument, yet his skin and ribs remained intact. A plastic bag in his hand contained his own heart, confirmed by examination. Upon reading this, I could not suppress a gasp. Was it truly possible to extract a heart without disturbing the body? The cause of my grandfather's death was noted as a large perforation in the heart valve, likely from a stabbing, with the immediate cause being cardiac arrest. Again, no external wounds, signs of struggle, or poisoning were evident. Stunned into silence, Officer Sun took the report from my hands and stated, only the remorseless blade of Jiangbei, who emerged 10 years ago, could commit such acts. It appears he has returned to exact his revenge on the Song family. He then began to recount the enigmatic case from a decade prior. Chapter 7. The unsolved case from 10 years ago. Officer Sun revealed that this case had transpired exactly 10 years ago, at which time he was merely a captain in the criminal police unit. His advancement to his current position was largely due to my grandfather's assistance. My grandfather, with his peculiar temperament, seldom intervened, but when he did, he was invariably successful in solving cases. On a starless night, he had been delivering documents to a local police station when a middle-aged man staggered in, clutching a plastic bag, his face flushed. He appeared intoxicated and shouted that someone was trying to kill him before collapsing to the ground. Officer Sun, initially thinking him a drunkard, discovered upon checking for signs of life that the man was already dead. Within his bag lay a human heart. The deceased bore no wounds, appearing as if merely asleep, with no signs of abuse or poisoning. His car was parked outside the station, still running, with only his fingerprints inside. This indicated he had driven himself to report the incident before meeting his demise there. Upon investigating his identity, the police learned he was a local judge. The precinct took this case very seriously, assembling the finest detectives and forensic experts to form a special task force to pursue every lead. Yet after several days, they had yielded no results, not even determining the cause of death. The task force consisted of highly skilled individuals, and discussions often devolved into heated arguments, with each expert unwilling to concede to the others. Officer Sun, then the least influential member, suggested bringing my grandfather into the fold, only to be met with ridicule from his colleagues, who dismissed the idea of consulting a has-been forensics expert. Just then, a second case emerged. The victim was a woman, a wealthy businesswoman returning from overseas. Much like the first deceased, a heavy plastic bag was found beside her body, containing yet another heart. The investigation had yielded no progress, and Officer Sun took the initiative to consult my grandfather. Though my grandfather agreed to assist, upon arrival at the criminal police unit, they found both corpses had already been autopsied. The forensic pathologist had disassembled the bodies, revealing only that the hearts in the bags belonged to the victims themselves. The killer had somehow extracted the hearts without damaging the exterior of the bodies. My grandfather insisted he could not take on the case since he had a condition for collaborating with the police. No one was to touch the bodies before he arrived. Officer Sun pleaded passionately, and eventually, my grandfather relented, requesting to visit the victims' homes. The homes had been thoroughly searched multiple times, revealing nothing beyond the footprints and fingerprints of the detectives. The perpetrator's method was characterized by an unsettling cleanliness. Motive, murder technique, and crime scene evidence were all too immaculate, leaving no trace for the police to pursue. However, my grandfather was no ordinary investigator. He drew the curtains closed, lit a bundle of mugwort, and repeatedly smoked the room. Gradually, 8 blood-red characters emerged on the wall. Remorseless blade of Jiangbei, judging the wicked. It appeared the killer had given himself this moniker, proclaiming his mission to eradicate evil on behalf of the oppressed. Officer Sun promptly returned to the unit to examine the victims' backgrounds, discovering that the first victim, the judge, had accepted bribes, unjustly framing a pair of heroic uncles for murder. The second victim, the businesswoman, had profited from the medical industry by inflating the price of a cancer treatment drug, which cost only a few dozen yuan, to tens of thousands, exploiting patients. Believing them guilty, the killer viewed himself as a judge and executed them. Soon after, a third murder occurred. This time, the victim was a university professor, also morally compromised, having engaged in inappropriate relationships with his female students and blackmailing them with recorded videos. This professor met his end at an academic conference, attended by numerous journalists, making it impossible to keep the case under wraps. As the media sensationalized the story, many began to idolize this vigilante, claiming the police had inverted justice and blurred the lines between right and wrong, placing immense pressure on the Special Task Force. Despite the undeniable presence of injustice in society and the existence of malevolent individuals exploiting loopholes, the law and institutional frameworks can continuously evolve and improve. No individual possesses the authority to transcend the law or to impose punitive measures through terror, as such actions would constitute murder. It is imperative for the police to apprehend such a perpetrator. On this occasion, my grandfather requested an immediate autopsy, and despite the objections of other detectives, Officer Sun permitted him access to the morgue for examination. My grandfather isolated himself in the morgue for an entire day and night, with Officer Sun steadfastly guarding the entrance, ensuring that no one disturbed him. During a brief moment, when Officer Sun stepped away to use the restroom, an intern forensic pathologist inadvertently pushed open the door and was rendered speechless by the scene before him. My grandfather, alongside the corpse, donned peculiar masks and had tied the body with 2 ropes, seemingly reconstructing the crime scene. A day later, my grandfather erupted into laughter within the morgue. When Officer Sun inquired about his findings, my grandfather confessed that the case had confounded him, as he could not discern the method of murder or the enigma of how the heart had been extracted. Yet, he had not returned empty-handed, he stated. The corpse reveals that the assailant is approximately 6 feet tall, slender, with slanted eyes, arched eyebrows, and a prominent nose. Those were his exact words. Having collaborated numerous times, Officer Sun naturally trusted my grandfather's expertise. Consequently, he mobilized his entire force to conduct a thorough search in H City based on this description. Although they did not locate the assailant, they did find a crucial witness named Zhang Bao, a former gangster who had committed murder but had only served 3 years in prison due to his cunning. Zhang Bao claimed to have recently seen a man matching the description loitering near his home. Fearing for his own safety, he requested protective custody from the police. My grandfather insisted on reviewing Zhang Bao's testimony and subsequently compared it with the data from 3 previous homicide cases. In the end, he marked peculiar symbols on a map of H City, instructing Officer Sun to search the streets indicated. When Officer Sun inquired about my grandfather's deductions, he refrained from elaborating, urging him to act swiftly. The police promptly arrived at the designated streets, canvassing each residence. As anticipated, a landlord reported that a man had recently rented an apartment from him, bearing an uncanny resemblance to my grandfather's description, and he produced a lease agreement containing the tenant's information. Overjoyed, Officer Sun dispatched 2 officers with the landlord to retrieve the documentation, while others proceeded to search the suspect's residence. Within the apartment, the police discovered numerous clippings, with photographs of the 3 deceased individuals and Zhang Bao pinned to the wall with daggers. It was almost certain that the occupant was the infamous Jiangbei Scythe. Chapter 8. The struggle between good and evil. In addition to the 4 individuals' photographs, there were others, leading Officer Sun to deduce that they were likely the assailant's next targets. However, after an extended wait, neither the 2 officers nor the landlord returned, and calls went unanswered. Realizing something had gone awry, Officer Sun swiftly led a large contingent to investigate. In a parking lot, he discovered the bodies of the 2 officers, and later found the landlord's corpse in disarray at his home. This time, the assailant had not employed his characteristic method. The 2 fallen officers had been slashed from behind, while the landlord had been stabbed to death. This indicated that the Jiangbei Scythe had panicked, eager to conceal the truth, confirming the validity of my grandfather's clues. Nevertheless, in a moment of carelessness, Officer Sun was filled with regret. Upon my grandfather's arrival, he ordered everyone to leave, securing the doors and windows. After an hour, he allowed them back inside. Upon opening the door, they were met with a cloud of smoke, accompanied by the scent of traditional Chinese medicine. What had previously been an unmarked area now bore numerous bloody footprints, along with a bloody handprint on the wall. With the footprints and handprints came a wealth of clues: the assailant's height and weight, fingerprints, habitual movements, and the type of shoes worn. Officer Sun mobilized all available police forces, tirelessly investigating, until they finally captured footage of the assailant on surveillance cameras at a shopping mall. Although the perpetrator's face was obscured by a hat, a woman captured in the same footage appeared to be closely associated with him. Following the trail, the police identified the woman, who worked at a textile factory and was likely the assailant's wife or girlfriend. However, when Officer Sun and his team arrived, they discovered that the woman had been murdered, the method consistent with the Jiangbei side's modus operandi. The assailant had gone to great lengths to eliminate any trace, even resorting to killing his own beloved. My grandfather had cornered the assailant twice, yet the police had failed to capture him, resulting in an intangible battle, with victories and losses on both sides. Through this confrontation, the police established one undeniable truth: the Jiangbei scythe was not invincible. He possessed vulnerabilities and could be vanquished. Each member of the task force was invigorated, continuing their pursuit. At that moment, however, members of the task force began to fall one by one. 5 officers were murdered, each death marked by the ritualistic extraction of their hearts. In the midst of this turmoil, my grandfather announced his withdrawal, prompting an irate confrontation with Officer Sun, who had suffered substantial losses. Without my grandfather's assistance, the investigation stagnated, ultimately becoming an unresolved case. As Officer Sun recounted these events, the ashtray before him accumulated a thick layer of ash, and I was suddenly reminded of a chilling incident. A decade prior, the Jiangbei scythe had sought out my grandfather. At the time, I was merely 7 years old. I vividly recall a visitor arriving late at night, and out of curiosity, I peered through the window, inquiring who had come to see my grandfather. Typically mild-mannered, my grandfather snapped at me to return to sleep. The visitor remained for 2 hours, and I was oblivious to their conversation. Why had the Jiangbei scythe returned after 10 years? What motivated him to target my grandfather? Was he the original perpetrator or a descendant of the killer? This case was shrouded in layers of mystery, enveloped in fog, rendering the truth obscured to me. I asked Officer Sun, was the man who died last night the same Zhang Bao who escaped a previous encounter 10 years ago? Officer Sun nodded in affirmation. I began to piece together the puzzle, realizing that the Jiangbei scythe had once again presented my grandfather with a formidable challenge. Oh, is that so? Do you think your grandfather discerned the Jiangbei scythe's method of operation before his demise? I shook my head, uncertain. With a sigh, Officer Sun rose and placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Xiaoyang, your grandfather's death bears a weighty responsibility on my conscience. Had I not sought his assistance back then, he would not have become entangled with the Jiangbei scythe. Now that he is gone, I hope you will focus on your studies and forget this matter. However, I shall relentlessly pursue the Jiangbei scythe's case, and one day, I will provide you with answers. Officer Sun, I have a request, I stood and declared. Please inform me if the Jiangbei scythe strikes again. I wish to capture him myself. Officer Sun hesitated, but I interjected. My grandfather was able to corner him, proving that the Song family's ultimate techniques are the scythe's nemesis. My grandfather imparted all his knowledge to me, and I must bring him to justice. Do you not trust the police, young man? Officer Sun queried. I remained silent, and suddenly, he erupted into laughter. You are just like your grandfather, stubborn to a fault. Very well, I shall notify you if he strikes again. Biting my lip, I silently vowed, Jiangbei scythe, when we meet again, I shall ensure you feel my formidable prowess. Chapter 9. The Campus Suicide Incident. 3 years later, I found myself in my senior year at H-City University of Science and Technology. The life of a senior is leisurely and relaxed. With only a handful of classes each week, the remaining time is entirely at my disposal. For instance, spending the night engrossed in online gaming, or deceiving unsuspecting junior sisters into visiting a love hotel. It seems that most of my roommates are paired off. Meanwhile, I find myself, day after day, with panda-like eyes, buried in the library, voraciously consuming every book related to forensic science. I have never forgotten the day my grandfather passed away and the promise I made with Officer Sun. I vowed that when the infamous Jiangbei scimitar reemerges, I shall capture him. However, I am far from being his match, and thus I must fortify myself. On this day, I returned several books nearing their due date to the library, and upon exiting, I encountered my roommate and close friend, Wang Dali. With great excitement, he exclaimed, "Hey, Yangzi, did you hear? Someone died at school today." "Where?" I inquired. "Over by the artificial lake, a boy hanged himself." Several police cars have entered the campus. Isn't it strange? I've only heard of girls committing suicide due to romantic troubles. This is the first time I've heard of a boy doing the same. I wonder if he was heartbroken or failed his exams. What a tragic thought, Wang Dali said with an insatiable curiosity, noting the morose delight on Wang Dali's face. I doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. "Dali, could you show a little decency? The body hasn't even cooled, and you're already spouting nonsense. Let me tell you, those who meet such untimely ends carry the heaviest of resentments. If they hear someone gossiping behind their back, who knows? They might just pay you a visit tonight." Wang Dali quickly spat a few times, trying to ward off the bad luck, and asked, "Aren't you going to see the commotion?" "All right." I agreed, and followed Wang Dali to the artificial lake on campus. This spot is somewhat distant from the classrooms and dormitories, typically frequented only by couples in love. Yet, now it was teeming with people, police officers mingling with curious students. The police had cordoned off the area, and I noticed a leather belt hanging from an old locust tree within the confines of the tape. The body had already been removed, and a forensic expert clad in a white coat was crouched down examining the scene. Due to the crowd and dense foliage, I could not see the body at all. "How peculiar," I muttered to myself. "What's wrong?" Wang Dali asked, craning his neck. "This grove is merely a step away from the lake. Why didn't he drown himself?" "It's simple. He probably intended to drown, but lost his nerve by the water's edge. It's autumn now, and the nights are chilly. He must have decided he didn't want to die cold and damp, and ultimately chose to hang himself instead," Wang Dali theorized animatedly. "Do you think my reasoning is sound?" "Absolutely. If Renjia heard your deductions, he might as well retire to farming. If Sherlock Holmes lived in your era, he would be out of a job," I replied with a chuckle. However, Wang Dali, being somewhat dim-witted, took my teasing as praise and proudly declared, "Of course. Look at you, so enlightened. Let me offer more of my insights." "I'm all ears," I responded. Clearing his throat, Wang Dali was about to share more, but then said, "Wait, we can't see the body from here. Let us change our vantage point." After some time, we finally found a closer spot, but I could only see the forensic expert's hunched back. Just as I was about to shift my position again, Wang Dali suddenly tapped my shoulder. "Hey, look over there at that female officer." Following his pointing finger, I indeed noticed a female officer standing by the cordon. She was tall, with fair skin and an alluring figure, clad in tight jeans that accentuated her long legs. She wore an open leather jacket over a sky-blue police shirt, hands resting on her hips, looking even more striking than any cinematic police heroine. Her short, tousled hair appeared refreshingly neat. At that moment, she furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on the corpse. With a youthful, delicate face, she seemed to be in her early 20s, perhaps not much older than myself. Were she to don a more glamorous outfit, one could easily mistake her for an internet celebrity. Wang Dali, utterly entranced, drooled, "Wow. I thought I was immune to such charms, but why do I suddenly feel an urge to commit a crime upon seeing this police beauty? How many years do they sentence for assaulting an officer? I need to know urgently." I retorted, "With your physique, be cautious. She might just break your waist with one punch." Wang Dali continued to gaze at the female officer, and I decided to ignore him, shifting my focus back to the corpse. Perhaps my psyche is somewhat morbid, as I find myself more fascinated by the dead than by beauty. Finally, I discovered a suitable angle from which to view the deceased. The victim appeared to be in his 20s, with an unremarkable appearance, wearing a sweatshirt. His eyes bulged grotesquely like those of a goldfish, and there was a distinct ligature mark around his neck. Above the mark, his skin was pallid, while below it was a deep crimson, with a portion of his bright red tongue protruding from his mouth, resting against his chin. It is worth noting that not all hanged individuals exhibit a protruding tongue. According to the true records of forensic investigation, if the noose is placed above the Adam's apple, the tongue does not protrude, whereas if it is below, it does. This is because only a small part of the tongue is visible in the oral cavity, with the majority concealed in the throat. When a person hangs, the immense gravitational force can crush the hyoid bone, resulting in the entire tongue becoming unbound and exposed. The depictions of hanged individuals with elongated tongues in films and dramas are not entirely artistic exaggerations. Thus, it is evident how grotesque the sight of the corpse was. Yet rather than fear, I felt a strange thrill. Additionally, it was apparent that the deceased had lost control of his bodily functions prior to death, leading me to conclude that the cause of death was indeed hanging. Nevertheless, something felt amiss, and I found myself irresistibly drawn to observe more closely. A police officer blocked my path, sternly commanding, "Stay back. You are not permitted to enter." "Well, what do you think, Officer Chin?" Is it suicide or homicide? Just then, the female officer approached to inquire. The forensic expert, an elderly man with graying hair, seemingly seasoned in his craft, removed his rubber gloves and stated, "The cause of death is asphyxiation due to hanging. There are no signs of struggle or binding on the body. I believe it to be a suicide." The female officer sighed in relief. "In that case, let us wrap it up and take the body for an autopsy." "I see no need for an autopsy. I've examined enough corpses to know suicide is suicide," the forensic expert declared with arrogance. "Oh, how I wish to know her name." Suddenly, a lewd voice pierced my thoughts, startling me. It turned out that I had become so engrossed in observing the corpse that I had not noticed Wang Dali sneaking up beside me, his eyes gleaming with desire as he fixated on the female officer. "When did you arrive?" I complained. Wang Dali smirked lewdly. "You were so lost in your observations that you didn't even notice my arrival. Normally, you're so serious. I didn't realize you had such hidden depths when it comes to your interests." "I was examining the corpse," I defended. "You're kidding. How could a hanged corpse compare to a beautiful police officer? Ah, she is simply stunning. I'd love to be handcuffed by her and have her hit me with her baton." Wang Dali began to swoon again. I was exasperated when several police officers approached, preparing to bag the body. Initially, I had no intention of intervening, but watching the forensic expert bungle things up was unbearable. I don't know where I found the courage, but I boldly tore through the police tape and stepped inside. Wang Dali was horrified, shouting from behind, "Yangzi, are you crazy?" "I was just joking. You can't seriously approach her." The officers, noticing my intrusion, swiftly approached and shouted, "Student, you are not allowed to enter a crime scene." These sounds completely eluded my attention, and everything surrounding the corpse faded from my view as I strode directly towards the female officer, pointing at the forensic expert and exclaiming, "He is mistaken. This individual did not commit suicide, but was rather murdered." "What did you say?" The female officer paused, her gaze reflecting a blend of surprise and skepticism. Chapter 10. The eyes of insight. No sooner had I uttered those words than several police officers firmly seized my shoulders. The female officer coldly inquired, "Who permitted you to enter?" "No one allowed me. I simply couldn't help but point out his error," I replied. "Preposterous." The forensic expert scoffed. "I am the most seasoned forensic doctor in the criminal investigation team. I must admit, I admire your audacity. I've encountered many reckless youths who, after reading a few volumes of Sherlock Holmes, fancy themselves detectives. Xiao Tao, let him speak. I am curious to see what nonsense he can conjure." "Qin, we have other matters to attend to. We cannot waste time with this child," the female officer reminded him. "It's no trouble at all. It won't take much time," he retorted. "Youngster, I offer you an opportunity to articulate how this deceased individual was murdered. However, think carefully. Obstructing police work can lead to administrative detention. You still have time to apologize, and I shall overlook your earlier insolence." Qin, the forensic expert, declared angrily. I inwardly chuckled. Insolent? Unbeknownst to him, we might soon find out who owes whom an apology. What if I am correct? How could that be possible? Qin laughed heartily. I mean, hypothetically. If I were to stumble upon the truth, I retreated slightly. If that were the case, I would relinquish the case to you. How does that sound? Qin replied. And the surrounding officers joined in laughter, their expressions eager to witness my impending embarrassment. Qin, the female officer frowned, quietly urging him to refrain from making foolish comments. He gestured for her to remain silent, indicating his seniority over the young officer. All right, speak, he urged me. I approached the ancient locust tree from which the deceased had hung. To reach the branch, the victim had stacked a pile of stones beneath his feet. However, beside the stones lay an easily overlooked indentation in the grass. Observe this indentation, I pointed out. It suggests that someone assisted him in stacking the stones for the hanging. Have you ever heard of a suicide requiring assistance? If this isn't murder, then what is? Qin burst into laughter. I thought you had uncovered a significant clue. But this is all you have? Youngster, you have made a grave misstep. The deceased was discovered hanging by a cleaner this morning. She saw him and took him down. The indentation is merely the impression left by her footsteps. What do you have to say now? I shook my head. That mark is not a footprint. Qin fell silent, and the female officer directed a puzzled look at him. He replied, I recall. It was my toolbox that I inadvertently left there while moving the body. What is the big deal? You consider this an important clue? I thought to myself, this forensic expert is overly concerned with his pride, fabricating excuses to explain away evidence. Yet the female officer seemed to accept his explanation, her earlier flicker of doubt gradually subsiding. Perhaps, in her eyes, Qin's experience in the criminal investigation unit rendered him beyond reproach. I understood that to others, the indentation in the grass might not seem significant, but to me, it was entirely different. During my time learning from my grandfather, He would brew a bitter concoction known as Ming Tong San for me to drink daily. After 49 days, I suddenly went blind. My grandfather assured me not to fear. My eyes were merely undergoing a transformation. 3 days later, my vision returned. But what I beheld was drastically altered. A grain of sesame appeared as large as a millstone, and I could observe the flow of blood vessels through the subtle changes in skin. Even the flutter of a bee's wings transformed into slow motion before my eyes. My heightened sensitivity forced me to remain in dark rooms, as even the faintest light would cause my eyes to feel as though pricked by needles. Gradually, I comprehended that my grandfather was employing a unique method to train me. It took considerable time to acclimate to this terrifying vision, achieving a state of control. My grandfather claimed that these eyes were unique to the Song family, enabling me to possess an almost supernatural insight during future investigations. In the presence of my extraordinary vision, the shapes of grass crushed by objects of varying weights and forms were distinctly different. Moreover, the severed grass blades had begun to wither, and upon my estimation, the marks had been made less than 10 hours prior. While observing the forensic examination, I noted that by analyzing the post-mortem lividity, rigor mortis, and the dilation of the pupils, I could ascertain that the time of death aligned precisely with this time frame. Yet, the esteemed Chin insisted that the time of death was at least 10 hours prior. I couldn't be bothered to correct him on such trivial details. Regrettably, what I perceived eluded others. The female officer, growing impatient, remarked, "Enough. This is a waste of time. Someone, escort this child out." Wait. Beyond the indentation in the grass, there are also imprints left by the perpetrator on the deceased's body. Did you not notice this? I queried. The female officer hesitated, signaling the officers restraining me to step back. Chin scoffed. "Xiao Tao, this child is speaking nonsense again. I just used ultraviolet light, and there are no fingerprints on the deceased. I am not referring to fingerprints, but rather the impression of a palm. Any object that exerts pressure leaves an imprint, even a table or a stone. Once a person dies, all bodily functions cease, and blood no longer circulates. Although it may seem disrespectful to the deceased, a corpse is essentially akin to an object." I inhaled deeply and explained. "Child, are you still dreaming? To equate a corpse with an object is absurd. You claim to discern marks that my instruments cannot detect? You are merely boasting without basis." Chin glared at me disdainfully. What if I were to reveal it? I suddenly wore a confident smile. "That's impossible." Chin retorted. "I could not detect it with my expensive equipment, and you think you can? Are you so reliant on instruments? They are not infallible. Forensic examination requires various methods and tools. Sometimes, a simple piece of paper can yield results where expensive instruments fail," I asserted. The female officer scrutinized me, seemingly intrigued, and asked, "What is your field of study?" "This has nothing to do with my specialty. Although I am not a forensic student, I believe I possess greater capability than he does." I provocatively gestured towards Chin. True to my expectations, Chin bristled with fury. "Xiao Tao, let him try. I wish to see what new tricks he can conjure. I have been in this profession longer than this child has lived. I refuse to believe that he can uncover anything I cannot. If he succeeds, I will resign immediately." "Chin, that may not be appropriate," the female officer said, appearing troubled. "Not at all. Today I shall teach this impudent child a lesson." Chin plopped down onto the ground. I responded with a grin. "You must keep your word." "Of course. But what if you fail to uncover anything?" Chin glared at me fiercely, then detained me. I shrugged. The female officer sighed beside me. "Young student, you have delayed us for quite some time. I am not jesting. If you fail to uncover anything, I will arrest you for obstructing justice. Think carefully. Judging by your appearance, you should be in your junior or senior year. If you are detained even once, even if the school does not punish you, there will be a blemish on your record, making it nearly impossible for you to find employment in the future." "I understand," I replied calmly. It was not arrogance on my part. Although the eye of insight could not reveal the marks on the deceased, the clues of murder lay distinctly before me. Unless the murderer could levitate the body, there must certainly be fingerprints on the corpse. This was a matter of inference and deduction, and I was entirely confident in my reasoning. The female officer gave a wry smile. "All right then, if you wish to inspect, you may do so. Just ask for any tools you require." "No, I do not need those tools." I glanced outside the cordon where Wang Dali stood, watching with a tense expression. I called, "Dali, come here for a moment." He lifted the cordon and rushed over, nodding and smiling at the female officer and forensic expert Chin before quietly tugging at my sleeve. "Yangzi, you've really gone too far this time. How dare you boast like that? Usually, you are so shy around girls. What suddenly got into you? Have you been stimulated? By the way, did you ask the officer for her name? Does she have a boyfriend?" I rolled my eyes at him. "Dali, run an errand for me and fetch the red oil paper umbrella from the back of my wardrobe." "What do you need that for?" Don't ask, just bring it, I emphasized. And make sure not to touch anything else in my wardrobe. All right, just wait a moment. With that, Wang Dali dashed off. Qin lit a cigarette and said, I'll take a break and wait for the show. Sure, just wait for an interesting spectacle to unfold, I declared, lifting my chin. Chapter 11. The Red Umbrella. The art of injury examination. Before long, Wang Dali returned, breathless, holding the red umbrella. Yangzi, is this the one? Indeed. I turned to Qin. Could I borrow 2 pairs of rubber gloves, please? Qin, sitting on a small stool with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, nodded toward the toolbox. There are some in there. Take whatever you need. I grabbed 2 pairs of rubber gloves, tossing one to Wang Dali and donning the other myself. Wang Dali exclaimed, Yangzi, what is this for? To prevent leaving fingerprints on the corpse, I replied. Did you ask me to lift the body? If you don't help me, who will? Stop talking and hurry, I urged him. Wang Dali, looking forlorn, replied, please don't drag me into this. I'll treat you to lunch later. That should suffice, right? I offered. A group of police officers watched nearby, leaving Wang Dali with no choice but to comply. I instructed him to help lift the upper half of the corpse while I retrieved a pair of scissors from the toolbox to cut the hoodie off the deceased. Qin shot me a disapproving look, but said nothing. Removing the hoodie from the head would surely damage the tongue protruding from the mouth of the corpse. After cutting the hoodie, I unbuttoned the shirt beneath. The face of the hanged individual was horrifying, and Wang Dali squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear the sight. He dared to peek, but quickly shut his eyes again, exclaiming, Oh my, Yangzi, are you not afraid? What is there to fear about a corpse? Are you afraid of a table? I replied with a faint smile. But it is a corpse. Wang Dali looked at me as if I were a monster. To me, a corpse and a table were hardly different. My grandfather had often taken me to graveyards to hone my skills in examining bones, often spending entire nights there. Due to the crowd, there was no need to remove the deceased's pants. I instructed Wang Dali, lift the body. Taking a deep breath, Wang Dali lifted the corpse. I slowly opened the red umbrella, and a scent of herbs wafted through the air. The female officer covered her nose and exclaimed, Where did you buy this umbrella? It has quite a smell. Apologies. I smiled slightly. I had purchased this umbrella during a shopping trip. It was mentioned in the true records of exoneration, which noted that ancient people recognized the ability of ultraviolet light to reveal injuries. Through the continuous improvements of Song Ci, a Song dynasty judge, different reagents were applied to the umbrella's surface, allowing it to reveal various marks. I had crafted my own examination umbrella following the methods described in the book. As I opened the umbrella and rotated it under the sunlight, the crimson shadow fell upon the corpse's chest. To the average observer, it appeared merely red. To me, it resembled a rainbow, composed of numerous shades of red, forming fan-shaped regions of varying depths. As I scrutinized the pale skin of the deceased, Wang Dali, struggling to hold the body, urged, Yangzi, please hurry and examine it. The sun isn't even hot today. I don't need to hold the umbrella. I am examining. I replied. What? You are using a tattered umbrella to examine? Wang Dali was bewildered. This is not a tattered umbrella. You have no idea how much of my living expenses I spent on the materials to create this. I wouldn't trade it for a girlfriend, I retorted. Well, it better be worth it, Wang Dali replied, his gaze drifting toward the aloof female officer. Qin scoffed. Kid, from which book did you learn this bizarre method? You think a tattered umbrella can perform an autopsy? Why not light some incense and summon the deceased's spirit to speak for itself? I ignored him, thinking, if you love to mock, go ahead. Otherwise, you won't have the chance later. As the red umbrella rotated for the 3rd time, a faint, almost imperceptible handprint suddenly appeared on the deceased's shoulder, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Qin gaped, his cigarette falling from his mouth unnoticed. This is impossible. Qin stood up abruptly. Dali, flip the corpse over. I commanded. Got it. Wang Dali perked up, flipping the corpse over on his shoulder. I continued to rotate the red umbrella. Where the red light passed, it was as if an infrared scan was taking place. 3 handprints appeared sequentially on the back of the deceased, even clearer than the one on the shoulder, and they were small, resembling those left by a woman. Stop. The female officer snapped her fingers. Xiao Wang, go get a camera. A police officer hurriedly brought over a digital camera. The female officer instructed me to keep the umbrella open while she photographed the handprints in succession. After documenting all the prints, I instructed Wang Dali to lower the body. The female officer examined the photos on the camera, frowning. Strange, the patterns of these handprints don't quite resemble typical fingerprints. Those are not fingerprints. They are the patterns of the clothing. These handprints were left through the fabric. At the moment of death, a person's vital energy swiftly dissipates from the pores. If an object obstructs the skin at that moment, it can leave behind a residual imprint. Unless with a special method, it would not be visible otherwise, I explained. Vital energy? The female officer looked perplexed. It may sound a bit mystical, but it's not difficult to understand upon reflection, I replied with a smile. The female officer nodded, seemingly enlightened. Well, I must say, you truly possess a unique skill set. Where did you learn such peculiar theories? So, does this mean the case is murder? Undoubtedly, it is murder, I affirmed. Wait. Sheen suddenly stood, his face turning pale. This kid is performing tricks. In all my years as a forensic expert, I've never heard of a red umbrella or an examination of residual energy. Where did you learn this? Tricks? Why don't you show me a trick then? I sneered as I folded the umbrella. How dare you speak to me this way? Do you know who I am? Sheen stammered, his lips trembling with anger. I felt disdain. If he was in the wrong, he resorted to intimidation, but I would not be swayed. I do not care who you are. I only know you are mistaken. You have misclassified murder as suicide, and your negligence has led to the unnecessary death of a university student, allowing a murderer to roam free. A young man attempted to seize my umbrella, but as I turned away, he grasped at nothing but air, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Let me see that peculiar umbrella. You must have employed some sorcery to create such alarm, he exclaimed. By the way, did you not just assert that if I were to uncover the truth, you would not only hand over the investigation, but also resign? I chuckled. Surely, you haven't forgotten your own words. Wang Dali interjected. The forensic expert's eyes widened as he scanned the surroundings, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Stammering, he replied, that was merely a jest. It cannot be taken seriously. How was I to know you would actually uncover it? Had I known, I would never have said such a thing. A jest, you say? I raised an eyebrow. Good sir, had I failed to reveal the truth, you would have surely had me apprehended by now. The forensic expert fell silent. Turning to the female officer. Xiaotao, did you see this brat mocking me? Hurry and dismiss this unreasonable troublemaker. However, the female officer shook her head. Forensic expert Sheen, you cannot go back on your word. Everyone present heard your agreement. If you promise to allow him to investigate this case, then you must honor your commitment. In truth, the female officer was merely attempting to mediate, conveniently ignoring the matter of his resignation. I perceived her intentions, but feigned ignorance. Very well. I shall not pursue this case any longer. Let him take over. The forensic expert declared after a brief silence. If this lad can solve the case, I will leave the criminal investigation team. With that, he discarded his lab coat onto the ground in a fit of rage and stormed off. I watched his retreating figure, a cold smirk gracing my lips. Old man, has your pride not yet been bruised? At that moment, a delicate, alabaster hand reached towards me. I looked up to see the female officer. I am Huang Xiaodao, and you are Song Yang. I grasped her hand, noting its softness and the faint fragrance that emanated from her. Having lived a chaste life for 22 years, untouched by the feminine form, I felt a wave of shyness wash over me as my cheeks flushed. Then, I humbly request your guidance on this case, she smiled. Agreed, I replied. Just then, a girl's wail pierced the air beyond the police line. It's a ghost. My boyfriend was killed by a ghost. The words left us all momentarily stunned. Chapter 12. The piano piece of death. I glanced outside the police line, where two girls stood, one plump and the other slender. It was the lean girl who had spoken, covering her mouth while tears streamed down her face. Huang Xiaotao approached them and inquired, "Did you know the deceased?" The slender girl wept even more profusely, while the plump one answered, "Not only do we know him, but Fong Fong and Zhang Kai have been in a relationship for 2 years." The slender girl, overwhelmed with grief, caught the attention of a nearby officer, who fetched a folding chair for her, but she refused to sit. We waited for her tears to subside before Huang Xiaotao asked, "When was the last time you saw the deceased?" "Last night. We were together," the slender girl, Fong Fong, replied, her tears flowing anew. "But I am certain that the one who killed him was a ghost." She proceeded to recount the events of the previous night. Fong Fong and her friend, Tian Tian, often spent time with the deceased, Zhang Kai, along with another male friend named Deng Chao. Recently, Deng Chao had received a nomination for graduate studies, and that night he had treated the three of them to a lavish dinner. During the meal, they indulged in some drinks and discussed the haunting legends surrounding the abandoned teaching building at their school. It was said that 10 years prior, a school belle had died there, her body dismembered and concealed within a piano. Since then, eerie piano melodies would mysteriously resonate through the building during the still of night. Those with a musical ear noted that the haunting tune was none other than the school belle's favorite piece, the Moonlight Sonata. There were also accounts of skeptical security guards who, armed with flashlights, ventured into the classroom from which the piano sounds emanated, only to emerge screaming, having lost their sanity, repeating, "The ghost is playing the piano, the ghost is playing the piano." Consequently, The school administration found a pretext to seal off the building, though rumors persisted that it was due to ghostly occurrences. Fueled by alcohol's courage, Zhang Kai and Deng Chao wagered that if Deng Chao dared to explore the abandoned building, he would be rewarded 5,000 yuan. Thus, the four of them ventured into the building late at night, and indeed found the fabled piano in a music classroom. Deng Chao, brimming with confidence, sat at the piano, demanding payment from Zhang Kai. However, Zhang Kai refused, insisting that Deng Chao must remain there for an entire night to win the wager. Deng Chao, known for his competitive spirit, agreed, and despite the others' pleas, they departed, leaving him behind. Little did they know, as they stepped away, ominous piano music began to echo, the Moonlight Sonata. Rushing back to the music room, they discovered a long-haired ghost in white seated at the piano, while Deng Chao stood frozen in a trance beside her. Zhang Kai attempted to enter to rescue Deng Chao, but was suddenly cut by unseen strings, sharp as the ghost's hair. As the final note of the sonata rang out, Deng Chao suddenly staggered and collapsed, his head rolling away. The trio fled the building in a panic. Both girls had been greatly frightened and spent the night huddled under their blankets, sobbing. By morning, they resolved to report the incident, only to learn that a body had been discovered at the school. They assumed it was Deng Chao, but upon arrival, they were horrified to find it was Zhang Kai who had hanged himself. Fang Fang was immediately struck with terror. Seeing me examining Zhang Kai's body and discovering a woman's palm print, she concluded that it was the ghost's doing, believing she had compelled Zhang Kai to take his own life. According to an upperclassman, anyone who interrupts the ghost's performance would incur her wrath and lose their life. After sharing this chilling tale, Fang Fang added, "First it was Deng Chao, then Zhang Kai. Next, it will surely be Tian Tian and me. We cannot escape this fate." She resumed her sobbing, while Tian Tian comforted her gently. We were all taken aback, realizing that what appeared to be a simple case of suicide concealed an ominous campus legend. Huang Xiaotao inquired, "Did you witness your classmate's head being severed by the ghost?" "Yes." Fang Fang nodded vigorously. "Is his body still in that abandoned teaching building?" "It should still be there." Huang Xiaotao promptly declared, "Song Yang, come with me." "Can I go too?" Wang Dali asked. "Who are you?" Huang Xiaotao retorted coldly. "I am Wang Dali, Song Yang's." I nudged him with my elbow. "Assistant." Yes. I am his invaluable assistant. Song Yang cannot function without me for a second." Wang Dali boasted shamelessly. I couldn't help but feel amused. Such claims might lead others to misconstrue our relationship. Huang Xiaotao acquiesced. "Very well, you may join us. But since you are involved in this investigation, you must follow my lead." "Your word is law," I nodded. 3 rules. First, you must not disclose to outsiders that you are assisting in the investigation until the case is solved. Second, you may not share any developments with anyone but me, even if they are fellow detectives. Third, do not withhold any information or clues from me. "Yes, ma'am." Wang Dali mimicked a military salute, comically out of step. I mused to myself about her strong desire for control. However, it was understandable. From her perspective, with us inserting ourselves into the case, any ensuing problems would fall squarely on her shoulders. Regardless of the circumstances, the opportunity to participate in solving a case fills me with exhilaration. Although I have acquired a solid foundation of theoretical knowledge, I have had limited chances for practical application. Huang Xiaotao called a few individuals to join her and to assist 2 young women, while I seized the moment to examine the corpse more thoroughly. Wang Dali, a stranger in this setting, chose to follow closely behind me. With so many people present, I pressed my ear against the body wrapped in a shroud, gently tapping on the ribs with my fingers. Wang Dali, ever the chatterbox, mumbled whether he should call a roommate for assistance, and expressed his curiosity about whether the police would provide lunch, along with his pressing question regarding Huang Xiaotao's relationship status. I shot him a glare and gestured for him to remain silent, which he promptly obeyed by covering his mouth. I continued to tap, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the corpse's abdomen, before flipping the body to examine its back. "What are you listening for? Is there a heartbeat?" Wang Dali asked, trembling. I could hear him muttering about how tragic the death was and wondered if I wanted to listen too. I chuckled. No, you should listen instead." He waved his hands in protest. "This technique is known as listening to the bone's resonance, a skill derived from the divine art of discerning judgment in the Song family's teachings. By repeatedly tapping the ribs and spine of the deceased, echoes are produced within the abdomen, akin to the echolocation used by bats, allowing one to visualize a 3-dimensional representation of the internal organs in the mind, thus gleaning valuable information. Through this method, I deduced that the time of death was approximately 7 to 8 hours prior, with signs of lung contraction and multiple tears in the spinal nerves, indicating that asphyxiation was undoubtedly the cause of death. Of course, I merely sought to verify my findings. My grandfather always emphasized that a proficient forensic expert must rely on first-hand observation and auditory evidence. After my examination, I unwrapped the shroud, exposing the deceased's right hand. Upon further inspection, I noticed a long, slender wound on the back of the hand, still bearing remnants of adhesive from a bandage, likely removed by forensic expert Ching. Initially, I had not examined it closely, but now, upon further scrutiny, it was evident that the wound was inflicted by a sharp object. Could it truly be, as the two young women suggested, a piano string? I held the deceased's hand up to my eyes, closed them momentarily, and then opened them wide. Scrutinizing it with a discerning gaze, Wang Dali, startled, sat down abruptly, exclaiming, "Yangzi, what just happened to your eyes? I thought I saw a red glow in them. Are you overly fatigued?" I laughed heartily. "Go away, don't distract me." I resumed my detailed observation. The back of the hand magnified in my view, revealing every pore and the layers of the wound with crystal clarity. I noticed that the flesh around the cut was interspersed with tiny particles, exuding a rust-like hue. The object that caused the injury was indeed metallic. If it were a piano string, rust would be a plausible occurrence. However, curiously, the wound appeared to be shallower at the top and deeper below, suggesting that it seemed as though the deceased had inflicted the injury upon themselves. Chapter 13. The beautiful policewoman. After making a phone call, Huang Xiaodao approached me, inquiring, "So, any new discoveries?" I shook my head, and she summoned a few officers to accompany her to the old teaching building. Just before departing, I found myself lost in thought, gazing at the artificial lake. Huang Xiaodao asked what was troubling me, and I replied, "By the way, could you gather some people to search the lake?" "What? Is there something in the lake? Can you be sure?" She frowned. "Based on my deductions, since the murderer managed to hang the deceased from a tree, it indicated that the individual was likely in a state of unconsciousness. The absence of external injuries suggested they may have been forced to inhale some narcotic substance. However, considering that an adult male typically weighs at least 60 kilograms, lifting such a substantial living being and hanging them from a tree without leaving traces would be exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, if the intention was to stage a suicide, why not simulate a drowning instead, which would be far more convenient? The perpetrator surely would have considered this, and their choice to opt for a more complex method must have a significant reason. Thus, I surmised that the murderer may have discarded something in the lake, something they wished the police would not recover alongside the body. Indeed, how did I not think of that? "Song Yang, you are quite astute. What field are you studying?" Huang Xiaotao exclaimed, her surprise palpable. "We are majoring in electronics," Wang Dali interjected hastily, patting my shoulder. "But our Yangzi has diverse interests and reads all sorts of detective and forensic literature." I shot him a disapproving glance. I disliked the implication of our Yangzi and instinctively distanced myself from him. "Alas, it truly is a pity you are not pursuing a career in law enforcement. I will contact headquarters immediately to arrange for a recovery team." Huang Xiaotao instructed several officers to remain at the scene to secure the area while the rest followed her to the abandoned teaching building, where she made a phone call along the way. Noticing her lack of a uniform, I curiously inquired, "By the way, you seem to wield considerable authority. What is your rank?" Huang Xiaodao revealed her officer's badge, indicating she held the rank of first-class police inspector. I casually glanced at her identification number, realizing she was only 24 years old, suggesting she had only recently joined the force. I speculated whether she had influential connections or had previously rendered exceptional service. "Sister Xiaodao, you are truly accomplished at such a young age. Is a first-class inspector a significant rank?" Wang Dali seized the opportunity to flatter her. "Not particularly," Huang Xiaodao replied with a smile. Wang Dali then turned to me, curious, "How significant is the rank of inspector?" I took the liberty of explaining that police ranks in China are categorized into 5 levels: officer, inspector, superintendent, chief inspector, and senior chief inspector. While a first-class inspector is not monumental, the rapid advancement for someone fresh out of police academy is akin to being propelled by a rocket. Before long, we arrived at the dilapidated teaching building, surrounded by numerous locust trees, casting a dense shadow that enveloped the entire structure, imparting an ominous aura. The entrance was secured with a chain, as if guarded by iron sentinels. Huang Xiaodao summoned a police officer to fetch the school administrator to unlock the door. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "No need, just lend me 2 hairpins." "You don't mean to say you're adept at lock-picking, do you?" Huang Xiaodao questioned as she removed 2 hairpins from her hair and handed them to me. I straightened the pins, inserting both ends into the lock. And after a few moments of fiddling, the lock clicked open. Wang Dali was astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, Song Yang, you're quite the hidden talent. I've known you for 4 years, and I had no idea you could pick locks." "Lock picking is quite simple. I can teach you when we have time. It truly is straightforward. The mechanisms of modern locks, while varied, follow foundational principles. Of course, this was a skill imparted to me by my grandfather during a bout of illness when I was bored. I learned it in just 3 hours. Hey, Huang Xiaotao interjected. This skill should not be shared indiscriminately. Becoming a locksmith requires registration at the police station. Rest assured, I have no intention of utilizing it for nefarious purposes, I assured her, returning the hairpins. Huang Xiaotao remarked, forget it. You might as well keep them. I have a cleanliness obsession and prefer not to use anything dirty. Then I'll compensate you later. I offered. Huang Xiaotao chuckled. It's evident you lack a girlfriend. Despite having an endearing youthful appearance, you can't even muster a charming remark to win over a girl. Can't you say you'll buy her 2 prettier ones next time? Her words struck a chord within me. I indeed possess a negative emotional quotient, and my cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, I was pleasantly surprised that Huang Xiaotao was joking with me. My initial impression of her as a cold and unapproachable policewoman had softened considerably. Seizing the moment, Wang Dali attempted to ingratiate himself. Sister Xiaotao, I know a shop that sells lovely and affordable women's accessories. After we finish the case, how about I take you to buy a couple of hairpins? To his dismay, Huang Xiaotao coldly replied, thank you, but no need. Wang Dali, feeling dejected, quietly asked me, Yangzi, why does she speak to you but not to me? I consider myself at least as handsome as Wu Yanzu, if not comparable to Peng Yuyan. Does she not appreciate this rugged charm? I cast a glance at his disheveled hairstyle, reminiscent of Isan Chan, and remarked, perhaps we are still unfamiliar with each other. Familiarity will come with time. Is that so? Wang Dali replied, skeptically patting his head. We ascended to the 3rd-floor music classroom, where the corridor exuded an eerie atmosphere, akin to a scene from a horror film. I pondered that the dim lighting and prolonged abandonment contributed to this unsettling ambience. I inquired of Wang Dali, what is this legend about a piano ghost? I have never heard of it before. I haven't heard of it either. Such antiquated tales are usually propagated by girls, and they rarely converse with us, he retorted dismissively. Then why are you hiding behind me? I asked. I merely lagged behind while tying my shoelaces, he countered defensively. We noticed a classroom door labeled 314 Music Classroom, and several police officers burst through, soon emitting terrified cries. We hurriedly followed them inside, discovering a headless corpse lying on the floor, blood pooling beneath it, having already congealed. Wang Dali gasped sharply, retreating behind me. Do not disturb the scene. Huang Xiaotao commanded. You, go outside and secure the building. You, take photographs for evidence. The officers sprang into action as Huang Xiaotao handed me 2 pairs of rubber gloves, asking, can you manage? I can perform everything a forensic expert can, and more, I replied, gazing at the corpse. Good, then I am reassured, Huang Xiaotao nodded. As we donned the gloves, Wang Dali, trembling with fear, clutched my arm tightly. Dali, if you can't handle it, just wait for me outside, I said. Am I such a disloyal person? Fine. I shall wait outside, he responded, stepping out. Your classmate is quite amusing, Huang Xiaotao chuckled. I knelt to examine the corpse, noting that the victim appeared to be a student around 20 years old, having fallen toward the door. His head had been cleanly severed at the 4th vertebra. But this alone could not be deemed the primary cause of death. Huang Xiaotao moved the victim's arm, stating, the time of death was approximately 10 hours ago. You understand this? I asked, somewhat astonished. One learns from observation. Look, the victim's livor mortis has begun to merge, and rigor mortis is evident in the fingers. These are characteristic signs of death around 10 hours ago. Huang Xiaotao had evidently studied forensic science thoroughly. Her position as a first-class officer was not merely a result of connections, which made me regard her with newfound respect. I placed my ear against the victim's back, gently tapping the spine to listen for sounds, concluding, if Forensic Qin were here, he would likely arrive at the same assessment. So did I guess correctly? Huang Xiaotao beamed. However, regrettably, the time of death should be approximately 48 hours, with a margin of error not exceeding 2 hours. Impossible. This corpse appears quite fresh. Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in shock. One must not judge solely by appearances. If you doubt me, I can demonstrate, I declared as I swiftly removed the rubber gloves. Chapter 14. The head in the piano, I summoned Wang Dali, instructing him, Dali, please gather a few items for me. I need towels, hot water, a bucket, rope, an iron plate, an electric stove, white vinegar, and ginger. What about cumin and chili powder? Wang Dali queried. What would I need that for? I retorted. It seems like you're preparing for a teppanyaki meal, he remarked, perplexed. I laughed heartily. Go, hurry, and bring them to me. What about the money? Wang Dali stared at me blankly. Huang Xiaotao assured him, don't worry, I'll reimburse you once it's done. Just remember to get a receipt. Suddenly, I recalled something and said, "Wait, our dorm's fourth roommate has a few potted succulents. Could you bring me one? What would you want that for? Are you trying to liven up this dreary investigation with a plant?" Wang Dali clicked his tongue. "No more questions, just go." I waved him off. "Understood," Wang Dali replied. Darting out, I searched the deceased's clothing, uncovering an identification card, a student ID, some change, a set of keys, a mobile phone, and half a pack of Yushi cigarettes, all bearing the name Deng Chao. Upon unlocking the phone, I found it secured with a password. Huang Xiaodao requested several evidence bags from a nearby officer, carefully placing the items inside. I stood up and surveyed the room. The music classroom was spacious, with a podium at the front and an old wooden piano beside it, facing southward toward open windows. Given that this building was constructed long ago, it lacked air conditioning, with several ceiling fans installed. Curiously, I pondered the whereabouts of the victim's head. Approaching the piano, I pressed a key, only to find it silent. It appeared that this antique instrument required the pedal to produce sound. Huang Xiaotao, eyes wide with curiosity, asked, "Can you play the piano?" "Of course not." I casually swept my hand across the keys, noticing several were stuck, prompting me to exclaim urgently, "Quick, open the piano lid. There's something inside." When the lid was lifted, the officers present gasped in astonishment. Inside the piano, numerous strings were broken, entangled like a spider's web around a bloodied, mangled head. With a baseball cap lying nearby, I rolled up my sleeves and reached in to retrieve the head. But the strings were so intertwined that pulling could risk tearing the flesh. Huang Xiaotao instructed a police officer to fetch a pair of pliers, and soon, the officer returned with them, methodically cutting the strings until the head was finally freed. I brought the head beside the headless corpse for comparison, based on the wounds. It was apparent they belonged to the same individual. However, the level of decay on the head was unusual, with greenish skin and the exposed flesh beginning to emit a foul odor. Additionally, I noted a damaged area at the back of the skull. Applying gentle pressure revealed a fracture beneath the skin, accompanied by bruising and pus. As I pressed slightly, a stream of white, decaying pus oozed onto my wrist. "Do not move," Huang Xiaotao said, pulling out a tissue to clean my wrist, to which I expressed my gratitude. "Did you discover anything?" she inquired. "The head and body are essentially from the same person. The head was severed by a sharp instrument." I leaned closer to sniff the head, noting, "It seems some kind of solution has been applied, combined with the bacteria within the piano, accelerating the decomposition. The face is nearly unrecognizable. So, restoration is virtually impossible?" Huang Xiaodao asked. "Essentially, yes," I pondered. "Those two girls claimed they witnessed a ghost in white playing the piano last night, with the strings flying about, as if the ghost's hair severed Deng Chao's head. Naturally, I find that hard to believe. Otherwise, there would be no need for an investigation. The murderer must have applied a substance to the victim's head and concealed it within the piano, perhaps deliberately obscuring its identity. In any case involving a headless corpse, confirming the victim's identity is paramount. Should the head be missing or severely damaged, one must suspect the perpetrator is attempting to confuse the investigation. Such tactics are not unheard of. Ancient criminals employed similar methods, as I have encountered in various cases in the divine judgment of the court texts. Therefore, I deemed it essential to investigate further into the identity of Deng Chao. "Songyang, do you believe the victim's head was severed by the piano strings?" Huang Xiaodao asked. The wound's cross-section was neat. I could only surmise it had been severed by a sharp instrument. Speaking of guitar strings, they indeed possess a formidable strength capable of inflicting lethal cuts. I recalled a case from over a decade ago where the victim rode his motorcycle home each night, and the perpetrator calculated the precise height along the victim's path, rigging a guitar string that decapitated him in an instant. The headless corpse then careened into a roadside barbecue stall, leaving many in a state of shock. This case had stumped numerous experts at the time, I explained slowly. "Ah, you're referring to the headless rider case from 10 years ago," Huang Xiaotao exclaimed, her face pale with astonishment. "I remember that the police had to enlist a mysterious figure to crack the case." "Wait, that case was never made public. How did you hear about it?" "I heard it from an old police officer," I replied casually. "In fact, my grandfather was the one who solved it." I scrutinized the wound on the head for a moment and suddenly noticed something amiss. The flesh was cut with precision, yet the cervical vertebrae bore subtle friction marks. I closed my eyes and reopened them, employing my keen sight to examine further. I discovered tiny black particles on the spinal column, reminiscent of metal shavings. This led me to conclude that the flesh and the bones had been severed with different tools. At that moment, Wang Dali burst in, his left hand clutching a large bag and his right holding a thermos. "Yangzi, I brought you what you requested," he announced excitedly. I opened the bag and remarked, You really are impressive. You gathered everything so quickly. Everything except the iron plate. I borrowed that from a barbecue shop off campus. We need to return it afterward. Wang Dali added, his gaze suddenly fixated on the severed head I had placed on the ground. Good heavens! Where on earth did you find this bloody head? It's horrifying. He gasped, turning pale. If you can't handle it, step outside for a moment. When you return, bring a magnet and a sheet of white paper, I instructed. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Now I have to make another trip. He complained. Consider it exercise. I'll treat you to dinner later, I reassured him, waving him off. After Wang Dali left, I poured hot water from the thermos into a bucket, soaked a towel in it, and placed the warm cloth on the victim's chest. As I began the autopsy, several officers gathered to observe. Curiously, Huang Xiaotao inquired, why are you applying a hot towel to his chest? Didn't I just tell you? We need to determine the time of death. Pay attention, I replied. After softening the victim's chest, I turned him over and applied the warm towel to his back. This process was repeated 3 times until I confirmed the muscles had begun to soften, at which point I employed a specialized technique to prod the victim's back repeatedly. Suddenly, without warning, the headless corpse half sat up, and a large spurt of bloody ice shards erupted from the wound at the neck. Witnessing this, all the officers present recoiled in shock. Chapter 15. The vinegar method of corpse revival. The astonishing spectacle of the corpse's revival left everyone astounded. Huang Xiaotao wide-eyed asked, Song Yang, how did you manage that? Life contains death, and death contains life. Even a deceased body can, through certain special means, regain some of its bodily functions. I explained. This is too surreal. She exclaimed. Not at all. When a person dies, their lungs often retain a breath of air unless they drowned or suffocated. What you just witnessed was the air in the deceased's lungs propelling the body upward, I clarified. But how could there be ice shards in the deceased's lungs? Huang Xiaotao posed the question that lingered in the minds of all present. Because he was frozen for a time after death. Yet there were no signs of moisture on the surface, likely frozen with dry ice or a refrigerant. This greatly slowed the decomposition process, creating the illusion of death occurring merely 10 hours prior. However, the internal condition tells a different story. I discerned through acoustic analysis that the internal organs exhibited varying degrees of decay, characteristic of a death occurring 48 hours ago. The air trapped in the lungs had crystallized into ice shards, I said with a slight smile. Huang Xiaotao was taken aback, suddenly slapping my shoulder. Song Yang, you're incredible. I'm starting to doubt if you're truly self-taught. I chuckled. Enough of that. Let us continue with the autopsy. I requested an officer to bring a long table to the center of the room, laying it down with its legs facing upward. Simultaneously, I wrapped several loops of rope around the table legs to create a makeshift platform, placing an electric heater beneath and setting an iron plate on top. Huang Xiaotao picked up a succulent plant from my bag and remarked, your college life seems quite colorful, filled with all sorts of things. By the way, what do you need that plant for? You'll find out soon enough. Come help me strip the corpse and place it on the platform, I instructed. 2 officers removed the victim's trousers and transferred the body onto the makeshift platform. Upon seeing the victim's private parts, Huang Xiaotao frowned. Averting her gaze, her face flushed. I mused. Perhaps she had never been in a romantic relationship, as her shyness was quite apparent. I opened a bottle of white vinegar, forcefully squeezing ginger to extract its juice into the vinegar. Once the iron plate was heated, I poured the entire bottle of vinegar over it. With a sizzling sound, the room filled with the pungent steam of white vinegar, causing many officers to retreat, pinching their noses. I continued to pour vinegar, my eyes fixed intently on the deceased's body. Amidst the curling vinegar fumes, purplish-red marks began to appear on the victim's body. I promptly turned off the heater, and as the vinegar mist dissipated, the onlookers collectively gasped. Numerous handprints manifested on the corpse, identical to those I had previously extracted from another victim using a red umbrella. My goodness, those are women's handprints. Could it truly be a female ghost committing murder? Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in astonishment. I stifled a chuckle. These prints were smaller than those of an adult male, with slender fingers. However, one could not definitively conclude they belonged to a woman, nor assert that a female ghost was responsible for the crime. I wondered how Huang Xiaotao had risen to her rank in the police force. What are you waiting for? Hurry and take pictures, I urged. Right, Xiao Wang, bring the camera. At Huang Xiaotao's command, a young officer quickly approached, snapping photos of the corpse. This technique is known as the vinegar steam method of corpse examination, a remarkable skill invented by the renowned coroner Song Ci. The human palm secretes minuscule amounts of sweat, which is alkaline. When combined with the acidity of white vinegar, it reveals the handprints, I elaborated. Yet, this imprint would not last long. Indeed, mere minutes later, they began to fade. Huang Xiaotao inquired, Song Yang, in movies, aren't ghosts supposed to be ethereal? How could they leave handprints? Who told you it's a ghost? Those prints clearly belong to the murderer. I'm certain the culprit is human. Did you notice the distinct handprints on the victim's calves, encircling them? Do you know what that signifies? I posed. Huang Xiaotao gestured as she speculated. The murderer must have gripped the victim's calves. Suddenly, she covered her mouth, realizing. I get it now. The murderer is a pervert. I found her naivety amusing. Such an obvious conclusion eluded her. The murderer dragged the victim's body by gripping the calves. I clarified. Ah, that makes sense. Huang Xiaotao nodded thoughtfully. But wait, according to your timeline, the death occurred around 48 hours ago. However, 2 eyewitnesses claim they were with Deng Chao just last night. Could he have been dead by then? Seeing is not always believing. When witness testimonies and physical evidence contradict each other, I find myself more inclined to trust the latter. I believe the deceased is not Deng Chao. The body must have been transported into the music classroom from another location, I remarked. But why would the murderer do such a thing? Huang Xiaotao asked, bewildered. It remains unclear for now, yet there will inevitably come a day when the truth of the case will be revealed, I replied. At that moment, Wang Dali burst in, exclaiming, Yangzi, I've gathered everything for you. He abruptly fell silent, his gaze fixed on the body, which lay bare on an iron slab. A sight that likely startled him. What on earth? Every time I leave, you escalate the depravity. Are you giving the corpse a sauna? No. We are merely deliberating whether it should be steamed or fried, I shrugged. Wang Dali, perhaps reminded of food, hastily shoved something into my hands and darted out. Covering his mouth, Huang Xiaotao, standing nearby, looked pale. Could you refrain from mentioning food during the autopsy? It's quite disgusting. Are you even a student? Your mental fortitude is astonishing. I apologize. I tend to be somewhat blunt, I chuckled. The magnet that Wang Dali procured was salvaged from a speaker. I placed it on a piece of white paper and moved it back and forth over the severed neck of the corpse. Afterward, I removed the paper, cradling it in my hands to showcase my findings to Huang Xiaotao. Although the particles were minuscule, too small to be blown away by a sneeze, they were visible against the white background. These, Huang Xiaotao observed closely, are sharp metal fragments. Indeed, I explained. They are remnants of some sharp metallic substance. Huang Xiaotao examined me, then the paper. Hey, these are smaller than dust mites. How did you even see them? I eat a lot of carrots, so my eyesight is quite good, I jested. So, where did these sharp metal fragments come from? From the piano strings? Huang Xiaotao inquired. I carefully wrapped the white paper to prevent the crucial evidence from being blown away by the wind, then retrieved a piano string for her to inspect. It was as fine as a hair, yet on closer examination, it was actually twisted from several strands of steel wire. Thus, even if it were damaged, it could not possibly shed sharp metal fragments. The tools that could produce such fragments would likely be a saw or a saw blade. The latter is made of iron and is prone to wear during use, I elucidated. A saw? Are you implying that the victim's head was actually sawed off? Huang Xiaotao's eyes widened in disbelief. Let us not jump to conclusions just yet. By the way, do you have a handkerchief? I asked. Wait. Huang Xiaotao borrowed a handkerchief from a nearby officer. I plucked some juice from a succulent plant, wrapping it in the handkerchief and squeezing it out before gently applying the liquid to the deceased's neck. Gradually, the incision turned purple, and the cutting lines on the flesh became evident, while the bone bore the marks of the saw blade's repeated sawing. Do you see? I stated. The flesh was sliced with a knife, yet the vertebrae were severed with a saw. Huang Xiaotao stood astonished, her mouth agape. How did you accomplish this? It's quite simple. Succulent plants are sensitive to metal, so by using their juice to wipe the wound, I could reveal the traces left by the murder weapon. I replied, Song Yang, I've known you for less than an hour, and you've already performed a series of bizarre autopsy techniques. Ones I have never encountered in my time as a police officer. You must tell me honestly, who exactly are you? Huang Xiaotao's gaze bore into me, as if determined to extract an answer. Chapter 16. Do you dare to bet? I was not intentionally concealing anything, after all. I had no desire to put on airs before these officers, for my grandfather often instructed me to act with humility in public. However, since she had pressed me so, I decided to divulge a little. Our family has been involved in the profession of coroner for generations, akin to the ancient forensic experts. So, you mean to say that the methods you employed are those of a coroner? Huang Xiaotao inquired, displaying her keen intellect. Indeed, what else would you suppose? These are not merely whimsical ideas of my own, but the wisdom of my ancestors, I explained. While many are familiar with the profession of coroner through television dramas, few truly understand how autopsies are conducted. The profession is shrouded in mystery, even more so than that of monks or Taoists. It seems the ancients were not foolish. Huang Xiaotao mused. What a statement. Do you think that without mobile phones and televisions for several millennia, the Chinese lived like gorillas? I laughed. In reality, many Chinese technologies have long been at the forefront of the world, suffering a gradual decline only from the Qing dynasty onward. The spiritual wealth left by our ancestors, such as the I Ching and the Huangdi Neijing, contains profound knowledge that even many modern experts cannot fully comprehend. Huang Xiaodao shook her head. Those esoteric concepts are mere feudal superstitions. I do not understand them and have little faith in them. Yet when you observed my autopsy, did you regard it as a feudal superstition? Why then did I provide scientific explanations for each step, compelling you to believe? I challenged. All right, I concede. You do possess some skill, Huang Xiaodao admitted begrudgingly. I quietly chuckled, recognizing that she acknowledged my abilities but not the brilliance of the ancients. Modern individuals, raised in the embrace of contemporary civilization, often perceive themselves as superior due to the existence of airplanes and automobiles. This mindset is not easily altered. Thus, I felt no inclination to elaborate further. Is there anything more to examine regarding the body? Huang Xiaotao inquired. There is nothing left to investigate. The time is still early. Let us gather more evidence. I clapped my hands and declared. All right. Huang Xiaodao nodded. Just then, an elderly man in a white lab coat entered, carrying a box and followed by 2 police officers, bustling with urgency. Upon seeing him, I recognized Dr. Qin, recalling that he had announced his withdrawal from the case. I pondered how he could return, finding it rather brazen of him. Nothing left to examine? Dr. Qin sneered, surveying the scene. What are you attempting to do here? The coroner's methods are impressive, but can you analyze DNA? Can you lift fingerprints? You've turned a perfectly good corpse into this grotesque sight. Huang Xiaodao, do you think this crime scene is a kindergarten where you can bring this kid to play? Go back and explain to your superiors how you've conducted yourselves. It appeared that he had overheard our previous conversation. Huang Xiaodao frowned. Dr. Qin, didn't you say you were withdrawing from this case? Why have you returned? Yes, I did state my withdrawal, but that was from the hanging suicide case, not this beheading case, Dr. Qin retorted sternly. Come on. These 2 cases are clearly the work of the same perpetrator. Huang Xiaotao responded, exasperated. What you say is irrelevant. Any concerns must be addressed to Captain Lin. He just called, inquiring why I wasn't at the scene. I informed him you had instructed me not to investigate, and that you brought along an unknown university student to meddle. Captain Lin was furious. And your team leader has been removed. I am now in complete charge of this special investigation team. You can call to verify, Dr. Qin said smugly, his demeanor radiating triumph. Huang Xiaodao glared, her delicate fists clenched tightly in anger. I thought to myself that Dr. Qin was truly cunning. He must have felt humiliated by me and sneaked off to report to his superiors, likely embellishing our interactions. Now that he had received a new directive, he was eager to reclaim his lost dignity. Dr. Qin pulled out his phone and coldly handed it to Huang Xiaodao. You should quickly call Captain Lin and explain yourself, striving for leniency so you can remain a part of my special investigation team. He emphasized my name with a notable disdain, clearly attempting to insult me. Huang Xiaodao refused to take the phone. Dr. Qin then pocketed it, casting a casual glance my way. Kid, do you know what the crime of desecrating a corpse entails? Desecrating a corpse? Which of your eyes saw me insulting the corpse? I was merely conducting an autopsy, I retorted without reservation. Initially, I intended to show him some leniency due to his age and experience, but it appeared that such courtesy was unnecessary now. Humph, is this what you call an autopsy? Do you possess a forensic qualification? It seems to me that you are merely fumbling about, the forensic expert Qin exclaimed angrily. If my fumbling leads to solving the case, would that not render you, a professional forensic expert, useless? I replied, what a joke. You think with your peculiar methods you can crack the case? Do you truly believe that our collective experience as police and forensic experts pales in comparison to yours? Come by my house sometime. I believe you and my grandson would have much to discuss, as he adores watching childish cartoons like Detective Conan. Qin scoffed, stepping closer to me with a mocking demeanor. I remained unfazed by his provocation, my expression calm. So, Qin, are you suggesting that Huang Xiaodao has been expelled from the special task force? Indeed. She ought to thank you sincerely, Qin responded. So, she is free to act independently now? I continued to inquire. Qin burst into laughter. Kid, are you implying that you two will solve the case together? Not to mention whether you have the capability. Acting independently without orders will lead to disciplinary action. Let's cut to the chase. What if I do manage to solve the case? I pressed on. Qin hesitated for a moment, clearly caught off guard, as he had just stumbled in our earlier exchange and was now hesitant to boast. I deliberately provoked him. You say so much, yet deep down, you are uncertain and afraid to bet against me. Shall I share some intelligence with you? I recall you mentioned that if I cracked the case, you would resign voluntarily. Is that still the case? Furious, Qin retorted, you arrogant little brat. I will state this clearly. If you solve the case, I will resign immediately. But do not get too pleased with yourself. What if I solve it before you? I asked Huang Xiaodao, how many years is the penalty for insulting a corpse? Up to 3 years of imprisonment, she replied. All right then, if you solve it before me, arrest me on the charge of insulting a corpse. And I promise not to hire a lawyer. I will accept my fate. I declared. Hey, Huang Xiaodao exclaimed in shock. Song Yang, you can't say such things recklessly. Insulting a corpse is a grave offense. Let it go. It's not that serious, Qin interrupted. Fine, a man's word is his bond. Let it be as you say. I smiled slightly. We shall see, Qin replied darkly. Throughout our conversation, I had kept my hands in my pockets, recording the dialogue on my phone to prevent the old man from later denying his statements. I am a modest individual, yet Qin, relying on his seniority, had been acting disdainfully towards me and Huang Xiaodao. There is a limit to what one can tolerate. If I don't see your old face swollen 3 feet high this time, I will not bear the surname Song. Xiaodao, let's go. We need to find those 2 eyewitnesses, I declared, turning to exit, with Huang Xiaodao glaring fiercely at Qin before following me out. Chapter 17. The Hacker Prodigy. As we stepped out of the music classroom, Wang Dali approached us, indignant. That old Qin is truly overstepping. Don't worry, Sister Xiaodao. Even if the special task force expels you, Song Yang and I will always be your steadfast support. Thank you both. Huang Xiaodao managed a strained smile. Just moments ago, she was a commanding leader of the task force, and now she felt like a solitary hero without allies. The stark contrast must have weighed heavily on her heart. However, I found it perplexing how a forensic expert wielded such power, able to lead the task force and oust someone like her. My impression of forensic experts was that they spent their days in autopsy rooms, seldom seen, and preferring the company of the deceased over the living. And typically, they were strikingly attractive women clad in white lab coats. That's a misconception from film and television. I clarified. Forensic experts do have official positions, and they do not merely languish in the morgue. They not only conduct autopsies and write reports, but also accompany police officers to crime scenes, participate in investigations, provide essential judicial evidence, and even testify in court. You certainly know a lot, Huang Xiaodao remarked, impressed. Knowledge is power, I replied with a grin. Qin's title is equivalent to that of a police inspector, ranking 2 levels above me. Within the criminal investigation team, he stands on equal footing with Captain Lin. Huang Xiaodao explained. No wonder he is so arrogant. Wang Dali nodded in agreement. I inquired of Huang Xiaodao, is Captain Lin your direct superior? Yes. She confirmed with a nod. And who is above him? That would be the head of the criminal investigation team. And above that, Director Sunday. Who is Director Sun? Sun who? He has quite the temper, and behind his back, we call him Old Tiger's son, Huang Xiaodao explained, somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing that name, I burst into laughter. After 3 years apart, Sun who had ascended to the position of director, indicating that his career had been progressing well. When Huang Xiaodao asked what I found amusing, I simply replied, nothing. The name Old Tiger's son is just quite amusing. She glanced at me, perplexed. Your sense of humor is odd. Then she sighed, alas. The police present will undoubtedly relay your recent findings to Qin, allowing him to access first-hand information. With all the resources at his disposal, he will likely solve the case before us. Do you doubt my capabilities? I queried. I trust you, but your expertise seems limited to autopsies. Can you truly handle an investigation? Huang Xiaodao pouted. One must take action to reveal the truth. How can we know without investigating? I countered. Why do you make such bold claims? What if you can't back them up? Huang Xiaodao expressed her concern. In truth, I have already gleaned some insights into the case during the autopsy. I just need to clarify a few points, I revealed. Really? Huang Xiaodao exclaimed excitedly. How confident are you in solving the case? 10 out of 10. Rest assured, I will solve this case and do so before Qin does, I said with a confident smile. Huang Xiaodao, touched, said, we have only known each other for a little over an hour. Why are you helping me so much? How can I repay you? How about a meal? I suggested. What? She widened her eyes, initially misinterpreting my words, thinking I was being flirtatious. Once she realized, she added, sure. After we solve the case, just tell me which restaurant you want to go to. It's on me. Awesome. I want to feast on McDonald's. Wang Dali exclaimed excitedly. I shot him a disdainful look. The dining options near our school were rather modest, and while McDonald's was decent, if someone was treating, it should at least be something like a teppanyaki or heideleo. We arrived at the dormitory of the 2 female witnesses. A sign clearly indicating no entry for males hung prominently on the door. Wang Dali worried that the dormitory matron would not allow us in, so I suggested. There's no need to go up. Just ask the matron if Fong Fong and Tian Tian are in the dorm. Wang Dali returned shortly, fuming. Damn it. That old Qin is so devious. He has already taken the witnesses away before we could. Yangzi, you really should have been more discreet when you spoke earlier. Now look, our only lead is gone. I suddenly burst into laughter. When they inquired what was amusing, I explained, that Qin is truly simple-minded. I intentionally spoke as I did to make him believe those two girls were crucial witnesses, and he fell for it. Are they not important? What they said previously was significantly at odds with our findings at the scene. Clearly, they were concealing something, and they could be vital leads, Huang Xiaotao pondered. Their involvement in this case is utterly insignificant, even superfluous, as they have not witnessed the true essence of the crime scene. What they have seen is merely a facade contrived by the perpetrator for their viewing. Pursuing them would be a sheer waste of time, I replied. So, where do you plan to investigate? Huang Xiaotao inquired. We shall visit Deng Chao's dormitory, I stated. You are quite the cunning one. Wang Dali suddenly slapped me on the shoulder, exclaiming, Yangzi, I thought I knew you well since we often spend time together, yet after today's events, I find you somewhat inscrutable, leaving me feeling quite distant. A dark line formed on my forehead as I retorted, why do you sound so flamboyant today? You wouldn't happen to share interests with the youngest, would you? No, that's impossible. The youngest is such a repugnant individual, I wouldn't deign to associate with him. I am a proper heterosexual, thank you very much. Wang Dali waved his hands emphatically. What are you two talking about? Huang Xiaotao sighed. Perhaps I have been in the police force for too long, as I can no longer comprehend the slang of you university students. It's nothing. We were merely discussing a classmate, I explained with a smile. The youngest is quite a peculiar character in our department, a lecherous fellow proficient in hacking. While many boys are lecherous in private, the youngest's lechery is distinct. He has no interest in beautiful women, but rather favors handsome young men, causing all the boys in the school to keep their distance from him. In our daily conversations, the youngest has become a euphemism for certain peculiar preferences. Suddenly reminded of something, I turned to Wang Dali and said, by the way, while Huang Xiaotao and I checked Deng Chao's dormitory, you should seek out the youngest for a favor. What? Wang Dali reacted as if a cat had stepped on its tail. I won't go? Why would you want to see him? Have you forgotten the last time you left your door open while sleeping and he took compromising photos of you? Damn it. Why bring that up in front of Huang Xiaotao? My hard-earned reputation feels as though it has crumbled in an instant. Indeed, Huang Xiaotao's gaze towards me had changed slightly. Nonsense. Those compromising photos are purely fictional. Ahem, back to business. Only the youngest can assist with this matter, which is why I must seek him out. With that, I retrieved an evidence bag from my pocket, containing the deceased's mobile phone. Huang Xiaotao gasped in shock. Hey, are you hoarding evidence? No. I merely forgot it while I was busy during the autopsy and absent-mindedly placed it in my pocket. I only realized it when I reached in just now. I swear it's not hoarding evidence. If it implicates you, I will return it to Forensic Qin immediately, I asserted. It's fine, since this evidence was discovered by us. It cannot be considered hoarding. I never expected you to play sneaky. I truly have a newfound respect for you. Huang Xiaotao suddenly grinned mischievously. I felt quite innocent. I truly wasn't hoarding it. It was not as if I were a magician who could stealthily swipe the phone without anyone noticing amidst so many police officers and my verbal sparring with Forensic Qin. Wang Dali, with a furrowed brow, asked, are you planning to have the youngest help you unlock the phone? Not just unlocking it. This phone likely belongs to Deng Chao, and I suspect it may contain encrypted or deleted files that could serve as crucial evidence. After much contemplation, the only person who can assist is the youngest. The invincible hacker, I explained. Wang Dali took the phone, sighed, and said, for the sake of friendship, I'll risk it all. What's the harm in selling my virtue? Chapter 18. Secrets in the dormitory. After Wang Dali left, Huang Xiaotao and I proceeded to Deng Chao's dormitory. The disarray and squalor of the boys' dormitory were evident, causing Huang Xiaotao to frown throughout our journey. At that moment, a boy clad in oversized shorts burst out of a room, boldly knocking on doors to borrow shampoo. Upon spotting Huang Xiaotao, he froze momentarily before hastily covering himself and retreating. Huang Xiaotao grimaced. They all resemble pigs. Songyang, do you behave like this as well? How could I? I pride myself on my personal decorum. My bed is arranged as neatly as tofu blocks. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wang Dali later, I replied. Is that so? Then I shall visit for a tour later, Huang Xiaotao stated. A wave of embarrassment washed over me. If Huang Xiaotao discovered that I too was among the disheveled, it would severely tarnish my image. I quickly said, we should prioritize the investigation. We can tour later. Huang Xiaotao smirked knowingly. As we inquired further, we arrived at Deng Chao's dormitory, where a long-haired boy was seated at a desk playing the guitar. Perhaps it was rare for girls to visit the dormitory, especially someone as poised and mature as Huang Xiaodao. Upon our entrance, he stood up nervously and asked, "Whom are you looking for?" Huang Xiaodao flashed her police badge and directly stated, "Deng Chao lives in this dormitory, correct? You're a police officer. Come in, sit down. Would you like some water? I heard someone hanged themselves at school this morning. It was Deng Chao's close friend, Zhang Kai. This guy didn't return all night. Could he also be in trouble?" The long-haired boy queried. "He was murdered," Huang Xiaodao replied. At that moment, a figure sprang up from the bed beside me, startling me. The boy was quite burly and boomed. "Really? Who killed a Chao?" "The police are currently investigating. May I ask if Deng Chao had any enemies?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. The long-haired boy pondered. There are indeed a few people in class who don't get along with him. A Chao is, how should I put it? Someone who tends to attract jealousy. Why do you say that? Huang Xiaodao pressed. You probably don't know. He is a genuine academic prodigy. The long-haired boy said enviously. He performs exceptionally well. Huang Xiaodao continued to question. Indeed, this guy is brilliant. He rarely attends class, yet consistently scores above 90 in exams, earning scholarships every year. To be honest, I sometimes feel a bit envious. We all play and sleep, yet how come he can score 90 while we fail? No, you mustn't misunderstand. I would never resort to murder over something so trivial. Who else has had conflicts with him? Huang Xiaodao took out her notebook to record. The long-haired boy reminisced and mentioned a few names, which Huang Xiaodao diligently noted. At that moment, the boisterous boy suddenly interjected, "Those guys are out of the question. They could never be responsible. If a Chao is dead, it must have been that guy?" "Who?" Huang Xiaodao asked excitedly. The boisterous boy sat up, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from under his pillow, lit one, took a puff, and began recounting Deng Chao's history. It appeared he was quite knowledgeable about Deng Chao. Indeed, Deng Chao was exceptionally intelligent. It was said that during the college entrance examination, he scored an IQ of 140, easily handling school exams with minimal effort. Recently, Deng Chao wrote a paper that received high praise from professors, earning him a coveted spot in the school's graduate program, of which only 4 slots were available per department. However, not long ago, a classmate named Ma Baobao reported Deng Chao's paper as plagiarized, gathering evidence for the school. Consequently, Deng Chao's qualification for graduate studies was revoked, and the school demanded the return of 2 scholarships amounting to over 17,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Ma Baobao claimed the vacant position, raising suspicions about his motives for reporting Deng Chao. Ma Baobao, indeed, displayed a rather unscrupulous character, benefiting from the situation while speaking ill of Deng Chao, even insinuating that his previous exam scores were obtained through cheating. Such a petty individual's rise was intolerable even to the teachers. The rumors reached Deng Chao's ears, igniting his fury. On one occasion, he shattered the glass on the balcony with a punch, resulting in 5 stitches on his hand. Nonetheless, Deng Chao was not someone to be trifled with. He embodied the traits of a Scorpio, one who would seek vengeance for any grievance. On the eve of this summer vacation, one evening, Ma Baobao returned from self-study when suddenly a figure rushed out from the bushes, slashing at him with a small knife. Startled, Ma Baobao abandoned his books and ran away. The knife only grazed his skin, yet he inexplicably fell gravely ill, suffering a high fever, and returned home early, languishing for over 3 months before recovering, incurring medical expenses amounting to tens of thousands. Upon returning to school, he appeared completely dispirited, no longer daring to speak ill of Deng Chao. However, he frequently alluded on Weibo to a certain individual who wished him dead. Was Deng Chao behind this? He remained silent on the matter. Yet, the loud-voiced boy harbored a suspicion that Deng Chao was indeed the culprit, theorizing that the knife might have been contaminated with some bacteria, which Deng Chao inadvertently contracted as he had been wearing gloves lately. The loud-voiced boy speculated that Ma Baobao, harboring resentment from that incident, might have plotted Deng Chao's demise. After hearing this, Huang Xiaodao inquired about which desk belonged to Deng Chao in the dormitory. This one. The loud-voiced boy pointed to the central desk. We rummaged through Deng Chao's belongings, finding his desk cluttered with books and magazines, while the cabinet was filled with clothes. It appeared Deng Chao had a penchant for basketball, as evidenced by a photograph of the basketball team. I asked the loud-voiced boy which one was Deng Chao. He promptly pointed to a chubby boy in the middle, clad in a number 0 jersey, smiling broadly, with another boy draping an arm around his shoulder, exuding camaraderie. Who was the person next to Deng Chao? I inquired. His good buddy Zhang Kai, the one who hanged himself this morning, he replied. Good buddy? Huang Xiaodao exclaimed in surprise. Are they that close? No, you misunderstand. Good buddy has a broader meaning. It can refer to very close friends as well, I quickly clarified. Indeed. They are lifelong friends, the loud-voiced boy added. Zhang Kai was quite loyal, always helping me review for exams and lending me his class notes to copy. One time, we went out to eat, and I got drunk. He carried me back to the dorm. Do you know him? I asked. Of course, we're in the same department. And we've played basketball together before. The loud-voiced boy gazed up at the ceiling wistfully, reminiscing about his past as a key player on the basketball team until he injured his knee. We had little interest in his nostalgic tales, continuing to search through Deng Chao's possessions until something caught my eye, an advertisement for minor cosmetic procedures tucked between the pages of a book. I skimmed through the services listed, which were quite comprehensive, including facial liposuction, chin augmentation, lip enhancement, double eyelid surgery, hand contouring, and leg sculpting, among others. It appeared the pamphlet had been casually used as a bookmark. The loud-voiced boy continued his reminiscences. Remember our finals against the medical university? The score was 57-55. Huang Xiaotao interrupted him without hesitation. Did Deng Chao have plastic surgery? What? Surgery? The loud-voiced boy was momentarily taken aback. He never had any. P.S. Not a girl. Why would he do that? It's outrageously expensive. I folded the pamphlet and tucked it into my pocket, sensing it contained a clue. Turning to the loud-voiced boy, I asked, you mentioned Zhang Kai lent you his class notes. Do you have them? Sure. What do you need them for? He replied, puzzled. As I pondered how to craft an excuse, he had already jumped off the bed. I'll get them for you. I won't need them anyway. It's just a bunch of useless paper. He retrieved a stack of photocopies from his drawer and handed it to me in a plastic bag. I thanked him. The loud-voiced boy scrutinized me. Bro, you don't look like a cop. Actually, I'm a fourth-year student in the electronics department, serving as a special consultant for the police. I confessed. The loud-voiced boy raised his thumb in surprise. Wow, a young detective, like D. Rengia. Impressive. Our school is truly a talent factory. Too kind, too kind. I humbly nodded. Seeing there was nothing more to investigate, we took our leave. Once outside, Huang Xiaotao scoffed. Humph, I thought you were rather low-key. But it seems you have a penchant for showing off. Is that a common trait among boys? You misunderstand me. I had a sudden thought upon seeing those class notes. I replied. What thought? Huang Xiaotao asked. Let's not discuss that now. I want to go over the case details. I feel I have pieced together most of it. I said with confidence. Chapter 19. The high-intelligence criminal. I informed Huang Xiaotao that the case had become quite clear. The murderer was Deng Chao, and the headless corpse belonged to Ma Baobao. It seemed Deng Chao had harbored murderous intent towards Ma Baobao for quite some time, and his initial assassination attempt had failed. Hence, he devised an impeccable murder plan. The sequence of events likely unfolded as follows. Deng Chao first killed Ma Baobao, preserving his corpse with dry ice, then, under the pretext of revelry, suggested they play a game of truth or dare in the old teaching building. The two girls were merely pawns in his scheme. Deng Chao intended to stage a frightful spectacle for them. After scaring them away, he swiftly dressed Ma Baobao's corpse in his own clothes. Given the complexity of recreating a death by string decapitation, he resorted to using a knife and saw to sever Ma Baobao's head, aiming for realism. Finally, he utilized a corrosive solution to obscure Ma Baobao's head, making it unrecognizable, while he staged his own death, executing a clever escape. The police would only classify Ma Baobao as missing, and I had to commend Deng Chao for his cunning intellect. He truly exemplified a high IQ criminal, even with such intelligence. He ultimately fell victim to your keen insight. This seems like a rather self-serving compliment, Huang Xiaotao remarked with a smile. Too kind, too kind. I replied modestly. But why did Zhang Kai have to die? Huang Xiaotao inquired. To eliminate a loose end, I explained. Deng Chao's ruse of a ghostly murder required an accomplice. Imagine, during the chaos in the classroom, when the strings flew about, Zhang Kai intended to rush in to help, but was cut by the strings, inadvertently heightening the terror. The two girls believed in the ghost's existence. Had Zhang Kai not been present or had been unaware, the ghostly ruse might have been exposed on the spot, rendering Zhang Kai's role pivotal. Deng Chao's schemes are quite intricate. If Zhang Kai were still alive, a university student facing police interrogation would surely crack under pressure, potentially spilling the truth. Therefore, to ensure his deception remained intact, Deng Chao had to eliminate his closest friend. Is it worth killing two people for a mere graduate school recommendation? Huang Xiaotao sighed. To us outsiders, it may seem excessive, but for these students, the starving will fight over a single bond. For Deng Chao, that recommendation represents his future, his lifeline. Moreover, this aligns with his character. Having been regarded as an academic prodigy, coupled with his high intelligence, he likely never faced setbacks. Once Ma Baobao accused him of plagiarism. His pride could not bear the blow, gradually twisting his psyche, compelling him to eliminate his adversary, even if it meant sacrificing his friend. I analyzed. Huang Xiaotao suddenly fixed her gaze upon me. making me feel slightly embarrassed. Could it be that she had developed feelings for me? Song Yang. I find it hard to believe you are a university student, capable of articulating such mature thoughts. Is this truly your first experience in solving a case? Huang Xiaotao asked. Indeed, it is my first time. You could inquire further if you wish. I shrugged helplessly. Huang Xiaotao chuckled lightly. All right, I believe you. Now, the dashing detective. Shouldn't we devise a plan to apprehend Deng Chao? I pondered. The timing is still not ripe. We need to verify some information. Verify what? Should we pay a visit to Ma Baobao's dormitory? Huang Xiaotao inquired. No, absolutely not. I waved my hands emphatically. Why not? She pressed. We must pretend we are unaware that the deceased is Ma Baobao, I replied with a cold smile. Huang Xiaotao's eyes sparkled with realization. Ah, I understand. You're employing a strategy of feigned ignorance. I nodded. Clever. Just think about it. So many police officers have arrived at the school today, causing quite a stir. I suspect Deng Chao is lurking in the shadows, observing. Thus, we must align with his expectations and keep him complacent. What should we do now? Huang Xiaotao asked. I handed her the cosmetic surgery advertisement. Huang Xiaotao gasped. What do you want me to do with this? Do you think I have flaws that require cosmetic enhancements? With her ruby lips and radiant teeth, Huang Xiaotao possessed a face that could only be described as perfect. Thus, she would naturally have no need for surgery. I couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. Could you tone down your imagination a bit? I need you to investigate this cosmetic company to see if Deng Chao has frequented it, as I have another doubt to confirm. Huang Xiaotao took the paper, playfully retorting. Why can't you just say I'm so beautiful that I don't need any enhancements? Your emotional intelligence is truly touching. I scratched my head, bemused by how girls love to hear compliments about their beauty. All right, I was just teasing you. Huang Xiaotao glanced at her watch and said, It's 10 o'clock in the morning. I'll drive over and return by noon to treat you and Wang Dali to lunch. Sounds good. With nothing else to occupy my time, I returned to the dormitory, only to find Wang Dali absent. I was perplexed by the hassle of unlocking a phone. It was then I noticed several messages from him urging me to hurry to Lao Yao's dormitory. The mere thought of Lao Yao's lewd face sent shivers down my spine. But I steeled myself and went anyway. Upon entering the dormitory, I was greeted by a foul odor. The floor was littered with empty beverage bottles and food containers. And colorful underwear hung on a line strung across the room. The other residents could no longer tolerate Lao Yao. 2 had moved out last year, and another had gone home to live. Thus, the dormitory had essentially become his personal lair. No, it was more akin to a den of iniquity. There sat Lao Yao, squatting on a chair like a monkey, his emaciated body clad in a loose tank top, and his unwashed feet were a sight to behold. His hair resembled a bird's nest, and he was intently engrossed in playing League of Legends, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Wang Dali stood beside him, desperately pleading. Lao Yao, could you please hurry up? You promised to help me after 1 game, yet you've played 3 already. Can't you attend to my matter first? What's the rush? I can't betray my teammates. I'll finish this game first. Just wait a bit longer, Lao Yao replied nonchalantly. Upon noticing my entrance, his eyes lit up with mischief. And he grinned. Oh, Xiaosong, long time no see. You've become even more adorably naive. My skin crawled at his lascivious tone. Lao Yao stretched out his hairy leg, rummaging through the trash to find a pair of flip-flops, and quickly donned them as he rushed toward me. Xiaosong, did you miss me? Come here for a hug. I pushed him away, maintaining a stern expression. We are all civilized individuals. Let us speak rather than resort to physicality. Oh, look who's being coy now. Wang Dali said you had quite the glamorous morning, working with the police on a serial murder case. Is it true? He said, before shamelessly slapping my backside. I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Chapter 20. The phone. I thought to myself how Wang Dali's loose lips had betrayed our earlier promise to Huang Xiaotao to keep things confidential. Furrowing my brows, I clarified. What serial murder case? Don't listen to Dali's nonsense. It's merely an ordinary homicide. Lao Yao grinned mischievously. Oh, trying to keep secrets from me? Do you really think you have any privacy in front of me? Can we please refrain from discussing that? And by the way, could you delete those photos you took? They're tarnishing my reputation, I requested. No way. Those tantalizing photos are my phone's wallpaper. Lao Yao teased. I nearly choked on my own indignation. Despite having not dated anyone for 4 years, he seemed to have an unusual fascination with men, particularly those with a hint of attractiveness. While I hold no prejudice against one's sexual orientation, the thought of a guy fantasizing over my nude photos sent chills down my spine. At that moment, Wang Dali interjected. Lao Yao, your champion just got taken out by Garen. Damn, you just stood there watching? Help me out. Lao Yao shouted. Wang Dali glanced at me with a look of resignation before sitting down to assist Lao Yao. Lao Yao scratched his head, causing flakes of dandruff to cascade down like snow. prompting me to step back. He said, "All right, enough teasing. What do you need from me? Dolly has already told you, right? I need you to unlock a phone for me," I replied. Piece of cake. Lao Yao picked up the phone from the desk, glanced at it, and said, "This is easy, just format the phone." "That won't do. I need to see the contents first, which is why I came to you." I took a deep breath and explained. "Where did this phone come from?" Lao Yao asked, fiddling with it. "It belonged to the deceased," I answered. "The deceased's phone," Lao Yao exclaimed, dropping it momentarily before catching it again, a cheeky grin spreading across his face. "Scared you, didn't I?" "Just kidding." I was nearly drenched in cold sweat and firmly said, "Can you please stop joking around? This phone needs to be submitted to the police as evidence." All right. I'll help you out," Lao Yao said, retrieving a laptop from the cabinet. He connected the phone with a data cable and swiftly opened a few software applications, quickly unlocking the device. As he browsed through the files, he remarked, "There's a lot of stuff here. Can you even go through it all?" "No need to worry about that. Just check if there are any deleted files and recover everything for me," I instructed. "Sure thing." Lao Yao opened a new program, lit a cigarette, and after finishing it, he had nearly restored all the files. He glanced at the screen and said, "There are over 40 files. Take a look." He then stood to make space for me. Most of the deleted items consisted of ruined photos and software packages, but there was indeed one valuable document. It contained a string of numbers and letters, resembling an online shopping order number. "Lao Yao, please look up this order and see what was purchased." I pointed to the document. "Get up." In just 5 minutes, Lao Yao retrieved the information from the order. The buyer was Deng Chao, and the items purchased included pet probiotics, a human skin mask, a dry ice machine, piano strings, and a razor. I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This order was Deng Chao's incriminating evidence. At that moment, Wang Dali leaned in and asked, "Yangzi, what are pet probiotics for?" Lao Yao looked up at him and asked, "Are you done?" "Not yet. Your champion just got taken down again by Garen," Wang Dali replied. "Damn, why are you so useless? Let me handle it." Lao Yao rushed back to the game, and I turned to Wang Dali, explaining, "This is used by the murderer to accelerate the decomposition of the corpse's head." Wang Dali stared at me in bewilderment. "This stuff has that effect?" I inspired him, asking, "What is the role of the beneficial bacteria residing in the intestines?" "To decompose food into excrement," Wang Dali replied. "What do cats and dogs eat?" I continued my inquiry. "Cat food, dog food, meat?" "Ah, I see." Wang Dali nodded repeatedly. The reason these gut-dwelling beneficial bacteria are termed beneficial is due to their symbiotic relationship with living organisms. However, they are essentially a type of saprophytic bacteria. The reason a body decays after death is that the beneficial bacteria, deprived of food, turn to consuming human tissue. I truly admire Deng Chao's intelligence for devising such a cunning plan, transforming the potent probiotics meant for cats and dogs into a liquid to apply to a skull. And within just one night, that skull had decayed to such an extent that forensic experts could not identify it. This order contained a critical clue, the guitar strings. I had long been perplexed by how the room was filled with flying guitar strings, but now I seemed to have some insight. "Oh my, that was a close call." The youngest finally finished and came over to ask, "So, how was it, Xiaosong? Did it help you?" Yes. By the way, how is your Photoshop working out?" I inquired. "How is it working out?" The youngest scoffed. "I sold tickets to Jay Chou's concert that I edited myself. You tell me how it's working out." This was a feat I accomplished back in high school. "Oh, impressive," I said, handing him a copy of my class notes. "Could you do me a couple of favors? I need you to help me Photoshop a letter using the handwriting on this paper to achieve a realistic forgery effect. I'll dictate the content to you shortly." "2 favors? What is the other?" the youngest asked. "Help me promote the murder case that occurred this morning on various school-related forums, message boards, and WeChat groups. Make sure to emphasize how cleverly I assisted the police. In short, turn me into a campus sensation today," I stated. The youngest chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be so discreet. Why not rely on your looks instead of going the hard route?" "Don't ask. Can you help me with this?" I replied. "A piece of cake." The youngest exhaled a puff of smoke. Wang Dali interjected. "Hey, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Didn't Sister Xiao Dao say we shouldn't disclose this to outsiders?" "It's fine. I'm only revealing a small portion. It won't have any repercussions. And it's for the sake of solving the case. She will understand," I explained. The youngest remarked, "Xiaosong, you never come to see me. And now you want me to do 3 favors. How are you going to thank me?" I hesitated. "As long as you don't say you'll offer yourself. Anything else is fine. How about I treat you to a meal? Eating out is boring. That won't work. I'm not helping with this. And there's no benefit for me." The youngest shook his head repeatedly. "Then I'll offer you a reward. Surely that will suffice." I was at a loss for ideas. "How much?" The youngest's eyes lit up. How about 3,000 yuan? I tentatively suggested. The youngest's face broke into a wide smile. Deal. I was just planning to buy a new graphics card. Wang Dali commented. You're being quite generous. You often complain about being broke and insist on splitting the bill when we eat out, yet you're willing to fork out this much. You still don't know how much my living expenses are. I chuckled bitterly. Although my family is well off. My aunt read some ridiculous self-help articles saying boys should be raised in poverty while girls should be raised in wealth. So I only receive 1,500 yuan a month for living expenses, making life quite tight. I'll think of a way to manage that reward to the youngest afterward. I'll probably need to shamelessly ask my family for more. The youngest was busy at the computer, saying, not having money is no problem. I can trade for something else, like letting me take a few more nude photos. I'm tired of looking at the one I have. I broke into a cold sweat, asking, are you really gay? No, you've all misunderstood me. I'm not gay. He turned around, cheekily raising an eyebrow at me. I'm just interested in you. I suddenly felt an urge to find a block of tofu to smash my head against. At that moment, Wang Dali awkwardly said, you two stay here. I'll head back first. I shot him a fierce glare. How could he be so disloyal? I grabbed him. Don't go. Stay and keep me company. Chapter 21. The cursed piano. It wasn't until noon that I finally completed the 2 tasks I had entrusted to the youngest. When Wang Dali and I emerged, I felt utterly drained. I would rather examine a corpse that had rotted for 2 months than endure the verbal and physical torment from the youngest. Just then, Huang Xiaotao called, inviting us out for lunch. When Wang Dali and I arrived at the school gate, we saw Huang Xiaotao leaning against a black BMW. The combination of a beautiful woman and an elegant car drew the attention of passers-by, and she seemed accustomed to the attention, seemingly unfazed. Wang Dali exclaimed dramatically, Sister Xiaotao, is this your car? Yes. When I get the chance, I'll take you out for a ride. Come on, what is good to eat near the school? I'll treat you. We found a grilled fish restaurant, ordering an array of grilled fish, fried shrimp, and drinks. After a busy morning, I was already ravenous. So I didn't hold back with Huang Xiaotao, eating voraciously alongside Wang Dali. Huang Xiaotao, sipping on a milkshake, smiled at us, causing me to feel a bit embarrassed and ask, are we eating too messily? Not at all. Watching you both eat so heartily makes me a little envious. Our lives as police officers lack regularity, and the pressure is immense. We often suffer from insomnia and lack appetite, Huang Xiaotao said, looking dejected. Wang Dali responded, Sister Xiaotao, if being a police officer is so tough, why do you pursue this career? Given your background, you shouldn't be doing it just for the salary, right? It's not about the money. It's mainly because I love it. Being a police officer has always been my dream job since childhood. In fact, I used to be quite introverted, but wearing this uniform has made me more outgoing and confident, Huang Xiaotao replied. It's hard to tell, I remarked. Work can change a person, Huang Xiaotao smiled. Anyway, I just came back from that plastic surgery clinic, and you were right. Deng Chao has undergone cosmetic surgery. Hand surgery? I inquired. Yes. Huang Xiaotao nodded. What? I can't keep up with your thoughts. Wang Dali asked, looking confused. I recounted the previous findings. The female fingerprints found on the 2 deceased were my greatest mystery, and now it was finally resolved. Deng Chao had undergone hand surgery. His roommate mentioned that he had been wearing gloves lately to prevent anyone from noticing his hands becoming smaller and more delicate. Wang Dali exclaimed in astonishment. Can a man's hands be transformed into a woman's? The sizes are different. Not necessarily. Some men have small hands, and some women have large hands. I previously saw Deng Chao's photos and noted that his hands were quite coarse, with a relatively small frame. Hand surgery typically involves removing fat and a portion of muscle, making the hands appear smaller, I explained. Huang Xiaotao extended her white, slender hand. See, my fingers are just a bit thinner than yours, but in terms of length, they're not shorter than either of yours. Wang Dali exclaimed, wow, that's incredible. I've only heard of people damaging their fingerprints to avoid detection, but never about hand surgery. How could a student afford that? It must be through a scholarship. His roommate said he had a nearly 20,000 yuan scholarship that he probably didn't return to the school. This amount would easily cover cosmetic surgery, I pondered. It's truly unfair. Such a malicious person can receive a scholarship, while someone as kind-hearted as I am does not. As he said this, Wang Dali lowered his head in frustration while eating, which amused me. Scholarships aren't awarded based on such criteria. Huang Xiaotao said, biting her straw. But I have a question. If Deng Chao altered his hands to look like a woman's, then it seems he intended from the beginning to divert the police's attention towards the white-dressed ghost and the cursed piano. However, such a notion is utterly absurd. The police would never believe that a ghost was responsible for the murder. It is likely a mere figment of his imagination. For even the brightest minds may lack experiential wisdom, and he has underestimated the police. I remarked. No, Yangzi, you are mistaken. Wang Dali suddenly interjected. The cursed piano is indeed real. I refuse to believe in such nonsense. Huang Xiaodao scoffed. It is true. Wang Dali wiped the grease from his mouth. Just now, while idling in the dormitory, I came across discussions on the school forum about the cursed piano. Many people claim to have seen a girl in white with long hair wandering in that music classroom late at night. And not just one person has heard Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. The reason that building has been sealed for a decade is precisely because it is haunted. What exactly is the story behind this cursed piano? Huang Xiaotao inquired. Allow me to explain, Wang Dali said. 10 years ago, there was a couple at our school. The boy was handsome and the president of the student council, while the girl was beautiful and an accomplished pianist. They were the envy of many, a perfect match. However, unbeknownst to others, the girl had grown up with divorced parents, leading to her closed-off personality and extreme insecurity. She viewed the boy as her entire world. The boy, often busy with student council activities and possessing a charming demeanor, had numerous female friends, which made the girl feel threatened. She would impose restrictions on him and often erupted in anger. Occasionally, if he failed to return her calls promptly or conversed with others, she would create a scene, even threatening to commit suicide by cutting her wrist. This relationship was suffocating for the boy, who eventually decided to end it. He penned a breakup letter, intending to sever ties. However, the girl discovered the letter early, and to her, it felt as if the sky had fallen. She believed he had fallen out of love or had never truly loved her, and planned to kill him that very night before taking her own life. She lured him to a music classroom under the pretense of an important conversation, armed with a knife. That evening, when the boy arrived, he found her tearfully playing the piano, sensing an ominous atmosphere. The girl suddenly stood and confronted him about the breakup. He hesitantly admitted the truth, and as she poured out her grievances, he finally expressed his feelings. Before he could finish, she, in a fit of emotion, drew the knife to attack him. They struggled, and using his physical advantage, he pushed her hard against the piano, causing her to fatally collide with it. Filled with dread, fearing imprisonment for manslaughter, an outcome that would destroy his future, he could not bear to sacrifice his life for such a twisted relationship. He viewed this love as a curse. Even in death, the girl continued to torment him. In a moment of horrific clarity, he seized the knife and dismembered her body, feeling a sense of perverse relief. Perhaps embodying the notion that love can breed hatred. He stuffed the dismembered parts into the piano, and during the process, the piano emitted an unexpected sound. He believed he had accidentally brushed against the strings and was careful not to touch them again. Yet, with each piece he forced inside, the piano resonated with a sound, and those notes connected into a hauntingly familiar melody, seemingly the very Moonlight Sonata she cherished. Terrified, he nearly broke down, but reason prevailed over emotion. He managed to stow away all the body parts in the piano, cleaned the bloodstains, and fled the scene. However, as he departed, a strange piano tune echoed from the classroom. Chapter 22. The Legend of the Female Ghost. The melody was mournful and terrifying, wrenching the heart. The boy fled to his dormitory, trembling under his covers, haunted by the echoes of that Moonlight Sonata throughout the night. Before long, the dismembered remains were discovered within the piano, leading to a police investigation. Unable to withstand the pressure, the boy left behind a suicide note and took his own life. Yet, the story did not conclude there. Although the girl's remains were disposed of, the piano could no longer produce any sound, no matter how much it was tuned. Every night, as silence enveloped the old teaching building, the haunting melody of the Moonlight Sonata would resound. And numerous witnesses claimed to have seen a ghostly figure in white with long hair wandering in the fourth music classroom, emitting eerie cries. Fearing that such events would adversely affect annual enrollments, the school attempted to remove the cursed piano. However, several groups of workers dispatched to move it either suffered injuries or were crushed by its legs, and ultimately, no one dared to approach the piano again. Many students, upon hearing the tale, refused to attend classes in that building, leaving the school with no choice but to seal it entirely. The legend of the cursed piano grew more fantastical with each retelling. Some claimed that hearing the Moonlight Sonata meant the girl wanted you to stay with her, while others asserted that anyone who interrupted her performance would face calamity within 3 days. After listening to this story, Huang Xiaodao fell silent for a long while before asking me, Song Yang, do you believe in ghosts? I replied, throughout history, there have been numerous phenomena beyond human comprehension. Science is merely a tool through which humanity attempts to understand the world. It cannot elucidate all things. I have always maintained a respectful distance from the supernatural. Whether ghosts truly exist, I cannot say, but I do know one thing. What is it? Huang Xiaotao inquired. Ghosts cannot kill directly, I stated. Are you implying they can kill indirectly? Huang Xiaodao asked. Indirect killing refers to dying from fear instilled by a ghost, or, as in this story, a person succumbing to the pressure of the moonlight sonata and taking their own life. In essence, only those with guilt in their hearts fear ghosts, I elaborated. You make an excellent point. Huang Xiaodao praised. I shared the information I had gathered from the dormitory with Huang Xiaodao. She remarked, it appears that Deng Chao is undoubtedly the true culprit. This case has been resolved in less than half a day, setting a record for our city's police in a decade. Even I find it hard to believe. This isn't a resolution yet. We still haven't apprehended the true perpetrator. I scoffed. True enough. Do you have any ideas? Huang Xiaodao queried. At that moment, my phone buzzed again. Why do I say again? Because it had been incessantly ringing throughout our meal. Huang Xiaodao, intrigued, asked, Song Yang, is your phone being bombarded by spam messages? It keeps going off. I retrieved my phone and checked Weibo. In just the time it took to have dinner, I had gained over 2,000 followers and received more than 300 private messages. Wang Dali leaned in to see, exclaiming, wow, Song Yang, you've become famous. What is going on? Huang Xiaodao asked. I handed her my phone, saying, I had Lao Yao give me a little promotional boost. And now many people at school are flocking to follow me. They're even calling me Detective Song Go. Are you planning to pursue a career as an internet celebrity? There are plenty of those around, but I don't think there's a single young detective. If you manage this well and take some artistic photos, you might become incredibly popular in no time. Plus, you could attract a swarm of infatuated girls and settle your lifelong matters, Huang Xiaodao said with a hint of jealousy. Let us be realistic. I'm not someone who is desperate for fame. As soon as this case is resolved, I'll deactivate my Weibo, I replied. In truth, my intention was to lure Deng Chao out. How do you plan to do that? By berating him on Weibo as a coward? Huang Xiaodao replied, exasperated. Have no fear. I have prepared a tempting bait that will ensure he takes the hook. If all goes as planned, we should be able to capture him tonight, I smiled. Really? Huang Xiaodao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Quickly tell me your plan, so I can be prepared. I masked my smile well. That is something I must keep confidential for now. Huang Xiaodao slammed the table in frustration. You dare to keep secrets from me? Didn't we establish our pact earlier? Have you already forgotten? All right. I do not intend to create suspense. Rather, I am primarily concerned that the more people who are aware, the greater the risk of the information leaking, which would alert the culprit. However, since Huang Xiaodao has insisted so firmly, I must lay out the plan in its entirety. I forged a letter in Zhang Kai's handwriting, revealing all of Deng Chao's deceptions. Subsequently, I will convey 2 messages on Weibo. First, that I possess Zhang Kai's suicide note. Second, that I have yet to notify the police. I aim to compel Deng Chao, who lurks in the shadows, to seek me out, and then I shall capture him. Huang Xiaodao and Wang Dali listened in stunned silence. Wang Dali exclaimed, Yangzi, this plan is exceedingly perilous. What if Deng Chao kills you? There is indeed that possibility. But we currently find ourselves at a disadvantage. Without taking this risk, we cannot hope to triumph over forensic Dr. Qin. I responded. On another note, with Xiaodao protecting me, the risk is not as substantial as it seems. Huang Xiaodao remarked. Are you certain Deng Chao will monitor your Weibo and fall into your trap? Isn't he an exceptionally bright student? The more intelligent a person is, the more they ponder and the more they worry. This is a murder case, not merely the theft of a pair of underpants. As the perpetrator, he must be exceedingly anxious, constantly monitoring the developments within the school. He will undoubtedly make an appearance. I asserted confidently. Huang Xiaodao praised. Song Yang, you are simply remarkable. I feel compelled to write to you, inviting you to become my colleague. You would surely resolve any case with ease. Wang Dali applauded enthusiastically. That sounds splendid. Sister Xiaodao, could you include me as well? I am Yangzi's capable assistant. He cannot do without me. Sure, Song Yang, please consider it. After all, you are in your 4th year and soon to seek employment. Why squander such a splendid talent on a drudgery of a job? Huang Xiaodao coaxed gently. I could only smile wryly. If it were possible, I would gladly accept. But the Song family's ancestral teachings cannot be disregarded. Thus, I replied tactfully, I am not particularly inclined to become a police officer. Serving as your consultant would suffice. Wang Dali interjected. Hey, why waste such a fantastic opportunity? Huang Xiaodao added, exactly. Regardless of my refusal, the two eventually relented. After finishing her last sip of milkshake, Huang Xiaodao inquired, what shall we do next? Wait, I replied with a slight smile. Wang Dali suggested, shall we go to the internet cafe to play this afternoon? I shot him a glare. We have class this afternoon. What class? After such a significant event, how can we still attend? Regardless, I am attending class. Do as you please, I declared. Huang Xiaodao laughed. You are quite dedicated, solving cases in the morning and attending class in the afternoon. My grandfather once said that no matter how much others praise you, one must not become complacent. You must still fulfill your responsibilities. Only those who remain humble will find fortune. The ostentatious will inevitably stumble. So, great detective song, do you have any tasks for me? Huang Xiaodao asked. Please investigate the piano body concealment case that occurred at this school a decade ago. I wish to learn the names of both the victim and the perpetrator. I instructed after some contemplation. Understood. Huang Xiaodao nodded. Chapter 23. The big fish bites the hook. In the afternoon's electronics class, the professor emitted hypnotic sound waves. And Wang Dali, listless, rested his head on the desk, saying, Yangzi, what is so captivating about this class? Look at how few people are attending. We're in our 4th year. Who fears attendance? I shot him a disapproving glance. Why so much grumbling? Can't you just sleep like everyone else? Fine, I shall sleep. Wake me when class is over. With that, Wang Dali placed his book over his face and fell into slumber, concealing my phone behind a textbook. I perused my private messages on Weibo. Some expressed admiration for me, inquiring whether my family were police officers. Others asked which dorm I lived in and if I had previously attended classes with them. One even accused me of seeking publicity and posed a series of professional questions. Another young woman sent an adorable photo, asking if I would be her boyfriend. I was genuinely tempted. Yet I had heard it said that one should never take a girl's photo at face value, especially one that pouts cutely. In reality, it could turn out to be a dinosaur. It is no wonder they say fame is a double-edged sword. Sifting through over 300 private messages was quite exhausting. Yet I did make a noteworthy discovery. An account under the name Little Bear with a female avatar continually inquired whether I could disclose any updates about the case and if the true culprit had been identified. This individual piqued my interest, but I could not yet ascertain whether they were Deng Chao. Thus, I cautiously informed them that there had been significant progress. 30 seconds later, Little Bear replied, Detective, could you share what this major development entails? I'm afraid that is confidential. You will be able to read about it in the newspaper once the culprit is apprehended, I replied. But who is the true culprit? I cannot disclose that either. If you could share a little, I will reveal a secret to you. I am a girl from Deng Chao's class, and I have had a crush on him for some time. His sudden death came as a shock to me. I felt a surge of excitement. This person was indeed suspicious. I typed a response but hesitated and deleted it. If this individual were Deng Chao, I needed to be meticulous with each word and punctuation, ensuring he did not suspect I was setting a trap, although separated by Weibo. The tension felt akin to the scene in Infernal Affairs where Andy Lau and Tony Leung cautiously probe each other's identities over the phone. My palms were slick with cold sweat. After considerable thought, I finally replied, I will reveal a bit to you. This morning, I found a suicide note at the scene. After about 5 minutes of waiting, during which I even doubted whether the other party had sensed something, I longed to send another message but admonished myself to remain composed. I could easily envision that person questioning, contemplating, and analyzing every word I typed. Finally, they responded with a puzzled emoji, asking, a suicide note? Who wrote it? I nearly gasped in surprise. I was 100% certain this person was Deng Chao. Throughout our conversation, we had only discussed the deceased, Deng Chao, without ever mentioning Zhang Kai. A normal person would assume it was Deng Chao's note, yet he asked who wrote it. This inadvertently suggested he knew the note was not penned by Deng Chao, as he was still alive, because he was Deng Chao. I concede that Deng Chao is a highly intelligent criminal, yet everyone possesses cognitive blind spots. Many criminals reveal themselves due to such oversights. For instance, in the God of Interrogation chapter, there is a case where an individual, driven by greed, murdered a fellow competitor and then feigned ignorance. Returning to inquire about the victim's whereabouts, when he knocked on the door, he called out, Sister, is my brother home? Later, the presiding judge, Song Si, asked him, How did you know the deceased was not at home? He had already known the victim was dead. The criminal immediately confessed, demonstrating a classic case of exploiting cognitive blind spots. I trembled with excitement, saying, It was found in Zhang Kai's dormitory. It is utterly shocking. You would never guess who the murderer is. Really? May I see it? I cannot. I have not yet submitted it to the police. Are you just boasting? Finally, I had hooked him. I smirked and sent a photo I had prepared in advance, a letter meticulously crafted by Lao Yao using Photoshop, convincingly authentic. Of course, the photo displayed only a portion of the letter, revealing no critical information, merely indicating that it was a suicide note from Zhang Kai. After sending the photo, the other party fell silent, but I felt no urgency. I could well imagine Deng Chao's current state of disarray. Casually, I sent another message. So what do you think? I did not deceive you, did I? By the way, please do not share this photo. I still need to submit it to the police tomorrow morning. The response came, Can I meet you tonight? I am genuinely concerned about this case and wish to learn who the murderer is. As I had anticipated, he harbored murderous intent towards me. It was time to set a trap. Thus, I said, I cannot tonight, as I must continue my investigation on site. Alas, it is quite exhausting. The other party responded with an endearing emoticon, encouragingly stating, keep it up. I wish you solved the case swiftly. Thank you, I replied. I roused Wang Dali from his slumber, to which he grumbled, I was dreaming of a date with a goddess. Why did you wake me? Look at this. I handed him my phone. Wang Dali rubbed his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, Song Yang, you truly are something. I told you so. I chuckled with pride. You're getting ahead of yourself, fishing for female fans. Are you trying to make a name for yourself? Wang Dali exclaimed. I nearly choked on my own disbelief. He failed to grasp the significance of our conversation. This person is Deng Chao. I reminded him. What? Are you sure? Wang Dali asked. Absolutely certain, I affirmed. After pondering a while, Wang Dali remarked, if you inform him you'll be at the scene tonight, won't he come to silence you? That is precisely my intention, to lure him out. I declared. You're using yourself as bait? That is reckless. Wang Dali looked at me incredulously. Fear not. I shall lay a web of traps. He will come willingly, and you shall join me then, I reassured him. Wang Dali scratched his head, mumbling, well, I was planning to review my studies tonight. I shot him a skeptical glare. In a year of 365 days, apart from the eve of exams, when had I ever seen him study? His excuse was utterly unconvincing. Under my scrutinizing gaze, Wang Dali finally faltered, saying, but there won't be any danger, right? Deng Chao isn't invincible. There's no danger, I replied. Wang Dali frowned. But why did you say you'd be at the scene? That place is haunted. I comforted him, saying, it's all right. We are both boys, and look at our names. One is Yang and the other is Dali. We possess abundant Yang energy. What is there to fear from female ghosts? It'll be fine. Wang Dali lamented, Yangzi, can I opt out? I retorted no. The class bell rang, and the students, having enjoyed their midday slumber, began to pour out. I urged Wang Dali, let us go. While it's still early, we should buy some supplies. At that moment, Huang Xiaodao called, and I pressed the answer button. She anxiously exclaimed, Song Yang, you've got it all wrong. The deceased is Deng Chao. Chapter 24. The trap. Upon hearing Huang Xiaodao's words, I was momentarily stunned. She hurriedly continued on the phone. Forensic expert Qin visited Deng Chao's dormitory this morning and collected his hair and skin flakes from his personal belongings. When compared with the deceased's DNA, guess what? The DNA matched? I inquired. Yes. Our previous reasoning was entirely flawed. Deng Chao is already dead, and the murderer is someone else. Hello, Song Yang, are you listening? I am. I replied. Please don't be disheartened. I have faith in you. We'll investigate anew. I'm on my way to school. With that, she hung up. And Wang Dali, having overheard, exclaimed, Yangzi, how could this happen? Have we wasted our efforts? Truthfully, the news shook me momentarily. But I quickly regained my composure. I did not err. Wang Dali said, are you sure you can handle this blow? DNA cannot be mistaken. No two individuals share identical DNA. I understand you have faith in your ancestral beliefs, but don't misconstrue my words. An autopsy technician cannot compare to a forensic expert. They possess advanced technology. I smiled faintly. I do not dispute the prowess of forensic experts, but someone of Qin's caliber? I prefer to refrain. I felt not only unperturbed, but also increasingly confident, for Qin had fallen into a trap of his own making. Yangzi, Wang Dali wanted to say something further. I interrupted him. All right, go fetch some supplies for me. What about you? Wang Dali asked. I'll return to my dorm for a brief rest. I shall be up late tonight, I replied. I had barely closed my eyes in the dorm when a loud banging on my bed jolted me awake. Upon opening my eyes, I saw Huang Xiaotao, with Wang Dali in tow. Her unexpected entrance caused the other occupants of the dorm to tense up. Huang Xiaodao frowned. Song Yang, rise quickly. We have not lost faith in you. How can you abandon yourself at such a critical juncture? Amused, I responded. How have I abandoned myself? Wang Dali said you just returned to the dorm to sleep. Isn't that self-sabotage? We are already behind forensic expert Qin and need to hurry. Huang Xiaodao urged. Alas. I sighed. Please step aside. I need to get dressed. Once dressed, we exited the dorm, and seeing their worried expressions, I realized that without clarification, they would undoubtedly think I was mistaken. You claim we are behind forensic expert Qin, but it is actually he who is trailing us. Having plunged into a pit from which he cannot escape, I declared. Song Yang, the DNA test results are right before us. How can you utter such words? I know you are confident, but overconfidence borders on arrogance. Huang Xiaodao's expression betrayed her irritation. Indeed, accept reality. There is no shame in it. We can always start anew, Wang Dali added. You both seem to misunderstand. The DNA results being accurate does not negate the validity of my deductions. Huang Xiaotao. Where did you say the DNA samples for comparison were obtained? I inquired. From Deng Chao as personal belongings. Why? Huang Xiaotao replied. Those skin flakes and hair were actually from Ma Baobao. Forensic expert Qin collected Ma Baobao's DNA sample from Deng Chao's dormitory and compared it with Ma Baobao's corpse, leading him to conclude that the deceased was Deng Chao, I explained. Both looked at me in bewilderment, with Wang Dali first asking, how could there be Ma Baobao's skin flakes and hair in Deng Chao's dormitory? There is only one answer. Deng Chao deliberately sprinkled these items on his personal belongings, having dug a pit in anticipation of the police's arrival. He is a highly intelligent criminal. It is entirely plausible that he devised such a ruse, I articulated. That is incorrect. Huang Xiaotao interjected. While that explanation is feasible, it remains your conjecture. You cannot deny that the DNA more likely originates from Deng Chao. There is no possibility of that, I asserted. How can you prove it? Huang Xiaotao challenged. I smiled. You have inadvertently posed a pertinent question. I retrieved Deng Chao's phone and showed them the shopping list, the final item being a razor. Why would Deng Chao purchase a razor? It was to scrape off skin flakes and hair from Ma Baobao's corpse, I elucidated. Wang Dali, puzzled, remarked. Isn't that an excessive measure? Which of us doesn't already own a razor? Why buy another? I nearly laughed out loud. Isn't it obvious that one's own razor would be covered in their own skin flakes? He must have disposed of that long ago. Huang Xiaotao's expression gradually brightened. Your analysis is spot on. It's precisely as you say. Just earlier, when I encountered forensic expert Qin, he was rather smug. Now it seems he has completely fallen into a trap. Let him struggle to climb out. This is precisely why I say we are ahead of him. Not the other way around. I remarked with a smile. Wang Dali exclaimed, goodness. Deng Chao is indeed a top student. He is audacious and meticulous, considering even the smallest details. This is not a minor detail. It is a crucial step in his escape. Merely deceiving two girls is futile. The key is to outwit the police. Were they to follow standard procedures, they would have been led straight into his trap, I asserted. Suddenly, Huang Xiaotao said, Song Yang, I find you quite formidable. The killer's thought process is intricate and unorthodox, yet you manage to keep pace with him at every turn. If you were to apply your genius to criminal endeavors, the police would surely be at a loss. Rest assured, I shall never resort to crime. I replied with a gentle smile. Humph, I don't care. I will keep a close watch on you and ensure that your mind serves me well, earning me many accomplishments. Of course, your share of the rewards will not be insignificant, Huang Xiaotao huffed emphatically. All right. I shall act as your advisor from now on, I replied. Mentioning razors reminded me of something, so I asked Huang Xiaotao, by the way, did you manage to retrieve the items from the artificial lake that I asked you to collect this morning? I currently possess no real authority. Not only can I not mobilize personnel, but if Team Lin discovers my unauthorized actions, I might face disciplinary measures, Huang Xiaotao lamented. Forget it. It's not too late to collect them later, I sighed. Is the weapon used by Deng Chao hidden within the artificial lake? Huang Xiaotao inquired. Indeed. That possibility is quite substantial. These items will certainly serve as critical evidence in accusing him of murder, I affirmed. By the way, you previously mentioned wanting to lure Deng Chao out. Have there been any results? Huang Xiaotao continued to probe. Of course. I recounted how Deng Chao contacted me through Weibo, then outlined my plan. Tonight, I intend to go to the 4th music classroom alone. Of course, I won't be truly alone, as Huang Xiaotao and Wang Dali will be concealed nearby, waiting to capture him when he appears. Upon mentioning the 4th music classroom, Wang Dali grew apprehensive. Huang Xiaotao threatened him, stating that if he chose not to go, he would be excluded from future investigations. Reluctantly, Wang Dali agreed. I then asked Huang Xiaotao, by the way, have you made any progress on the 10-year-old piano corpse case I asked you to investigate? I have. The murderer is named Chao Bufan, and the girl is named Xia Mo, Huang Xiaotao replied. I nodded thoughtfully. Thank you. Why do you want me to look into this? It seems unrelated to our current case, Huang Xiaotao questioned. True, it is unrelated, but what if we happen to encounter Xia Mo tonight? It would be rather impolite not to even know her name, I laughed. What? Wang Dali gasped, his face paling. You plan to meet that female ghost? I won't go? I refuse to go. I'd rather die than go. Huang Xiaotao frowned and suddenly pointed a gun at Wang Dali's head, saying, you said it. If you don't go, I'll really shoot you. Though I knew she wouldn't actually pull the trigger, Wang Dali, being so cowardly, immediately caved under the pressure of a real gun aimed at his head. Sister Xiaotao, I'll go, just put the gun away. It would be terrible if it accidentally went off. It won't go off. The safety is still on, Huang Xiaotao said, retracting the gun before suddenly feigning a dramatic tone. "Oh dear, I forgot the safety was on, my apologies." Wang Dali nearly collapsed in fear, and I had to support him to prevent him from falling. Chapter 25. The woman in white. I informed the two that from now on, we should not act as a trio, as Deng Chao might be lurking in the shadows, observing us. I instructed Huang Xiaotao to drive away from the school and find a place to park the car before returning. I spent some time alone in the library, where the crowd provided a sense of safety. As darkness fell, I hurried toward the abandoned teaching building, having neglected dinner in my haste. The small grove surrounding the abandoned building took on an eerie atmosphere at night. As I walked along the path, a chill ran down my spine, as I feared Deng Chao might suddenly leap from the shadows and attack me. I truly understood the meaning of the saying, "It's not the thief that one fears, but the one who covets." Upon entering the teaching building, someone suddenly yanked me, nearly causing my heart to stop. The person whispered, "Hey, Yangzi, it's me, Dali. You scared me to death," I exclaimed, placing a hand over my chest as I sighed in relief. "Did anyone follow you?" Huang Xiaotao inquired, revealing that they had arrived earlier. "No, I was careful to listen for footsteps behind me, so I am quite certain," I assured them. Wang Dali prepared to turn on his flashlight, but I stopped him, saying, "Don't turn on the flashlight. It will reveal our position. By the way, did you get the items I asked you to buy? Here, what do you need these for?" Wang Dali handed me a bag. "You'll find out shortly," I replied. We stealthily ascended the abandoned teaching building. The two could not see the path and clung tightly to my clothes, while I utilized my enhanced night vision, which was tenfold that of an ordinary person. This is no boast. I learned from a book on human anatomy that the retina contains cone cells and rod cells. The former is concentrated in the center of the pupil for daytime vision, while the latter surrounds the pupil and allows for night vision. However, rod cells are sensitive, so transitioning from darkness to bright light can cause a painful sensation in the eyes. Having consumed the Ming Tong sand for 49 days and undergone special visual training, my rod cell count is 10 times that of an average person, allowing me to flexibly adjust my pupils and perceive objects even in minimal light. As we ascended the stairs, Wang Dali asked, "Song Yang, how did you develop such excellent night vision?" "I trained for it," I replied. "What? You can train for that? How?" Wang Dali was astonished. "By eating more carrots," I joked. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, I instructed them to guard the stairwell and remain silent. This abandoned building had only one staircase, so if Deng Chao were to come up to kill me, he would have to pass through here. "I'll go first," I said. "Be careful," Huang Xiaotao warned. "I'm fine." I arrived at the 4th music classroom, where a warning tape barred the door. I slipped inside, of course. The corpse had already been removed, but there were still some dark bloodstains on the floor. The moonlight filtered through the window, and the curtains fluttered gently, creating a particularly desolate atmosphere. I retrieved a small bag of flour from my bag and sprinkled a thin layer around the piano legs and under the windows and door. Should the woman in white truly appear, I wanted to be prepared. Flour is mild and possesses a yang quality, capable of sensing ethereal spirits without provoking them. My grandfather taught me some simple methods to deal with ghosts. In ancient times, driving away spirits was not solely the domain of monks and Taoists. Every profession had its own techniques. For instance, carpenters used repulsion methods, stonemasons would burn incense when quarrying, and butchers recited sutras for the dead. Naturally, those who dealt with corpses daily, such as coroner trainees, were no exception. However, in modern times, traditional practices have gradually been overshadowed by emerging industries, leading to the decline of these esoteric techniques. To be honest, after hearing Wang Dali recount this campus horror legend during the day, I felt a bit uneasy now. The female ghost was a significant uncertainty for tonight. I glanced out the window and discovered the source of the problem. Outside was a 4-way intersection surrounded by numerous old locust trees, contributing to the heavy energy in the area. No wonder it was said to be haunted. The moonlight was bright tonight, providing a clear view of the classroom from outside, while the foliage obscured visibility from within. If Deng Chao were to come, he would see me first. Thus, I couldn't remain foolishly stationary. I took out a small brush and pretended to investigate, keeping my gaze fixed on the window. Minutes dragged on, and these 2 hours felt interminable. My impatience was mounting. Just then, a rustling sound broke the silence of the classroom, sending a chill coursing down my spine. I slowly turned my neck to find a woman in a white nightgown with long hair standing there. Her body was semi-transparent, her lower half nearly invisible. No wonder people say ghosts have no feet. In truth, she had feet, as a faint trail of footprints was left in the flour. I stood frozen, my heart racing. This was a scene unlike any I had ever encountered. The ghost did not look at me. Instead, she turned, gently tracing her fingertips along the edge of the piano. Her skin was as pale as paper, devoid of color, marred by dark, charred cracks, as though her entire form was stitched together from corpse fragments. I tentatively called out, "Xiaomo?" My voice trembled, barely above a whisper. The ghost slowly turned her head, her white eyes devoid of pupils fixed upon me. I noticed her pale face was also marred by streaks of vivid red blood. I joined my palms together in a gesture of humility and said, "Sister Xiaomo, I apologize for intruding upon your domain tonight, as I intend to apprehend a criminal. This is but a small token of my respect. I hope you will graciously accept it." With that, I took out a bundle of yellow paper from my bag and retrieved a lighter, preparing to ignite it. However, no matter how hard I tried, the yellow paper refused to catch fire. As soon as one corner ignited, a gust of ominous wind extinguished the flame. I had heard that if the yellow paper would not burn, it signified that the spirit would not accept my offering, and I suddenly found myself drenched in cold sweat. Ultimately, I gave up. When I looked up, the female ghost had vanished. At that moment, Wang Dali's piercing voice echoed through the corridor. "A ghost. There's a ghost." I exclaimed, "Oh no. Spirits, like humans, possess a sense of territory. They would certainly be displeased at an uninvited intrusion." My primary concern was not for myself, but that the female ghost might suddenly appear and drive us away. I dashed out of the music classroom, only to find Huang Xiaotao pointing a gun at me, while Wang Dali crouched on the ground, trembling in fear. I quickly raised my hands, exclaiming, "Don't shoot. It's me." Upon recognizing me, Huang Xiaotao lowered her weapon. "Oh, thank goodness you're here. You scare me to death." "A woman in white just floated past," Wang Dali lamented, his voice resembling a wail. "I saw her too. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I wouldn't have believed it," Huang Xiaotao added. "That ghost drifted by as if carried by the wind. Let us retreat," I suggested. "Retreat?" Both of them stared at me in disbelief. "What I mean is, you two should go to the classroom by the entrance on the first floor and lay in ambush. I will remain here. If anything happens, just call. One ring will suffice," I instructed. They exchanged glances, and finally, Huang Xiaotao proposed, "How about the three of us go to the fourth music classroom?" "No. We cannot risk it. Deng Chao might be watching from outside. You must not reveal yourselves. Go to the first floor, quickly," I urged anxiously. The two hurried downstairs, and I returned to the fourth music classroom. Peering out the window, I noticed the shadows of trees swaying under the dim glow of the street lamp. The road below was eerily deserted. Just as I turned around, I suddenly spotted a white figure silently standing outside the door, with long hair cascading down, obscuring its face completely. A cold sweat broke out as I realized it had vanished in an instant. Suddenly, it dawned on me that something was amiss. The figure I had seen was tangible, and its build was somewhat different from Xiaomo's. I nearly cried out, realizing that the ghost Wang Dali and Huang Xiaotao had seen was, in fact, Deng Chao in disguise. He had infiltrated us using such cunning methods. This rascal was far too scheming. At this moment, the entire floor was left with just him and me. Chapter 26. The true culprit captured. The thought that the murderer was lurking outside, potentially armed with a weapon, caused a rush of cold sweat to soak my back. I swallowed hard, my mind racing. Deng Chao, masquerading as a female ghost, was waiting for me just beyond the door. If I were to stick my head out to take a look, he would undoubtedly stab me. Yet, staying here was no guarantee of safety. The distance from the door to my position was merely a few steps, and he could easily kill me before Huang Xiaotao arrived, resorting to a desperate struggle. The window was wide open. I could jump down, but that felt cowardly. My objective tonight was to capture him. Therefore, I slipped my hand into my pocket and dialed Huang Xiaotao's number. While pretending to be frightened, I exclaimed loudly, "Sister Xiaomo, please don't scare me. I'm leaving right away." I then took a couple of steps, creating some noise, and stealthily maneuvered behind the piano. If Deng Chao charged over, at least I could use the large piano to my advantage. At that moment, Deng Chao appeared in the doorway, and upon spotting me hiding behind the piano, a sinister smile crept across his face. "You're still putting on an act, huh?" I clearly saw a dagger in his hand, slender and pale like a woman's. "Who are you? Why are you dressed like that?" I feigned ignorance, hoping to draw him into conversation to buy myself more time. "Still playing games with me? What did that letter say?" He advanced toward me. I retreated a few steps to the other side of the piano and replied, "It said you are the murderer." Zhang Kai was indeed untrustworthy. I had foolishly felt guilty for his death for so long. He stepped closer, and my palms began to sweat, my heart racing as if it would leap from my throat. "This is entirely your own doing. If you hadn't killed him, how could the suicide note have ended up in my hands?" I asserted. "Enough with your useless talk. Hand over the letter." He yelled hoarsely. "The letter is no longer in my possession. I turned it over to the police long ago," I retorted. "You bastard, how dare you deceive me?" Deng Chao lunged toward me just as Huang Xiaotao kicked open the back door, gun in hand, her gaze fierce as she commanded, "Don't move. Drop your weapon." Deng Chao was taken aback and immediately charged toward me, intending to take me hostage. I sprinted toward the back of the classroom as he pursued me from the other side. Huang Xiaotao fired a shot, the deafening sound reverberating through the classroom. The shot did not shatter anything. It was said that police firearms contained a blank cartridge for warning shots. However, the gunfire had the intended deterrent effect. Deng Chao bolted, fleeing through the front door, his wig falling off in the process. Huang Xiaotao hurriedly chased after him, and I followed closely behind. Although the corridor was a dead end, it was lined with classrooms, providing ample hiding places. When I reached the corridor, I found that Deng Chao had indeed vanished. Huang Xiaotao urged me to keep up with her as she kicked open a classroom door, gesturing inside with her gun. "He is not here," I exclaimed. We searched 3 classrooms in succession when suddenly, we heard the sound of a window opening. I cried out, "Oh no, he is going to jump." We rushed into a classroom and saw Deng Chao perched on the windowsill, preparing to leap. Huang Xiaotao stood firm, gun drawn, ready to shoot him down. Just then, Deng Chao let out a horrified scream and fell from the windowsill, his voice filled with panic as he pleaded, "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Huang Xiaotao quickly stepped forward, kicked the knife away, cuffed him from behind, and said to me, "Song Yang, you were absolutely right. This guy has indeed undergone cosmetic surgery." I let out a long sigh of relief, feeling my entire body weaken. At that moment, Wang Dali rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "Wow, impressive. You caught him so quickly. Let me see what this guy looks like." As he approached, Huang Xiaotao unexpectedly stepped on his foot, and he let out a yelp, hopping on one leg while clutching his foot. At a critical moment, you stop to tie your shoelaces. I've truly witnessed what it means to have a pig teammate. Huang Xiaotao scolded. "It's not my fault that my shoelaces came undone. Yangzi, defend me." Wang Dali protested, looking aggrieved. I merely shot him a disdainful glance. Huang Xiaotao called headquarters and prepared to escort Deng Chao out. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dali attempted to ingratiate himself. "Oh, so you're Deng Chao? You killed 2 people and even disguised yourself to scare us. You're pretty impressive. But no one can compare to our Yang Go, right, Yangzi?" No one paid him any mind. Wang Dali chuckled awkwardly as Deng Chao suddenly fixed his eerie gaze on me, demanding, "What did Zhang Kai's letter say?" "The letter is a fabrication. You still don't understand that I set a trap to catch you?" I replied with a cold smile. "Impossible. That was clearly Zhang Kai's handwriting. And with my brilliant method of murder, how could you have deciphered it without seeing the letter?" All this time, Deng Chao had remained conceited, believing himself to be the most astute, thus concluding that the letter was genuine. It was that very arrogance that led to his downfall. With a sigh, I clarified, "The letter was fabricated using Zhang Kai's class notes. You claim no one could see through your methods. I simply wish to say that this time, you were unlucky, as you encountered a worthy opponent." Deng Chao suddenly burst into laughter, the hollow sound echoing through the corridor, sending shivers down one's spine. "Song Yang, I will remember you. This time, I have lost, utterly defeated, and I concede with respect. All right, be honest and come with me." Huang Xiaotao suddenly pushed him. I called out, "Wait, did you say you lost? How can you claim I won when I'm in this dire situation?" Deng Chao sneered repeatedly. "No one has lost, nor has anyone won, for this is not a game. You are committing murder. 2 diligent students have perished because of you, and 2 families are eternally trapped in sorrow. Yet you dare to measure this incident by winning or losing," I scolded. Deng Chao retorted with a cold laugh. "To me, this is merely a game, a contest of intellect and courage. What a twisted and irredeemable soul." Huang Xiaotao remarked disdainfully. We escorted him outside, and before long, a police car arrived, taking Deng Chao away. "The case is solved. Let us treat you to a delightful late-night meal," Huang Xiaotao said with a light-hearted tone. "Wonderful. Let us go out for skewers and beer. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated," Wang Dali exclaimed, dancing with excitement. Huang Xiaotao shot him a fierce glare, causing him to swallow his words, sensing that she still harbored resentment for his earlier blunder. A weight lifted from my heart as I heard a mournful sound emanating from the old teaching building behind us. Upon closer inspection, it was merely the wind, and Huang Xiaotao softly said, "By the way, Deng Chao was startled by something just now. Could it be that he truly saw Senior Xiaomo?" Wang Dali shivered and crossed his arms. "Sister Xiaotao, don't scare me." I gazed down the corridor, where a portrait of Helen Keller hung on the wall beside the window. The window was slightly ajar, creating a small angle that perfectly reflected Helen Keller's face. "So this is what Deng Chao saw," I chuckled. "He must have seen a ghost, the ghost within himself." Chapter 27. The final nocturne. I have one more matter to attend to. I must burn some paper. It is a tradition in our profession to respect the deceased. We cannot disregard the customs of our ancestors. Wang Dali, visibly frightened, urged us to leave. Let us not linger here. It would be unfortunate to be haunted by a female ghost. Huang Xiaodao playfully frightened him. Ghosts are particularly fond of people like you. Senior Xia Mo was a beauty in her lifetime. Perhaps you two could share an unfinished romance. We entered the classroom, and after a moment's hesitation, Wang Dali called out, "Wait for me," and followed. Upon reaching the third floor, a sudden, jarring noise erupted from the classroom, sending chills down our spines. Wang Dali tightened his grip on my arm, and even Huang Xiaotao appeared unnerved. "Songyang, could there really be something?" she asked. I always believed that the most terrifying element was not the supernatural, but the human heart. "It's not the ghosts that frighten me," I explained calmly. "That makes perfect sense. But I'm still scared," Wang Dali admitted, feeling aggrieved. "I truly look down upon you. I wish to gift you a new song by Jay Cho," Huang Xiaotao joked. "What?" Wang Dali inquired. "What kind of man are you?" Huang Xiaotao laughed heartily. We arrived at the fourth music classroom, where the white curtains danced in the moonlight, casting shadows on the piano that had once borne witness to a tale of love and conflict. The atmosphere was eerily ominous. The earlier noise seemed to have been the wind knocking the piano lid down. Just as I was about to step inside, Wang Dali firmly grasped my arm. "Songyang, let us not. If we hear the piano, we won't be able to leave. That's just a rumor," I replied. "Didn't those two girls see it with their own eyes?" Wang Dali stammered. I pointed to the four ceiling fans, and though I hadn't climbed up to verify, I could surmise how Deng Chao had fabricated the effect. Deng Chao tied various lengths of piano strings to the fan blades and turned the fans on, creating the illusion of strings flying everywhere. "Wow, it's that simple. Why didn't I think of that?" Wang Dali lamented, pounding his leg in frustration. I suggested, "If you're afraid, you can stay here," and proceeded inside, with the two following closely behind. I lit yellow paper in front of the piano and recited a passage from the rebirth incantation, hoping that Senior Xia Mo could find peace. The yellow paper slowly burned in my hands, turning to ash, and was swept away by a sudden gust of wind. Huang Xiaodao suddenly gasped. I turned to see Wang Dali collapsed on the floor, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing. Alarmed, I rushed over to pinch his acupoints and pressed on his chest. At that moment, Wang Dali rolled his eyes back and sat upright. "Dali, are you all right?" I noticed his expression had transformed into something unfamiliar, prompting Huang Xiaodao to instinctively take a step back. Wang Dali's throat emitted a shrill, feminine voice. I loved him so deeply. I regarded him as everything. Why did he still kill me? Why? My wait here has been so agonizing. Huang Xiaotao and I were in shock. I never anticipated Wang Dali would experience such a situation, so I steeled myself to explain, "Senior Xia Mo, love is not inherently equitable. What you give does not guarantee what you shall receive in return." Wang Dali suddenly began to thrash on the ground, crying out, "But I loved him. I loved him with all my heart. Yet he said he was suffocated and tormented, and he killed me, dismembered me, and stuffed me in a piano. All I wanted was a simple, pure love. Why can't I have it? Why is this world so unfair to me? Your suffering stems from giving too much." "It suffocated him," I advised gently. Wang Dali glared at me, grinding his teeth. "You two speak this way. All men are scoundrels, heartless. I will kill all of you." I was drenched in cold sweat, suspecting that Wang Dali had absorbed too many tales of the vengeful female ghost, and, combined with the peculiar atmosphere of the music classroom, had developed intermittent psychosis, momentarily losing himself and imagining he was the late Senior Xia Mo. Such occurrences were not unheard of. My grandfather once encountered a case where a rural woman, while visiting her husband's grave on Qingming Festival, was suddenly possessed by her deceased husband, angrily dragging a neighbor to the police station, claiming he was the one who had pushed her husband into the river. After police investigation, it was revealed that the woman had been having an affair with the neighbor and had conspired to drown her husband, harboring guilt that exploded during the grave visit, resulting in her psychotic episode. In such situations, individuals often lack rationality. A chance remark could lead to violence. At this moment, Huang Xiaodao cautiously approached, and I whispered, "Don't go near him." However, Wang Dali showed no resistance as Huang Xiaotao slowly drew closer and embraced him. "Sister understands your pain. You have endured too much hardship throughout your life. Finally, there was someone who loved and cared for you, so you clung tightly to him, yet he betrayed you. How tragic it is, how bitter." As she spoke, Huang Xiaodao shed tears. Gently patting his back, she continued, "That heartless man is already dead. It's time for you to reincarnate. Seek a warm family. Find the affection and friendship you deserve, along with love. Women must be strong and wise. If this one is unsuitable, we can always find another. Remember, until you meet the right person, Everyone else is merely a prelude. Do not let yourself down. Wang Dali wept profusely, but I can't let him go. Huang Xiaotao scolded, Pa? He is a scoundrel, a disgrace. He is unworthy of you. You are intelligent, beautiful, gentle, the school belle. You have suffered enough. I believe in your next life, you will find someone better. Wang Dali sobbed, and as she cried, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Huang Xiaotao gently laid Wang Dali on the ground, wiped her tears, and said triumphantly, "How's my persuasion skills?" I nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Wow, so you were just pretending to cry? A little bit of tears adds to the persuasiveness, she replied, wiping her eyes. With such command over her emotions, I genuinely admired her. You were utterly ineffective, trying to reason with a madman. Do you think a madman will reason with you? I stand corrected. At that moment, Wang Dali took a deep breath, sat up from the ground, and with a bewildered expression asked, "What just happened? Why is my face wet?" I thought that if I mentioned his recent madness, it would probably frighten him into a faint again. So I shared a tacit silence with Huang Xiaotao, merely stating that he had been momentarily stunned by fear. The authenticity of Wang Dali's possession remained uncertain to me. However, I was inclined to believe that he had merely been subtly influenced by the eerie atmosphere, leading to a form of self-hypnosis. Wang Dali urged us to leave quickly, but I suggested we wait a moment longer. I then retrieved 2 stacks of yellow paper and set them ablaze on the ground. They looked at me in confusion, questioning why I still needed to burn paper. I replied, "This stack is for Ma Baobao, and this one is for Zhang Kai. The deceased deserve our respect. As a coroner, I have examined their bodies. It would be disrespectful not to offer some small compensation." I waved toward the window and said, "You too, hurry and reincarnate. I have already cleansed your resentments. There is nothing left to hold on to." The moonlight was as gentle as water, and a soft breeze carried the ashes of the paper, swirling gracefully out the window. Chapter 28. Slapping Chin the forensic doctor. After the case concluded, I naturally took a couple of days to rest. One day, Wang Dali excitedly burst into the dormitory, holding up a newspaper and exclaimed, "Yangzi, Yangzi, we made the news." I took a look, and the report was both amusing and exasperating. The case had been simplified to a narrative about a university student who, frustrated by losing his chance for graduate school recommendations, killed 2 classmates in a fit of rage. There was no mention of the cursed piano, likely because the police deemed that aspect too bizarre to disclose to the media. The article did mention Huang Xiaotao and me, although I was merely described as a helpful student named Song. The rest of the article was a hodgepodge of irrelevant drivel about how contemporary college students lack resilience and the profound impact of losing a child on a family. What a ridiculous piece of writing, I remarked. Indeed, I could have done better. Not a single word about me. It's infuriating, Wang Dali grumbled. By the way, don't you have over 100,000 followers on Weibo now? He asked. No, I shut it down. Who has the interest in answering those silly questions every day? I replied. What a wasted opportunity for fame. If you became an internet celebrity, I could ride your coattails, couldn't I? Wang Dali sighed. I wouldn't dare aspire to be an internet celebrity. There have been too many in the Song family who lost their heads due to notoriety. Keeping a low profile is my guiding principle. At that moment, Huang Xiaotao called, asking me to come to the police station. I inquired if the reward had been issued, and she hesitantly replied, "We'll discuss the reward later. The thing is, Chin the forensic doctor wants to sue you." What? I nearly shouted in disbelief. That old man was shameless. I hadn't even settled the score with him yet, and he was already trying to sue me, unable to solve the case himself. He had the audacity to bite back. What is he suing me for? I asked. You'll find out when you get here. Hurry. He's causing a scene with team leader Lin. If you don't come, I fear a police car will roll into the school soon, Huang Xiaotao urged anxiously. All right, I'm on my way, I replied. Wang Dali asked what was happening, and I said, I'm heading to the police station. I'll be back soon. Can I come with you? Wang Dali asked. No need, I replied. I dressed quickly, exited the campus, and took a taxi to the police station, where Huang Xiaotao awaited me at the entrance. Today, she was clad in a police uniform, exuding an air of confidence. She smiled wryly and said, Song Yang, I'm truly sorry to drag you into this. It's not your fault. Let's go meet that old man, I responded. We entered an office, where we could hear Chin the forensic doctor raising his voice. Appearing quite agitated, team leader Lin, if it weren't for Huang Xiaotao colluding with that kid, I, with my qualifications, would never have failed to solve such a simple case. It's utterly ridiculous. You must discipline her properly. I thought to myself, what a ludicrous logic. Does experience equate to ability? All right, old Chin, don't get worked up. When they arrive, I'll clarify things with them directly, another voice, presumably team leader Lin S., advised. Huang Xiaotao knocked a few times on the door, and Team Leader Lin called, "Come in." We entered, and Huang Xiaodao saluted, saying, "Team Leader Lin, I've brought Song Yang." Qin, the forensic doctor, with a cigarette pinched between his fingers, lounged on a sofa with an air of superiority. Upon seeing me, he snorted disdainfully. Team Leader Lin, a robust man in his 40s resembling a film star, scrutinized me and asked, "So, you are Song Yang?" "I am," I nodded. "Quite young, aren't you? Solving such a case in less than 24 hours. Do you have police officers in your family?" Team Leader Lin inquired. "My family has always been ordinary folk. My interest merely stems from having read some related books in my youth," I humbly replied. "Heroes emerge from youth, impressive," Team Leader Lin commended. Suddenly, Qin, the forensic doctor, stubbed his cigarette out forcefully in the ashtray and stood up to scold. "Team Leader, why are you praising him? This kid has been disrespectful, insulting the corpse, and obstructing our investigation at every turn." Team Leader Lin chuckled. "Old Qin, he merely assisted with the autopsy. That cannot be deemed as insulting the corpse. Besides, who captures the criminal is the same, isn't it?" "It is not the same," Qin, the forensic doctor, retorted angrily. "He is not a police officer. He is an outsider." "Team Leader, how can you speak up for an outsider? I support fairness, not favoritism. I don't see this matter as serious enough to warrant a lawsuit. Let's leave it at that." Team Leader Lin waved dismissively. "Wait, there is something I must say." Qin, the forensic doctor, suddenly shot me a dark look. "This kid is suspected of concealing and destroying evidence." I was taken aback. "What on earth are you talking about?" Team Leader Lin's expression shifted, assessing me with a question. "Is this true?" "Yes. There was a crucial piece of evidence in this case that he took without permission and has yet to return, causing the special investigation team to go down the wrong path and waste a great deal of effort," Qin, the forensic doctor, said triumphantly. "What crucial evidence? Do elaborate." I couldn't help but interject. "A flyer was found tucked inside the killer's book, reportedly taken by you. Is that true?" Qin, the forensic doctor, pressed. Huang Xiaodao and I exchanged surprised glances. Was that the so-called crucial evidence? After we visited the cosmetic surgery clinic, the flyer had been misplaced by Huang Xiaodao. But even without that flyer, we could have pursued the lead through other avenues. Qin, the forensic doctor, had a knack for blowing things out of proportion. Team Leader Lin looked puzzled. "Is this flyer really that important?" "It is extremely important. One could argue it is the key to solving the case. Otherwise, how could an outsider like him outpace our entire special investigation team? Don't you find that strange, Team Leader?" Qin, the forensic doctor, spat, his words dripping with disdain. This old man really knows how to shift blame for his incompetence. However, in front of their superior, I couldn't be too confrontational, so I said, "Qin, that flyer contained nothing of significance. Even if you hadn't found it, you could have learned about it from the criminal's roommate. What kind of crucial evidence is that? You destroyed it. How could I know what was written on it?" Qin, the forensic doctor, retorted, entirely unreasonable. "What do you think could have been on it? The killer's murder diary?" I laughed. "You never know. If you can do such things, who is to say you haven't concealed other evidence?" Qin, the forensic doctor, shot back. "Rest assured, the leads we had at the time were only fewer than yours, not more," I replied. "That is all one-sided from you." Qin, the forensic doctor, continued to press. I scoffed. "Are you implying that your entire special investigation team is not as competent as the two of us? If that is the case, it's no wonder you couldn't solve the case." Qin, the forensic doctor's face flushed red, and after a moment, he managed to stammer, You're slandering me." I seized the opportunity to counter. "Qin, are you denying our previous wager?" "What wager?" Team Leader Lin asked. Perplexed, I recounted the wager with forensic Qin, prompting Team Leader Lin to gaze at him in astonishment. "Old Qin, how could you gamble on a case's resolution?" Forensic Qin stammered. "It was all this lad's idea. I fell for his trick." His demeanor resembled that of a petulant child refusing to take responsibility. It is no wonder that some say it is better to offend a gentleman than a rogue. Forensic Qin embodies such a rogue, denying any unfavorable circumstances. I remarked, "Mr. Qin, out of respect for your seniority, I have been polite, but your repeated attempts to evade accountability reflect poorly on you." Forensic Qin shot me a glare. "Youngster, I was a forensic expert before you were born. Do you dare to challenge me?" I scoffed. "Indeed, it seems your years of experience have gone to waste." Forensic Qin, visibly enraged, demanded, "Say that again." Team Leader Lin interjected, "Enough. I understand the situation. That flyer is not of great importance. Old Qin, given your age, you should have the capacity to be magnanimous. Let us each concede a little. We shall see." Forensic Qin huffed, making to leave when a phone call interrupted. Team Leader Lin answered briefly, then glanced at me. "As luck would have it, the person you need is right here. Speak with him." He handed me the phone. "Song Yang, it's for you." I took the call, and a thunderous voice boomed from the other end. "Nephew, I just reviewed the case report. Did you actually solve this case? Why the modesty? Afraid I'd kidnap you to work for me? It was Officer Sunday. I chuckled, Uncle Son. I stumbled into this by chance. Officer Sun laughed heartily. You make it sound as if you accidentally cracked a major case. You truly carry your grandfather's legacy. When will you visit? It's been 3 years. We must share a drink and catch up. Forensic Chin gazed at me with a perplexed expression, prompting me to say, by the way, I heard you are now the chief. Congratulations. Chief Sun. Forensic Chin nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Officer Sun continued jovially, after all these years. I've earned my rank. To speak candidly, without your grandfather's assistance, I wouldn't be where I am today. I owe your family a favor. So feel free to ask me anything. Uncle Sun, you flatter me. I'll visit when I can, I replied. Great. My precious daughter often asks about you. When you decide to come, let me know, and I'll pick you up from school. After exchanging pleasantries, I returned the phone to Team Leader Lin, who concluded the call. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. The glances from Team Leader Lin, Huang Xiaodao, and Forensic Chin toward me transformed. Forensic Chin stammered, young man. You know Chief Sun? I couldn't help but laugh. Moments ago, he had called me youngster, yet now he was suddenly courteous. Indeed. I've known him since before he became chief. Team Leader Lin cleared his throat. All right, old Chin, you should head home. Wait, I interjected. You cannot treat me disrespectfully and expect no reciprocity. Forensic Chin, what about our wager? Forensic Chin, sweating profusely, stuttered. Well, you see, I'm over 50 and nearing retirement. It's been a long road as a forensic expert. Could you show a little understanding? Then why make the bet in the first place? Just because of your age. Does that exempt you from accountability? Let me ask you this. If I hadn't solved the case, would you have thrown me in jail? I scoffed coldly. Of course not. I wouldn't be that petty. At my age, I'm not one to hold grudges, he replied, forcing a smile that I found utterly shameless. Team Leader Lin asserted, Old Chin, a bet is a bet. Your refusal to honor it tarnishes our police department's image. Forensic Chin frowned. I admit my shortcomings due to age, but I've put in my fair share of effort over the years. How can you say that? I retorted. As a law enforcement officer, a lack of accomplishments means you nearly allowed a criminal to go free, perhaps in 5 or 10 years. Someone may lose their life because of your negligence. Can you bear that burden? Forensic Chin's face turned a deep shade of crimson, sweat beading on his forehead. I continued, do as you please, but I hope you refrain from bothering me in the future. I'm just an ordinary person. Why should I face prosecution for assisting the police? My personal gains are irrelevant. Think about it. If this news spreads, who will dare to cooperate with the police in the future? Imagine the number of wrongful convictions that could arise. The thought alone is terrifying. Forensic Chin turned to Team Leader Lin, dejected, Team Leader, I will write a request for reassignment immediately. I chuckled and said to Team Leader Lin, I'll take my leave now. Take care. Upon exiting the office, Huang Xiaodao playfully slapped my back, almost dislocating my shoulder. That was utterly theatrical. Song Yang, you were magnificent. Did you see Forensic Chin's face? He nearly turned into a tomato. You were quite the schemer, knowing Chief Sun without telling me. I was genuinely worried for you. How disappointing. You didn't ask me. I protested while rubbing my shoulder. Should I have to ask you for such things? She exclaimed. Today was immensely satisfying. Forensic Chin has always been arrogant, and I've disliked him for ages. You've done our criminal investigation team a great service. I smiled. It appears I've done a good deed. Not just a good deed, a tremendous one. Let us go. I'll treat you to a nice meal. Perhaps another time. You treat me too often, and I worry if your salary can cover it. I waved my hand. Next time, let us include Wang Dali, Huang Xiaodao suggested. As we exited the police station, Huang Xiaodao intended to escort me back to school, but I insisted that taking the bus was quicker. Curiously, she asked, by the way, I have a question. You must answer truthfully. Ask away. I replied. I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something. You can solve cases and know Chief Sun. What is your true identity? Huang Xiaodao pressed. I chuckled. I assure you, I'm merely a student. Huang Xiaodao regarded me with skepticism, so I divulged a bit. My acquaintance with Chief Sun dates back quite a while. He has a connection to my grandfather. Your grandfather? Who is he? Huang Xiaodao pondered. Just an ordinary person. Are you deceiving me? Why would I? Well, I must be going. I smiled slightly. Wait. Huang Xiaodao suddenly reached out her hand. I hesitated but shook it. She solemnly stated, Thank you for your significant assistance to the police. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. I hope so too. I replied with a grin. For me, this case marked a significant step forward. Even a moment of great importance. Little did I know, my second collaboration with Huang Xiaodao would come sooner than expected. Chapter 30. The Formidable Uncle. A week after the conclusion of the piano curse case. Huang Xiaotao excitedly called to inform me that her department had awarded her a first-class merit and a generous bonus. In her report, she had not failed to commend my extraordinary forensic skills, which meant I would also receive a bonus. Since I was not a police officer, she had arranged for me to receive the title of special consultant, which sounded quite impressive. Soon enough, a sum of 18,000 yuan was deposited into my account, a fortune for a financially struggling student like me. I divided the reward with Wang Dali, who humbly remarked, Yangzi, I haven't contributed much. Is it fair for me to take such a substantial bonus? Since it was unexpected wealth, he suggested that sharing joy is better than solitary enjoyment. By the way, I'll first go get 1,000 to pay the youngest. I replied, No. I shall cover his payment. You have achieved such great merit, and it would be unfair for you to receive less than I do. Do not argue with me. I will fetch the money now. With Wang Dali insisting, I refrained from further protest. Shortly thereafter, he returned, saying, The youngest scolded you for being ungrateful. I laughed and asked, What's the matter? Isn't he happy he received the money? He expressed that he wished he had joined us from the beginning, as he could have received a larger share. Wang Dali commented on the youngest's greed, noting that solving the case was not solely motivated by the bonus. 9,000 yuan isn't a fortune, but it is sufficient for me to purchase materials that may be needed in the future, thus avoiding a last-minute scramble. I procured a variety of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, borrowed a laboratory from a chemistry professor, and spent a day concocting some secret formulas. In retrospect, it seems I gained little financially from solving this case. Yet, one cannot quantify the value of such endeavors. Solving cases is my passion. Being able to utilize my lifelong knowledge to vindicate the deceased, while simultaneously accumulating practical experience, brings me immense fulfillment. 2 nights later, I received a sudden call from Huang Xiaotao. Songyang, can you come over now? There's an exceedingly bizarre case we are powerless against, and we urgently require your assistance. Right now? But it's already 11 o'clock, and there are no buses outside the school. I hadn't anticipated Huang Xiaotao's urgency. No worries. I'll send a policeman to pick you up at the school gate in half an hour, she said before hanging up. I splashed cold water on my face to awaken my senses, nudged Wang Dali under the covers, and attempted to rouse him. After a moment, I realized something felt amiss, and upon lifting the blanket, I discovered a pillow instead of him. I cursed under my breath. This fellow, having come into some money, was likely out all night playing League of Legends. I dressed, packed a few essentials into a tote, and slipped out of the dormitory. Outside the school, I found him at the internet cafe he frequently visited, wearing headphones and animatedly chatting with a girl, grinning lewdly, surrounded by a mountain of leftover skewers and beverage bottles. I tapped him on the shoulder, and upon seeing me, he removed his headphones in surprise. Yangzi, what brings you out? Can't sleep. So you came to surf the internet? Surf the internet? The counselor is conducting inspections. I replied sternly. What? It's almost midnight. Is he insane? Wang Dali exclaimed in shock. Precisely why it's called a surprise inspection. Hurry back with me. I've heard that getting caught this time could mean expulsion. Wang Dali hurriedly settled his bill and followed me back, muttering about how to explain himself to the counselor. As we approached the school gate, I spotted a black Mercedes parked nearby, with a middle-aged man leaning against it, the glowing tip of his cigarette flickering in the night. This must be the policeman sent to pick me up. I grabbed Wang Dali and urged, Get in. What do you mean, get in? Aren't we heading back to the dorm? Wang Dali asked, bewildered. I'm just teasing you. There's another case. Would you have come out otherwise? Damn it. You can't just trick an honest man like that. I didn't even say goodbye to the girl. He protested, pulling out his phone to log into QQ. As we reached the car, the policeman appeared to be in his 40s, a solid build reminiscent of a boxer. His expression was as cold as ice, with stubble adorning his jaw, yet his eyes bore a sharpness that suggested they had seen bloodshed. Had I not known his identity beforehand, I might have mistaken him for a gangster out for a midnight stroll. Upon seeing this man, Wang Dali instinctively recoiled behind me. Are you Songyang? The man asked, his voice deep and raspy. Yes, I replied softly, unable to meet his gaze. Those eyes were like knives, and I feared that even a slightly less composed suspect would divulge everything under their scrutiny. Team leader Huang sent me to fetch you. Get in, he instructed, flicking the cigarette butt away, igniting a spark in the darkness as he opened the car door. Just as I was about to enter, Wang Dali suddenly grasped my arm and whispered, Yangzi, is this man really a policeman? He doesn't seem like one at all. Check his badge before getting in. He might be a vengeful murderer. I chuckled. We've only solved one case, and that Deng Chao was just a college student. What accomplices could he possibly have to seek revenge against us? You're overthinking it. Get in. Hesitantly, Wang Dali joined me in the back seat, while the officer glanced at us through the rearview mirror and silently started the engine. I inquired, "What should I call you?" "Officer Wong," he replied. "Officer Wong, could you provide a brief overview of the case that has brought us out at this hour?" I asked. Indeed. Calling us out at such a late hour must signify a significant incident. Wong Dali chimed in, his curiosity piqued. The officer answered tersely, "You'll find out once we arrive." During the drive, he remained uncommunicative, and I thought to myself, this man is exceedingly taciturn. Not only Wong Dali, but even I began to question the officer's identity. He certainly did not resemble a typical police officer. After half an hour, we arrived on a street lined with shuttered shops, the roll-down gates plastered with a plethora of advertisements. I noted signs for adult health and novelty shops, and the street itself was littered with debris, with sewage flowing through the gutters, an impression of filth and chaos. The car turned into an alley, and peering deeper into it, I observed several small hotels lit up. A few police cars were parked beneath a sign reading ULI Hotel, their lights flashing, surrounded by a crowd. "Have you been here before?" Wong Dali nudged me. I shook my head, admitting that despite studying here, I rarely ventured out, rendering this area unfamiliar to me. "I've heard this place is known as a red light district," Wong Dali whispered. "How do you know that? You haven't been here, have you?" I inquired suspiciously. "Of course not. That's what our neighbor, Son Fatty, told me. You know how unreliable he is," I replied with a wry smile. Wong Dali's mention of the red light district triggered my memory. Indeed, there existed a lawless zone near the bus station in Nanjing City, rife with disorder and vice. It was notorious for brawls and even homicides, and some fraudsters lured young women from other regions with promises of high-paying jobs only to trap them as prostitutes. The officer parked the car, and as we exited, Huang Xiaotao rushed towards us, exclaiming, "Song Yang, thank goodness you're here." I was at my wit's end. "What happened?" I asked. "A female corpse was discovered beneath a hotel bed," Huang Xiaotao explained. "The circumstances surrounding her death are rather perplexing." Chapter 31. The blood-drained corpse. I thought to myself, how could there be anything perplexing about a death? Surely it must be apparent. Suddenly, I felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that the notorious Jiangbei remnant blade had resurfaced? "Take me there," I urged. "All right, follow me," Huang Xiaotao nodded. We took the elevator to the 4th floor of the hotel, where several police officers stood in the corridor. There, crouched on the floor, was a black, portly man wearing only shorts, donning disposable slippers from the hotel, and shirtless, with a thick gold chain around his neck. Beside him sat a girl wrapped in a blanket, also crouching, hugging her head with her long hair cascading over her chest. If only an intrepid journalist armed with a camera were to appear, this scene would resemble a live report on a crackdown against illicit activities. The police were interrogating them, and the stout man with a furrowed brow lamented, "Officer, I swear. My feelings for her are genuine, akin to the love story of Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai. It's not what you presume. Words are futile. Show me your identification and driver's license." The officer retorted, "I told you I don't have them. Whom are you trying to deceive? How could you check into a hotel without an ID?" The officer scoffed derisively. Wang Dali, astonished, tugged at my sleeve. "Could it be, Yangzi, that we've stumbled into a raid on prostitution?" Huang Xiaotao interjected, revealing that these two were the ones who had discovered the corpse. They had come to the hotel for a rendezvous, and while engaged, the mattress suddenly jolted. Upon investigation, they found a lifeless female body beneath it, sending them into a panic, prompting an immediate call to the police. Upon their arrival, it appeared the two were assumed to be a client and an escort, and their refusal to present identification had led to an impasse, resulting in the notification of the Vice Squad to take over the situation. I chuckled. This unfortunate fellow is truly down on his luck, seeking pleasure, and yet he encounters such a grim affair. I suspect he may bear psychological scars for months to come. Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but laugh. Who could blame him? What kind of trouble does one attract while simply trying to enjoy life? From Huang Xiaotao's earlier words, I deduced that the perpetrator was not the notorious Jiangbei Kandao, for such an audacious individual would never entertain the notion of concealing a corpse. Instead, he would brazenly display it, taunting the authorities. The stout man continued to argue with the police as we passed by him and entered the room where the body was discovered. Several officers were busy at the scene. Huang Xiaotao mentioned that they had collected numerous fingerprint samples from the furniture and walls, though their significance was minimal since the hotel received new guests daily. I cast a glance at the bed, where the mattress had been overturned, revealing the female corpse concealed beneath. The deceased was slender, with fashionable long hair, clad only in a bra and panties. Her skin was unnaturally pale, resembling the hue of parchment rather than a natural complexion. The expression of agony marked her face, with wide-open eyes and hands stiffened like claws, all suggesting the torment she endured before her demise. At the sight, Wang Dali instinctively retreated behind me. And Huang Xiaodao disdainfully remarked, "Why did you bring this coward along? Are we putting on a show of tying shoelaces to lighten the mood?" Clearly, she still recalled Wang Dali's previous incident of stopping to tie his shoelaces during a criminal apprehension. Wang Dali defended himself. "I am Yangzi's indispensable assistant. He cannot do without me." Indeed, I nodded reluctantly, and then inquired of Huang Xiaodao, "Have there been any disturbances to the body?" "Just now. Xiao Zhou from the technical team used a UV light to check for fingerprints. Nothing else has been disturbed," Huang Xiaodao replied. "Did you find any fingerprints?" I asked. As she was about to respond, a young officer with black-rimmed glasses and slicked-back hair approached. He had a scholarly appearance, but an unmistakable air of arrogance about him. "There are no fingerprints on the body, nor any skin debris beneath the nails." Huang Xiaodao introduced him. "This is Xiao Zhou, a talented member of the technical team, who has solved many homicide cases." Xiao Zhou nodded with pride, then turned his gaze toward me. "You must be Song Yang. I have heard from team leader Huang that you possess an ancient technique for forensic examination. I am eager to witness it." "You flatter me," I replied. Xiao Zhou suddenly chuckled coldly. "But I bet you won't find anything." As this case was not committed by a human, his provocation irked me. After all, police are human too, and come in various types. Xiao Zhou evidently belonged to the competitive breed. I raised an eyebrow and replied, "Are you so certain? You'll see for yourself. Come. Provide them with 2 pairs of gloves." He dismissively waved his hand. One of the officers brought over 2 pairs of rubber gloves, and Wang Dali and I donned them. I approached the corpse while Huang Xiaodao prepared to shine a light for me, but I declined. There was a terrifying bite mark on the victim's neck, revealing 2 large, dark puncture wounds. As I probed with my finger, I noted the depth of these wounds, suggesting that the assailant's teeth were long enough to penetrate the neck. "Turn her over," I commanded. Upon flipping the body, I noticed the chest and abdomen bore no signs of lividity, a term used by ancient coroners to describe what is now known as post-mortem hypostasis. The absence of lividity indicated that the victim's blood had been entirely drained, which explained the pallor of her complexion. Wang Dali gasped, covering his mouth. "Good heavens. This was not the work of a human, but rather a vampire." He promptly retched. "Do not jump to conclusions before the autopsy is complete," I cautioned. At that moment, Xiao Zhou approached, stating, "Detective Song, I just checked with the UV light and laser spectrometer. There are no fingerprints on the victim's skin or clothing. You might as well save your effort." His words dripped with condescension, and I felt a flicker of annoyance. "That simply means you overlooked something. It does not imply the absence of evidence. I have heard of your exploits. Last time you used a red umbrella to uncover traces on a corpse, leaving Forensic Chin speechless, resulting in his reassignment. Frankly, Forensic Chin's expertise was rather lacking. He merely relied on his seniority to assert authority within the police ranks, which is a disgrace to our criminal investigation team," Xiao Zhou declared. Huang Xiaodao sighed at the side, as Xiao Zhou seemed intent on targeting me, prompting me to ask, "Are you suggesting you are superior to Forensic Chin?" To be candid, I studied abroad in America, specializing in trace evidence identification, and even attended a lecture by the renowned Detective Li Changyu. The instruments I use are imported from the United States. There is no trace I cannot uncover. If I cannot find it, it simply does not exist," Xiao Zhou boasted. I glanced at the corpse. No dead body fails to leave a trace. Not even one left behind by Jiang Bei can Dao. Xiao Zhou's confidence seemed somewhat excessive. I sensed a need to temper his arrogance. "Are you so enamored with American science? Autopsies require technique, just as medical treatment does. The most expensive medicine is not necessarily the best. Any body that has been touched by a person will undoubtedly bear some trace." Xiao Zhou laughed derisively. "Anyone can talk a good game. Why don't you demonstrate your skills? What if I succeed? Shall we wager?" I retorted with a smirk. "All right," Xiao Zhou readily agreed, surveying the room before pointing to the ashtray on the bedside table. "If you find something, I will consume whatever is inside, but if you do not," I interjected, "then I will eat the ashtray itself." Chapter 32. If you lose, you'll eat the ashtray. Xiao Zhou raised his voice. "Everyone, listen closely. Detective Song just declared that if he cannot find any traces on the corpse, he will eat the entire ashtray in public. Remarkably, it's made of tempered glass." The officers present immediately gathered around, intrigued. Wang Dali protested on my behalf. "Don't just focus on Yangzi. What happens if you lose?" Xiao Zhou addressed the crowd. "If I lose, I will eat the ash and cigarette butts. Did you all hear that?" The group erupted in laughter, clearly favoring Xiao Zhou, as he was their team leader. While I was confident in my abilities regarding the autopsy, I found the unprovoked challenge quite vexing, thinking to myself, "Do not overestimate yourself. You will soon see." "All right, I'll examine the corpse first, and we can discuss the results afterward," I declared. "Sounds good." Xiao Zhou replied with a grin. But don't try to pass off your own fingerprints as evidence. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to jeopardize my reputation, I replied with a cold smile. Xiao Zhou caught the sarcasm in my words and huffed in anger. I'll return to witness your performance shortly. After he departed, Huang Xiaodao sighed repeatedly, expressing, Song Yang. It is I who have wronged you. What exactly transpired? I inquired. Huang Xiaodao explained that Xiao Zhou, a returnee from overseas and a proud individual, had just reported the results of the autopsy to her. When Huang Xiaodao casually suggested that it was of no concern and that they could wait for Song Yang to examine it, she unwittingly wounded Xiao Zhou's pride. Xiao Zhou pressed Huang Xiaodao about his role, to which she replied, I am a descendant of forensic experts. This remark left Xiao Zhou feeling insulted, prompting him to confront me as soon as I entered, eager to assert his authority. Huang Xiaodao raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, acknowledging, as the team leader, I have failed to properly manage our relationships. This is not your fault. I believe the character of that technical team leader is questionable, I replied. Sister Xiaodao, who holds a higher rank, you or Officer Zhou? Wang Dali asked. We are of equal standing, but I have gradually climbed the ranks through experience. Whereas he joined the criminal investigation team as a police inspector, despite having far less experience, Huang Xiaodao replied with a bitter smile. How is that fair? Wang Dali exclaimed. It is because of his superior education. He holds a doctorate in criminal investigation from abroad, which far surpasses my police academy credentials, Huang Xiaodao lamented. Wang Dali reflected, wow. It seems that educational background is pivotal in becoming a police officer. But he claims to be a disciple of Li Changyu, which sounds quite impressive. I clarified, you misheard. He merely attended a lecture by Li Changyu. If he were truly a disciple of the renowned detective Li Changyu, with his personality, he would be insufferably arrogant. I had also perused the works of Li Changyu. During my university years, I had nearly read every forensic textbook in the library, corroborating the knowledge from the true account of the exoneration collection and gaining substantial insights. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Huang Xiaodao expressed her concerns, stating, Song Yang. I just overheard Xiao Zhou telling his team that there are some irregularities with the corpse. The fingerprints might have been tampered with by the murderer, which is why he feels confident enough to challenge you. If you are uncertain, I can help you cover it up. I waved my hand dismissively, asserting, unless the murderer is a ghost, there will definitely be clues. I retrieved a black wooden stick, approximately the length of a palm. Wang Dali inquired about its purpose, and I explained, this is a bone-listening stick made from cypress, used for acoustic analysis. Cypress is dense and effectively transmits sound. Last time, I was unprepared and had to press my ear directly against the corpse. It was later proven that my preparation was correct. I placed the listening stick against the corpse's chest, abdomen, and back, tapping its limbs to discern the sound. I was astonished to find that the time of death was an astonishing 7 days ago, which would have been disgusting had I directly pressed my ear against the body. 7 days? Huang Xiaodao remarked. Isn't that coincidentally the traditional 7 days for the deceased? The stout man who discovered the body claimed that the mattress had trembled. Could that be the reason? However, I did not delve further into that matter. The role of a forensic expert is merely to uncover evidence and apprehend the perpetrator, not to engage in matters of the supernatural. Despite the significant loss of blood and being in a sealed environment, the corpse exhibited only minor decomposition after 7 days. It appeared that not all the blood had been drained. I could still hear remnants of clotted blood within her chest cavity. A person would go into shock after losing 30% of their blood, and losing 50% would lead to systemic failure and immediate death. Given the various signs from the corpse, it seemed that the blood loss exceeded 70%, enough to fill several large soda bottles. With this thought, I couldn't help but glance at the 2 puncture wounds on the deceased's neck. Could it be that the murderer was indeed a vampire, having drained her blood? I instructed Wang Dali to fetch a pair of scissors. As I cut away the deceased's bra and underwear, Wang Dali gaped in shock, exclaiming, hey, be mindful of the surroundings. Sister Xiaodao is still here. Enough nonsense, I retorted. Huang Xiaodao, arms crossed and unperturbed, appeared accustomed to such scenes, displaying little reaction. While Wang Dali was the only one making a fuss. Does examining a corpse really concern gender? That would be absurd. To me, a corpse is merely an object. Huang Xiaodao asked, Song Yang, how do you plan to perform the examination? Are you going to steam it with vinegar like last time? I shook my head, replying that not only were the conditions unsuitable, but I also doubted the efficacy of steaming the corpse with vinegar. Additionally, it was late at night, and I had not brought the red umbrella. For this examination, I intended to employ a new technique. I instructed Wang Dali to retrieve my handbag. From it, I produced a roll of fine rice paper and a bottle of camellia oil. Wang Dali asked about their purpose, and I clarified, of course, for fingerprint examination. I refrained from using the term fingerprint, as I had a nagging suspicion that the corpse might not yield any. Xiao Zhou approached, intrigued, exclaiming, "Oh, the great detective Song is about to begin the examination. Let me observe." I encouraged him to keep his eyes wide open. I instructed Wang Dali to turn the corpse over. From the blood holes on the deceased's neck, it was evident that the murderer had been positioned on her back, thus leaving distinct handprints. Moreover, the rice paper and camellia oil were exceedingly costly. I could not afford to conduct a full examination. One sheet of pristine rice paper cost 20 yuan, and camellia oil was 100 yuan per pound. This oil paper method could be considered the most luxurious forensic technique passed down from Song Ci, the great Song dynasty forensic expert. I placed 2 sheets of rice paper over the deceased's back, meticulously dripping oil onto them to ensure complete absorption. The oil-saturated rice paper rapidly turned transparent, revealing the skin beneath. I then layered another sheet of rice paper on top until the second sheet was thoroughly soaked. "Hey, after applying oil to the corpse, how will you clean it?" Xiao Zhou remarked, suddenly fixated on the body. "Look, something seems to be appearing," Huang Xiaotao exclaimed. "I can't see anything." Wang Dali squinted, struggling to perceive the faint traces due to his severe nearsightedness. The oil-soaked rice paper began to reveal the outlines of handprints, albeit faintly. To the untrained eye, it appeared as merely a slightly darker shadow, but to me, the details were strikingly clear. The location of the handprints aligned perfectly with my hypothesis. I continued layering rice paper, the third sheet gradually absorbing the oil, followed by the fourth and fifth. Finally, the camellia oil ceased to penetrate, and the topmost sheet retained its original color, with only a few areas exhibiting the gradual emergence of oily imprints, forming 2 palm prints. "Wow, this is incredible!" Wang Dali shouted in astonishment. "Song Yang, how did you manage this?" Huang Xiaotao inquired. "This is impossible." Xiao Zhou's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "I understand now. You are a fraud. Surely you tampered with the paper." Chapter 33. The Art of Autopsy. I pulled a stack of rice paper from my bag and thrust it into Xiao Zhou's hands, saying, "Examine it for yourself and see if I have manipulated it." Xiao Zhou glared at me, his expression darkening, before instructing one of the officers, "Quickly, bring me my toolbox." He opened it, retrieving various instruments and reagents to scan the sheets of paper. I paid him no mind as Huang Xiaotao called over a technician to document the findings. I scrutinized the 2 handprints closely. These prints were located on the deceased's scapula, suggesting that the murderer had firmly pressed down while feeding on her blood, resulting in such clear impressions. I compared my palm to the prints, noting that they were significantly larger than mine, indicating they belonged to a male aged between 20 and 30. However, I discovered a critical issue, which Huang Xiaotao also noticed. "Song Yang, these handprints bear no fingerprints whatsoever. What do you think the reason might be?" I asked. Huang Xiaotao speculated. Perhaps the murderer destroyed their fingerprints or wore gloves. I shook my head and pointed to several locations, stating, "Look at these fingerprints. The patterns on the joints are remarkably clear, indicating that the perpetrator did not wear gloves during the crime. If the murderer had tampered with the fingerprints themselves, there would be chaotic creases, yet these impressions are pristine. What could be the reason?" Huang Xiaotao, adorably resting her chin on her hand, began to ponder. At that moment, Xiao Zhou had completed testing my rice paper. His complexion worse than before, appearing akin to a purple eggplant. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with my rice paper, yet this fellow refused to concede, exclaiming in a voice trembling with anger, "How could such rustic methods possibly compete with my American equipment? Stubborn as a dead duck." I let out a cold laugh. "It is not that you lost to me, nor that your American apparatus failed against my primitive methods. Rather, you have succumbed to your own hubris. You have not fully mastered the wisdom passed down from our ancestors, yet you rush to learn the foreign tricks. Come, fresh ash, eat it while it's hot." Wang Dali brought over the ashtray from the bedside table and offered it to Xiao Zhou, who, infuriated, refused to take it. I took the ashtray and held it before him, saying, "Come on, a bet is a bet. Consume this, and I shall reveal to you the reason for your failure." As the others in the room gathered to watch the spectacle, most of them being Xiao Zhou's subordinates, he barked at them, "Get lost, you're not allowed to watch." Then, he snatched the ashtray from my hand and tipped it into his mouth. Though most of it ended up on the floor, a detail I could not be bothered to point out, with ash covering his lips. Xiao Zhou chewed on the remnants of the cigarette, but his expression a tragicomic blend of indignation and absurdity, which nearly made me laugh. Though I forced myself to maintain composure for his sake. Wang Dali, unfazed by the situation, chuckled and patted my shoulder. "Yangzi, look at his face. Is that cigarette but tasty?" Huang Xiaodao could no longer contain her laughter, perhaps out of concern for Xiao Zhou's pride. She deliberately covered her mouth with her hand. The cigarette, but was undoubtedly unpalatable. Xiao Zhou strained his neck to swallow it down, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said, "Speak. I am curious to hear what reasoning you can muster. I have read Western forensic texts. The principles behind fingerprint analysis are straightforward. The human sweat glands secrete a layer of imperceptible oils that adhere to surfaces, leaving behind fingerprints, which can be revealed using aluminum powder or ultraviolet light. However, this murderer is somewhat unique," I explained. "In what way unique?" Xiao Zhou could not suppress his curiosity. "They lack sweat glands, or more accurately, their sweat glands do not function in secretion," I replied. Xiao Zhou was taken aback. How can a person lack sweat glands? The others present were momentarily stunned, chattering amongst themselves. "In truth, I owe you my thanks," I continued. "Thank you," Xiao Zhou exclaimed, bewildered. "Huang Xiaodao mentioned you are a distinguished scholar returned from studying in America. I trust you would not be unable to identify simple fingerprints. This will save me considerable steps, allowing me to employ the oil paper re-examination method directly." "Wait," Xiao Zhou interjected, "if there are no sweat glands, where did these two fingerprints come from?" "This is referred to as imprint of yang. At the moment of death, the bioelectric currents in the body disperse through the pores. If something obstructs the skin surface at that moment, it will leave a distinct impression, regardless of whether the individual possesses sweat glands," I rapidly elucidated. Xiao Zhou's eyes widened in shock, and after a long pause, he sighed. "You are indeed extraordinary. I underestimated the wisdom of our ancestors. I apologize for my earlier rudeness." This fellow's acknowledgement was commendable, unlike forensic Qin, who was as obstinate as a rock in a latrine. I couldn't help but feel a sense of goodwill towards him, and said, "No harm done. After years of scientific study, it is understandable that you would be skeptical upon learning I am a coroner. I hope we can collaborate effectively in the future. I will surely remain humble and seek your guidance from now on," Xiao Zhou said hesitantly, extending a hand, which I shook. I gestured to the observing officers. "Continue with the examination. We still need to test?" Wang Dali inquired. "This case appears far from ordinary. I cannot afford to overlook the rice paper and camellia oil's expense." With Wang Dali's assistance, we proceeded to test the deceased's wrist, waist, thigh, and ankle. The oil paper overlay method is quite time-consuming. The entire process took nearly an hour. The deceased's wrist bore a mark from binding, likely from cloth or silk, and similar binding marks were found on the ankle, with a pair of handprints on the side of the waist. As we conducted these examinations, Xiao Zhou watched intently, clearly captivated. I instructed him, "Come over and lend a hand." "Oh." He rushed over and asked, "How can I help?" "You and Dolly, gently lift the deceased's arms," I commanded. As they raised the arms, I placed the auditory bone on either side of the deceased's shoulders, alternating my listening, while instructing those around not to make any noise. If the deceased had been fixed in a particular position before death, the inner joints would secrete a layer of synovial fluid, which solidifies after death. When attempting to restore the position, one can hear subtle aberrant sounds. This technique, known as the art of autopsy, was developed by a forebear of the Song family, Song Tianyong, a former minister of the Supreme Court. It is said that when Song Tianyong mastered this art to its utmost, he could, through the technique of magnetic needle acupuncture, compel the deceased to assume their pre-mortem posture, creating an exceedingly eerie scene, and he once allegedly frightened an official to madness. This ancestor also reportedly brought a corpse back to life in court, allowing it to identify the murderer among several suspects, who confessed on the spot. We continued to adjust until we finally discerned the deceased's final posture, both hands raised above the head, resembling the crucified Christ, left to be slaughtered. I closely examined the wall, which, by all accounts, should have had hooks or similar apparatus to secure the deceased's arms. Upon closer inspection, I found the wallpaper was newly pasted, and indeed, behind it lay a small hole. "Nails had been driven here," I exclaimed. I activated my eye of the cave and pressed my face against the wallpaper, leaving no inch unchecked, discovering a minute protrusion. I proceeded to tear away the entire piece of wallpaper, revealing a segment of black insulated wire. Typically, electrical wiring is embedded in corners for fire safety, encased in protective plastic tubing. This wire behind the wallpaper had clearly been deliberately installed. "Trace where it leads," I urged anxiously. "Come help." Xiao Zhou called several officers from the technical team, who tore away the wallpaper and extracted the wire piece by piece. Ultimately, they discovered a pinhole camera positioned near the overhead light, aimed directly at the bed below. Gasps filled the room, and Huang Xiaotao exclaimed, "They were secretly filming? How indecent!" However, this indicated we had a significant lead. I asserted, Hurry, summon the hotel manager. Chapter 34. The one who fears the sun before long. A commotion arose outside, and I assumed the hotel manager had arrived. Wang Dali craned his neck and remarked, "The vice squad has taken away the chubby guy and that girl." Huang Xiaotao speculated, given the deceased's scandalously revealing attire. She must have had relations with the murderer, right? We cannot merely speculate. I shall verify, I declared, taking a deep breath. As a virgin, the thought of examining a corpse that had been deceased for 7 days made me somewhat apprehensive. However, the absence of a forensic expert in Huang Xiaotao's special investigation team meant I had to assume all forensic duties, a clear case of me stepping into the abyss. Noticing my hesitation, Huang Xiaotao suggested, "Let Xiaozhou take a look. He has more experience." Xiaozhou vehemently shook his head. "I specialize in criminal identification, not autopsy." "Not autopsy. All right, I shall take a look. It is nothing to fret over." Upon my utterance, the surrounding individuals hastily withdrew, and I bent down. I shall refrain from detailing the specific visual, tactile, and olfactory experiences. Suffice to say that after a mere glance, my desire for adult films dissipated entirely. It was far more unsettling than visiting a specialized establishment. I called upon Wang Dali to fetch me a flashlight. Holding the flashlight aloft, I nodded affirmatively, stating that indeed, a relationship between the sexes had occurred. I instructed Xiao Zhou to bring me several cotton swabs and retrieved a small vial from my bag. After uncapping it, I gathered a few cotton swabs and dipped them into a powder. Huang Xiaotao inquired, "What is this?" "This is a powdered concoction I prepared, derived from perilla, magnolia flower, yellow skin, buplurum, and kudzu root," I replied. Huang Xiaotao shook her head, saying, "I am utterly ignorant of traditional medicine. Simply state its effects." "This powder possesses some rather unique properties." A collective murmur of disgust rippled through the crowd, especially from Wang Dali, who exclaimed, "Yangzi, are you a virgin? How can you remain so composed while engaging in such matters?" "Enough chatter." I shot him a glare. "It's easy for you to speak. I bear my own psychological burdens regarding this." At that moment, the hotel manager was summoned. Huang Xiaotao stated, "I'll conduct the questioning. Song Yang, you continue the autopsy." "Understood," I replied. Huang Xiaotao led the manager to another room for interrogation, not out of a desire for vigilante justice, but rather to maintain the utmost silence during my examination. I took a pair of tweezers and scrutinized the bite marks on the deceased's neck. The surrounding wounds were beginning to blacken, likely due to bacterial infection. As the human mouth harbors numerous bacteria, Wang Dali asked, "Yangzi, do you think this case was the work of a vampire?" "Impossible. I can state with absolute certainty that it was a human," I declared. Just then, someone knocked and entered. It was the uncle who had previously escorted me. Noticing Huang Xiaotao's absence, he inquired, "Where's the team leader?" "Interrogating someone." "Do you have something to discuss with me?" I responded. He wasted no time, saying, "I have uncovered the identity of the deceased. She was a prostitute working at a nearby hair salon and has been missing for a week. This line of work is quite transient, and due to the informal nature of the establishment, the owner did not file a report." I nodded. "What are the details regarding the deceased?" "Her name is Ma Liz Hen, 23 years old, with a rural household registration, having come to the city for work." "Goodness!" exclaimed Wang Dali. Under my stern gaze, he stuck out his tongue and lowered his head. "Time's up. Non-essential personnel should quickly evacuate." Wang Dali immediately affirmed, "No problem. My psychological resilience is as sturdy as iron." "Very well, you said it yourself," I replied, and the room erupted in a chorus of gasps. Several individuals could not withstand the tension, and Wang Dali rushed to the restroom to retch, though someone else had already claimed that space. He clutched his mouth, flailing about like a headless chicken, ultimately finding a wastebasket to vomit into. The aroma in the room was quite pungent. I could even detect the scent of the chive and egg pancake he had consumed the previous night. Even Xiao Zhou turned pale, struggling to maintain composure, while the uncle remained utterly unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the chaos, earning my quiet admiration. I concluded the perpetrator had engaged in sexual relations with the deceased, yet without direct contact. Xiao Zhou surmised. "How is that possible?" Xiao Zhou pondered. I cast a glance at the deceased, observing that the perpetrator's sweat glands were not functioning. These peculiarities pointed towards a singular conclusion. The assailant is afflicted with a condition. Xiao Zhou asked, "How does this aid in solving the case?" "Significantly, the assailant cannot perspire, thus cannot be exposed to sunlight. He likely wraps himself tightly and dons sunglasses and a mask, living like a vampire in this city. Also, did you find any body hair at the scene?" I inquired swiftly. "Only the deceased's," Xiao Zhou answered. "Exactly. The hair follicles may have long since atrophied. He may be entirely hairless," I asserted. Xiao Zhou's complexion shifted dramatically, Is he even human? Certainly. A person who would be easily recognized in a crowd. This characteristic should be relatively easy to trace, I chuckled. At that moment, Huang Xiaotao entered and knocked on the door, saying, "Everyone's here. Come quickly. I have a significant discovery." I removed my rubber gloves, my hands clammy with sweat, and casually retrieved a box of mint candies from my bag. Having spent an extended period in the room with the corpse, my nose was quite distressed. Upon exiting, I popped a mint into my mouth, the refreshing flavor bringing a sense of relief. I asked Wang Dali if he wanted one. Having just vomited and looking rather pale, he vigorously shook his head, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? You have such a good attitude. Just finished an autopsy and you're eating? I can't stomach anything right now." Who was it that claimed their psychological resilience was akin to iron? Enough with the sarcasm. Wang Dali nearly wept. I felt that my ability to endure had improved since the last time. We entered a room where a young man dressed in a server's uniform sat dejectedly on the bed. Huang Xiaotao sternly stated, "This is the individual who installed the hidden cameras in the room. He was far too cowardly, and upon my confrontation, he confessed everything." The server timidly asked, "Will I be sentenced?" Of course. Violating others' privacy is a breach of the law on administrative penalties for public security. Huang Xiaotao momentarily faltered, scratching her head in embarrassment. Article 42, the uncle remarked expressionlessly. Yes, Article 42. If someone files a complaint, you can expect detention and fines. Of course. The police also possess the authority to initiate prosecution. Ultimately, it depends on your conduct, she continued. The server stood up, agitated. I truly did it out of personal interest. Just for my own amusement. I never disseminated it or used it for extortion. What kind of personal interest is that? Why not just watch adult films instead? I retorted. That's different. If I don't watch some before bed, I feel utterly uncomfortable. The server became increasingly animated, suddenly realizing that everyone was glaring at him, and quickly lowered his head. "Did you apply the wallpaper?" I inquired. "Yes. When I inspected the room, I noticed a hole in the wall. If the boss found out, he'd tear down the entire piece of wallpaper and reapply it, exposing my setup. So I covered it myself," the server explained. "Did you not notice that someone died in that room 7 days ago?" I probed. "Brother, I have installed cameras in several rooms. I can record hundreds of hours of video daily. How could I possibly review them all at once? I only have time to sift through them during my breaks. My weekly time off is quite busy," the server replied. "Your life seems extraordinarily colorful." I scoffed. I detest people like this, unable to find a girlfriend, so they resort to filming others for gratification. It's revolting. Huang Xiaotao expressed her disdain, likely due to her identity as a woman and her inherent aversion to such invasive behavior. She kicked the server and ordered, "Go, bring us what you recorded." Chapter 35. The vampire count. The server uttered a quick wait before retreating to his break room to fetch something. Wang Dali asked, "What if he tries to escape?" "Not a worry. He won't dare run. I know individuals like him all too well," Huang Xiaotao said with a knowing smile directed at Wang Dali. Noticing that everyone's expressions were rather grim, Huang Xiaotao curiously inquired, "What is wrong with you all? You look as though you've seen a ghost. Did something happen?" I recounted the findings from the autopsy, and Huang Xiaotao scoffed. "A bunch of grown men afraid of this." Wang Dali retorted, "Sister Xiaotao, it's easy for you to say that. Why don't you go take a look and see if you can hold it together?" "Not a chance. I wouldn't fall for your tricks," Huang Xiaotao replied with a cold laugh. Before long, the server returned, carrying a sizable USB drive, roughly the size of a wallet. It was likely an external hard drive. Huang Xiaotao snorted. "Quite the extensive collection, I see." The waiter scratched his head, visibly embarrassed. "These are just unedited raw materials. If you want a concise version, I have another one." Huang Xiaotao's face immediately flushed red as she retorted, "Get lost, you lewd scoundrel. Who wants to see your concise version?" The hotel lacked computers, but there was a wall-mounted television with a USB port. Huang Xiaotao instructed him to connect the external hard drive. After it was properly connected, she began browsing through the contents with the remote, revealing hundreds of files. I thought to myself, if the police were truly intent on prosecuting him, this evidence could certainly keep this young man in the station for several months. Each video file was labeled with a room number and date. Huang Xiaotao found the video file from the day of the incident and opened it. Wang Dali suddenly hid behind me. I chuckled, "What's wrong? It's not like Sadako is going to crawl out." "No. I'm just worried there might be some intense scenes." "Better safe than sorry," Wang Dali replied. I couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing to fear, as I never flinched while watching horror films. The video spanned 6 hours, with the beginning showing nothing but a dark, empty room. Huang Xiaotao fast-forwarded until a figure appeared midway, a young woman in a red spaghetti-strap dress, carrying a small bag, followed by a man. The contrast in their attire was stark. The man wore a black hoodie, a mask over his face, and sunglasses. Xiao Zhou interjected. Song Yang was right. He truly dresses like this. This is a bird's eye view. We can't see his face at all. Huang Xiaotao sighed. Don't rush. Just wait, I said. In the video, the woman sat on the edge of the bed, conversing with the man in black. The camera lacked audio, so only the visuals were present. They chatted for 5 minutes before the woman lit a cigarette. Wang Dali, impatient, exclaimed, Aren't you going to take off yet? Under the scornful gazes of the others. Wang Dali felt embarrassed and slowly lowered his head. After a while, the man in black disappeared from the frame. The woman played with her phone while Huang Xiaotao noted something in her notebook, intending to check the girl's number later. Eventually, the woman began to undress, leaving only her bra and panties. The man in black reappeared, fully nude, causing everyone to gasp at his appearance. Wang Dali exclaimed, Wow, he really looks like a vampire. Xiao Zhou clarified, No, that skin tone indicates a lack of melanin due to prolonged exposure to sunlight. If only I had skin that white, Huang Xiaotao mused. Though her complexion was also not dark, being a healthy shade of tan. Noticing everyone looking at her, Huang Xiaotao pouted, I was just saying that. Let us continue. Oh my, they're getting into it. Wang Dali said excitedly. I really don't want to admit I know this guy. The woman lay prone on the bed while the man in black pulled out 2 ribbons from somewhere, tying one around her feet and the other around her hands, securing them to something outside the frame. Huang Xiaotao remarked, Strange, the victim actually consented to being bound. I originally thought it was forced. Perhaps they discussed a price? I suggested, reflecting on how the girl was entirely unaware she was stepping into a deadly trap. The thought that the individual in the video would soon meet their demise filled me with sorrow. At that moment, the man in black was not seen hammering nails into the wall. Had he prepared everything in advance? Soon, he mounted the woman, initiating the act. Most of the audience was male, and despite the investigation, it was inevitable that they would instinctively be drawn to such a scene. Their interest piqued. Only Huang Xiaotao, blushing, lowered her head and handed the remote to me. Fast forward. Fast forward. As I pressed the fast forward button, I could almost hear a collective sigh of disappointment. A sensation of daring to defy the world. I must admit, the man in black was quite enduring, lasting a full 15 minutes. Then he suddenly leaned down, and I pressed play, witnessing him bite into the woman's neck. The girl trembled in agony, her limbs struggling futilely against her bindings, as the man pressed down hard on her shoulders, rendering her attempts to escape useless. Although the footage was silent, it exuded an intense horror. Just as everyone was intently watching, a grotesque face suddenly appeared on screen, dark as soot, with blood-red eyes and elongated fangs. Ah! Wang Dali screamed, startling me. Though the face itself hadn't frightened me. His sudden shout, however, sent a chill through me. The face completely obscured the frame, and I suddenly realized something. I paused the video. That is not a human face. Is it a vampire? Xiao Zhou stammered. I thought to myself, aren't you a Ritter with a doctorate? Why bring up vampires so often? It's a bat, a calm voice from an older man interjected. Everyone soon realized that the face indeed belonged to a bat. I resumed the video, watching as the bat wrapped itself in its wings, completely covering the camera, which was most frustrating. I continued to fast forward for several hours until the bat vanished, leaving the room in darkness. It seemed the perpetrator had already checked out, and the bed appeared to have been tidied up. Damn that bat! Huang Xiaotao cursed. It blocked everything at the crucial moment. I still haven't seen the killer's face. It must be a vampire. Otherwise, why would there be a bat in a perfectly fine hotel? Xiao Zhou said, panic evident in his voice. Have you heard the legends from medieval Europe? When the vampire count appears, he transforms into a swarm of bats. Can you be more realistic? Always with the vampire talk, Huang Xiaotao replied. Vampires may exist, Xiao Zhou asserted. I read a book abroad that traced the history of vampires. They could be a rare species, retaining beastly habits, fearful of sunlight, and surviving by feeding on blood. If they exist in the West, they must exist in China too. I'll prove whether or not they are vampires. In reality, they are merely charlatans, I declared, pointing at Huang Xiaotao. Xiaotao, rewind the video and see if anyone entered the room before these two. Dali, let us revisit the crime scene. Chapter 36. The chief instructor of the armed police Wang Dali and I returned to the room where the crime occurred. I looked up at the ceiling and noticed some stains, just as I had suspected. Since the corpse was still lying on the bed, I couldn't step on it. So I asked Wang Dali to bring me a ladder. Soon, he returned with the ladder, and I instructed him on how to set it up. Wang Dali, puzzled, asked, Yangzi, what are you doing? You'll see in a moment. I climbed the ladder and gently wiped the stains on the ceiling with a cotton swab dipped in alcohol. The alcohol dissolved the stains, and as it evaporated, the residue remained on the swab. This was also a method used by forensic experts to collect liquid evidence. I brought the swab to my nose for a sniff and then asked Wang Dali to do the same. He shook his head. I can't smell anything. No. This is eel blood. Someone smeared it on the ceiling to attract bats. I looked back at the ceiling and added, wait. This shape appears to have been sprayed on with something like a water gun. Song Yang, come quickly. Huang Xiaodao called from another room. We returned to that room, where Huang Xiaodao had made a discovery. In another video, filmed in the same room a day before the incident, she spotted a figure dressed as a cleaner, wearing a mask, sneaking in, nailing something into the wall, and then using a water gun to spray some liquid onto the ceiling. I recounted the blood of the eel I had just discovered on the ceiling, chuckling. Bats are inherently bloodthirsty creatures, particularly drawn to the pungent scent of eel blood. This explains their attraction. This sufficiently proves that the perpetrator is human and not some vampire. Xiao Zhou's face shifted between shades of blue and red as he replied. Perhaps the allure of vampires for bats is merely a myth, but other aspects hold truth. Reality often diverges from legend. I discerned that Xiao Zhou had steadfastly believed in the vampire theory all along, even during our previous wager. Since he was so insistent, I decided to turn the tables. If he were a vampire, then we should have seen nothing just now. What do you mean? Xiao Zhou inquired. Vampires cannot be reflected in mirrors, let alone in photographs. Surely you've heard this legend? Hence, the camera should not have captured him either. Xiao Zhou stuttered. That legend might also be a fabrication. Wang Dali interjected. If that is false, then so is this. Are the books you read fictional as well? Feeling a pang of shame, Xiao Zhou feebly argued. Cameras and mirrors operate differently. Perhaps a camera could capture a vampire's image. I responded, if he truly were a vampire, then the body he bit would not be lying there for us to examine. It would likely have risen as a zombie to attack us. Isn't that reasoning sufficiently compelling? Finally, Xiao Zhou conceded. Fine, I admit this time the murderer is not a vampire. But I firmly believe that vampires exist in this world. Stubborn as a dead duck, I mused. If vampires truly existed, with their supposed immortality, humanity would have long since vanished. Huang Xiaodao rewound the footage, watching it twice with a furrowed brow. Can this image not be enlarged? The timid waiter replied. This is not a high-end camera. It lacks such functionality. Huang Xiaodao asked me, Song Yang, have you made any discoveries? I scrutinized the footage. The janitor is likely an accomplice of the murderer, approximately 45 to 50 years old, weighing around 80 kilograms, of average build. His technique appears quite adept. Spraying eel blood on the ceiling suggests he knew there might be cameras here from the outset. To notice all this, he must be exceedingly cunning, Huang Xiaodao remarked. The uncle calmly speculated. He may have previously worked in a hotel. Establishments like this unlicensed and often install cameras behind mirrors and televisions. Furthermore, he has suffered a stroke. I added. The group gasped, and Huang Xiaodao asked, how did you deduce that? Can your eyes see through things? I laughed, of course not. The clue lies within this video. If you don't believe me, take another look. Huang Xiaodao rewound the video, watching it again, shaking her head. Song Yang, I truly lack your discerning eye. Why don't you point it out? The uncle furrowed his brow. I noticed he walks with a slight limp. Is that it? I raised a finger. That is one aspect, but I cannot conclude solely on that. There is another. I took the remote and rewound slightly. When the janitor entered, he carelessly leaned the broom against the wall. I pointed to his wrist. Look, his left sleeve does not cover his wrist. And then? Huang Xiaodao inquired. I fast-forwarded a bit, pausing as the uncle pulled a water gun from his right pocket. Now observe the right hand. The sleeve covers even the back of his hand, indicating that his arms are of unequal length. This is a consequence of a stroke. Xiao Zhou shook his head. Not necessarily. Perhaps his clothing is simply ill-fitting, leading to uneven sleeve lengths. I replied, while that is not impossible, combined with his slightly limping gait, does it not suggest a greater likelihood of stroke residuals? The group nodded in agreement, with Huang Xiaodao admiringly stating, indeed, Song Yang's reasoning is more compelling. However, your understanding of these details makes me increasingly doubt you are merely an ordinary university student. Wang Dali waved his hand in front of my eyes. Yangzi, how do you see these things that we all miss? I humbly smiled. Understanding various pathological features is fundamental knowledge for a forensic expert. Armed with this information, locating the accomplice would become significantly easier. Soon, Huang Xiaodao retrieved the hotel's guest records. The janitor, Zhao Tinyu, was a 50-year-old farmer hailing from a small village near the city. From the clues we had gathered, Zhao Tinyu had preemptively booked a room for 2 days using his own ID before masquerading as a janitor to carry out his scheme. The next day, the murderer brought the victim to the room and killed him, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, the surveillance camera in the corridor had been repositioned at an angle, unnoticed by the careless hotel staff, thus failing to capture the murderer's face. Huang Xiaotao suspected this was also the doing of Zhao Tinyu. However, I discovered some discrepancies and remarked to Huang Xiaotao, "This is quite strange. If the accomplice disguised himself as a janitor to avoid being seen, why then did he use his own ID to book the room? Are you suggesting the ID should be fake?" I replied. "Regardless, it remains a lead." Huang Xiaotao instructed an officer, Xiao Su, check with the household registration department about Zhao Tinyu. Then, Huang Xiaotao said to me, "I'll have Wang Yuanchao take you and Dolly back to school." Wang Yuanchao? I was momentarily puzzled. It turned out she was referring to the taciturn uncle. Huang Xiaotao smiled. Officer Wang was formerly the chief instructor of the armed police. He was transferred to the criminal police team after being injured. Don't let his quiet demeanor fool you. He possesses remarkable skills. In the future, I'll send him to pick you up for the scene. You are a valuable asset to the task force, and we cannot afford any missteps. Thank you for your kindness. I then smiled at the uncle, Officer Wang. I appreciate your help. Wang Yuanchao merely nodded coolly. Wang Dolly clapped Wang Yuanchao on the shoulder. I previously thought you were just an ordinary uncle. I see now there is more to you. The skills of a chief instructor must be exceptional. Xiao Zhou interjected. Group leader Huang, are you mistaken? Wasn't he Officer Wang demoted to a police officer for disobeying orders and killing 16 drug lords? Wang Dolly opened his mouth, slowly withdrawing his hand from Wang Yuanchao. Huang Xiaotao shot Xiao Zhou a glare, her expression clearly indicating, why bring that up? Wang Yuanchao waved his hand dismissively. Those are all past events. I couldn't help but regard Wang Yuanchao with newfound respect. This uncle, seemingly an iceberg, harbored a fiery spirit within, judging by his gloomy demeanor. He might even have violent tendencies. Upon returning to the crime scene, after the officers collected the examined body, I performed my customary ritual of burning paper for the deceased, reciting a passage from the incantation for the departed. Huang Xiaotao clapped her hands. All right, it's now 3 a.m. Everyone should return to rest. We will hold a case discussion meeting at 8 tomorrow morning. Anyone who is late will face a deduction in their bonus. I inquired. Do I have to attend as well? Absolutely. That rule about deductions doesn't apply to me, does it? I weakly asked. Huang Xiaotao fiercely squeezed her small, delicate fist. Try it and see. Chapter 37. A rare affliction. The following morning, I was jolted awake by the cacophony of an alarm clock. The process of rising proving to be quite torturous. I donned my clothes and called to Wang Dolly on the lower bunk, but he refused to get up, clutching his blanket and mumbling incoherently. Oh, just let me sleep a bit longer. Why should a senior endure the same life as a high school student? You can attend the meeting alone. Fine, then you can forget about this bonus. I retorted. Wang Dolly shot upright. Wait for me. Dressed appropriately. We hailed a taxi outside the school. During the journey, the driver remarked, have you two heard? A prostitute was murdered last night in the Southern District, and the manner of her death was truly horrific. How do you know that? Wang Dolly inquired. Haha, what news could possibly elude us? This morning, a friend of mine was picking up passengers in that area and happened to meet the hotel owner, who had been in quite a state all night, sharing this dreadful tale with my friend. This hotel was already operating without a license, and now with a murder on its hands, it's likely to close for good. By the way, my friend also mentioned that the police have brought in a special consultant, handsome and impressive, a university student, who can see things that others cannot, the driver gossiped. Is that so? I feigned surprise. Wang Dolly chuckled, covering his mouth. Doesn't the police have their own personnel? Why hire a student? This student seems quite capable. Didn't a headless corpse case occur at a university recently? It said he was the one who solved it. Oh, if only my useless son could be so accomplished, instead of spending all day gaming online. I remarked, your information is truly impressive, dear driver. Indeed, the driver replied proudly. By the way, why are you two heading to the police station so early? Don't tell me you're there to assist the police in solving a case? No. We are there for business, I clarified. The driver laughed heartily. I knew it was too good to be true. If it were you, I would have given you a free ride. Ha ha ha. Before long, we arrived at the police station, paid the fare, and just then, Huang Xiaotao emerged from the parking lot, greeting us warmly. Song Yang, Dolly, you came at the perfect time. Let us head to the 3rd floor for a meeting. The driver widened his eyes, pointing at me. It's really you. Yes, I smiled faintly. Didn't you just say it would be free? Wang Dolly chimed in. Huang Xiaotao, curious, asked, what are you talking about? Just then, the driver sped off, and Wang Dolly chased after him, shouting, hey, wasn't it supposed to be free? People nowadays are so inconsiderate, Huang Xiaotao remarked. Did something happen? Should I call the traffic department to deal with him? No worries, we were just joking, I reassured her. Have you eaten yet? Huang Xiaotao inquired. Not yet. I shook my head. She pulled out her phone and called, "Please add 2 identical breakfast orders." The address is still the conference room on the 3rd floor of the criminal investigation team. Huang Dali exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Xiaotao, are you treating everyone to breakfast?" Huang Xiaotao smiled. "I worked late last night and woke up early today. I must make it up to everyone. If one doesn't sleep or eat well, they become irritable and less efficient. I can't guarantee everyone sleeps well, but at least I can ensure they eat well. I didn't realize you were so experienced," I commented. "I learned from my mentor," Huang Xiaotao replied. Upon reaching the 3rd floor conference room, we found the early arriving officers chatting around the meeting table. My impression of criminal investigators had always been that they were stern and serious, but it appeared they too had their daily lives. Some discussed their children. Others talked about TV dramas and gossip. Only Wang Yuanchao sat alone in a corner, his expression sullen, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Wang Dali nudged me. "That uncle seems a bit out of place. Perhaps that is just his style," I suggested. Shortly after, a delivery person arrived with the breakfast Huang Xiaotao ordered, carrying 2 large bags. She told those who hadn't eaten to come and grab their share, and the atmosphere in the conference room became celebratory. The breakfast spread was abundant, featuring soy milk, fried dough sticks, shrimp fritters, and pan-fried dumplings. After finishing breakfast, the remaining officers arrived, and Huang Xiaotao cleared her throat, stating, "All right, since everyone is here, let us summarize the clues we have gathered." She pulled a whiteboard, covered with photographs and keywords, to the front of the table, explaining the case, all of which I was already aware of. After concluding, she asked, "Is there anything to add?" One officer reported, "I checked the ID registered by the cleaning staff. It's a forgery. There are criminals in Nanjing City who specialize in producing fake IDs, using the identities of uneducated farmers from nearby counties." Another officer added, "I contacted the deceased, Malaysian's relatives, and they confirmed she had severed ties with her family for many years. They have no idea what she was doing in Nanjing City, nor are they aware of her disappearance or death." A third officer chimed in. "This morning I visited the transportation department and retrieved surveillance footage from the hotel's entrance, capturing a man suspected to be the murderer leaving the hotel on October 4th at 8 p.m., but the image is too blurry to discern his face." Huang Xiaotao then assigned tasks. The technical team would analyze the footage from last night for new clues, while the other officers would investigate hospitals for a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a history of strokes, as well as Malaysian social connections. After concluding the assignments, she turned her gaze to me. "Songyang, do you have anything to say?" I pondered for a moment, then suggested, "I recommend checking for patients in Nanjing City with an allergy to heterologous proteins. It's a rare genetic disorder that may be related to the murderer." Upon hearing the term, the officers began to murmur amongst themselves, and Huang Xiaotao asked, "Allergy to heterologous proteins? What is that? I've never heard of it." I explained, "Individuals with this condition cannot absorb a specific type of protein and are extremely allergic. A common example is peanut allergies. Those affected can face life-threatening situations after consuming peanuts. I suspect the murderer suffers from this condition, rejecting most proteins found in everyday food, except for blood. The body, lacking protein for an extended period, undergoes certain mutations, such as being sensitive to sunlight, having pale skin, and lacking hair. If he doesn't eat regular food, how does he survive?" Huang Xiaotao asked, astonished. "By drinking blood," I replied coldly. Wang Dali whispered, "Yangzi, didn't you sleep next to me last night? When did you research this?" "What do you mean, sleep next to you?" I retorted angrily. "Last night, I couldn't sleep thinking about the case, so I got up and flipped through my old study notes. Thankfully, I made some discoveries. Otherwise, I might have spent the whole night awake." "How many hours did you sleep then?" Wang Dali inquired. "Less than 2, to be honest. Just sitting here makes me a bit drowsy. My eyes feel sore, and I can't wait to find a place to crash after this meeting." Chapter 38. Child of the Devil. Huang Xiaotao then instructed, "Those visiting hospitals should also investigate this peculiar case of vampirism." "Wait, I also want to visit the orphanages in Nanjing City," I added. "Songyang, what discovery do you expect to make there?" Huang Xiaotao was puzzled about my interest in orphanages. "No, it's just my speculation. If resources are tight, I'll go alone. But I need you to provide me with an official case document," I requested. "I'll go with you," Huang Xiaotao replied, and then instructed everyone to proceed with their investigations. Wang Dali and I hopped into Huang Xiaotao's car, and she checked the GPS, saying, "The nearest orphanage is the Compassion Welfare Institute. Let us head there." "All right, I'm going to take a quick nap. I'm utterly exhausted," I said, reclining the passenger seat and quickly dozing off. Before long, Huang Xiaotao shook me awake. "Get up, we've arrived." I saw a white building covered in green vines, with a sign reading Compassion Welfare Institute hanging at the gate. After yawning, I realized that a short nap had indeed refreshed me, and I felt more alert. Huang Xiaotao extracted a wet wipe to clean my face, and I expressed my gratitude. While wiping my face, I remarked, being a police officer must be quite arduous, often devoid of sleep. How do you manage to maintain such flawless skin? Huang Xiaotao opened her storage box, revealing numerous facial masks. When I do get some sleep, I simply apply a hydrating mask. To my astonishment, I discovered that these were imported masks. I can't help but wonder how you can afford such extravagance. What does your family do? Staring at the masks priced in the hundreds, I was utterly flabbergasted. Huang Xiaotao mischievously smiled. That's a secret. Now, let us continue our investigation. From the back seat came the sound of snoring, and we turned to see Wang Dali sleeping soundly. Huang Xiaotao prepared to wake him, but I gestured for her to leave him be. Let us proceed with our investigation. Whether we find anything remains uncertain. We entered the welfare institution and inquired with the person in charge about whether they had ever taken in a child with pale skin, who feared the sun and had no body hair. The official led us to the medical office, where we found a thick medical record book. After a brief review, we confirmed that no such child had been admitted, thanked them, and departed. Huang Xiaotao, puzzled, asked, "What is your reason for investigating the orphanage?" I replied, "I cannot disclose that at the moment. There are only a few orphanages in Nanjing City, and I will inform you once I have visited them all." "What if we find nothing?" she queried. "Then I shall treat you to a meal," I responded. Huang Xiaotao scoffed. "You, a poor student, treating me?" "It would be my honor to treat a beautiful police officer," I said with a faint smile. We swiftly visited 3 orphanages, with Huang Xiaotao's car. It was quite convenient. If Wang Dali and I had to walk, the entire day would have been consumed. Unfortunately, none yielded any leads. At noon, Huang Xiaotao parked in front of a fast food restaurant, ordering 2 combo meals. As she was placing the order, Wang Dali suddenly sat up, exclaiming, "I want fried chicken wings and a large cola with ice." Huang Xiaotao shot him a glare. "How is it that you only wake up when it's time to eat?" Wang Dali chuckled. "That's just how my biological clock works. No matter how late I sleep, I always wake up at meal times." "Isn't that impressive? Sounds like a pig's life." Huang Xiaotao rolled her eyes and then ordered an additional combo meal. After finishing our meal, Huang Xiaotao consulted the GPS Songyang. "There is only 1 orphanage left in Nanjing City. If we do not find anything, dinner will be on you." "All right," I nodded. "However, a street-side stall will not suffice. Prepare your wallet for an extravagant expense." Huang Xiaotao grinned mischievously. An hour later, we arrived at the last orphanage, the Sacred Heart Orphanage. Its location was rather secluded, and we could see a church-like structure standing amidst a grove of white birch trees, serene and profound, with a white cross atop its spire. "Isn't that a church?" Wang Dali remarked. "This orphanage was built with donations from the Christian community in Nanjing City, which is why it appears this way," Huang Xiaotao explained as we entered the orphanage. The courtyard was tranquil, with numerous leaves having fallen from the birch trees lining the path. A matron sat in the reception area, knitting a sweater. Upon noticing our entrance, she inquired whom we were seeking. Huang Xiaotao stated our purpose, and the matron suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I have a vague recollection of the child you described." Huang Xiaotao and I exchanged glances, realizing we were on the right track. The matron recounted that the child had been adopted 20 years ago at the age of 7, due to his peculiar appearance and fear of sunlight. A heated debate ensued among several nuns, the pastor, and the headmistress, who believed he might be a child of the devil, with some suggesting he should be abandoned. However, the compassionate headmistress vehemently opposed this notion, asserting that even a child of the devil could be redeemed by God's light, and thus took him in. The child rarely consumed food, avoiding milk, meat, and peanuts, and remained emaciated due to malnutrition. Once, he fainted from hunger, and a nun administered a nutritional injection that nearly killed him. He erupted in blisters and writhed on the ground in agony, frightening everyone present. The child exuded an aura of terror. On one occasion, while the matron was on night watch, she discovered all the chickens in the coop dead, only to find the child squatting there, covered in blood with glowing eyes, which terrified her beyond measure. Due to this incident, the child was confined for 3 days. But being inherently reclusive, this punishment had no effect. He preferred to remain in the dark room. He later bit a nun on the neck, nearly taking her life, prompting the staff to declare they could no longer tolerate him, threatening to strike if the headmistress did not expel him. Some even suggested he was a descendant of Cain and should be killed by sunlight. The headmistress firmly disagreed, arguing that the child was pitiable and would likely perish if cast out. She recalled God's words when banishing Cain: "Whoever kills Cain will suffer 7-fold retribution." If the child were truly a descendant of Cain, killing him would bring calamity. Thus, the headmistress took the child to the atonement room, educating him all day long using the Bible. She was a benevolent soul, regarded as a saint by all, and through her guidance, the child was indeed transformed. He never bit anyone again, though everyone remained vigilant to keep him away from other children. When he turned 18, he escaped the orphanage, and thereafter, he was never heard from again, bringing an end to the staff's nightmare. After listening to the matron's account, I was certain that this individual was the perpetrator we sought. What was his name? Do you have detailed information? Huang Xiaotao inquired eagerly. I am uncertain about those details, but I can take you to the headmistress, the matron replied. Thank you for your help. Huang Xiaotao nodded. On the way, Wang Dali curiously asked me, what does it mean to be a descendant of Cain? Cain is a character from the Bible, also regarded as the progenitor of vampires. Later figures like vampire counts and queens are all said to belong to his lineage. I explained. Chapter 39, White Knight. The Bible states that after Adam and Eve consumed the forbidden fruit, they bore two sons, Cain and Abel. Cain was tasked with cultivating vegetables, while Abel tended to livestock. When both brothers offered sacrifices to God, Cain presented fresh vegetables, while Abel offered a delectable lamb. God favored Abel's offering, igniting Cain's jealousy, leading him to slay his brother Abel with a stone. None of this escaped God's notice, and he summoned Cain. Asking where Abel was, Cain deceitfully claimed ignorance, which angered God. Consequently, he cursed Cain, declaring that his descendants would be exiled, forever unable to walk in the light. Some theologians believe that henceforth, Cain was banished from Eden, transforming into a creature that subsisted on human blood. His descendants continued to dwell in haunted castles, and each time they appeared, they would spark tales of terror throughout Europe. Wang Dali exclaimed, Wow, Yangzi, you've even read the Bible? I shook my head. I haven't read the Bible. I learned about this legend from other books. Huang Xiaotao scoffed. How ironic that a place devoted to God produced a vampire. The matron interjected, Officer, we shouldn't speak this way. Where there is light, there is darkness. God and the devil are merely two sides of the same coin. Besides, that child has reformed under the headmistress's guidance. That boy hasn't reformed at all. Just days ago, he drained a woman of all her blood. Wang Dali blurted out. Huang Xiaotao shot him a glare, and the matron gasped, Is that true? Huang Xiaotao hesitated, saying, We are still investigating this case. We have not yet reached a conclusion regarding the identity of the perpetrator. The elderly woman made a cross over her chest and murmured, May the Lord forgive his sins. She led us to an office and knocked on the door. A man's voice from within called out, Come in. The woman opened the door and said, Director, these are the detectives from the criminal police team. They have come to inquire about certain matters. Directly opposite the door sat a man in his 50s or 60s, with graying hair and glasses, typing away furiously at a desk cluttered with numerous books, most of which were religious texts. The director stood up to greet us, saying, The room is quite messy. Please make yourselves comfortable. Nanny, could you bring in some tea for our guests? Wang Dali seemed to have misheard something and whispered, Nanny? I nudged him with my elbow, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. The term nanny is a respectful title for a nun, quite different from the character in My Fair Princess. Huang Xiaotao succinctly explained our purpose for visiting, and the director nodded, saying, I do remember the child you mentioned. His name is Bai Yi, a name I bestowed upon him. Bai reflects his fair complexion, while Yi signifies his affinity for the darkness. Bai Yi's background is rather tragic. It is said that his mother was a prostitute. However, he was too young to recall her appearance or name. Due to her profession, she abandoned him. And for a long time, Bai Yi was quite melancholic, rarely interacting with other children. A prostitute? Huang Xiaotao exclaimed, clearly taken aback. It seems there was a reason Bai Yi targeted women of that profession. Director, do you know where Bai Yi went afterward? I inquired. The director shook his head. I am not sure. After he ran away, he vanished without a trace. I was quite worried about him and even sent people out to search for him. I asked, How do the orphans fare after leaving here? The director replied, We teach them some basic knowledge, equivalent to 9 years of compulsory education, so they can acquire a skill to support themselves as adults. Of course, some orphans choose to remain and serve the Lord. I noticed the director's office was quite modestly furnished and remarked, Your establishment of such an orphanage truly benefits society. The director smiled, You flatter me. To be honest, I was also an orphan in my youth. It was through the Lord's grace that I survived. I wish to dedicate my life in service to Him. The initial years of the orphanage were indeed challenging, but it has gradually improved, thanks to government funding and support from various sectors, as well as assistance from some children who have grown up here and occasionally return to help. Having expressed our gratitude, and without partaking in tea, we prepared to take our leave. Suddenly, I remembered something and asked the director, By the way, have you seen Bai Yi recently? As I posed the question, I activated my insightful gaze to observe the director's reaction. He flinched slightly before responding calmly. No? Thank you. I nodded. Once outside, Huang Xiaotao asked, how did you know there might be clues at the orphanage? It wasn't so much a guess as it was a gamble, I replied. A gamble? Huang Xiaotao looked puzzled. Bai Yi has an unusual appearance and a peculiar obsession. Any parents of such a child would likely be frightened. Thus, I surmised there were two possibilities. Either his parents sought treatment for him at various hospitals, or they simply abandoned him, I explained slowly. So you thought that if there were no leads at the hospitals, the orphanage would certainly have some? Huang Xiaotao's eyes lit up with realization. Precisely. As we left the orphanage, I reflected repeatedly on the director's earlier reaction. When a person lies, they often exhibit subtle, imperceptible behaviors known in psychology as microexpressions, such as eyebrow twitches, lack of focus, or tight lips. When I asked the director that question, he did display some unusual signs. I couldn't discern whether he was lying or merely startled by my suddenly shifting pupils, as I had never employed that tactic before. Noticing my intense gaze at the orphanage, Huang Xiaotao asked, Songyang, what's wrong? Come, let us conduct a small test. I suddenly activated my insightful gaze, causing both of them to recoil in shock. Wang Dali exclaimed, Yangzi, why have your eyes changed color again? Are you practicing some sort of sorcery? Dali, did you indulge in self-pleasure this week? I queried bluntly. Wang Dali's eyes widened in disbelief. Why are you asking that? Yes or no? I pressed. No. How could I possibly engage in such vulgar behavior? I retracted my insightful gaze and stated, you are lying. Wang Dali's face turned crimson. While self-pleasure is not a significant matter, admitting it in front of Huang Xiaotao would be quite embarrassing for him. With a mournful expression, he replied, Songyang, are you teasing me? Why bring that up out of the blue? My apologies, I owe you an ice cream, I explained. I was merely testing for micro-expressions when someone lies. Wang Dali's reaction was exaggerated, while the director remained calm. However, they both exhibited similar fleeting signs, flared nostrils, constricted pupils, and slightly reddened ears, all of which did not escape my insightful gaze. Through this test, I became increasingly convinced that the director was indeed lying. He had undoubtedly seen Bai Yi recently. Huang Xiaotao gasped, I knew it. The more pious they seem, the less trustworthy they are. Songyang, should we go back and confront him for the truth? I believe it would be futile. If he is concealing information, it is because he does not wish to divulge it. Moreover, we do not possess a search warrant. I propose we station a few officers here to monitor him without alarming him for the time being, I suggested thoughtfully. Agreed. Huang Xiaotao suddenly asked, by the way, what does self-pleasure mean? I hesitated, contemplating how to respond. It surprised me that Huang Xiaotao, having never had a boyfriend, might not be familiar with the term. It refers to a game, a new mobile game. Wang Dali hurriedly interjected, we boys all love to play it. Chapter 40. The Truth Emerging from the Orphanage. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Huang Xiaotao drove us back to the city and took us to a grilled fish restaurant for dinner. Throughout the meal, she was busy on the phone, appearing quite occupied as the lead of the task force. Once she hung up, I inquired, any updates? Currently, there are no substantial developments. The optimal time for solving a murder case is within 48 hours, but the body was discovered too late. I fear it may turn into a protracted struggle. Huang Xiaotao replied, frowning and looking somewhat dejected. If only another body would appear, Wang Dali remarked. We shot him a disapproving glance, to which he awkwardly explained. Isn't that how it goes in movies? One after another until the real culprit is caught. You're a jinx. Huang Xiaotao scolded angrily. However, Wang Dali's words were not without merit. This case did not appear to be a crime of passion, but rather seemed akin to a targeted serial murder. With 7 days at hand, I worried that there might already be a second victim lurking in a corner of the city. Bai Yi seeks retribution for his abandonment by his mother, which is why he specifically targets prostitutes. This bears some resemblance to Jack the Ripper, Huang Xiaotao mused. Indeed. I share that sentiment, I nodded in agreement. Could it be that this case, like that of Jack the Ripper, remains unsolved? Wang Dali speculated. Can you spit out ivory? Huang Xiaotao shot him an incredulous look. All right, I won't say another word. Can I just enjoy my meal? Just then, the server brought Huang Xiaotao her milkshake. And upon seeing it, Wang Dali, perhaps recalling the events of the previous night's autopsy, suddenly covered his mouth and rushed to the restroom. What a character. Huang Xiaotao laughed, exasperated. After finishing our meal, Huang Xiaotao intended to drive us back. However, night had fallen, and the police station was quite far from our school. I didn't want her to make an extra trip, so I suggested she head back first while Wang Dali and I took the bus. As she was about to leave, Huang Xiaotao remarked, I still need to sort through the clues I have on hand. I will call you when I require your assistance. All right, I responded. The following 2 days passed without incident, but that evening, Huang Xiaodao suddenly called, her tone unusually grave. Song Yang, it seems someone may have been murdered tonight. Can you come over? What happened? I inquired. I have asked Wang Yuanzhao to pick you up. Wait for his car at the school gate. With that, Huang Xiaodao hung up. Wang Dali had just fallen asleep when I shook him awake. Reluctantly, he grumbled, why is it always at night? This woman is like a vampire that only comes out after dark. Whether you come or not, I will go myself. I declared. All right, let me get dressed. Wang Dali said, springing out of bed. We slipped out of the dormitory and waited a short while outside the school gate until Wang Yuanzhao's car arrived. Once inside, I asked him what had transpired and why Huang Xiaodao suggested someone might be in danger tonight. Wang Yuanzhao replied indifferently, you'll know when we arrive. As the car drove on, I realized we were heading towards the Sacred Heart Orphanage. Upon our arrival, we found several police cars surrounding the orphanage. And the woman I had seen previously was there as well. Huang Xiaodao was scolding two officers. What is going on? You can't even keep track of one living person. Who will take responsibility for this death? What happened? I approached to inquire. Huang Xiaodao explained that they had searched all the hospitals in the city over the past 2 days for stroke patients that matched the profile, but to no avail. They then broadened their search and found the medical records of the orphanage's director at a nearby hospital, where he had been treated for a stroke a year prior. Huang Xiaodao immediately became alert, suspecting that the director was likely an accomplice. She had ordered the officers on surveillance to swiftly apprehend him. But it turned out he had already fled through the back door of the orphanage. According to the staff there, the director rarely went out, indicating he may have gone to assist the perpetrator. Let's check the director's office first, I suggested. Agreed. Huang Xiaodao nodded. Upon entering the office, we noticed the lights were on. The officer who had failed to act stammered an explanation. We saw the light from a distance and thought he was still inside. So we let our guard down. Huang Xiaodao shook her head and sighed. It was my mistake. I should have deployed more personnel around the orphanage. I began to inspect the room. On the desk lay an open Bible and a fountain pen, while the ashtray contained remnants of charred paper. A member of the technical team was about to pick it up when I suddenly exclaimed, wait, that piece of paper may hold crucial evidence. It's already burnt to ash, and one more shake could reduce it to dust. I turned to Wang Dali and instructed, go buy a squid and a bottle of linseed oil. What? Where am I supposed to find that at this hour? Wang Yuanzhao interjected. The nearest large supermarket is 3 kilometers away. I'll drive. All right, I leave it to you, I nodded. After Wang Yuanzhao left, I found nothing else of interest in the room. At that moment, Xiao Zhou approached quietly and tapped my shoulder. Song Yang, there is something I want to tell you. What is it? I asked. There are vampires in Nanjing City, Xiao Zhou said mysteriously. I nearly choked, wondering if this boy was truly so dense as to still be fixated on such nonsense. Seeing my disbelief, he promptly pulled out a yellow dossier from his briefcase and handed it to me. Huang Xiaodao, exasperated, remarked, Xiao Zhou, haven't you been analyzing the video? Why are you wasting time on vampires? I believe this is a significant clue for the case, Xiao Zhou asserted confidently. Huang Xiaotao's face twitched in frustration. Had their positions been different, she might have scolded him. I opened the dossier, which detailed a bizarre case from 18 years ago involving a 37-year-old prostitute who was found dead in her rented room, her blood nearly drained. The dossier contained a photograph of the victim, her body clad in a red dress, lying on the bed, her skin pale as paper. Another photo showed a close-up of her neck, which bore a small bite mark, much smaller than the gaping wounds in the current case. Upon seeing that photograph, my mind buzzed as I rapidly connected the dots. Red dress prostitute, 18 years ago, orphanage. Xiao Zhou, oblivious to my reaction, asked, what do you think? This dossier must be important. It proves that vampires have existed in Nanjing City for a long time. Yes, it is indeed significant. Thank you. I nodded earnestly. Xiao Zhou appeared bewildered, not expecting my gratitude. I turned to Huang Xiaodao. If I'm not mistaken, this deceased woman from 18 years ago is Bai Ye's mother. Are you certain? Huang Xiaodao asked. Absolutely certain. 18 years ago, he killed his mother. Hence, the director lied to us. Bai Yi was not abandoned, but rather fled after committing murder, I explained swiftly. Why would the director cover for him? Huang Xiaodao queried. I don't believe he is a saint. Such a crime could only be concealed by someone who is complicit in aiding Bai Yi, I replied with a cold smile. The others present were momentarily stunned. I continued my analysis methodically. The director, in his youth, did not adhere to the church's teachings, but instead had a liaison with Bai Ye's mother. Whether their relationship was fleeting or deep-seated remains a mystery, but ultimately, Bai Ye's mother became pregnant and gave birth to him. As the director, he could never acknowledge this son, and Bai Ye's mother, due to her profession, could not fulfill her maternal duties. A forsaken woman bearing a child such as Bai Yi naturally harbored resentment, and Bai Yi became the target of her frustrations. One can only imagine how Bai Yi's dark and twisted psyche developed in such an environment, leading him to despise his mother. Eventually, he killed her. And perhaps the director had been watching him from the shadows, appearing just in time to shelter him and spare him from imprisonment. Chapter 41. The Song Family's Secret Technique. Ink Reflection. Bai Yi possessed a unique constitution that required him to consume blood for sustenance. When the devout nuns discovered his misdeeds, they regarded him as the child of the devil. To ensure he could remain at the orphanage, the director likely reached an unspoken agreement with him. As long as Bai Yi refrained from biting anyone, the director would secretly feed him animal blood, which, while not as delectable as human blood, would at least keep him from starvation. After growing up, Bai Yi escaped from the orphanage and, after lying low for several years, began his revenge against prostitutes. I theorized that he held little gratitude towards the director, instead carrying a deep-seated resentment for bringing him into this world and for the tragic childhood he endured. Conversely, the director felt a profound guilt towards his biological son, which compelled him to become Bai Yi's accomplice and cover his tracks in order to prevent him from being apprehended by the authorities. These are merely my conjectures, but I believe the truth is not far off. After I finished speaking, Huang Xiaotao angrily declared, regardless of the reasons behind this father-son duo, we must bring them to justice. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yuanzhao returned with the items I had requested. I found a basin, used scissors to cut open the squid's ink sac, and dripped the ink into the basin before adding the linseed oil and stirring to ensure a thorough mixture. Wang Dali, curious, asked, "Isn't there ink on the table? Why go through the trouble of buying a squid for ink?" "Ah, you wouldn't understand," I replied. Squid ink is an ancient Chinese medicine known as ink from the abdomen. The compendium of materia medica mentions that it has two properties. First, it is light and does not disrupt the ash's form. Second, it contains phosphorus, which allows it to glow. Glow? Wang Dali's eyes widened in disbelief. I borrowed a straw from Xiao Zhou and took a small sip of the prepared cuttlefish ink. I then instructed him to ready a camera, adjusting the exposure to its highest setting, and commanded the officers to extinguish all the lights in the vicinity. Once the lights were off, a faint glow from outside filtered in, prompting me to request that the curtains be drawn, plunging the room into darkness. "Is it too dark? Should I fetch a flashlight?" Huang Xiaotao inquired. "No need, I can see," I replied, activating my enhanced vision to reveal everything in the room. "But I can't see anything," Xiao Zhou remarked. I guided him to a position, instructing him to hold the camera steady, ready to click the shutter when I signaled. I then dripped the cuttlefish ink from the straw onto the ashes, waiting approximately 10 seconds until glowing inscriptions slowly emerged from the ashes. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, and I urged, "Quick, take the shot. It will only last a moment." Xiao Zhou pressed the shutter, and after capturing the image, I instructed to turn the lights back on. Using a digital camera, Xiao Zhou reviewed the photo, pleased with the outcome, and ordered the technical team to upload it to the computer for restoration using Photoshop. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, the fragmented image was eventually restored to reveal an address, 48 South Chong Road. Huang Xiaotao exclaimed, "This could be the location of their crime tonight. Xiao Su, stay behind with a few others to guard this place. The rest, follow me." We hastily made our way to 48 South Chong Road, which turned out to be a residential building. Huang Xiaotao planned to inquire from door to door, but I cautioned against it, fearing it might alert the perpetrator. Instead, I instructed Xiao Zhou to retrieve the ultraviolet lamp. I handed the lamp to Wang Dali, demonstrating how to use it and asking him to raise it high. I then took out a red umbrella from my bag, opened it, and slowly rotated it to cast light through the umbrella paper onto the floor, revealing a chaotic array of footprints. "Isn't this umbrella only for examining corpses?" Huang Xiaotao asked curiously. "It serves more purposes than that," I replied. "It would be so convenient if every member of our technical team had one," Xiao Zhou said enviously. I thought to myself that such a luxury was impractical. Crafting this umbrella was time-consuming, and some of its components were closely guarded secrets of the Song family. The residential building was bustling with activity, leading to a jumble of footprints on the ground. Huang Xiaotao gazed at the prints, puzzled. "Which one belongs to the murderer?" I examined the footprints and pointed out one. This one, heavily weighted on the left foot and lightly on the right, clearly belongs to the dean. We followed the trail of footprints up to the 4th floor, where they vanished before a door. As I prepared to unlock it, Huang Xiaotao unexpectedly kicked the door open, drawing her gun and charging inside, with the rest of us closely behind. As we searched the room, Huang Xiaotao suddenly screamed, followed by a flurry of commotion. Countless black bats erupted from the doorway, startling both Wang Dali and me. "Songyang, we arrived a moment too late." Huang Xiaotao's voice echoed from within. Entering the bedroom, I discovered a female corpse lying on the bed, clad in a floral dress, her skin as pale as parchment, with 2 bloody bite marks on her neck, similar to the previous victim's demise. Numerous bats hung from the ceiling. Although many had fled due to the police's intrusion, a significant number remained. The bats appeared as harbingers of doom, their dark mass occasionally writhing, their small eyes emitting an eerie green glow, enough to terrify anyone with a fear of clusters. I felt a pang of despair, reflecting that had I discovered the dean's complicity sooner, this girl might have been spared. However, the body needed examination. I said to Huang Xiaodao, "Wang Dali and I will stay here to perform the autopsy. You take everyone else nearby." "Are you two all right here?" Huang Xiaodao asked with concern. "We'll be fine. The murderer won't return," I assured her. "But what about those bats?" Huang Xiaodao glanced at the ceiling. "These are ordinary bats. They pose no threat." I dismissed her worry. "All right, I'll have Wang Yuanxiao stay behind to protect you." With that, Huang Xiaodao led the other officers away, and the technical team began collecting evidence. I rolled up my sleeves, donned gloves, and checked the corpse's pupils. Listening to the bone sounds to estimate the time of death to be around 2 hours ago. Although I knew there might not be significant clues this time, the examination was necessary. I instructed Wang Dali to retrieve rice paper and camellia oil from the bag, opting for the oil paper method to extract fingerprints. "Why not just use your marvelous umbrella?" Wang Dali asked. "Autopsy and evidence collection must be adaptable. One method does not fit all," I explained. To my surprise, this examination yielded some clues. The fingerprints that appeared on the rice paper were slightly blurred. Xiaozhou hurried over to photograph them. "This definitely isn't the work of the same person." "No." I compared the fingerprint, stating, "It indeed belongs to Bai Yi. He has been consuming excessive blood protein lately, causing his skin to secrete oils once again, something he may not even realize." Wang Dali pondered. "Is it possible that the murderer is siphoning blood to cure his own affliction?" I considered this. That possibility exists, but since he can now secrete oils, let's employ a simpler method. I instructed Wang Dali to activate the ultraviolet lamp and then opened the red umbrella, gently rotating it to simulate sunlight with the UV light. The bats above, stimulated by the ultraviolet rays, fluttered their wings and flew out through the open window, eliciting screams from those inside. In the living room, the faint blood-tinged light cast by the umbrella revealed subtle fingerprints on the door frame, table, and a water cup. As Xiao Zhou prepared to follow, I instructed him to stay and examine the remaining water in the cup for DNA. "Oh, all right." He nodded. As I exited, I noticed identical fingerprints on the stair railing, and to my astonishment, they led upwards. Wang Dali gasped. "The murderer didn't descend. He's still in this building." Wang Yuanxiao, who had been smoking by the door, immediately extinguished his cigarette, gripping his 92-style pistol with a watchful gaze directed at me. Seizing the moment, I made a decisive choice. The 3 of us will apprehend him. Chapter 42. The Dark Final Showdown. Wang Dali exclaimed. "Yangzi, are you out of your mind? Our immediate priority is to call Huang Xiaodao back for support." "No," I countered. "The killer has a clear view from above. If a large contingent of officers rushes in, he will undoubtedly realize he has been exposed and may resort to desperate measures. He's likely to jump to his death, and such scum are not worth mourning," Wang Dali retorted. "No, I mean he might take the residents here hostage," I clarified. Wang Dali was momentarily at a loss for words, finally mumbling, "Can the 3 of us manage?" "We can. I'm confident in Officer Wang's skills. And you have weapons to deal with him," I reassured him. "But I only have this flimsy lamp." Wang Dali glanced at the ultraviolet light in his hand, suddenly exclaiming, "Yes, ultraviolet. He fears sunlight. Yangzi, you're brilliant. Then let us proceed," I declared. Although I said this, I still called Huang Xiaodao to ask her to return, but advised against sending in a large group simultaneously to avoid alerting the suspect. Huang Xiaodao instructed me. "Wang Yuanxiao has rich experience and is quite capable. Stay close behind him, and do not act recklessly. If the criminal takes a hostage, do not provoke him. We will return promptly." "I understand." The 3 of us ascended the stairs, with me leading the way, tilting the umbrella at an angle to direct the beam of ultraviolet light from Wang Dali's lamp onto the staircase railing, while Wang Yuanxiao silently followed with his gun drawn. This building was not tall, consisting of only 6 floors, and thus lacked an elevator. The fingerprints of the White Knight were a blurred mess, easily discernible. With each floor I ascended, a sense of dread enveloped me, fearing that the fingerprints might appear outside a certain household's door, complicating matters significantly. Yet, even upon reaching the 6th floor, the fingerprints remained intact. I noticed the door leading to the rooftop slightly ajar, revealing an inky expanse of night sky beyond. I waved my hand, signaling, "Turn off the lights. We must not disturb the White Knight." Wang Dali extinguished the lights, while Wang Yuanzhao drew his weapon, adopting a tactical stance as he advanced, gently pushing the door open, with me trailing behind him. The rooftop was not entirely exposed. Numerous large water tanks and pipes cluttered the space. To ensure a smooth supply of water, the residents had pumped water to the roof for storage. We three moved cautiously forward, with Wang Dali gripping my shirt tightly from behind. The howling night wind chilling us to the bone. Wang Yuanzhao treaded with utmost caution, his hawk-like gaze scanning the surroundings. As we progressed, I suddenly heard an unusual sound. Looking up, I saw a man clad in a black hoodie perched atop a water tank, his form nearly merging with the darkness of the night. Only his hands and feet were an eerie, corpse-like white. I gasped, "He's up there!" before my words had fully escaped my lips. Wang Yuanzhao spun around and fired a shot upward. I was uncertain if he had hit his mark. The man in black lunged at Wang Yuanzhao, using his momentum to knock him to the ground, where they began to grapple. The black-clad man seized Wang Yuanzhao from behind, aiming to sink his teeth into his neck. In that instant, I broke out in a cold sweat, for his elongated fangs resembled those of a beast. My long-held beliefs began to waver. Could the White Knight truly be a vampire? Seeing Wang Yuanzhao on the verge of being bitten, I acted instinctively, swinging my umbrella at the black-clad man's face. With a dull thud, he was knocked to the ground but quickly regained his balance, crouching low and disappearing into the shadows. Wang Yuanzhao fired several shots in that direction, bullets striking the pipes and igniting sparks. A gash opened on Wang Yuanzhao's forehead, but he seemed utterly unfazed. Just as he readied to pursue, something suddenly struck him from another direction, hitting his back with a foul odor wafting through the air. I glanced down to see a balloon filled with eel blood. A cacophony of flapping wings erupted above as a swarm of bats descended upon us, stirred by the scent of blood. Their tiny eyes glimmered with a spectral green light, and I shouted in alarm, "Quick, take off your clothes." Wang Yuanzhao swiftly shed his jacket and threw it away, scattering some of the bats. But the ground around us was splattered with eel blood. The bats, now frenzied, collided with us, their warm, furry bodies crashing against our faces, creating an utterly repulsive sensation. "Dali, turn on the lights," I yelled, attempting to fend off the bats with my umbrella. Turning back, I was infuriated to see Wang Dali cowering on the ground, clutching his head and trembling, exclaiming, "Stay away, don't come near." The chaos of the flapping bats obstructed our vision, and at that moment, my greatest fear materialized. The man in black charged at us once more. His pale, ghastly face slowly emerged from behind a water tank, his cold gaze slicing through the swarm of bats. A sinister smirk crept across his blood-stained lips as he coldly declared, "Do mere mortals dare to challenge me?" The White Knight's sanity had completely unraveled. I rolled to the ground, seizing the ultraviolet lamp, and directed its beam at his face. The bats erupted into a cacophony of shrieks, scattering wildly, some crashing into walls and the ground, meeting their demise. The black-clad man, taken aback by my maneuver, let out a howl of agony, hastily shielding his face. It was evident that the ultraviolet light inflicted significant harm upon him, as I witnessed his skin blistering instantly. He swiftly fled to the opposite side of the water tank, with Wang Yuanzhao in pursuit. A series of gunshots shattered the silence of the night, and then everything fell eerily quiet. Believing the assailant had been slain, I exhaled deeply, kicking Wang Dali in frustration. "You coward, get up." "Oh," he replied timidly. We rushed over to find Wang Yuanzhao aiming his guns at a certain direction, while the White Knight held a person in his grasp, bearing his fangs at their throat. To my astonishment, it was the orphanage director. "Stay back, he will truly kill me. Please, don't come any closer," the director stammered. It appeared that the old man was also the one who had thrown the eel blood at us. Not only had he aided the villain, but now he willingly played the role of hostage to assist the murderer in his escape. A truly befuddled father. "Director, stop pretending. We are already aware," I asserted. "You are the father of the White Knight, aren't you?" The director looked momentarily stunned before nodding. "You are indeed clever. When you came to the orphanage to investigate, I sensed you were extraordinary. Yes, Xiao Yi is my illegitimate son. I owe a debt to his mother and child, and now I intend to repay it tenfold." I retorted, "What kind of repayment is this? Your son is a killer, and instead of stopping him, you assist him? You wouldn't find such a foolish father even with a lantern." "No," the director exclaimed loudly. "Xiao Yi is innocent. He kills merely to survive, to obtain blood. His very existence is a punishment from God, and I willingly accept everything. Such a twisted form of paternal love. Director, enough. I need you to block that detestable policeman's gun so that I can escape." The White Knight demanded. "Very well, Xiao Yi, flee far away. My life is inconsequential," the director urged. Wang Yuanzhao expressionlessly placed his finger on the trigger, coldly stating, Song Yang, shall I eliminate both of them? I was at a loss for words. I had no authority to decide the fate of others. The best course of action was to delay until Huang Xiaotao arrived. However, at that moment, the White Knight suddenly pushed forward, causing the director to charge towards Wang Yuanzhao's gun. Without hesitation, Wang Yuanzhao shot through the director's leg, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the White Knight leaped from the rooftop, and to my utter astonishment, he jumped off the building. I was shocked. This criminal preferred death to surrender. At that instant, Wang Yuanzhao followed suit, leaping after him with the swiftness of a cheetah. To my further disbelief, they both soared into the air, crossing the 3-meter gap between the two buildings with remarkable agility. They began to dart around the rooftop structures, engaging in a deadly game of cat and mouse. 3 meters may have been feasible on solid ground, but at such a height, a fall would mean certain death. My legs quivered at the thought. I certainly would not dare to jump, so I retrieved my phone and dialed Huang Xiaotao. The White Knight has escaped to the neighboring building. Wang Yuanzhao is also there. Please, set up a trap. Understood. Huang Xiaotao replied swiftly. I cast a glance at the injured director groaning on the ground and added, by the way, send an officer over here. There's an accomplice in need of assistance. After hanging up, I approached the director, who, upon hearing my footsteps, immediately asked, has Xiaoyi been captured? I crouched down and replied, soon. You and your son have reached a dead end. Suddenly, he became agitated, grasping my shirt tightly. Please, spare Xiaoyi. I killed those women. It was all me. The director clutched me fiercely, causing me to break into a cold sweat. What if he had a dagger hidden in his sleeve? Just then, Wang Dali rushed over, wielding the ultraviolet lamp to blind the director's eyes. Old man, let go. Do you wish to assault an officer? The director, unable to open his eyes, released his grip. I instinctively kept my distance from him and asked, why did you assist Bai Yi in killing those 2 innocent prostitutes? The director replied, a father's duty is to fulfill his son's requests. After all, I have never truly fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. As a believer, are you not afraid of descending into hell for such deeds? I scolded, filled with indignation. The director retorted, Moses commanded in the scriptures that such prostitutes be stoned to death. Do you think I will go to hell? I was momentarily taken aback, as Wang Dali inquired, what is this old man talking about? Realizing he was quoting scripture to counter my argument, I understood that he had spent his life immersed in the Bible, which I had seldom read, having only perused a few biblical stories. Regardless, I could not fathom how a religion that advocates for goodness would endorse the killing of prostitutes. He was undoubtedly attempting to absolve himself. I responded, Mary Magdalene was also a prostitute in the Bible. She washed Jesus' feet with her tears of repentance, and after his crucifixion, he redeemed her. If your Lord despises them, why then did he save Mary Magdalene? True Christians are virtuous and noble, unlike you, a murderer. The director stared at me in shock, momentarily speechless. Just then, a resounding gunshot echoed from the opposite building, causing the director to tremble. Desperate to rise, what has happened to my son? What have you done to him? Wang Dali rushed to check and returned to say, Officer Wang has apprehended him. Alive? The director asked anxiously. Yes. Wang Dali nodded. The director finally released the burden from his mind, exhaling a long breath and collapsing onto the ground. Shortly after, an officer arrived to take the director away. Wang Dali remarked, Song Yang, you did remarkably well. The example you cited left that old man speechless. It's from the Bible. Mary Magdalene was a prostitute who had a debt of gratitude to Jesus, which is why he redeemed her. The latter part one learned from the movie The Da Vinci Code. How knowledgeable you are! Wang Dali exclaimed enviously. You should play fewer games and read more books, I advised. Suddenly recalling something, I hurried after the director, who was being assisted down the stairs by an officer, limping. By the way, why did you smear eel blood at the crime scene to attract bats? The director, now seemingly 10 years older and weary, replied. I thought if you all believed it was the work of vampires, you wouldn't pursue it further. I was left speechless. He had read the Bible his entire life, assuming that ordinary people would also believe in the myths within its pages. Unfortunately, the police were atheists. Whether it was a vampire or a demon, they would investigate relentlessly. Soon, we descended the stairs, and Huang Xiaotao patted my shoulder, excitedly exclaiming, Song Yang, you have accomplished something great again. No, all the credit goes to Wang Yuanzhao. I humbly replied. Wang Yuanzhao leaned against a police car, smoking. The wound on his forehead had scabbed over, and his leather jacket was quite dirty. I approached him to express my gratitude and asked, Officer Wang, how did you know there was a building across the street? I don't know, he replied nonchalantly. I was taken aback. Was he really that reckless? What if the criminal had jumped off the building to commit suicide? he would have sacrificed himself for nothing. But on the other hand, had Wang Yuanchao not decisively jumped over at that moment, Bai Yi would undoubtedly have escaped. I silently admired Wang Yuanchao's determination. Huang Xiaotao stated, "The case is closed. Let the technical team handle the aftermath. We will take the suspect back for interrogation, and I will have Wang Yuanchao drive you back to school." "No need. Officer Wang has worked hard tonight. I don't want to trouble him any further. I'll take a taxi back with Dolly," I said, waving my hand. "Be careful on the way." In the days following the resolution of the case, Wang Dolly searched online for news every day. But this vampire case had not appeared in any media. Perhaps the police deemed it too bizarre and had sealed it. One day, Huang Xiaotao summoned us, saying there would be a celebration dinner that evening and insisted we must attend. Naturally, Wang Dolly would not refuse a meal, and we took a taxi to a restaurant, where the waiter led us to a large private room filled with members of the special task force. As we entered, everyone erupted into enthusiastic applause. The lively atmosphere made me feel somewhat embarrassed, so I smiled and nodded at everyone before finding a seat with Wang Dolly. No sooner had we sat down than Xiao Zhou approached with a drink in hand, slightly inebriated. Under the influence of alcohol, he was a far cry from his usual composed self, slurring, "Song Gu, the murderer is indeed not a vampire, just an ordinary person." I was too narrow-minded. "If it weren't for you, we would never have solved this case. I have to be honest, I have never respected anyone in my life except you. Come, let me toast to you." I declined, saying, "Officer Zhou, you are too kind. I don't drink." "It's fine, have a soft drink." He grabbed a bottle and poured me a full glass of orange juice. We clinked glasses, and other officers came over to toast as well, but Huang Xiaotao intervened. "Wait. Let us toast later. I still have something to say to Song Yang." The officers erupted in playful teasing, causing Huang Xiaotao to blush furiously as she stomped her foot, exclaiming, "I have something serious to discuss with him." "The team leader has something serious to say to Song Yang," a tipsy officer mimicked her. And everyone joined in the teasing. Tonight, everyone was relaxed, joking freely without the usual police demeanor. Huang Xiaotao, exasperated, exclaimed, "I'll deduct your bonuses." She sat beside me, fuming. Damn it, these unrestrained rascals. She wore a white shirt and extremely short denim shorts, her alluring figure perfectly accentuated by her tight-fitting clothing, with her fair and shapely legs boldly displayed. The neckline revealed a hint of her ample cleavage, and her full bosom was almost spilling out. Although Huang Xiaotao had a model-like figure, she lacked the frail delicacy of a typical model. Her arms and abdomen hinted at toned muscles, and her thighs were particularly strong and robust, exuding a healthy beauty rare in ordinary girls. I felt my face flush and quickly lowered my head to drink. "Sister Xiaotao, you look stunning tonight," Wang Dolly remarked with a lecherous grin. "Haha, it's just casual wear. I can't help looking good," Huang Xiaotao replied, smiling narcissistically. She patted me on the shoulder and said, "Song Yang, Bai Yi confessed everything yesterday, and it almost aligns with your speculation, except for one detail that none of us anticipated." Chapter 44, I will wait for you in the room. "What is it?" I asked. Huang Xiaotao elaborated. Bai Yi's motive for murder was not revenge against his mother. She continued, Bai Yi stated in his confession that his mother was a capricious woman, sometimes humiliating and beating him, while at other times she was tender and affectionate like a mother. Since Bai Yi was a burden to her throughout her life and her only kin, she harbored a conflicted psychology towards her biological son. Naturally, Bai Yi's feelings towards her were not solely love, but a complex intertwining of love and hatred. Bai Yi was unable to consume normal protein, so his mother would buy chickens and ducks for him to drink their blood. He grew up consuming raw flesh and blood, and over time, his canine teeth became sharp and elongated. When he closed his mouth, his fangs were visible beyond his lips, resembling a vampire. His mother kept him locked away in the house, perhaps out of shame, never allowing outsiders to know of his existence. Such a childhood deprived Bai Yi of a normal moral compass, rendering him extremely indifferent to the concept of life and death. Once, my mother was subjected to the humiliation of a client while she was out. Upon returning, she unleashed her pent-up frustration upon Bai Yi. In the midst of their quarrel, Bai Yi succumbed to his primal instincts and bit her neck, claiming he merely wished to silence her, to prevent her from uttering such unpleasant words. My mother struggled, but eventually lay still, her body growing cold. Bai Yi, oblivious to the finality of death, curled up in her embrace and slumbered through the night. That moment, he savored the unparalleled taste of her blood, a flavor that etched itself into his memory for eternity. This is why, in the orphanage, he resorted to biting others. Though regrettably, that exquisite taste could only be found in his mother. Consequently, as he matured, he could not shake the memory, deliberately targeting girls who resembled her. solely to indulge in their delectable blood. During the interrogation, as Bai Yi recounted this episode, a terrifying smile crept across his face, and he licked his lips, instilling fear in us all. I thought he belonged not in prison, but in a psychiatric institution, Huang Xiaotao remarked, visibly shaken. How perverse. This man's psyche is utterly warped. Wang Dali blurted out, only to receive a fierce glare from Huang Xiaotao. Song Yang, can human blood truly possess different flavors? Huang Xiaotao inquired. The components of blood are fundamentally similar. The differences are likely psychological, I replied. As for what kind of psychological effect, I surmised that in Bai Yi's childhood, his mother was the only female figure in his life, leading to a warped attachment, akin to the Oedipus complex. When Bai Yi held and bit his mother's neck, it was as if he were claiming her, thus fulfilling this complex and experiencing the most exquisite taste of blood. Of course, I refrained from sharing this analysis. Otherwise, Wang Dali would accuse both Bai Yi and me of being perverse. Huang Xiaotao continued. In the orphanage, Bai Yi was nicknamed Vampire by the other children. He learned about vampires from books and subsequently convinced himself he was a descendant of Cain, believing he was extraordinary. Indeed, this individual evokes a degree of sympathy. Born into an abnormal family, he was perceived as a monster from a young age, I remarked. Isn't there a saying that those who are pitiable must also possess something loathsome? Absolutely right. Now, let us raise a glass in celebration of cracking the case. Huang Xiaotao said as she poured 3 glasses of juice. We clinked our glasses, and after drinking, she suddenly leaned in close, whispering into my ear. Her warm breath tickling me. By the way, after dinner, wait for me in room 1204 upstairs. There is something good in store. My face flushed crimson as I gazed at Huang Xiaotao in astonishment. She mischievously winked. Don't tell anyone. Before returning to her table, Wang Dali, curious, asked, what did Sister Xiaotao say to you? Nothing much. Come on, you're making me anxious. Aren't we friends? Really, it's nothing. She's just teasing you. I said, my cheeks still burning. The celebratory feast was lavish, yet Huang Xiaotao's words left me with an uneasy appetite. What could something good entail? And the idea of a hotel room, spoken by a stunning and alluring policewoman, left my imagination racing, especially since I had never even held a girl's hand. As the meal concluded, I informed Wang Dali that I needed to use the restroom. By then, he was inebriated, jovially bonding with an unfamiliar officer and waving me off. With a heart full of trepidation, I approached the room, hesitating at the door. Just then, Huang Xiaotao appeared behind me, cheerfully exclaiming, Song Yang, why aren't you going in? Are you waiting for me? You're not in there? I gasped. What nonsense are you thinking? Do you think I'd book a room just to talk to you? Someone else is inside. I'm merely delivering a message. Huang Xiaotao knocked a few times, and a man's voice beckoned from within. Come in. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Huang Xiaotao pushed the door open and stood at attention, saluting. Report, Chief. I have brought Song Yang. Quick, let my nephew in. Recognizing the voice, I realized it was Sun Laohu, and I mentally cursed. He had gone to the trouble of booking a room just to see me, forcing me to engage in an internal struggle. Upon entering, I saw not only Sun Laohu, but also 2 others. One was Captain Lin, whom I had met before, while the other was unfamiliar, a stern-looking man in his 50s, with pronounced eyebrows and deep furrows at the corners of his mouth, exuding an aura of authority. He wore tinted glasses, making it hard to decipher his gaze. This was a tea room, where the 3 men sat on the sofa, sipping tea. Sun Laohu was on my left, Captain Lin on my right, clearly serving as companions to the imposing figure, who must have held a significant position. No wonder he radiated an air of official dominance. Sun Laohu approached me, patting my shoulder with a grin. Nephew, long time no see, you've grown into quite a young man. Come, let me introduce you. This is Captain Lin. And this is Director Chung from the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Director Chung poured himself a cup of fragrant tea and said, have a seat. Don't be so formal. Just call me Old Chung. I dared not be informal and nodded respectfully. Hello, Director Chung. May I inquire what brings you here? Director Chung appraised me, smiling. Indeed. A promising young talent, well presented. Come, try this pre-rain Westlake Longjing. After sitting down and taking a sip, I found the tea to be sweet and aromatic. Indeed, a high-quality brew. I noticed 3 thick case files beneath the glass coffee table. Director Chung picked them up and said, Song Yang, I have reviewed the reports on the 2 cases you solved. They were executed splendidly, reminiscent of your grandfather's prowess. I was taken aback. Director Chung, you knew my grandfather? He smiled. I had a few collaborations with your grandfather. When I heard he had been murdered 3 years ago, it struck me like a bolt from the blue. I feared the legacy of Song Tixing would be lost. Fortunately, he has a worthy successor. And you seem to embody the spirit of the new generation pushing the old forward. Individuals entrenched in bureaucracy are adept at flattering. I was unsure of the depth of their relationship, so I simply accepted it as praise, replying, "Thank you for your kind words, Director Chung. Song-Yang, I have come today for no trivial matter." He pulled out the bottom case file and handed it to me. "I have a case here that has stumped over 20 experts under my command. It seems only the descendant of the esteemed Song Ti-Shing can tackle it." I opened the case file and glanced through it. It detailed the bizarre and tragic deaths of a family of 4, accompanied by several gruesome photographs that depicted a scene drenched in blood. A horrific scene does not necessarily imply a complex case. Often, the simplest cases can be the most challenging to solve. "Is there something particularly unusual about this case?" I inquired. "Indeed, you're perceptive. Initially, we believed it was straightforward. However, we later uncovered a significant anomaly that renders it nearly impossible to solve," Director Chung lamented. "Why is that?" I asked. "Because there is simply no murderer," Director Chung replied. I gasped, eyes widening in disbelief as Director Chung elaborated. "The family members killed each other in a completely sealed environment. Initially, we thought it was just a tragic domestic incident, but 3 days ago, the same scenario unfolded again. Such a bizarre coincidence cannot be mere happenstance. Song-Yang, aside from you, I cannot think of anyone more suitable for this case. Of course, if you cannot solve it, just say so. I want to press you." Gazing at the photographs in my hands, I recognized this would be a challenge. However, I felt confident and smiled, saying, "Director Chung, rest assured, I will not disappoint." Chapter 45, Possession by a Malevolent Spirit. As I took the case file from Director Chung, the celebratory banquet had already concluded upon my exit from the room. The officers had returned home, and the waitstaff were tidying up the remnants of the meal, leaving only Wang Dali, who was slumped over in his seat, seemingly inebriated. I found a chair and settled down, opening the file for a meticulous examination. This was the first case mentioned by Director Chung, which transpired 3 months prior in the nearby city of Wuxiu. It involved the tragic demise of a family of 4. The father, a 36-year-old general manager at a large multinational corporation, was a promising young talent. The other 3 victims included his wife and their 2 children, the youngest of whom was merely 1 year old. The family had previously enjoyed a harmonious relationship, characterized by mutual affection, until one fateful evening when an inexplicable and intense argument erupted. During the altercation, a colleague attempted to call the father, who, in a fit of rage, uttered a few harsh words before discarding his phone without disconnecting the call. The colleague was appalled, as the father hailed from a well-educated background and was typically composed, never resorting to such vulgarities. Over the phone, the colleague overheard the couple hurling extremely venomous insults at one another, while their 10-year-old son screamed and threw objects in distress. And the infant daughter wept incessantly, creating a scene of utter horror. According to the colleague's later account, it was as if the family had been possessed by a malevolent spirit, their personalities drastically altered. He could not hear the conclusion of the ordeal, as the phone was crushed underfoot during the couple's struggle. Neighbors were alerted by the commotion, with one elder knocking on the door twice. The first time went unanswered, but after the second knock, silence fell shortly thereafter. Assuming all was well, the elder departed, unaware that the family had already perished. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. The son brutally killed his sister by slamming her to the floor, the wife murdered the son with a wine bottle, and then the husband stabbed his wife 3 times in vital areas before ultimately kneeling amidst the corpses and taking his own life by slicing his throat with the same knife. The entire scene was sealed off, precluding any possibility of an outsider's intrusion, and all forensic evidence, blood, fingerprints, and hair, belonged solely to the family. Initially, suspicion fell upon the family's maid, who had left after preparing dinner. However, during her interrogation, she vehemently maintained her innocence, and the forensic examination revealed no suspicious substances in the deceased. Ultimately, the police administered a lie detector test, which she passed, confirming her lack of involvement. While the file appeared rather ordinary in writing, I felt a chill creeping down my spine as I absorbed the chilling details. The case was undeniably bizarre and perplexing. Suddenly, Huang Xiaotao slapped me on the shoulder, drawing my attention to her presence beside me, as I had completely overlooked her while engrossed in the document. "How do you feel about it, Song-Yang? Are you confident?" Huang Xiaotao inquired. "Do you want the truth?" I replied with a wry smile. "Of course," she insisted. "I have no confidence whatsoever. In fact, the more I read, the more confused I become," I admitted. "Then why did you agree to take it on?" Huang Xiaotao asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. I chuckled. Having confidence and certainty are 2 different matters. This file represents the police's findings. I believe if I were to visit the crime scene personally, I might uncover some vital clues. Huang Xiaotao sighed. But this time, you must go to Wuzu alone. I wonder if the local police will cooperate with you? Who said I was going alone? You're coming with me, I asserted. Please. The special investigation order from Director Ching only has your name on it. Wuzu has its own public security system, and Sun Laohu is notoriously stingy. He often complains when I eat 2 bowls of rice. Do you think he will agree to send me on this trip? Huang Xiaotao retorted indignantly. As we spoke, a robust figure appeared behind Huang Xiaotao, exclaiming, "Who is gossiping about me?" Startled, Huang Xiaotao stumbled from her chair, quickly standing at attention. Director, I was just discussing the case with Song Yang. All right, enough of this. I know what you call me behind my back. Sit down, Sun Laohu declared. Before taking a seat in Huang Xiaotao's chair, which she did not attempt to reclaim, he patted my shoulder. Nephew, do you have confidence in solving this case? I say I have about 80% assurance, I contemplated before responding. Do your best, don't worry about my reputation. I trust the capabilities of the Song family. Sun Laohu encouraged. I then inquired, Uncle Sun, how is Annie faring these days? Well, I hear she gave birth to a bouncing baby boy, he replied. Here? I echoed. Surprised. Sun Laohu laughed heartily, saying, I've long since divorced. Alas, as police officers, we are often away from home, destined to live lonely lives. Your grandfather was wise to forbid you from becoming a policeman. He continued, Nephew, if you need any assistance in cracking this case, feel free to ask. While I cannot promise to fulfill every request, I will certainly help with anything within my power. I'd like to bring a few people with me to Wuzu. I stated. All right, who do you have in mind? Sun Laohu nodded. Well, Huang Xiaotao, Wang Yuanzhao, and I'd like to take my classmate Wang Dali, who is currently passed out like a dead pig, I added, glancing at the slumbering figure. Huang Xiaotao looked surprised, while Sun Laohu readily agreed, fine. All expenses for this trip will be covered. I plan to leave tonight. I declared. Isn't that a bit hasty? Why not wait until tomorrow morning? I can arrange for someone to drive you, Sun Laohu suggested, puzzled. Didn't Director Chung mention that a similar case occurred 3 days ago? For a homicide. 3 days is already quite a long time. Every second counts, so I intend to depart tonight. I asserted my resolve firm. Sun Laohu chuckled, patting me again. You're remarkably enthusiastic, just like your grandfather. As soon as there's news of a murder, you're more eager than anyone. I was taken aback. Weren't you always complaining about how asking my grandfather for help is more difficult than summoning a deity? Those are ordinary cases. When it comes to particularly strange and bizarre incidents, he can't wait a second longer. He would drag me to the crime scene without hesitation. The two of you share quite the spirit. Truly, birds of a feather. With that, Sun Laohu burst into laughter again, then instructed Huang Xiaotao, go fetch Wang Yuanzhao. And take along Song Yang and this young classmate. Depart immediately. When you return from solving the case, I, Sun Laohu, will personally host a welcoming feast for you. Huang Xiaotao respectfully saluted. Yes, Director. Sun Laohu departed, and shortly thereafter, Wang Yuanzhao arrived. I initially thought he had been drinking, only to discover his breath reeked of alcohol, seemingly even more inebriated than Wang Dali. This man had quite a tolerance. Huang Xiaotao briefly explained the situation and instructed Wang Yuanzhao to assist the intoxicated Wang Dali outside, leaving the driving responsibilities to her. As she went to retrieve the car, she asked, why did you insist on bringing Wang Yuanzhao? He is indeed quite capable, but his temperament is rather peculiar. He is quite a hothead. You may not know that 3 years ago, he broke the leg of a paramilitary officer. Wow, this uncle has quite a dark history. I exclaimed, my eyes wide. What else would you expect? In his 30s, he was demoted to a lowly police officer when he should have been promoted to an officer long ago. You can imagine how poor his temperament must be. To be honest, I was initially reluctant to assign him to the criminal investigation team. But team leader Lin insisted he needed something to occupy his time, or else he would just drink and neglect work every day, and no one could manage him. Huang Xiaotao sighed. Are you afraid he might lash out at you? I queried. Huang Xiaotao shot me a glare. Shut it. My admiration for Wang Yuanzhao stemmed from his remarkable abilities and combat prowess. His audacity to leap from heights to capture criminals was a rare trait. I believed Wang Yuanzhao was undoubtedly a hidden gem waiting to be discovered. Chapter 46. The premier constable of Liangwang, I instructed Huang Xiaotao to drive the car to our school first. Afterward, I returned to the dormitory to fetch a few items. Once in the vehicle, Huang Xiaotao noticed the tote bag in my hand and, with curiosity, inquired, aren't you bringing your precious umbrella? Don't mention it. I accidentally damaged it. I decided not to bring it this time, I replied. During the apprehension of Bai Yi, in a moment of desperation, I had swung the red umbrella at him. and the canopy might have brushed against his fangs, resulting in a minor dent that pained me greatly. As a coroner, I possess no combat abilities. The demon of judgment merely referenced a self-defense powder, which could be thrown in a criminal's face in dire situations to induce unconsciousness, akin to a cheap trick. Purely a last resort. Of course, not all my ancestors were as defenseless as I. Several served as constables in the Six Gates, each remarkably skilled. The constables specialized in subduing foes, and the renowned Constable Song Booping, once hailed as the finest in Liangguang, compiled a tome titled The Song Family's 13 Dragon Captures. I had seen this book in my grandfather's collection, yet I have always lacked an interest in martial arts. To sum it up, I am but a mediocre fighter. As we traveled, Wang Dali lounged in the back seat, groaning and sprawled out, occasionally stretching his legs and nudging Wang Yuanchao into a corner. Wang Yuanchao held a slender silver flask, sipping from it every so often. Huang Xiaotao caught sight of this in the rearview mirror and exclaimed, "Wang Yuanchao, haven't you had enough to drink? Why are you still at it?" Wang Yuanchao's reply nearly made me choke. He replied nonchalantly, "Just a few sips to wake myself up." With over 600 kilometers to Wuxiu City, I took a brief nap in the passenger seat. Upon waking, I noticed Huang Xiaotao yawning profusely and suggested, "Why don't you rest for a bit? I can take the wheel. Do you have a driver's license?" Huang Xiaotao asked. "Not exactly, but I have learned," I answered honestly. "Haha, how good is your driving?" Huang Xiaotao questioned, somewhat skeptically. "Well, I assure you it won't be worse than yours," I replied coolly. Huang Xiaotao then found a suitable spot to pull over, relinquishing the driver's seat, saying, "I'll take a quick nap. If we see any traffic police, wake me up. We have 2 criminal investigators and a consultant in this car. It would be quite the joke if we got pulled over and received demerits." "Agreed," I nodded. Driving was a skill taught to me by my aunt during my childhood, as she often traveled for business, and our family owned several vehicles. The town was spacious, and I frequently enjoyed driving around. I hadn't touched a steering wheel in years, but after a few attempts, I gradually regained my feel for it and drove steadily. Around 4 in the morning, the buildings along the roadside began to increase, and I occasionally spotted signs bearing the name Wuxiu. Wang Dali mumbled, "I'm dying of thirst. Pass me some water." He then tumbled out of the back seat with a loud crash, startling both Wang Yuanchao and Huang Xiaotao from their slumber. Wang Dali scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "What the hell? How did I end up here? Am I being kidnapped? Help! Shut up, you coward!" Huang Xiaotao retorted irritably. Only then did Wang Dali realize we were all present. I briefly explained the situation, and Wang Dali exclaimed, "Wow, Yangzi, you're quite the busy one. Just finished one case, and already on to another. How about we open a detective agency after graduation? I guarantee we'll thrive. Quit your nonsense." I was urgently summoned, and this is essentially a business trip, I clarified. "Is there a stipend?" Wang Dali asked, his eyes gleaming. Huang Xiaotao scoffed, "You wish. But don't worry, old Tiger Sun has assured that all expenses will be reimbursed. Just remember to keep the receipts." Wang Dali nodded enthusiastically, "Yangzi, knowing you has truly made my life more colorful. I'll have plenty of tales to impress the ladies in the future, huh?" Huang Xiaotao disdainfully remarked. "Look at your ambitions. A dog's belly can't hold 2 ounces of oil. Say, is there going to be any danger this time?" "I hope it's not as perilous as last time," Wang Dali asked uneasily. I found him bothersome and replied, "Why don't you go back to lying down for a while? I'll wake you when we arrive." Wang Dali, still reeling from his hangover, suddenly clutched his mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. Huang Xiaotao panicked. "Hey, don't throw up in my car. I just cleaned it last week." Wang Dali stubbornly held it back. "It's fine. I'll just hold off for a bit and throw up outside later." After 5 o'clock, I spotted a Yonghe soy milk nearby, so I parked the car. Wang Dali bolted out like a mad dog, rushing to a tree to vomit. Huang Xiaotao grimaced and said, "I really don't want to admit I know him." "Same here." I chuckled. The 4 of us had a simple breakfast, during which Huang Xiaotao called the Wuxiu City Criminal Police Team. After finishing our meal, we drove directly to the police station. Upon entering the building and inquiring, we learned that the team leader responsible for our case, Team Leader Liao, was waiting for us on the 2nd floor. As we ascended, we overheard an unfriendly voice in the corridor, a woman loudly complaining, "This is ridiculous. They send an undergraduate to assist us, and I'm not even allowed to perform the autopsy. I'm supposed to leave the body to that student? Director Chung is completely disregarding us." "Exactly," another man's voice chimed in. "I heard that student has a family background in forensics and lucked out with 2 solved cases in Nanjing, and now their director is singing his praises." "What? A coroner?" The woman scoffed. "This is a joke. Director Chung must have been bewitched to believe in such quackery to solve major cases. I hold a doctoral degree and am a legitimate forensic expert. How can he expect that a mere coroner could crack this case?" Huang Xiaodao turned to me with a slight smile. Looks like someone looks down on your profession again. I remained unfazed. I'm used to it. Huang Xiaodao cleared her throat loudly, and the voices inside abruptly ceased. We approached the meeting room, where a plump middle-aged officer greeted us. Beaming, "You must be the special consultants from Nanjing. Welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Liao. Just call me Old Liao." Huang Xiaodao provided a brief introduction for us, and I scanned the room, noting several officers seated or standing around, including a tall woman in a white lab coat, exuding a cold and haughty demeanor, who was likely the forensic expert. Additionally, there was a handsome male officer in his 20s, with a hint of mischief in his eyes, whose gaze seemed challenging. I suspected he was one of the two who had been discussing us behind our backs. Team leader Liao introduced the members of the special investigation team, chuckling as he reached the two in question. "This is our forensic expert, Luo Weiwei. She is the flower of our team." Wang Dali perked up at the sight of the beautiful forensic expert, shamelessly introducing himself and reaching out to shake Luo Weiwei's hand. However, she merely huffed and crossed her arms, showing no interest in him whatsoever. Team leader Liao admonished, "Weiwei, how can you behave this way?" I thought to myself that this Luo Weiwei seemed to be quite a handful. Chapter 47. The murder in the locked room. Team leader Liao continued his introduction of the male officer. "This is Bai Dao, the son of our department head, Bai." Bai Dao frowned and interjected, "Old Liao, just introduce me without mentioning my father. Do you see me as just a worthless second-generation official in your eyes?" Team leader Liao chuckled, "I just mentioned it casually." Bai Dao appraised me and remarked with a smirk, "The consultant sent by the department head is quite young. Nice to meet you." He extended a hand. Instinctively, I reached out to shake his hand, only to find it firmly gripped in an iron hold. Suddenly realizing I had fallen into a trap, I struggled to pull my hand free from his vice-like grip, which nearly crushed my bones. My expression surely reflected my discomfort. Luo Weiwei burst into laughter at this moment. Team leader Liao frowned and quickly intervened. "Yidao, how can you play such a prank? Just testing the strength of Consultant Song's hand. No offense intended." Bai Yidao wore a smile that bore no hint of apology. A surge of irritation rose within me, and I couldn't help but grit my teeth, thinking, "Just you wait, kid." Team leader Liao said, "Please, everyone, take a seat. Now that we are all gathered, I will provide a brief introduction to this case. Someone, please bring over a few cups of coffee." We settled around a round table, while the other officers regarded us with a certain disdain, particularly Bai Dao, who kept whispering to Luo Weiwei, occasionally casting glances in our direction as if concocting some scheme against us. "Damn, how utterly arrogant. Just wait until I deal with that kid." Huang Xiaotao whispered, "Song Yang, is your hand all right?" "It's fine. I'm not that delicate," I replied, though I continued to rub my sore palm discreetly. Wang Dali shot a glance at Luo Weiwei and remarked with disdain, "TSK, so full of herself. Even with her looks, she pales in comparison to Sister Xiaodao's approachability." Huang Xiaodao retorted, "Don't compare me to that kind of woman, right? She wouldn't even be worthy to carry Sister Xiaodao's shoes." Wang Dali nodded vigorously. Team leader Liao instructed someone to draw the curtains and turned on the projector to begin explaining the case. The equipment in the Wuqiu City Criminal Police Unit was impressive. It was no wonder that Director Chung had risen from this very place. The deceased consisted of a family of three, a husband, his wife, and the husband's elderly mother. The husband was a wholesaler who was particularly devoted to his mother, who was 80 and confined to a wheelchair due to leg ailments. The couple shared a harmonious relationship, with no history of quarrels, and they had a 12-year-old daughter studying away from home, thus narrowly escaping this tragedy. This family resided in an old house, and 3 nights ago, neighbors heard a fierce argument emanating from their home, followed by the sound of objects being thrown. One neighbor, a friend of the elderly woman, attempted to intervene but received no response after knocking for some time. Suddenly, they witnessed the elderly woman tumble from the second-floor window in her wheelchair, dying instantly. Her body littered with shards of glass, with a pair of red chopsticks protruding from her eye sockets. Realizing something was amiss, the neighbor hastily summoned security to break down the door. Upon entering, they found the interior drenched in blood. A gruesome scene as if the walls had been painted with it, to quote the neighbor directly. The wife lay on the floor, her body a bloody mess, unrecognizable, with half her face severed and flesh hanging from her neck beside a meat cleaver. The husband met an even grimmer fate, his head severed and resting in the sink, his eyes wide open, blood pooling around him. As with a case from 3 months prior, the crime scene was a locked room, making it impossible for an outsider to have intruded. The police initially concluded that the couple had suddenly lost their sanity. The wife had thrust the chopsticks into her mother-in-law's eyes and pushed her down from above, after which they engaged in a mutual attack with knives. The husband, believing his wife dead, retreated to the kitchen to tend to his wounds when his wife ambushed him from behind, decapitating him. Ultimately, she succumbed to blood loss shortly after. The special investigation team thoroughly questioned the community's security personnel, especially the neighbor who discovered the bodies, finding no leads. The technical team also tested the food they had consumed that night, uncovering no suspicious substances. The case currently languished in a state of stagnation, devoid of progress. After listening, I inquired, how was the order of death determined? Luo Weiwei disdainfully lifted one long leg and replied, I deduced it. Isn't it obvious? The husband, who was dutiful to his mother, would never have inserted chopsticks into her eyes. Besides, the chopsticks bore his wife's fingerprints. Moreover, would a husband kill his wife only to decapitate himself? Such lack of common sense to still be a consultant. With that, she scoffed coldly. Team leader Liao asked, has consultant Song made any observations? I interjected, please, just call me Song Yang. I believe the sequence of events needs to be re-examined. You're heading in the wrong direction. Impudent. Luo Weiwei slammed the table. I've been a forensic doctor for 5 or 6 years. Would I make such a basic error? Humph. Let us see if this Song detective can make the deceased speak. I will make you see. I retorted defiantly, while the other officers regarded us with amused expressions, some even bordering on mockery. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot intimidate a local snake. Both humans and animals possess territorial instincts. And from the moment I entered this room, I sensed that these officers were not welcoming of our presence. I queried, have the corpses been autopsied? Not yet. Luo Weiwei elongated her tone, lazily replying, we were just about to perform the autopsy when Director Chung called and instructed me not to disturb the bodies. Leaving it for the special consultant he dispatched. Huang Xiaotao asked, does the daughter of the deceased know about this? Team leader Liao shook his head. Relatives and friends have kept it from her. She is still studying away and is completely unaware. Poor girl, losing both parents and her grandmother in one swoop. Team leader Liao sighed deeply, likely empathizing given his age, suggesting he too had children. Huang Xiaotao inquired further, has there been an investigation into the deceased's interpersonal relationships? Did they have any enemies? Yes, but nothing noteworthy has emerged. I will provide detailed statements for your review shortly. Team leader Liao responded. Having exhausted our inquiries, Team leader Liao concluded the meeting, stating that our special team would conduct our investigation independently, with full cooperation from the others. He smiled from now on. I humbly relinquish my position as team leader. This case is entirely entrusted to Inspector Huang. Inspector Huang? Wang Dali looked at Huang Xiaotao in surprise. Aren't you a sergeant? Huang Xiaotao proudly puffed out her chest. Having solved 2 major cases, I've been promoted to 3rd-level inspector, though the formal paperwork is yet to be finalized. She then playfully patted my back. Song, divine detective, please continue to bless my ascent. With more offerings and sincerity, blessings will surely follow. I chuckled in agreement. No problem. I'll treat you all to the most famous roast duck at Binmenlu in Wuqiu City. Huang Xiaotao declared. Though the promotion from 1st-level sergeant to 3rd-level inspector seemed minor, it certainly sounded more impressive. I recalled how my grandfather had rapidly elevated son Laohu from an ordinary criminal police captain to director within just a few years. It didn't seem impossible for Huang Xiaotao to rise similarly. A sudden ambition struck me. Why not create a plan for Huang Xiaotao's ascent to inspector, thereby securing her a position at least at the department level? Then, I could casually accompany her for tea or meals, which would certainly enhance my stature. Chapter 48, A Showdown with Bai Dao. After the meeting, I expressed my desire to view the corpse. Just as team leader Liao was about to respond, Bai Dao interjected. Leader, allow me to escort these esteemed guests. Very well. Team leader Liao whispered a caution to him. No trouble. Although his voice was low, it did not escape my notice. Bai Dao, Luo Weiwei, and several other officers led us out of the criminal police unit. I asked, isn't the morgue located here? Follow me, and you'll see, Bai Dao replied. We proceeded to the parking lot, and I wondered how a corpse could possibly be left outdoors. Clearly, Bai Dao was deceiving us, and I was eager to uncover his true intentions. Sure enough, Bai Dao halted, turned to face us, and arrogantly raised his chin, declaring, I've reviewed your profiles and heard that one among you was once a commander in the armed police. I happen to have practiced a bit myself. How about we spar a little? A cold smile crept across my face. Bai Dao, a second-generation official, was clearly attempting to assert dominance. It was uncertain who would truly be the one to assert authority. I glanced at Wang Yuanchao, who suddenly broke into a slight smile. Sure, let's warm up a bit. I do hope you'll go easy on me, Commander Wang. Bai Dao cracked his neck, his wrists popping as he stepped forward, adopting a stance. Please. Wang Yuanzhao stepped forward, but rather than adopting any imposing demeanor, he simply pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Huang Xiaotao instructed Wang Yuanzhao, "Be careful not to hurt him." Suddenly, laughter erupted from the opposing side, with an officer exclaiming, "Can he really harm Brother Bai? Our Brother Bai is a 3-time champion in Sanda." Bai Yidao chuckled, "Teacher Wang, forgive my clumsiness." With that, Bai Yidao lunged forward, his movements as swift as a tiger, delivering a punch aimed directly at Wang Yuanzhao's face. At that moment, Wang Yuanzhao was still preoccupied with lighting his cigarette, and I thought to myself, isn't this a sneak attack? Bai Yidao is quite treacherous. Wang Dali even gasped, "Be careful." Yet, Wang Yuanzhao did not even raise his head, effortlessly avoiding the punch and gently colliding with Bai Yidao using his shoulder. Though Bai Yidao had a solid stance, he was sent stumbling back several steps by Wang Yuanzhao's slight push, nearly falling to the ground if not for someone steadying him. It was an utterly embarrassing display. Cheers erupted from our side. Wang Yuanzhao's combat prowess was evidently superior to Bai Yidao's. "Yidao," Luo Weiwei called out anxiously. I suddenly realized they were a pair, which explained their similar temperament and arrogance. Though I had no knowledge of martial arts, I had watched enough martial arts films to recognize that Wang Yuanzhao had just employed the Iron Mountain Lean technique. After knocking Bai Yidao down, he took a leisurely drag from his freshly lit cigarette, nonchalantly standing as if nothing had happened, while shaking his head and stretching his neck. Bai Yidao pushed aside those who supported him from behind, gritting his teeth in frustration, and threw off his jacket, revealing his muscular physique. He stepped forward and executed a swift kick aimed at Wang Yuanzhao's head. I thought to myself, this guy is truly malicious, starting with such a lethal move. Wang Yuanzhao stepped back casually, allowing the kick to pass. Without missing a beat, Bai Yidao followed up with another strike aimed at Wang Yuanzhao's torso. Wang Yuanzhao sidestepped once more, taking a deep puff from his cigarette before discarding it, finally adopting a combat stance. The two quickly engaged in a flurry of strikes, leaving onlookers in awe. Though I was no expert, I could discern the pattern. Every time Bai Yidao threw a punch, Wang Yuanzhao countered with a strike to his arm, rendering Bai Yidao's punch ineffective. When Bai Yidao kicked, Wang Yuanzhao targeted his thigh, nullifying the kick. One was agile and relentless, yet found all his strikes thwarted. The other stood resolute, executing powerful counters, as if a master instructing an apprentice. Initially, a few uninformed officers jeered, but soon fell silent as it became evident that Bai Yidao was being thoroughly outclassed. The cheers from our side grew louder. Later, I learned from Wang Yuanzhao that he had been employing Jeet Kune Do, a martial art founded by Bruce Lee. The term Jeet Kune Do sounds impressive, yet many are unaware of its meaning. Jeet implies interception. It strikes the opponent's joints before they can even raise their fists, rendering their moves ineffective. A martial art that emphasizes offense over defense. Bai Yidao was using a military combat style, while Wang Yuanzhao was the chief instructor of the armed police. Intimately familiar with this form of combat, Bai Yidao was, in essence, attempting to show off in a domain where he was outmatched. Wang Yuanzhao knew precisely which moves Bai Yidao would attempt, making it effortless to counter him. Moreover, Wang Yuanzhao understood that employing the same techniques could lead to a prolonged struggle, since Bai Yidao had bullied me earlier. Wang Yuanzhao was keen on avenging that insult using Jeet Kune Do to teach him a lesson. The techniques of Jeet Kune Do were exceptionally effective against military combat styles, which is why its predecessor, Wing Chun, was banned in the late 70s. As the bout progressed, Bai Yidao was panting and fatigued, while Wang Yuanzhao remained composed and unfazed. Suddenly, both men extended their fists, their punches colliding mid-air with a thunderous impact. Bai Yidao recoiled, desperately shaking his wrist, while his body bore numerous shoe prints from the kicks he had received. Conversely, Wang Yuanzhao had not been touched even once by Bai Yidao. "Incredible!" exclaimed Wang Dali. "Uncle Wang is like a leopard-headed Linchong." Wang Yuanzhao smiled and turned to leave, but at that moment, Bai Yidao charged from behind. I was taken aback. This scoundrel was resorting to underhanded tactics. "Watch out behind you," I shouted. Bai Yidao had turned red with rage, leaping to attempt to strangle Wang Yuanzhao from behind. In response, Wang Yuanzhao executed a swift spinning kick, sending Bai Yidao flying over a meter away, landing hard on the ground. I could almost hear the sound of his fall echoing. The officers rushed over. Bai Yidao sat on the ground, unable to rise, cursing, "You hurt me, and I'll tell my dad. You'll all regret this." Wang Yuanzhao appeared unconcerned, slowly retrieving another cigarette from his pack and lighting it. "Are you a kindergarten child?" Wang Dali retorted. "You're the one who started this and got beaten up, and now you want to call your dad? It seems he is not here. Do you need me to help you find a substitute? You little brat, I'll make you pay." Bai Yidao spat, standing up and addressing those around him. You all saw how they assaulted me, right? Wei, you saw it too, didn't you? The officers hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. I thought to myself, these people are truly overstepping their bounds. Bai Dao, thinking he had saved some face, straightened his collar and smugly declared, just wait. I don't care if you're sent by the director or the minister, you'll regret this. I scoffed, how foolish of you. Being a police officer and yet relying on witnesses. The key lies in the physical evidence. With that, I pulled out my phone and played back the recording of Bai Dao's earlier provocation word for word. This was a life lesson I had learned from forensic expert Qin. When dealing with such petty individuals, having physical evidence is far more potent. Chapter 49, The Corpse Verification Pill. I pressed play, and the recording echoed through the air. Bai Dao's face gradually shifted from red to pale, and then to a ghostly white. I smiled and said, disrupting police unity and maliciously slandering someone. What crime does that fall under, Officer Bai? I trust you are well aware. Bai Dao found himself momentarily speechless, stammering. What does malicious slander mean? Do you have evidence? Indeed, I recorded your earlier attempt to frame us, I replied. This was entirely a bluff. I had not recorded that part. Huang Xiaotao chuckled softly, whispering, Song Yang, you're quite clever. I feel like giving you the nickname Recording Demon. No. That nickname is too unflattering. I shook my head vigorously. Bai Dao's lips turned blue with rage. What do you want? Apologize, and we can consider this matter resolved. I stated firmly. You think I will? Bai Dao glared defiantly. Then we shall see. I waved to Huang Xiaotao and the others. Let us go. Just as I turned to leave, Bai Dao suddenly called us back. He approached, hesitating for a moment before saying, I was in the wrong earlier. I apologize for any offense caused. Please don't take it to heart. Did your father not teach you how to apologize? Say you're sorry. I replied sternly. Bai Dao bit his lip tightly, bowing slightly to Wang Yuanzhao. Teacher Wang, I'm sorry. That is more like it. Now, let us not waste any more time. It's time to verify the corpse, I concluded. On the way back, Wang Dali exclaimed, Hey, Yangzi, you were just so commanding. You were a completely different person from your usual self. You flatter me, I humbly replied. With people like him, the more polite you are, the more they take advantage. Ha. This young man was first physically reprimanded by Uncle Wang, and then mentally schooled by you. It should give him plenty of time to reflect on his actions. This scene is indeed quite remarkable, Wang Dali remarked. As our group made its way to the morgue, Bai Dao, unable to swallow his frustration, slipped away midway. I possessed a special investigation order signed by the director, granting me the authority to deploy the task force at will, ostensibly as his superior. Thus, I held the power to reprimand him for his absence. However, I was aware that Bai Dao's father was the section chief, and he hardly cared about a minor salary deduction, nor did he wish to mercilessly pursue a fallen opponent. So I refrained from mentioning it. Let him go. Out of sight, out of mind. Conversely, Luo Weiwei cast a disapproving glare at me throughout the journey. I surmised she was intent on regaining her pride during the autopsy after witnessing her boyfriend's humiliation. I thought to myself, her calculations were misguided. The morgue would truly be my battlefield. The morgue was frigid, with a chilling air cascading from several air conditioning units like a waterfall, sending shivers down one's spine. 3 iron tables bore 3 corpses, their white sheets stained with a layer of blood, which had frozen into shards of ice. Once again, Wang Dali faltered, asking Yangzi, Do you need anything? I can go get it for you. I need to examine the bodies first. It's too cold in here. Go fetch the coats we brought from the car, I commanded. All right. With that, Wang Dali exited. I washed my hands with soap at the nearby sink, preparing for the autopsy, only to discover there were no rubber gloves. I inquired of Luo Weiwei, where are the rubber gloves? With a disdainful huff, she retrieved several pairs of rubber gloves from an iron cabinet and tossed them into my arms. Thank you, I replied curtly, handing a pair to Huang Xiaotao and Wang Yuanzhao. Before donning my gloves, I pulled out a pack of gum from my pocket, pouring out 3 black pills, which had a hint of green. I distributed 1 to each of them. What is this candy? Huang Xiaotao inquired, examining it. Sehexiang pills. Made from a blend of various fragrant herbs such as sehexiang, menthol, water buffalo horn, musk, and agarwood. They can clear the mind and dispel negativity. I fear the odor might be unpleasant during the autopsy, I explained. Huang Xiaotao skeptically placed it in her mouth, her expression rapidly transforming. Goodness! The moment it touches my tongue, a peculiar fragrance floods my senses, even more potent than mint candy, as if my nasal passages are completely unblocked. This little pill must be excellent for colds. I chuckled. You hit the nail on the head. It also aids in relieving pain and clearing the lungs. Wang Yuanzhao joined in, placing it in his mouth as well. I could see the subtle change in his usually stoic expression his brows slightly raised, pupils constricting. I understood the delightful sensation of the Sahexiang pill, pure bliss. This is a remedy documented in the true text of the case records, an antidote against foul odors. Do not chew it. The effects last over 2 hours, I elaborated. Huang Xiaodao laughed. Songyang, you are becoming more and more professional. By the way, do give me a few of these pills to take back and show my colleagues. I waved my hand dismissively. Oh, come now. Do you have any idea how much I spent on these herbs? Each tiny pill is worth dozens. How expensive? Huang Xiaodao exclaimed in surprise. Luo Weiwei scoffed. Why bother with these pills? Just wear a mask, it's much simpler. With that, she produced a fragrant tissue to place inside her mask. This girl only grasps part of the picture. A forensic doctor employs scalpels and various advanced tools for examinations. One's own nose and ears can be entirely disregarded. However, an investigator who does not perform dissections and does not rely on instruments must fully utilize their senses during the autopsy, which is why I never wear a mask. Aside from using sight, hearing, smell, and touch, the divination of judgment recounts an ancestor named Song Shinno, who would taste corpses, blood, and even feces during examinations. That chapter is indeed quite grotesque. This ancestor gleaned a wealth of invaluable practical experience through such curious methods, although I may never apply such knowledge in my lifetime. After donning the gloves, I approached and lifted the white sheet from the first corpse. This body belonged to the wife of a family of 3, and the sight was utterly horrific. Huang Xiaodao could not help but gasp, her eyes wide with shock. The corpse's clothing had been cut away, the skin frozen and taut, as pale as paper. The brutality of this corpse exceeded even the exaggerated accounts of Captain Liao. The right half of her face had been entirely sliced away, a gash from above her right eye extending down to the nape of her neck. The eyeball cleaved in two, with only a small piece of flesh remaining attached. She had suffered at least 20 wounds, with the majority concentrated on her torso. The skin around the wounds was torn, exposing the crimson muscle beneath, blubbery fat, and in some areas, even the bones were visible. Her abdomen bore several incisions, with intestines spilling out. One cut had directly severed her navel, exposing the uterus, which, the size of a fist, vaguely resembled a blooming peach blossom. One of her hands had been severed, the fingers still clenched tightly, as if she had been gripping a kitchen knife before her demise. Gazing upon this tragic corpse, it was unfathomable that such violence could be inflicted by her own husband with whom she had spent her days and nights. Chapter 50. 2 months of pregnancy like peach blossoms. Upon observing this corpse, I arrived at a conclusion. A total of 4 lives had been lost in this homicide. The people present were slightly taken aback, and Huang Xiaodao regarded me with confusion. Luo Weiwei, being a forensic expert, was the first to react. You're not suggesting she was pregnant, are you? I pointed to the exposed uterus of the deceased. Isn't it evident? Though Luo Weiwei wore a mask that obscured her expression, I could discern her disdainful demeanor from her eyes. Evident? You're merely spouting nonsense. You haven't even conducted an autopsy, and you dare to conclude? At the very least, a test of the secretions should be performed. Forensics is a science, and science is not based on conjecture. Miss Luo, how heavily do you rely on instruments? The true text of the case record states, a month of pregnancy resembles white dew. 2 months resemble peach blossoms. 3 months distinguish between genders. From the peach blossom-shaped appearance of this uterus, it is clear the deceased has been pregnant for 2 months, I stated. Luo Weiwei frowned, muttering, I don't believe in that true text of the case records. It's merely something for the common folk. I chuckled. Common folk, you say? This forensic expert truly knows how to label me. Go ahead and conduct whatever test you wish. Luo Weiwei shot me a glare and promptly retrieved a cotton swab to collect some secretions from the uterus, then headed to the forensic science department for analysis. As soon as she departed, Wang Dali returned with 3 coats, exclaiming, what is up with that beautiful forensic doctor? Why did she storm out in such a huff? Oh my! Upon catching sight of the gruesome corpse on the iron table, he let out a terrified yelp and quickly turned his head away. Pathetic. Huang Xiaodao remarked with disdain. I asked Wang Dali to help us put on the coats, and I immediately felt much warmer. Wang Dali, unable to look at the corpse any longer, averted his gaze and asked, Yangzi, do you need anything else? I can go out and get it. Go fetch me an herb called wood butterfly, and buy a bottle of flaxseed oil or olive oil, along with 2 stainless steel pots, 1 large and 1 small. I instructed. You're cooking? Wang Dali inquired, bewildered. I laughed and scolded. You idiot. Can you refrain from discussing such matters in front of the corpse? Be careful. Something may come looking for you in your dreams tonight. Wang Dali shivered in fear, clasping his hands together, quickly muttering apologies to the deceased before asking. What exactly is wood butterfly? Is it available at the pharmacy? I'm not sure where there is a Chinese medicine shop nearby. Wood butterfly, also known as jade butterfly or layered paper, doesn't tea require a Chinese medicine shop? You can find it in the health tea section of a supermarket. Get me 4 tails, and be sure to pick the best, I instructed. Do I need to be told? I'm off, Wang Dali exclaimed, dashing away. Wait a moment. I called out to him, and then lifted the white sheet covering the second and third corpses to examine them. Indeed, the male victim was dismembered, bearing multiple stab wounds, with a long segment of intestines spilling from his abdomen. His hands were rigid and clenched, as if he had fiercely gripped a knife in his final moments. I grasped his arm and moved it slightly, feeling confident about the next steps in the examination. The condition of the elderly female victim was somewhat less gruesome. The shards of glass on her body had been cleared away, leaving only shallow cuts and punctures. Her eye sockets were devoid of eyeballs, surrounded by congealed dark red blood, resembling 2 profound black voids. I placed my palm beneath her body and felt that the fatal injuries were a fractured spine and a shattered occipital bone. I instructed Wang Dali to procure some elastic bands for trousers, a sturdy wooden stick, several large sewing needles, a magnet, and a few strong adhesive hooks. Understood, Wang Dali replied before departing. I returned to the first corpse, where Huang Xiaotao was tilting her head, studying the victim's uterus. She inquired, Song Yang, how did you deduce she was pregnant? What is this about February's peach blossoms? Is there any scientific basis for it? I directed her attention. Count the petals of this peach blossom. 5 petals, Huang Xiaotao responded. What color? Pink. Is there a stem faintly visible behind it? Huang Xiaotao examined closely and exclaimed, indeed. I explained, the shape resembling a peach blossom on the uterus actually signifies the outline of a fetus. The 5 petals represent its limbs and head, while that stem is the umbilical cord. Huang Xiaotao gasped in realization, lamenting, how cruel, a 2-month-old infant perished alongside its mother. I sighed. Yes, fortunately. It was only 2 months. At this stage, the fetus could not be considered a person. Had it reached 5 months, it would truly be a case of 1 body, 2 souls. Furthermore, such a deceased bears a heavy grudge after the autopsy. The coroner must repeatedly burn mugwort on themselves to prevent the resentment of the unreborn child from following them. If there is a pregnant woman at home, misfortune is bound to ensue, resulting in the birth of a strange, hybrid child. These hybrid infants often possess 4 hands and 4 feet, or even 2 heads. They are not conjoined twins, but rather what medicine refers to as chimeras, 2 bodies fused together as if another infant forcibly sought rebirth. Many ancestral taboos carry profound meanings. Although they have gradually devolved into seemingly meaningless rituals, my grandfather taught me never to interpret them simply as feudal superstitions, for doing so would invite calamity. Therefore, I generally adhere to these prohibitions steadfastly. I asked Wang Yuanshao to hand me the tuning fork from his bag. Upon receiving the tuning fork, I listened to the bone sounds of the deceased one by one, estimating the time of death to be approximately 40 hours. Although the death report was clear, I felt it necessary to follow through with the proper procedure to ensure nothing was overlooked. At that moment, Luo Weiwei entered, holding a report. I inquired, have the test results come in? She hesitated, finally admitting, I concede, you were right. The deceased was indeed 2 months pregnant. The surrounding police murmured among themselves, their gazes towards me shifting in tone. Right? How amusing, I remarked. Let me make another guess. The sequence of deaths was that the husband killed the mother, then the wife, and finally, the husband took his own life. Luo Weiwei scoffed. Consultant Song, are you joking? The husband was always dutiful. How could he kill his own mother, even in a state of madness? I retorted, Miss Luo, did you purchase your forensic certification? Should familial ties influence the examination? Luo Weiwei's expression turned awkward, her voice rising indignantly. Words alone are not proof. If you have the ability, show me. I turned to Wang Yuanshao. Uncle Wang, please fetch a UV light from the forensic department. He acknowledged and left. I took hold of the male victim's left hand, gently squeezing the fingertips, and soon, tiny particles emerged. My keen eyesight discerned them clearly, though others could not see. Wang Yuanshao returned with the UV light, and Huang Xiaotao teased, how novel. Even you are using advanced equipment now? I chuckled, a fusion of Eastern and Western methodologies. Forensics is an ancient science that evolves with the times. Take the UV light. For instance, the ancients also used UV to examine corpses, but back then, it required moving the body into sunlight and filtering it through gauze treated with special chemicals. Now, with this device, it is far more convenient. Why should I seek the distant when the near is sufficient? I swept the UV light across the victim's fingers, revealing tiny particles such as hair and skin flakes. After Luo Weiwei observed, her eyes widened, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. I smirked. Do you see what is on the deceased fingers? Chapter 51. The Art of Exhumation. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Luo Weiwei's forehead as she stammered. It seems to be some splinters from bamboo. I switched off the UV light and remarked, considering the angle of these splinters, it indicates that the deceased forcefully pushed a bamboo stick, if you still doubt it. You can compare it with that pair of red chopsticks to see if the splinters match. It was indeed the husband who killed his own mother. Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in shock. Patricide. This is utterly heinous. Luo Weiwei retorted angrily. Even if you are correct, the last one to die must be the wife. Because you believe a person cannot sever their own head, correct? Under my relentless gaze, Luo Weiwei began to waver. I could tell she was starting to doubt her previous judgment. Nevertheless, she ultimately clung to her viewpoint, asserting, of course not. With so many nerves and blood vessels in the neck, one would die halfway through. How could one sever their own head? Isn't that basic common sense? I sneered. How about we make a wager? Luo Weiwei appeared flustered. What kind of wager? Being considerate, I refrained from imposing harsh terms. Instead, I asked, can you drive? Yes. She nodded. If I can prove that the deceased committed suicide during our time in Wuqiu City, you will serve as our driver free of charge, I declared. What? Luo Weiwei's eyes widened. On what basis? Are you lacking confidence? I queried. Luo Weiwei furrowed her brow, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. And if you lose? I have no need for your driving skills. I don't even have a license, I joked. Whatever the outcome, I leave it to you, I replied. Fine. If you lose, I want you four to apologize to the knife, Luo Weiwei stipulated. I had anticipated she might suggest we withdraw from the case, but to my surprise, she openly defended her boyfriend, which was quite unexpected. It seemed she had some self-awareness, realizing they could not solve the case alone. I readily agreed. Apologizing is trivial. Even kneeling to admit fault is acceptable. Huang Xiaotao's eyes widened. Hey. Luo Weiwei crossed her arms with a smug smile. All right, you said it. A gentleman's word is his bond. Huang Xiaotao quietly complained. Song Yang, why drag us into the bet? If there's kneeling involved, you do it yourself. Rest assured. I will not falter, I replied with a mysterious smile. Well, I trust you. Just don't embarrass us in Nanjing City Police. Huang Xiaotao stated. Without a doubt. Seeing me remain idle, Luo Weiwei urged. Examine the body. We're eager to see your clever methods. Patience, wait for my assistant to return, I replied nonchalantly. After waiting for over 20 minutes, Wang Dali finally returned, carrying numerous bags and awkwardly balancing 2 pots on his back, looking quite comical. With an air of excitement, he exclaimed, Ah, Yangzi, it was so challenging to locate the supermarket. Here, this is what you asked for. Thank you, I replied. I then requested Wang Yuanchao to assist me in hanging the strong adhesive hooks from the ceiling in a straight line. Hey, you two, don't mess around here. Luo Weiwei called out. I shot her a glance and retorted, Would you like me to conduct an autopsy? Rest assured, I will clean everything up afterward. Once the hooks were in place, I secured all the elastic bands into loops, spaced them evenly on a wooden stick, and inserted the stick into the row of hooks, tugging on it to ensure its stability. All the police officers gazed at me with curiosity, puzzled about my intentions. Uncle Wang, please help lift the corpse, I commanded. Together with Wang Yuanchao, we positioned the male corpse directly under the hooks, arranging it in a kneeling posture on an iron table. I then fitted the elastic bands around the deceased's arms, making it resemble a marionette suspended by strings. Is this the art of body examination? Huang Xiaotao inquired. No. The technique I am employing this time surpasses body examination. I retrieved a sewing needle and a magnet, rubbing the needle against the magnet in one direction until it became magnetized, transforming into a magnetic needle. This preparation took considerable time, during which Wang Dali began to entertain us with a joke he had heard recently. 2 police officers arrive at a crime scene. The older officer says to the younger one, Xiao Ming, this case shares a commonality with last month's locked room murder, the dismemberment at the docks, and the body dumping at the intersection from the month before. The younger officer asks, Are you saying that all these crimes were committed by the same person? The older officer replies seriously, No. I mean, I was unable to solve any of these cases. After Wang Dali finished his tale, he laughed heartily. And both Huang Xiaotao and I couldn't help but join in. Meanwhile, Luo Weiwei and the group of officers likely perceived it as a satire on their investigative abilities, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Mind your surroundings, Huang Xiaotao chuckled. Wang Dali shot a cheeky glance at Luo Weiwei. All right, I understand. At this point, my preparations were complete. What I was about to attempt could be described as an upgraded version of the art of body examination, known as the resurrection technique, as recorded in the divine techniques of the underworld. This intricate method involves using a magnetic needle to stimulate certain acupuncture points, reviving a deceased body. Previously, during the vampire case, I had inadvertently utilized body examination techniques, and afterward, I delved deeply into the study of human meridians. What exactly are these meridians? There was a time when Western doctors dissected corpses and concluded that the meridians described in traditional Chinese medicine did not exist, hastily dismissing them as mere Eastern superstition. However, throughout thousands of years of Chinese medical history, acupuncture and acupressure have demonstrated miraculous healing effects. According to traditional Chinese medicine, the human body is an inseparable whole. As the saying goes, a single hair can influence the entire body. Through a single acupuncture point, one can regulate the function of a specific organ or body part, a fact that has been repeatedly validated over centuries. Consequently, there is a belief that the human body contains numerous small magnetic fields, where these magnetic fields converge to form biological magnetic meridians, which correspond to the 12 meridians mentioned in the Huangdi Neijing. The so-called resurrection technique involves inserting a magnetic needle into specific acupuncture points, releasing residual magnetic force from the body's meridians, allowing the muscles to mimic actions from before death. Of course, the strength of the awakened muscles is minimal, requiring the assistance of external forces, such as the elastic bands, to support the weight of the corpse in order to see results. Before inserting the needles, I caution Wang Dali, prepare yourself, as there will be some intense visuals shortly. Would you like to step outside for a moment? Wang Dali eagerly shook his head. No way. I can handle it. This is far more thrilling than any horror film. I chuckled, warning him not to blame me if he was startled. I measured the deceased's spine with my fingers, inserting the magnetic needle into several significant acupuncture points along the vertebrae, including Dazhui, Shindao, Lingtai, Zhongzhong, Xianshu, Mingmen, and Yangwen, almost embedding the needle fully. These points are not to be lightly tested on the living, as the consequences could lead to paralysis or even death. However, on a corpse, such potent measures are necessary for revival. Once all the needles were in place, the body showed no immediate reaction. Luo Weiwei scoffed, cut it out. After all this mystique, there's no effect. Patience, I exclaimed, striking the corpse's shoulder vigorously. At that moment, the corpse began to move slowly. He moving. Luo Weiwei gasped, covering her mouth and retreating in fear. He's risen from the dead. How is this possible? His head is missing. The room erupted into chaos, filled with frantic screams. Some officers, terrified, flailed about, desperately trying to escape. Wang Dali shouted for help, clumsily knocking over a chair and nearly falling. Huang Xiaotao's eyes widened in shock. Her mouth agape, as if she could fit a walnut inside. Even the usually stoic Wang Yuanchao's pupils slightly dilated. At this moment, the corpse on the table was gradually raising its right hand, as if wielding an invisible knife, repeatedly striking at its own neck. Initially, the movements were subtle, merely the wrist trembling, but then, aided by the elastic bands, the entire arm began to swing, repeatedly slashing at its neck. Human muscles possess a memory for movement, akin to seasoned cyclists who pedal without conscious thought. At the moment of death, the central nervous system fails, and the internal magnetic field collapses. Yet a fragment of muscle memory remains, much like a recorded segment of a song. Naturally, muscle memory varies by individual. Some corpses, due to severe decay or spinal fractures, cannot undergo the resurrection technique. However, this particular corpse, having died with rigid muscles, maintained a delicate tension, making it nearly the perfect specimen for the resurrection technique. Thinking this, I felt a flicker of pride, much like an artisan completing a flawless masterpiece. I recognized that such sentiments might be considered morbid, but those who work in this field often possess a mindset distinct from the ordinary. Otherwise, one could not sustain oneself in this profession. Just as I prepared to explain the principles to Luo Weiwei, I turned to find her missing. The door was wide open, and several officers had fled in terror, shouting in the hallway. Did Luo Weiwei leave? I inquired. Wang Dali pointed to the ground, and upon looking, I almost burst into laughter. Luo Weiwei had fainted. Sprawled on the floor with her eyes rolled back, her previously composed demeanor utterly vanished. With such composure, can she truly be a forensic doctor? I scoffed. Indeed, Huang Xiaotao remarked, her face pale, but maintaining her composure unlike the others. Songyang, please make that corpse stop. It's too terrifying. Wait, I'll record this, so she can't deny it later. I captured a brief video. If uploaded to a paranormal website, it would surely frighten many viewers. Afterward, I extracted one of the magnetic needles from the corpse, and it immediately ceased all movement, as if a power source had been cut off, leaving only one arm still raised high. My goodness, that was absolutely terrifying. Wang Dali sighed in relief. Song Yang, you shouldn't scare me like that. You should have told me sooner. I did warn you. I replied. How was I to know it would be such an intense experience? As Wang Dali sneezed. I noticed we were all bundled in coats, while he alone wore a t-shirt. Be careful not to catch a cold. Go grab a jacket from the car. I'm fine. I have a strong constitution, he said, rubbing his shoulder. I roused Luo Weiwei, who, still shaken, scrambled backward upon awakening, frantically exclaiming, Don't come near. Don't come near. It's me. I reassured her. With her mask askew, she cast a fearful glance at the corpse behind me and stammered, Do you know any sorcery? I chuckled, briefly elucidating the principle, and finally remarked, If you don't believe me, considering you frequently encounter corpses, you may try it next time. No. She vehemently waved her hands. I believe. So the deceased severed his own head. Do you concede? I inquired. She nodded, then revealed a skeptical expression. But that doesn't seem right. There are numerous nerves in the neck, and he used only a common kitchen knife. It's improbable that a single stroke could sever it. Logically, he would stop halfway. You are correct, and this is precisely what underscores the significance of my evidence. I surveyed the individuals present and articulated deliberately. The deceased was physically controlled at that moment. Huang Xiaotao gasped in astonishment. You mean hypnosis? Not hypnosis. I suspect some form of malevolent sorcery that compelled the deceased to act involuntarily. After stating this, I lifted the white sheet. Observe the expressions of the male and female deceased. Do they not appear in excruciating agony? Luo Weiwei rose and leaned closer. Indeed, their expressions are truly harrowing. Huang Xiaotao glanced toward the door. After the earlier spectacle, many officers had fled, leaving only 4 or 5 behind. She suggested, Should we not examine the evidence? No rush. I have another item to verify, I replied. I asked Luo Weiwei, Have you checked for fingerprints? She nodded. The forensic team has already assessed it. The bodies and their clothing only bear their own fingerprints, with no sign of outsiders. Let's verify once more. Please fetch me an alcohol lamp, I instructed. Luo Weiwei complied. And Huang Xiaotao remarked, Song Yang, your tactic of intimidating the tiger is remarkably effective. This young lady is now utterly speechless. She had been so dismissive earlier. A little fright is beneficial, I replied. From my bag, I retrieved olive oil, a wooden butterfly, and a pot. Pouring a generous amount of oil into the pot, and placing in the wooden butterfly. Wang Dali queried, Song Yang, your cooking sequence is incorrect. You must heat the oil before adding the ingredients. Silence. Come help me, I commanded. How? Wang Dali asked. Hold the pot for me, I instructed. Luo Weiwei returned with the alcohol lamp, and I positioned it beneath the pot to heat. Soon, the oil sizzled, and the wooden butterfly crackled as it cooked, with smoke rising and adhering to the pot's walls. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, noticing Wang Dali's fatigue, I declared it was done and extinguished the lamp. I procured a small knife to scrape the oil residue from the pot's interior, yielding around 2 taels. Huang Xiaotao remarked, Song Yang, observing your forensic examination is truly enjoyable. Every step is fascinating. Of course, it seems entertaining from a spectator's perspective, I replied nonchalantly. You truly lack empathy. Did I not assist? Did you assist? Huang Xiaotao hesitated. Did I not hand you items earlier? Is that what you call assistance? I couldn't help but laugh. Huang Xiaotao shot me an annoyed glare. I instructed Wang Yuanxiao to return the male corpse to the iron bed, then gently blew the oil residue onto the corpse's chest. Wang Dali asked, What is this for? Both the wooden butterfly and olive oil are remarkably light. The oil residue they produce is significantly lighter than the aluminum powder used by the police, allowing us to detect subtle traces, I explained. Thus, throughout the process, I dared not exhale, fearing I would disperse the oil residue on my hands. After layering the oil residue on the corpse's chest, I gently blew it away, finding no significant discovery. I repeated the process on the female corpse's chest and abdomen. And this time, upon blowing away the oil residue from the skin's surface, a set of small footprints emerged. Yes, tiny footprints. Are those cat prints? Huang Xiaotao exclaimed. Chapter 53, The Oath of Justice. The skin of the corpse revealed a delicate trail of cat footprints. I blew more oil residue and found another pair on the deceased's right arm. This revelation astonished everyone present. Luo Weiwei remarked. I recall the deceased did not own a cat. Where could these paw prints have come from? This may well be the crux of the case. I sensed a thread of insight. But a series of cat prints cannot imply anything definitive. Surely it cannot be the work of a single cat. Perhaps it wandered in from a neighboring home? Luo Weiwei speculated. I pointed to the cat prints. Look closely. These prints are impeccably clean. Cats are typically very clean, aren't they? I have one at home, and it often licks its paws, Luo Weiwei responded. Huang Xiaotao suddenly understood. I see now. The deceased was covered in blood. Yet these prints are devoid of any bloodstains. I smiled slightly. Finally, someone comprehends. Luo Weiwei retorted. Perhaps they were left previously? I clarified. These prints were made while on the body, indicating the deceased had already fallen. Thus, they must have been left after death. My intuition tells me these prints are of significant relevance to this case. Luo Weiwei remained unconvinced, and I beckoned the police officers. What are you waiting for? Come and take photographs. The officers complied hastily, retrieving a camera. After completing the examination of the corpse, I took some yellow paper from my pocket, divided it into 3 stacks, and burned it in a copper basin while reciting a passage of a reincarnation chant for the 3 deceased. I then vowed, esteemed souls, I, Song Yang, swear by my ancestor, Song Si, the magistrate, that I will seek justice for you. May you soon be reborn. As my words fell, a strange wind blew, causing the flames in the basin to flicker and dance, as though some unseen force was responding to my vow, leaving Luo Weiwei dumbfounded. Before long, the officers returned with the camera, capturing evidence of the footprints on the corpses. I instructed them to gather everyone. Once assembled, I addressed Huang Xiaotao, Director Huang. I shall take the lead. Huang Xiaotao paused, then smiled. Feel free to give orders. This time, I am not in command. The 3 of us are here to assist you. I requested the photographs of the cat prints to be printed, distributing 1 to each, and instructed them to visit the crime scene to inquire if any nearby households owned cats, or if there were feral cats in the vicinity, comparing them to the prints. Honestly, I did not harbor high hopes for this lead, but with so many officers available, I thought it wise to utilize them. Investigating a case is akin to detangling hair. One must sift through it gradually to uncover clues. After assigning tasks, I asked an officer, "Where's Bai Dao?" "He has gone home. He possesses quite the audacity. Have him return immediately, or he shall no longer remain in this task force," I declared angrily. Following the earlier events, the officers regarded me with a measure of trepidation. The same officer said he would contact Bai Dao at once. I then instructed them to disperse. Huang Xiaotao chuckled. Well, Song Yang, you certainly carry a sense of authority. Having never seen a pig run, have you never eaten pork? I retorted. Huh, what do you mean? Am I a pig? Huang Xiaotao threatened, raising a fist. No, I misspoke. I hastily waved my hands. I covered the corpse with a white sheet and said to Luo Weiwei, please lead us to the evidence room. Sure, follow me, Luo Weiwei nodded. Exiting the morgue felt like transitioning from the Arctic to the tropics. Huang Xiaotao, removing her coat, exclaimed, goodness, it's freezing in there. Being a coroner is truly challenging. Indeed, many coroners suffer from arthritis and rheumatism due to working in such conditions, Luo Weiwei explained. I'm used that this was comparatively better in ancient times without refrigeration technology. Corpses could only be stored in cold rooms or cellars, yet decay remained inevitable. In hot weather, it was even more dire. Coroners had to don heavy, full-body garments, sweating profusely while examining bodies amidst the stench of decay and buzzing flies. Many coroners fell ill with lung diseases and skin ailments from inhaling too much cadaveric air. Such working conditions were nothing short of hell. Our group arrived at the evidence room, where Luo Weiwei greeted the elderly gentleman in charge, and we proceeded inside. Huang Xiaotao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, isn't the management here rather lax? Such a crucial location, and anyone can just stroll in without checking identification? Luo Weiwei explained, after all, we are all internal personnel. It's unlikely anyone would attempt to steal evidence. Huang Xiaotao retorted, that may not be the case. It's better to be safe than sorry. The theft of evidence can lead to significant complications. I recommend you report this to the director. Luo Weiwei, dismissive, replied coldly, got it. The evidence room was spacious, lined with rows of iron shelves, well ventilated and dry. Luo Weiwei located several pieces of evidence related to the case by their numbers, all sealed in transparent plastic bags with labels affixed. We examined them one by one. They were the deceased's personal belongings, including a mobile phone, wallet, and clothing, along with some broken dishes. I noticed a few numbers were missing and inquired. Luo Weiwei responded, those items are the murder weapons, currently undergoing examination in the forensic department. If you wish to see them, I can take you there later. Not for now, I said, opening the phone to check. The deceased was a vendor, and 3 days after their death, there were a staggering number of missed calls and messages. I told Huang Xiaotao, we should take this phone, later. We can have someone sift through it for any significant clues. Huang Xiaotao took it and placed it in her pocket. Finding nothing else of note, I asked Luo Weiwei, are the pieces of evidence from the case 3 months ago here? Yes, she nodded. We approached the shelf and inspected the items. The police had a 30-day retention policy for evidence, But in this case, since the entire family had perished, no one had come to reclaim the expired items. So they remained there. The Wuxiu City police clearly did not shy away from trouble, bringing nearly everything from the deceased's home, including an adorable fortune cat statue. Is this truly considered evidence? I counted the numbers and found none missing, then said to Luo Weiwei, "Let's go to the scene." "Which case are you referring to?" Luo Weiwei asked. "This one," I clarified. The police had already sealed off the scene. "If you wish to see it," Luo Weiwei suddenly blushed, likely recalling the bet she had made with me earlier about being our free chauffeur. "I'll take you." Huang Xiaotao glanced at her watch. "It's 10 in the morning. After we're done, I'll treat everyone to roast duck at noon." "You certainly keep your word," I remarked. "Of course, I am a person of my word," Huang Xiaotao smiled, suddenly noticing Wang Dali's silence. "Hey, Dali, you glutton, why aren't you reacting to the mention of roast duck? This is quite unusual." When Wang Dali spoke, I noticed his voice sounded muffled. "Yangzi, I think I'm coming down with a cold. It must be from the cold in the morgue earlier. Perhaps you should rest for a while," I suggested. "Oh, then I'll find a hotel to take a nap. I won't be joining you today," Wang Dali nodded. Huang Xiaotao asked Luo Weiwei, "We traveled a long way. Is there no place prepared for us to rest?" Luo Weiwei replied, "Let me check with the team leader." We left the evidence room, having taken one item and filled out a form with the elder managing the evidence room. Since we were headed to the scene, Luo Weiwei also took a set of keys stored in the evidence room. After a brief phone call, team leader Liao soon arrived, apologetically stating, "I'm so sorry for the oversight. The director had informed me to prepare a hotel nearby for you. I'll take you there now." Huang Xiaotao waved her hand. "No need. We still want to check the scene. Just take this Wang Dali along." I instructed Huang Xiaotao to fetch the car while I accompanied Wang Dali and team leader Liao to the hotel. On the way, I bought some cold medicine for him. Team leader Liao located a relatively upscale hotel and inquired how many rooms we would need, since Wang Dali was ill and might have a fever, requiring care. And Huang Xiaotao certainly couldn't share a room with Wang Yuanxiao. I suggested 3 rooms. After securing the rooms, I escorted Wang Dali upstairs, boiled some hot water for him, and advised him to rest well. Wang Dali, looking lethargic, lamented, "Alas, I've dragged you down this time. And now you have to take care of me. I feel so guilty. Why speak such formalities? By the way, is your nose congested?" I asked. Wang Dali nodded. I handed him a Sahexiang pill, instructing him to let it dissolve in his mouth. The moment he placed it in his mouth, he sprang up as if revived from a near-death experience, exclaiming, "Whoa, Yangzi, what is this medicine? It feels so refreshing." My nose cleared up instantly. I explained it to him, and he kept praising, "This pill is miraculous. After we graduate, why don't we start a business and apply for a patent to sell these pills? I guarantee we'll make a fortune." I pondered. That idea did seem quite promising. Chapter 54. The ambiguity of the policewoman after settling Wang Dali. Huang Xiaotao sent me a text. "Song Yang, hurry to the parking lot. Something has happened." Thinking there might be trouble, I rushed to the parking lot, nearly laughing upon arrival. It turned out that Luo Weiwei, while driving Huang Xiaotao's black BMW, accidentally scraped the car door against a pillar, chipping off some paint. The car was wedged against the pillar, leaving her in quite a predicament. It appeared Luo Weiwei's driving skills were lacking. Huang Xiaotao cried out in dismay, while Luo Weiwei shrugged. "What's the big deal? I'll just pay you back for the paint later." Huang Xiaotao waved her hand. "Forget it. I have insurance. It's just a hassle to deal with the insurance company." Huang Xiaotao asked me to assist in getting the car out, but I admitted I wasn't very skilled at that either. Ultimately, it was Wang Yuanxiao who stepped in and swiftly maneuvered the car out, prompting Huang Xiaotao to praise, "An experienced driver. You truly live up to that title." "Do you know what an experienced driver means?" I asked her. "Isn't that what it means?" Huang Xiaotao queried, puzzled. I was at a loss for words. It seemed Huang Xiaotao didn't spend much time online. I began to regret my decision to have Luo Weiwei as our driver. This girl was too proud, insisting that she would be fine once on the road. In the end, she took the wheel, leading us out of the parking lot in a heart-pounding manner. But the drive afterward was relatively smooth. Half an hour later, we arrived at the crime scene, an old street lined with many shuttered shops. The architecture was chaotic, with clothes hanging above. As it approached noon, the residents were cooking at home, and the sounds of frying and the scent of cooking oil wafted through the windows. Luo Weiwei remarked that this street had been in Wuqiu City for some years, once bustling with various goods, but as more comprehensive supermarkets emerged nearby, the younger generation lost interest, leading to its gradual decline. Luo Weiwei guided us to a 2-story building, cordoned off with police tape and sealed with a notice. Huang Xiaotao remarked, "Isn't the deceased's family quite wealthy? Why don't they live in an apartment?" Luo Weiwei explained, "The deceased's father used to deal in calligraphy and painting. This house, facing the street, was once a shop for such items, inherited later by the deceased. I asked Huang Xiaodao, "You've never lived in such an old house, have you?" She shook her head. "No, I've never lived in one. It must be less comfortable than an apartment. I've lived in apartments since childhood. I had grown up in the Song family's old residence. This wooden structure was warm in winter and cool in summer, requiring no air conditioning, and was particularly comfortable. Later, when I stayed in a dormitory during college, it took me a long time to adjust. We tore down the seal and stepped inside. The first floor was spacious, resembling a large open space, clearly once a shop. Without the lights on, the ground floor felt somewhat eerie. Huang Xiaodao commented, "It's like a scene from a horror movie." Luo Weiwei teased, "With such a timid heart, how can you be a police officer?" Huang Xiaodao shot her a glare. "Would it kill you to be quiet? Who was it that fainted earlier?" "I merely tripped and fell," Luo Weiwei defended herself. "Indeed, you were foaming at the mouth. You should hurry to the hospital for a CT scan to check if you hit your head." Huang Xiaodao continued with her mockery. "You," fearing a potential quarrel among them. I turned to Luo Weiwei and said, "Miss Luo, please fetch me a bag of fine wheat flour." She was glaring at Huang Xiaodao with irritation and retorted, "What do you need that for? Hurry up," I commanded. Reluctantly, Luo Weiwei exited, and Huang Xiaodao sighed, commenting, "Though she is quite beautiful, her temper is rather poor. Perhaps she has been spoiled by her privileged boyfriend." I replied, "I find her looks to be rather ordinary. You are more attractive." I spoke without much thought. But Huang Xiaodao reacted with surprising enthusiasm, grasping my hand joyfully. "Song Yang, do you truly think so?" I sheepishly admitted, "Yes, indeed. Luo Weiwei is undeniably a beauty. Yet her allure feels sharp. Her pointed chin, upturned eyes, and willow-like brows do not compare to your round and pleasing features. However, in terms of temperament, Huang Xiaodao exudes a capable and free-spirited aura, reminiscent of a charming police officer, while Luo Weiwei emanates an air of spoiled arrogance, displaying the traits of a true heiress. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm." Huang Xiaodao nudged me with her elbow, saying, "By the way, having known you for a while, I still don't know what type of girl you like." I glanced at her, my cheeks suddenly heating. "Long-haired cute girls." Huang Xiaodao exclaimed in surprise, "What? That's the opposite of me. You're not trying to imply that you like my type, are you?" "No, absolutely not," I vehemently denied. We climbed the creaking wooden stairs to the second floor, where the dining room, the scene of the crime, came into view. It was a complete mess, tables overturned, windows shattered. Shards of dishes and chopsticks scattered across the floor, and blood splattered on the walls, nearly obscuring the original wallpaper color. On the floor, white ropes outlined the shape of the deceased, and with thick curtains blocking the sunlight, the atmosphere was undeniably eerie. I frowned and remarked, "This house has poor feng shui." Huang Xiaodao asked in surprise, "Oh, you understand feng shui?" I replied, "Well, it's not that mystical. My grandfather told me that it's really about the first impression a house gives." I pointed out, "Look, the bedroom and dining room doors face each other, offering no privacy. The stairs are steep, making it difficult for the elderly. And the bathroom is so far from the bedroom that navigating in the dark during winter nights can be both cold and frightening." "That makes sense. From now on, I'll have Master Song help me choose houses." Huang Xiaodao nodded repeatedly. "I'm flattered," I chuckled. "This house simply has design flaws. But it shouldn't bring about any tragic events. Feng shui and murder cases are unrelated." Entering the dining room, which was connected to the kitchen, I noticed the kitchen was also in disarray, with broken porcelain scattered everywhere, and the police had already removed the scattered knives. A human outline was marked in white tape on the counter. I observed quietly for a moment, attempting to reconstruct the sequence of events leading to the crime. Logically, this case no longer required investigation since the murderer was dead, but we needed to uncover its peculiarities and the reasons behind it. I pulled back the curtains and noticed an empty house across the street. I then became engrossed in a decorative mask on the wall. Huang Xiaodao asked, "Are you fond of that? I could buy one for you later." "No, I'm contemplating other matters," I replied. "Any leads?" Huang Xiaodao inquired. I shook my head. "Not a clue. I can't discern any clues either. This case is too bizarre," Huang Xiaodao remarked. She then turned to Wang Yuanzhao, asking, "Wang Yuanzhao, you have experience. Can you discern anything?" Wang Yuanzhao remained expressionless and silent for 10 seconds, prompting Huang Xiaodao to sigh. "All right, thank you for your invaluable input." At that moment, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Huang Xiaodao said, "That must be Miss Luo returning." Just as she prepared to go down to greet her, I stopped her and listened closely. The footsteps did not sound like Luo Weiwei's, and I instantly became alert. "No, someone else has entered." Chapter 55. The fortune cat. I gestured for them to remain quiet and stealthily made my way downstairs. We hid at the staircase landing and saw a tall, slender man sneaking into the house, wearing a cap and glancing around suspiciously. He clearly was not a reputable individual. "Freeze, police!" Huang Xiaotao commanded. The man looked up, startled, and turned to flee, prompting us to chase after him. Wang Yuanzhao moved like a cheetah, quickly catching up to the man, tackling him to the ground, and swiftly handcuffing him. Residents along the street heard the commotion and came out to watch. After we caught up, the man, with a mournful expression, pleaded, "Officer, I just saw the door open and wanted to check the situation. I truly did nothing wrong." Huang Xiaotao, hands on her hips and with a stern voice, retorted, "Check the situation? Do you not realize this is a crime scene? Are you connected to this case?" The man turned pale, desperately waving his hands. "Officer, I just wanted to see if there was anything to take." Huang Xiaotao chuckled, easily frightened. "It seems you're just a petty thief." His face turned pale, and among the onlookers, someone recognized him, exclaiming, "That's the guy who stole my clothes last month. The vase from my home was definitely taken by him. Yes, and my son's bicycle disappeared in the blink of an eye." The residents began to voice their grievances, while the small thief lowered his head, casting desperate glances at us for help. Huang Xiaotao displayed her badge and said, "Everyone, please calm down. We are the police, and we will take this thief back for proper questioning. We will recover all the stolen items." Only then did the crowd quiet down, and I remarked, "How dare you boast so brazenly?" Huang Xiaotao winked at me and laughed. "It's fine. This isn't our territory. If we can't recover the items, we'll let the local police take the blame." I sighed. "We are of the same root." Huang Xiaotao pulled the thief up and asked for his name and background. The thief introduced himself as Zhang Lu, claiming he was not a professional burglar, but simply a slacker who wandered around since this area had no property management. He would occasionally come by to see if there was anything worth taking, sometimes pilfering pickled vegetables or flower pots left on windowsills, and even stealing a pot of chicken stew from a coal stove left outside. He would seize any opportunity to take advantage of others. Huang Xiaotao disdainfully remarked, "I've never seen such a pathetic thief. You're truly embarrassing to the craft." Zhang Lu smiled sheepishly, then received a kick from Huang Xiaotao and immediately became obedient. I asked, "You've been wandering around here. You must know about the murder that occurred a couple of days ago, right? Did you not see the police investigating nearby? Why did you enter that house?" "I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to take a look." Zhang Lu grinned at me. "Were you hoping to find something of value inside?" I pressed, scrutinizing him. Zhang Lu quickly denied, No. A house where someone died has nothing worth coveting." "All right, since you refuse to speak." Suddenly, I activated my eye of insight, causing Zhang Lu to break into a cold sweat. I fixed my gaze firmly upon him and said, "I'll ask you again. Were you hoping to find something in that house?" I intended to use my eye of insight to expose his lies, but Zhang Lu, timid as he was, shut his eyes and waved his hands frantically. Big brother, don't kill me. I'll confess. I couldn't help but find his cowardice amusing. "Who said I was going to kill you? Your eyes are quite terrifying, as if they could take a life. Much like that cat." Upon hearing this, I immediately became alert and anxiously grasped his shoulders, asking, "Which cat are you referring to?" Perhaps I was too agitated, causing Zhang Lu some discomfort, as he recoiled and trembled, saying, Big brother, could you please tone down those red eyes?" I concealed the enigmatic gaze and urged him to recount the entire story in detail. Zhang Lu explained that he had recently faced financial difficulties and resorted to petty theft, which proved ineffective. He contemplated a more significant heist by breaking into a home. His target was the family of the deceased, as both parents were typically away during the day, leaving only an elderly woman who suffered from leg ailments and poor vision. Zhang Lu feigned a utility inspection to gain entry and assess any valuables. When he successfully infiltrated the house, he discovered a cat statue in a ground-floor storage room, seemingly gilded and exquisitely crafted, with eyes that appeared to be made of gemstones, worth a fortune. At that moment, greed took hold of him, and he yearned to steal the cat. Unexpectedly, the cat's eyes shifted. Startled, he inadvertently made noise, prompting the elderly woman to inquire about the commotion outside. Zhang Lu hastily concocted an excuse and departed. After some time observing, he noted that the elderly lady regularly visited a neighbor to play mahjong, leaving her home unattended. He planned to seize the opportunity. However, before he could act, a tragic incident befell the family, resulting in the demise of all 3 members, and the scene was swiftly sealed off by the police, forcing him to abandon his scheme. Unexpectedly, today he passed by and found the door ajar, reigniting his thieving instincts, only to find himself in a precarious situation. After he finished recounting his story, I pondered. I had not seen any statue in the house. Had someone taken it? Huang Xiaotao inquired about the fate of the thief. I replied, the officers we dispatched are investigating nearby. Let's find someone to bring him in for questioning. Hey, big brother. Big brother, I've already confessed. Why bring me in for questioning? You seem quite busy with this murder case. I wouldn't want to disturb your work. Please, just let me go, Zhang Luer pleaded. Amused, I replied, no worries. Handing you over to the local station won't consume our precious time. Zhang Luer grimaced. But I've already confessed. I truly didn't take anything. Huang Xiaotao retorted, be honest. You've likely stolen plenty before. Go back and clarify your misdeeds. Indeed. We spotted an officer passing by, whom we instructed to escort Zhang Luer to the nearby station for formal documentation before returning to the crime scene. Luo Weiwei had returned, carrying a bag of flour, asking, where have you been? I responded, we caught a thief. Caught a thief? Luo Weiwei scoffed, you must have a lot of free time. Here, this is what you wanted. I thanked her and took the flour, then examined the ground floor storage area, finding no trace of the cat Zhang Luer mentioned. I opened the flour and scattered a thin layer near the windowsill, and door. Huang Xiaotao suddenly asked, hey, didn't you use this trick when dealing with that female ghost at school? Are you suspecting this place is haunted? Chapter 56, The Non-Existent Murderer. I shook my head. No, I merely seek to confirm certain details. I proceeded to the second floor, scattering flour in various corners. After finishing, I returned to the first floor and instructed Luo Weiwei to lock the door, preparing to leave. Huang Xiaotao inquired, where to now? The officers had yet to return, and I was hungry. Let us grab a meal. Didn't you say you'd treat us to roast duck? I suggested. Luo Weiwei perked up, her enthusiasm evident. I know a shortcut. I'll take you. Binmenlu's roast duck is famous. You must not have experienced the 3 delicacies from one duck. I interrupted. Not for you. Return to the station and assist me with some tests, particularly analyzing the remnants in the deceased's nasal cavity and stomach for any stimulants. Luo Weiwei, taken aback, turned pale, but weren't we told not to perform an autopsy? It's fine. I've completed my necessary examinations. You may proceed as you wish. I waved my hand dismissively. Oh, understood. After Luo Weiwei left, Huang Xiaotao chuckled. Song Yang, how shameless of you to treat her so harshly. She lost the bet. I mentioned she'd be a free driver. Why should I treat her to a meal? I retorted with a smirk. You clearly aren't the type to be kind to everyone, but I like that. Huang Xiaotao remarked, playfully patting my back. Flattered by her praise. I felt a flush on my cheeks and quickly changed the subject. I suspect we won't find much. However, elimination is essential. Doesn't that mean we're back to square one? Huang Xiaotao queried. No, we are making some progress, albeit slowly. Let's wait and see, I replied. The 3 of us headed to Binmenlu, where the roast duck was quite expensive, over 400 for one, and with additional dishes and service fees. The total bill reached 600 or 700. However, Huang Xiaotao generously picked up the tab. I asked, you spend money so lavishly, driving a better car than your captain. Can your police salary sustain this? Huang Xiaotao poured herself a glass of cola. My salary is merely pocket money. Is your family wealthy? I inquired. She winked. That's a secret for now. Rest assured, it's not stolen or robbed. We enjoyed a delightful meal, and afterward, I brought a portion back for Wang Dali, knowing he must feel lonely in the hotel. In the afternoon, we returned to the police station, where the investigating officers gradually returned. I summoned them to the second-floor conference room, whereby Yidao also arrived, casting us a sharp glance. It seemed he hadn't been subdued by Wang Yuanchao. I instructed them to compile their findings. Most officers reported finding nothing, though a few had taken pictures of some cat paw prints, which were clearly not those of the cat we sought. In truth, based on Zhang Luer's account, I suspected the cat may not exist at all. I then inquired of the technical team, what are the test results? One officer replied, we've only tested a few substances. He explained that there are over 100 types of stimulants, and they must compare each one. So far, they had only tested for bufotenine, cathinone, diethyltryptamine, and amphetamine, all yielding negative results, with complete results expected in 3 or 4 days. I nodded, briefly assigning the next tasks. Several matters required attention. First, to sift through the deceased's mobile information. Second, to investigate the deceased's business dealings. Third, to examine the vacant house across from the crime scene for any recent rentals. And fourth, to locate the deceased's daughter, as I had questions for her. At this juncture, an officer raised his hand, asking, Consultant Song. The deceased's relatives have concealed this matter from his daughter, who is only 12 and studying outside. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to inform her of her parents' death? I sighed. It must be addressed eventually. Can we keep it hidden forever? The officer continued. Isn't it just as effective to contact the deceased's relatives for investigation? I queried. How many uncles do you have? The officer was perplexed for. Then tell me, when is your fourth uncle's birthday? The officer was momentarily speechless. I explained. Relatives are often more estranged than friends. The person who knows someone best is still their direct kin. We should bring that girl here. After assigning tasks, I dismissed them, instructing everyone to reconvene the following morning to consolidate our findings. Once everyone had departed, only two remained, Luo Weiwei and Bai Dao. Bai Dao, reclining with his hands behind his head, declared, "Detective Song, what shall we do?" I retrieved a piece of paper that I had drawn during lunch, adorned with the designs of 3 masks. I tossed it to him and instructed, "Find a carpenter to craft these masks for me." Additionally, the back of the paper contains a list of traditional Chinese herbs. Please procure some for me. Bai Dao, feeling indignant, stood up and protested. "You expect me to run errands for you?" I retorted, "Aside from running errands, what else can you do? I have just acquainted myself with your background. Why are you investigating my father?" Bai Dao exclaimed angrily. I chuckled, for this lad seemed to believe that everyone was concerned about his father, the department head. I stated, "What I sought was your professional history. You have been a police officer for 3 years, participated in numerous investigations, yet solved only 2 cases, one a theft, the other a homicide, and the latter was a case where the suspect turned himself in. With police officers like Bai Dao, who gained their positions through connections, the case resolution rate is bound to be low." I intentionally aimed to prick at his sore spot. Bai Dao glared at me, pointing a finger at my nose. "You," I interjected, "prepare the items for me and deliver them here tonight. If you refuse to comply, you might as well leave the special investigation team. Leave if I must." Bai Dao stood up, preparing to exit, when Luo Weiwei softly called after him. I stopped him. "Consider this carefully. This case is a major incident within the province, and the Provincial Public Security Department is closely monitoring it. Since my tenure as an advisor, I have maintained a 100% resolution rate. This is a rare opportunity for you to prove yourself." Reluctantly, Bai Dao swallowed his pride, folded the paper, shot me a fierce glare, and exited. Luo Weiwei, more self-aware, inquired, "Shall I still serve as your driver this afternoon?" "No need. Since you are a forensic expert, being a driver is beneath your capabilities. Focus on your professional duties." I waved my hand dismissively. Luo Weiwei's face brightened tremendously. "Just give me the orders." "Please procure 2 white mice for me," I instructed. "What?" Luo Weiwei's cheeks twitched. "Please respect my profession." "Very well. Then you may conduct a thorough autopsy on the 3 corpses, assess the extent of mechanical injuries, and check for any complications or hidden lesions. Perform examinations on the brain, bone marrow, and joints, and observe the changes in the gray and white matter of the spinal cord. Additionally, I require a sample of each major organ, as well as separated serum and platelet samples, and a 5,000-word autopsy report to be submitted by tomorrow." I spoke in one breath, and Luo Weiwei's eyes widened in astonishment. She likely did not expect my knowledge of forensic science to be so profound. After a pause, she stammered, "What size should the white mice be?" 2 to 3 months old will suffice," I replied. Once Luo Weiwei departed, Huang Xiaodao could no longer contain herself, collapsing on the table in laughter while pounding it. "Song Yang, you are incredible. Did you see her expression just now? It was like she had tasted something foul. Ha ha. I can't breathe. I'm laughing so hard." Chapter 57. The Art of Deception. Huang Xiaodao inquired about my next steps. I replied that there was nothing pressing at the moment, and suggested we return to the hotel to rest and rejuvenate during their break. Upon our return, Wang Dali was still lounging about. I brought him the packaged roast duck and meals. Surprisingly, he devoured them with delight, asking about the day's investigative progress, to which I provided a brief overview. After hearing my deductions, Wang Dali asked, "Yangzi, do you believe this case was not perpetrated by a human?" "No. I firmly believe that every case is ultimately the result of human action. Otherwise, it would remain unsolved," I proclaimed with fervor. At that moment, we heard the sound of running water from the adjacent room, and Wang Dali perked up, grinning. "Listen, Sister Xiaodao is taking a shower." "Not quite. The adjacent room belongs to Wang Yuanchao," I corrected. He lay back down, disinterested. TCH, old Wang next door. We drove through the night to Wuqiu City, and after a brief slumber, I felt significantly more refreshed. I checked my phone and found several messages. A group chat had been established for the special investigation team. One officer reported having uncovered crucial intelligence, and mentioned that Bai Dao and Luo Weiwei had successfully completed their tasks. I dressed and knocked on the doors of Huang Xiaotao and Wang Yuanchao's rooms, waiting about 5 minutes before Wang Yuanchao appeared, fully dressed. I asked, "Did you not sleep?" "I did," he replied nonchalantly. Eventually, Huang Xiaodao opened her door, clad in hotel pajamas, a hydrating face mask on, stretching lazily. I had a splendid nap. What is up? Any leads? Indeed. I'll give you 10 minutes. Hurry and put on some clothes, I urged. 10 minutes? Have you ever waited for a girl? Getting dressed and doing hair takes at least half an hour. If makeup is involved, it takes even longer. Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in exasperation. I was taken aback by how long it took for a girl to dress, replying, in that case, Uncle Wang and I will head over first, and you can join us shortly. All right. We arrived at the conference room on the second floor, where Bai Dao, Luo Weiwei, and another officer were already waiting. Bai Dao handed me 2 paper packages. Upon opening them, I found one contained 3 cypress wood-carved masks, while the other held several traditional herbs. I complimented, you handled that quite efficiently. He replied lazily, I have a friend who specializes in such crafts. His shop has a lathe. What do you need these for? I have important uses for them, I replied mysteriously. Luo Weiwei returned with the white mice, 2 of them housed in a small cage. The officer reported that he had investigated the deceased's bank account and discovered a suspicious large withdrawal, over 5 million, which vanished posthumously, with the recipient named Yujun. I instructed him and Bai Dao to investigate this Yujun, while I had no specific tasks for Luo Weiwei, allowing her to leave early if she wished. However, Luo Weiwei insisted on accompanying Bai Dao for the investigation. As she departed, I requested a key to the crime scene. I then borrowed the laboratory to slowly simmer the herbs, using a paper towel to dab a bit on the inner side of the 3 masks since I lacked a brush. Huang Xiaotao, noticing the concoction and the injections for the mice, teased, Song Yang, what kind of nefarious experiment are you conducting? You'll find out shortly. After administering the serum injections, I patiently awaited results. The 2 white mice remained lively and unscathed. Huang Xiaotao remarked, there has been no change. All right, the experiment has failed. I had hoped to observe whether they would turn on each other. I shrugged. Turn on each other? Huang Xiaotao asked, puzzled. Yes. Since the technical team's results are slow, I thought a biological experiment would suffice. It seems we can largely rule out the influence of drugs in these 2 homicides. I sighed in disappointment. Song Yang, you're so cruel. Huang Xiaotao exclaimed loudly. I informed the technical team that further testing was unnecessary. They cheered and prepared to clock out. Once the herbs were ready, I filtered the liquid. After applying the concoction to the masks and allowing it to dry, I gathered the masks and the cage containing the mice, declaring, let us return to the crime scene. Now, Huang Xiaotao glanced at her watch. It's already 5:30. It'll be dark when we get there. That is fine. I intend to go at night. I replied with a mysterious smile. We drove to the old street, where dusk had settled, and families were nestled indoors, enjoying dinner and television. We lifted the crime scene tape and approached the deceased's home, using the key Luo Weiwei had provided to unlock the door. The atmosphere inside was even more sinister at night. Huang Xiaotao reached for the light switch only to find there was no power. I chuckled ruefully. Perhaps they neglected to pay the electricity bill. I then took out my phone for illumination. There were no traces on the flour I had scattered during the day, so we ascended to the second floor. I placed the white mice on the windowsill, opened the window, and retrieved 3 pairs of gloves, instructing them to assist in tidying the scene. The tables and chairs were arranged, and the fragments on the floor were swept away. My phone was placed in the center of the table, serving as a makeshift source of illumination. Once I had tidied up to a satisfactory extent, I took out 3 masks and suggested, shall we engage in a simulation of a crime scene? What? Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in astonishment. Hey, your timing is a bit off, don't you think? The floor is soaked in blood. How terrifying can the atmosphere be? Rest assured, I know my limits, I replied. Huang Xiaotao showed some reluctance. Is it absolutely necessary? Yes. I stated firmly. Fine, Huang Xiaotao conceded, albeit reluctantly. I proceeded to assign roles. The original plan was for Huang Xiaotao and me to portray a couple, while Wang Yuanzhao would take on the role of an elderly lady. However, upon arriving at the venue, I felt an unsettling atmosphere that sent chills down my spine. To err on the side of caution, I decided to omit the elderly lady role since it had no lines. Instead, I instructed Wang Yuanzhao to stand by and interrupt us if anything seemed amiss. I handed a mask to Huang Xiaotao and donned another myself. The masks were quite heavy, allowing only a limited view through the eye holes. Huang Xiaotao weighed the mask in her hand and remarked, I've learned about crime scene simulations in police academy, but I've never heard of wearing such peculiar masks. What are you really up to? I smiled and explained that this was a technique known as the art of mimicking a crime, as recorded in the divine art of severed judgments. It was inspired by a forebear of the Song family, who, drawing from the tradition of masked performances, believed that ancient shamans donned masks of spirits and, through mysterious dances, could communicate between realms. This ancestor pondered whether a similar method could be employed to reconstruct the sequence of a crime. After a decade of experimentation, he developed this art, allowing individuals to assume roles within a case, thereby recreating the crime and exploring the criminal psyche to uncover overlooked clues. The characters in this art are categorized by gender, birth date, and life or death, using the 12 ancestral masks from the traditional performance to represent them. Each of these masks is more grotesque than the last, intended to evoke a sense of terror in the performer. For instance, Huang Xiaotao's mask symbolized a middle-aged female victim, while mine represented a middle-aged male perpetrator. The inner surfaces of the masks were coated with a potion designed to elicit emotional responses, making joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness feel palpably real. The intricacies of this art are difficult to enumerate, encompassing psychological suggestion and other scientific principles, alongside elements beyond scientific explanation. It is said that someone once fainted while performing this art and, in a voice resembling that of the deceased, cried out the name of the murderer, leading to the resolution of a decade-old cold case. However, it cannot be denied that this art is exceedingly perilous. My motivation for employing it stemmed from two factors. First, the case had shown no progress thus far, and secondly, I had a hypothesis that required validation. Chapter 58. The resurrection of the blood incident. After Huang Xiaotao and I donned our masks, we sat across from one another at the table. She initiated the dialogue. "Darling, were you satisfied with today's meal?" Then, with a giggle, she added, I'm sorry. It feels like playing house. I can't help but laugh. Let me start again." She took a moment to gather her emotions and asked again, "Darling, were you satisfied with today's meal? Your cooking is getting better and better." "My dear," I replied casually, then pondered what to say next. "By the way, did Mom go out to play mahjong again today?" Huang Xiaotao nodded. "She did. Mom even won a few dozen yuan today. She was over the moon." I couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. She usually loses hundreds. So winning this little bit doesn't mean much. We shouldn't let her go out all the time. It would be better for her to stay home and watch television. Huang Xiaotao retorted, "You should tell that to Mom. I can't stop her. It's her hobby. Are you trying to strip her of it just because you're her son?" It's just that I'm worried about her going up and down the stairs," I said. Initially, our dialogue was entirely scripted, with brief pauses as we contemplated the next line. However, as time passed, it felt as though we were merging into our roles, and the exchanges flowed naturally, resembling those of a typical couple. We discussed mundane matters, and Huang Xiaotao even mimicked the act of eating. Remarkably, the once dark room seemed to brighten. Sunlight streamed through the window. The sounds of cooking from the neighbor's home filled the air, alongside the cries of children and barking dogs, punctuated by the occasional passing car. I felt as if I had slipped into a vivid dream, my consciousness and body detached. Without thinking, I blurted, "Darling, you're pregnant now, so take care of yourself. Please don't cook such greasy dishes next time." Sitting across from me was not Huang Xiaotao in the Jumang mask, but the deceased woman herself. Appearing in her 40s without a trace of aging, clad in a purple knit sweater, her hair neatly styled, a picture of a dignified and virtuous wife. She playfully retorted, "Every time I stew chicken or pig trotters, you complain that they lack flavor. Don't you enjoy coming home to a stir-fry and a drink after work?" I glanced down at the table, adorned with a bounty of stir-fried dishes, and noticed a warm jar of yellow wine and a small cup before me. I took a sip from the cup, the fiery taste of alcohol spreading through my mouth and esophagus. How astonishingly lifelike. For the sake of our baby, I'm willing to eat bland food for a few months. I'll quit smoking too. Secondhand smoke isn't good for the baby, I stated. I didn't know whether we were having a boy or a girl, but I preferred a boy. After all, we already had a daughter, and having one of each would be ideal. She responded, "I understand." I heard the sound of chewing from beside me and turned to see an elderly woman, mother of the deceased, silently eating. How remarkably vivid. I could see the events of the day of the incident unfolding before me, every detail and action clear as day. I frantically recalled the ingredients listed in the recipe: the golden flower, dragon fruit, sage, and aconite. Oh no, this was no emotional stimulant. It was clearly a hallucinogenic concoction. Ancestors, you have deceived me. But at that moment, I was already fully immersed, my own awareness beginning to blur and waver. I savored the delectable food and drink when suddenly, a sharp buzzing filled my ears, as if an excruciatingly high-pitched sound was drilling into my skull. A wave of pain surged through my head, prompting me to instinctively cover it with my hands. My wife, concerned, asked, "Darling, what's wrong?" I replied, "Perhaps I caught a chill. I told you it was getting cold. I asked you to wear another pair of long johns, but you refused. Didn't Mom always say that neglecting your feet leads to frost on your head?" After saying this, my wife stood up to close the window. Suddenly, she clutched her head and sat back down. The elderly woman also ceased eating, moaning as she held her head. The three of us sat at the table, all experiencing this peculiar sensation simultaneously. It dawned on me that this strange sound was the key to the case. "Why is your head resting on your wife's head?" I asked, furrowing my brow. "Go close the window," I shouted. "I can't. My head hurts, and I can't get up. Quick, close the window." I slammed the table. "Don't yell at me." My wife suddenly smashed her bowl to pieces. "All you do is order me around all day. Do you think it's easy for me? I quit my job to take care of you too, and every day I'm buried in chores. Look at my hands. They've aged terribly. You ungrateful woman," I shouted back. "I toil all day long in business, bowing and scraping before clients, drinking to the point of bleeding from my stomach, all for this family. Instead of understanding, you suspect I'm keeping a mistress. You even search my clothes." My wife erupted in fury. "Stop throwing those excuses at me. You come home late every day and secretly hide another phone. Do you think I'm unaware? Who knows what you're up to outside?" I pulled out my belt, cracking it in my hands. "Damn it. How dare you speak to me like that? I haven't laid a finger on you in all these years, and you're becoming increasingly ungrateful. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Go ahead. I'm pregnant with your child." Upon concluding her words, my wife abruptly overturned the entire table with astonishing strength, sending a deluge of dishes and food cascading toward me as if struck by a tempest. Instinctively, I raised my hand to shield my face, then retaliated with my belt, only for her to deftly block my arm, baring her teeth as she lunged at me. I retaliated with a swift kick to her abdomen, sending her sprawling. At that moment, the elderly lady trembled in her wheelchair, incessantly beating on the armrests and imploring, "Stop, stop." Upon seeing her, an overwhelming sense of loathing surged within me, and I barked, "You are the burden. You, with your old age, have forced me into the dual role of caretaker for both the young and the elderly, bearing the weight of this entire family upon my shoulders. Damn you. I have squandered every penny of our home-buying funds on your medical treatment, while you squander my hard-earned money playing mahjong." Fury ignited within me as I grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the ground and aimed for the old lady's eyes. The force was so great that the splinters pierced my fingers. It felt as if the chopsticks had penetrated her eye and pierced through to my brain. Her shrieks were almost deafening, her hands flailing in a desperate attempt to claw at me, leaving deep scratches on my arms. Consumed by rage and fueled by a strength I could not comprehend, I lifted the old lady along with her wheelchair and hurled them out of the window. A sickening crash echoed below as she met her demise. A tumult of conflicting emotions surged within me: relief, regret, and confusion. What had become of me? Why had I killed my own mother? Oh, how had I descended to such depths? Just then, I felt a chill in my arm as my wife, disheveled and resembling a vengeful specter, brandished a sharp kitchen knife, wildly slashing at me. I stumbled backward, my shoes shattering the dishes strewn across the floor, while she shrieked, "I will kill you." The knife danced in her hand, inflicting several deep gashes on my arms and shoulders, the flesh tearing grotesquely. Initially, the blade's sharpness masked the pain, but soon a searing agony seeped into my bones, igniting my primal instincts. I kicked her away and dashed into the kitchen for a knife of my own. Suddenly, an unseen fist struck my face, sending something flying from my mouth. My vision blurred. The kitchen, the blood, and my raging wife gradually faded from view. "Song Yang, wake up." Wang Yuanchao shook my shoulders vigorously. Chapter 59. The eerie murderous cat. As my consciousness began to return, I opened my eyes to find myself enveloped in darkness. I was still at the crime scene, the table and chairs we had meticulously arranged now overturned, mirroring our earlier arrival. My phone lay in a corner, casting a faint glow. Huang Xiaotao knelt on the floor, her mask discarded beside her, violently coughing and drooling a glistening stream. I noticed 2 shoe prints on her abdomen, one from me and the other from Wang Yuanchao. My arms bore numerous scratches, and my mouth burned painfully. Wang Yuanchao's earlier punch had split my lip. I pondered how harshly he had struck, but without his intervention, Huang Xiaotao and I might have remained trapped in our delusions, playing the roles of a couple engaged in self-destruction, potentially harming one another. It was evident we had nearly lost ourselves. Huang Xiaotao suddenly crawled toward me, startling me as I feared she was still under the influence of the performance art. However, she exclaimed, "Song Yang, that was terrifying. The scene we just witnessed was horrifying." She then embraced me tightly, her strength nearly suffocating me as warm tears streamed down my neck. Though her ample figure pressed against my chest, my own emotions were tumultuous, akin to a frightened bird, leaving me no time to savor the moment. I instinctively held her close, realizing I trembled more than she did. This embrace indeed brought a sense of tranquility, surpassing any medicinal remedy. Gradually, we calmed, pulling apart as Huang Xiaotao reached for her tears. while Wang Yuanxiao offered her a tissue. Typically, she carried herself with an air of elegance and poise. I had never witnessed her in such a vulnerable state. Her tear-streaked beauty was unexpectedly endearing, leaving me momentarily mesmerized, my heart racing in a manner I had never experienced before. Noticing my gaze upon her, Huang Xiaodao playfully punched my chest, scolding, "What were you thinking? You nearly scared me to death." I snapped back to reality. "You can't blame me. It was the prescription from the book." "What prescription?" she inquired. I picked up the mask that had fallen to the ground, explaining, "Do you recall the herbal medicine I brewed this afternoon? It was in the book. It claimed to evoke emotions, but who knew it was a hallucinogen? Idiot. Do you realize you nearly scared me to death?" Huang Xiaotao exclaimed, snatching the mask from my hand and tossing it into the corner. I silently vowed never to engage in this farcical performance art again. Initially, I believed my ancestors had led me astray, but upon reviewing the book later, I discovered the concoction was called dream-inducing powder, with a note stating it could induce a state of reverie, akin to immersive dreaming. My prior understanding was flawed. I had assumed it merely evoked emotions, unaware that it subtly warned users of its hallucinogenic properties. Moreover, I had erred in dosage, almost causing a calamity. Thus, I bore the brunt of the responsibility. Little did I anticipate that the events of that night would inadvertently forge a delicate bond of love between Huang Xiaotao and me. Many years later, I would reflect fondly on the ancestor who conceived this performance art, but those are tales for another time. I inquired of Wang Yuanxiao about the events that had transpired, to which he replied that Huang Xiaotao and I had initially pretended to dine together as if we were a genuine couple, only to suddenly clutch our heads in pain and commence arguing. Wang Yuanxiao hesitated, unsure whether to awaken us, but when we began to fight, he intervened to stop us. A wave of relief washed over me. Thankfully, we had not all engaged in the performance together, for had we done so, we might have emulated the three deceased individuals. And with the peculiar masks adorning our faces, it would have likely led to yet another unsolvable mystery in the police archives. Huang Xiaotao, now composed, asked, "Did you hear that strange sound earlier?" "I did," I responded. She then turned to Wang Yuanxiao, who claimed he had heard nothing, suggesting the sound had only emerged during the incident. The inexplicable headache that had afflicted the three of us, coupled with our sudden personality changes, was undoubtedly the crux of this case. As I pondered aloud, I suspect the cause of this family's madness may be. Suddenly, the little white mouse in its cage began to screech violently, shaking the cage as if it might tumble from the windowsill. I gasped, "Something's coming in." "What does something mean?" Huang Xiaodao asked, her face paling. I retrieved my phone from the ground and approached the cage. Upon seeing, the three of us gasped in unison. A trail of cat paw prints had appeared in the flower beside the mouse cage, leading all the way to the staircase. "Stay here, Huang Xiaotao. Wang uncle and I will go find that cat." Huang Xiaotao protested, "I don't want to be alone in this eerie place. Wang Yuanxiao should stay, and we will go together." Reluctantly, I acquiesced, and after stepping outside with Huang Xiaotao, we glanced around. The old street was devoid of streetlights, illuminated only by the faint glow from the windows of the residences, cloaked in darkness by night. I planned to split up the search. Huang Xiaodao suddenly grasped my arm. "Let's stay together. What if something happens?" I initially believed that splitting up would be more efficient, yet I feared potential mishaps, so I acquiesced. At one end of the old street lay the road, while the other opened into a narrow alley. I deemed it more probable that the cat had fled into the alley, thus I began my search in that direction. As I walked, I suddenly noticed that Huang Xiaodao had been entwining her arm with mine, which felt rather intimate. I glanced down, and she seemed to realize it as well. Quickly retracting her hand, stammering, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not scared." Was it merely my perception, or did Huang Xiaodao suddenly appear somewhat peculiar? She asked, "Since I startled you earlier, should I do something to make it up to you?" As I uttered those words, I felt my face flush crimson. My goodness, how could I become so bashful in front of Huang Xiaodao? I had always regarded her as a partner. Huang Xiaotao gazed down, remaining silent for a while. And to my astonishment, her face was even redder than mine. Her skin was already delicately fair and well-maintained, and the flush on her cheeks resembled that of exquisite jade, endowing her with a unique charm. I was uncertain whether she was angry or merely shy. Abruptly, she shot me a fierce glare and said, "No need, thank you." Before striding ahead, I was utterly perplexed. What had I done to upset her? The complexities of a woman's heart are indeed more baffling than 100 cases. We arrived at the alley, and my phone's light flickered. It turned out that leaving the illumination on drained the battery rapidly. I inquired if Huang Xiaotao had her phone, and she rummaged through her pockets, exclaiming, "Oh no, I left it at home." Soon after, the phone went dark, and we were left to navigate in darkness. Suddenly, I heard something rolling on the ground and spotted a little girl crouched there playing with a ball of yarn. Upon hearing our footsteps, she turned her head abruptly, her eyes gleaming with an eerie light. Chapter 60. A Haunting Presence? The girl stood up upon noticing us, casting a hostile gaze in our direction. Her attire was clean and tidy, unlike that of a street urchin. She wore a pink dress, white stockings, and children's shoes, and her hair was tied back in a ponytail. I observed that her irises emitted a bluish-white glow, and her pupils were unusually dark, starkly contrasting, almost inhuman. We exchanged silent glances, locked in a stalemate for about 5 or 6 seconds, until Huang Xiaotao stepped forward and queried, "Little girl, why are you here alone?" No sooner had she spoken than the girl turned and fled. We exchanged a look and hastily pursued her. The alley was shrouded in darkness, and the uneven cobblestones made navigation treacherous. However, my night vision allowed me to see effortlessly in the dark. Huang Xiaotao, lacking such extraordinary night vision, stumbled over a protruding stone and let out a startled cry, teetering on the brink of falling. I quickly turned to steady her, but due to our momentum, she nearly toppled onto me, putting me in a precarious position. My hands inadvertently landed near her ribcage, which was, well, rather close to her chest. Huang Xiaotao, startled like a frightened bird, promptly pushed me away. My immediate reaction was to apologize, but before I could utter a complete "I'm sorry," I received a light slap across my face. It felt so gentle, akin to a mere brush against my cheek, leaving me bewildered. Was she angry or merely flustered? "Where should I put my hands, you oaf?" Huang Xiaotao retorted. "Hey, it wasn't intentional, and I was in the midst of apologizing," I protested. Huang Xiaotao shot me a glare, reminding me that this was not the time for such trivial matters. We needed to chase after that suspicious girl. Just as I was about to move forward, Huang Xiaotao stomped her foot and called out, "Hey, are you just going to leave me behind?" "What's wrong?" I inquired. "I can't see, hold my hand," she insisted, extending a hand toward me. After a moment's hesitation, I grasped her hand, and we continued our pursuit. Huang Xiaotao's hand was soft and smooth, evoking an involuntary flutter in my heart. She muttered from behind, "Your emotional intelligence is utterly hopeless." "What have I done now?" I replied with a wry smile. "No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. It serves you right to be single." Huang Xiaotao pouted. "As if you have a boyfriend," I retorted, only to receive a kick to my backside. While being pulled along by me, Huang Xiaotao managed to kick me from behind, an impressive feat that required considerable agility if one had not trained. After running for a while, I spotted the swaying silhouette of that little girl. Huang Xiaotao, hearing our footsteps, shouted, "Stop right there." The girl turned, opened her mouth, and emitted a threatening growl, her demeanor and movements reminiscent of a cat. She suddenly lunged at me, baring her claws. I had no choice but to release Huang Xiaotao's hand and reach out to fend off her attack. The girl's nails were sharp, leaving several scratches on the back of my hand, and her frenzied behavior was overwhelming. At that moment, Huang Xiaotao drew her gun and aimed it at the girl, declaring, "Stop, or I will shoot." The girl paused, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground. In that instant, I thought I saw a dark shadow leap from her to the adjacent wall, though it was too vague to capture, even with my night vision. "Why is there no sound? Did she run away?" Huang Xiaotao inquired. "She fainted," I replied. "What is going on? Did she scare herself into unconsciousness?" Huang Xiaotao expressed her confusion. I approached and lifted the girl's eyelid. Her pupils were no longer as distinctly black and white as before. I then noticed a school badge pinned to her chest. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. I speculated, could she be the daughter of the deceased? "Regardless, we can't just leave her here. Let us carry her away," Huang Xiaotao insisted. "Carry her? Me?" I pointed at myself incredulously. Huang Xiaotao chuckled in exasperation. "Aren't you a boy? I'm in its pitch black in this alley, and you still need me to guide you. Explaining it all would be too cumbersome." So I reluctantly acquiesced. Suddenly, I recalled something, retrieving a small packet of fine flour from my pocket. I blew it over the spot where the girl had been standing, revealing a series of footprints, hers. I then blew some flour against the wall, which clearly outlined a series of paw prints. Unable to see in the dark, Huang Xiaotao asked what I was doing, and I shared my discovery with her. "What? Another set of paw prints?" Huang Xiaotao gasped. "Yes. Identical to those found in the house," I confirmed. Huang Xiaotao bit her finger. "Somehow, I feel this case is no longer the work of a human. No, I firmly believe there is a perpetrator," I declared as I lifted the girl into my arms. She was not too heavy for a 12-year-old. Huang Xiaotao held onto my clothing as we exited the alley. Upon returning to the crime scene, I instructed her to fetch Wang Yuanzhao, as there was little left to investigate here, and we should return to the police station. Huang Xiaotao went up for a moment, and soon returned with Wang Yuanzhao. bringing down 2 small white mice as well. She remarked, "These little guys have managed to escape your clutches twice. We should find a place to release them. These laboratory mice lack survival skills, and releasing them would equate to a death sentence. Why not take them home to care for?" I suggested. "Sure, after all, I'm a rat in the zodiac." Huang Xiaotao nodded. "Wait, you're 3 years older than me," I exclaimed in surprise. Huang Xiaotao shot me a glare. "You have no manners. Don't make wild guesses about a girl's age." I puzzled over it, counting on my fingers. "I'm a tiger. You're a rat. Isn't it obvious? Are you really 15 years older than me? You're courting death," she threatened, raising her small fist. We got into the car, placing the girl in the back seat. On the way, Huang Xiaotao asked, "Song Yang, what was the reason you mentioned for the madness of the deceased family of 3? It was likely due to some sort of magnetic field interference." At that moment, all 3 of them heard a strange sound simultaneously, which probably wasn't an actual sound, but rather a direct effect on the human body's magnetic field. "It's akin to how placing a phone near an open microwave could lead to interference," I patiently explained. "Can a magnetic field drive a person insane?" Huang Xiaotao expressed her skepticism. "It can. The human body contains numerous small magnetic fields, and proximity to a powerful magnetic field may result in endocrine disruption, uncontrolled emotions, and an amplification of negative feelings. Have you heard of biological tides? During the full moon, the moon's gravitational pull affects the Earth's magnetic field, and during this period, the number of animal suicides triples," I stated. Huang Xiaotao remarked, "No wonder foreigners believe that werewolves transform under a full moon. Perhaps this notion is not entirely superstitious, as it possesses some scientific basis." I pondered. I am merely speculating based on what I know. However, the entire case could also be explained by another reason. "What?" she inquired. "A supernatural affliction." I nonchalantly uttered those 4 words. Huang Xiaotao gasped in surprise. "A supernatural affliction?" My knowledge of the supernatural was limited, so I called Lao Yao. As soon as the call connected, his mischievous voice floated through the receiver. "Xiao Song, why haven't you contacted me in so long? Have you missed me?" A chill ran down my spine. "Lao Yao, could you do me a favor?" I asked. "Sure," he replied instantly. I requested that he peruse various paranormal forums to investigate folk tales related to cats, searching for any claims of cat demons causing harm, and select some credible ones to email me tomorrow. Knowing Lao Yao's cunning nature, he would not assist without a reward and immediately began negotiating. "What's in it for me?" "The usual, a reward of 1,000 yuan, I replied. "Huh. That won't do. I heard that last time Dolly followed you around. He didn't help at all, yet he earned 9,000 yuan. I exerted myself so much, and I only receive 1,000? That's utterly unfair." "Oh, so you love Dolly more than you love me." Listening to Lao Yao's enchanting voice nearly caused me to choke on my breath. Chapter 61. A benevolent lie. I was troubled about how to negotiate with Lao Yao when Huang Xiaotao snatched the phone from me. "I am Song Yang's partner." "Officer Huang Xiaotao, you're Lao Yao, are you not? If you agree to help us, I will allocate my entire reward from solving this case to you." Lao Yao was elated. "Officer Huang is truly generous. All right, I will start searching immediately." Huang Xiaotao then hung up, tossing the phone into my lap. I was astonished. "Wow, you are quite extravagant. Lao Yao just has to do a little online research, and the reward goes to him?" Huang Xiaotao winked at me. "You missed a key word." I said my reward. How much I receive is a matter for the higher-ups. How much I choose to take could be a few hundred, or perhaps nothing at all. I've been a police officer for so long. I can't let a little kid outsmart me. I genuinely admired Huang Xiaotao's cunning strategy. Huang Xiaotao inquired. "This person speaks in a rather flamboyant manner. He is the gay you mentioned before, right?" "He denies it, but all our classmates believe he is," I answered. "So do you like men as well?" Huang Xiaotao asked. I replied seriously. "How could you entertain such a baseless misunderstanding?" Huang Xiaotao muttered. "Oh, then I can rest easy." Rest easy? What was she at ease about? I was utterly perplexed. Upon returning to the police station, I suggested, "It's late. Team leader Liao has probably left for the day. There seems to be a hospital nearby. Let us take this young girl there." "All right." Huang Xiaotao started the car and drove to the hospital, where Wang Yuanzhao carried the young girl inside. After a brief examination, the doctor determined that the girl was fine. She was primarily suffering from shock and malnutrition. The doctor asked who her guardian was. Huang Xiaotao displayed her badge, and the doctor ceased further inquiries, administering a nutritional injection and setting up a glucose drip while providing a room for her to rest. Wang Yuanzhao stepped outside for a smoke, and I sat beside Huang Xiaotao. As soon as I settled, she abruptly shifted her position. I wondered silently, "Do you have an issue with me tonight?" Huang Xiaotao glanced at the chandelier, casually replying, "No." I suspected it was about the incident in the alley, but I refrained from bringing it up, knowing it would only irritate her further. After a prolonged contemplation, I devised what I believed to be a conciliatory compromise, saying, when we return to Nanjing City, I'll treat you to something to eat. There's a great pizza place I know. No need, thank you. Huang Xiaotao responded coldly. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the hospital room. We rushed in to find the young girl awake, crying for her parents. Huang Xiaotao approached and reached out to pat her head. But the girl curled up, trembling slightly, her large, tear-filled eyes resembling those of a frightened fawn. Don't be afraid. We are police officers, Huang Xiaotao reassured her. Upon hearing the words police officers, the girl began to wail. Anti-police, did something really happen to my parents? Huang Xiaotao nodded, and the girl clutched the pillow, heartbroken. Once she had cried enough, Huang Xiaotao asked a few questions, and it turned out the girl was Huang Yuan, the daughter of the deceased. She had called home a few days ago only to find her parents' numbers unreachable, so she had contacted relatives to inquire about the situation. But they all evaded her questions, leading her to suspect something had gone awry. Consequently, she had rushed home from school that night, which was quite a distance away. And after a long journey, she arrived to find the house dark and sealed. She faintly heard noises upstairs, as if some bad people were doing something in her home. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaotao and I exchanged glances, realizing that when the girl returned, we were upstairs, inadvertently scaring her into thinking we were intruders. Naturally, facing such a heartbroken child, we could not laugh or interrupt her narrative. The girl hesitated at the door for a moment, then noticed a black cat gracefully walking across her neighbor's rooftop, leaping over to her balcony and slipping through a broken window on the second floor. It paused mid-journey to glance back at her with its striking emerald eyes, and she sensed that this black cat was somewhat unusual. After a while, the cat emerged from the front door and suddenly pounced on her, after which she lost consciousness and awoke in the hospital. A black cat? I pondered. Could it be that the peculiar black cat interfered while we were reconstructing the murder, causing us to lose control of our emotions? Or perhaps it was merely attracted by the little white mouse. After speaking, the girl tearfully asked, "How did my parents and grandmother die? Please don't lie to me." Huang Xiaotao hesitated, casting a glance at me, presenting this dilemma to me. Gas leak. The three of them were having dinner, and didn't turn off the gas properly. They left together, but they didn't suffer, I lied. Can I see them? The girl pleaded, looking up at me with longing. I shook my head. I'm truly sorry. The bodies have already been sent for an autopsy, and seeing them would only cause you more heartbreak. The girl buried her face in the pillow and continued to cry. No one could bear such sorrow, let alone a young girl. Huang Xiaotao was ready to ask more questions, but I gestured for her to wait, and we stepped outside. Huang Xiaotao glanced at me. I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted. I replied, you can't hide the truth about her parents passing from her. I had to tell a white lie for her sake. Are we going to stay here all night? Then we won't investigate tomorrow, Huang Xiaotao shrugged. I'll call in 2 officers to take turns watching over her. Tomorrow we can find a way to contact her relatives. I announced in the Special Task Group's WeChat group that we had an important mission to care for the deceased's daughter at the hospital, offering overtime pay for those who could come. Huang Xiaotao watched me type, frowning and exclaiming, "You, a poor student, offering overtime pay? Do you enjoy being a fool? It is only reasonable to offer some form of benefit when one seeks assistance, is it not? Rewards come in various forms. Sometimes, a mere word of praise suffices." Huang Xiaotao swiftly snatched the phone from my hands, deleted my message, and quickly typed a new one, stating that anyone who showed up tomorrow would be granted a day off. Once sent, several officers eagerly volunteered for overtime. Huang Xiaotao returned the phone to me, grinning with satisfaction, and said, "Learn from your sister." While waiting, I utilized my phone to look up the contact number for the girl's school and called them to inform them that she was currently with the police. Approximately half an hour later, 2 officers arrived in haste. I specifically instructed them that if the girl inquired, they should tell her that her parents and grandmother had perished due to carbon monoxide poisoning, to prevent my well-intentioned lie from being uncovered. Huang Xiaotao added that all medical expenses, lodging, transportation, and meal costs would be reimbursed, and she would ensure that the receipts were submitted to Team Leader Liao for reimbursement. Chapter 62. The Wealthy Spirit Cat. By the time we returned to the hotel, it was already past 9 o'clock. Wang Dali's cold had improved somewhat, and he was bored out of his mind watching television alone. Upon my return, he was elated, as if he had just received great news. This day had truly exhausted me. After boiling water for a shower, I lay comfortably on the bed watching television. While channel surfing, I stumbled upon a romantic drama, a genre I had never cared for before. Coincidentally, the scene depicted the male and female leads accidentally falling and sharing an unintentional kiss. Wang Dali burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How cliché! The screenwriters must not use their brains at all. Why don't such things ever happen to me?" I asked him, "Do you think if something like that happened in real life, the girl would dislike it?" "Absolutely," Wang Dali replied. I felt a wave of discouragement wash over me, though I couldn't quite articulate why. However, Wang Dali continued thoughtfully, "But there are exceptional circumstances." "What do you mean?" I perked up. He recounted a story from high school about a friend who, during a playful scuffle, accidentally had a girl land on him. It was summer, and she was wearing a skirt, which led to an understandably awkward situation. The classmates relentlessly teased them about it, giving him the nickname Chairman. Yet, after some time, it turned out they actually developed feelings for each other. As he finished the tale, Wang Dali gazed up at the ceiling, a look of melancholy on his face, and lamented, "That guy was handsome. Everyone said he resembled Takashi Kaneshiro. He was tall and played basketball well. It's simply unfair. Even a handsome rogue can charm the ladies." I brushed back my damp hair after the shower and asked, "Dali, how do you think I look?" Wang Dali scrutinized me for a moment before saying, "If you tidied yourself up a bit, you might resemble that fresh-faced celebrity Lu Han." "What?" I inquired. "I suspect all your skill points must have gone into intelligence because your emotional quotient is a complete zero." "No, actually negative," Wang Dali analyzed seriously. I felt a frown form on my face. Why did everyone seem to think that? Wang Dali continued, "You probably don't know this, but in our sophomore year, Xiaoli from our class had a crush on you, and you were completely oblivious. Later, she ended up with a guy from the sports academy, and everyone felt sorry for you." I was taken aback. I had always believed myself to be destined for a solitary existence until the age of 25. But it turned out I had once been the object of affection. I exclaimed, "How did I not realize it?" She always glared at me, and once in the stairwell, when I tried to greet her, she turned and ran away. I thought she disliked me. "Please, show a bit of emotional intelligence. Girls only act up when they have feelings for you." Wang Dali imparted his wisdom. "Why?" I asked. "Because girls are shy and embarrassed to admit it. So when they see you, they blush." Suddenly, everything made sense. Wang Dali looked at the ceiling, sighing. "I used to get along well with the girls in our class, hoping to cast a wide net and cultivate relationships. Who would have thought they all ended up with other guys? In the end, I was left all alone. They always saw me as a sister." I reassured him, "It's fine. You still have me, right?" Wang Dali extended his hand to pat me on the back. Filled with emotion, "Good brother." After lying down, I pondered Wang Dali's words. Girls only act up when they have feelings for you. Given his reputation as a love expert, could there be truth to it? After much internal conflict, which I couldn't quite articulate, I sighed and counted over 100 sheep before slowly drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Huang Xiaotao announced in the task force's WeChat group, "Consultant Song is treating everyone to breakfast." This elicited a chorus of cheers. She privately messaged me, "Don't worry, I'll cover the breakfast costs." Huang Xiaotao certainly knew how to manage people. Yesterday we had enlisted a group of officers for hard labor, and today she offered a small token of appreciation by treating the task force to a modest breakfast of soy milk and fried dough sticks, which wouldn't cost much. When it came to dealing with the deceased, I had more experience, but when it came to the living, I conceded that she was more adept than I. Then she asked me, "Song Yang, what do you want to eat?" I replied, "Anything is fine." She responded, "Anything? Where should I buy it from?" Later, she added a knife emoji. I suggested, "How about soy milk and fried dough sticks?" I'm easy to please. I checked my email, and indeed, the little one had uncovered some information. It was said that in ancient times, some individuals secretly worshipped cat spirits. The cat spirit was indeed the vengeful spirit of a deceased cat, with the black cat being the most potent. The cat spirit required a continuous supply of its owner's life force and possessed a mischievous personality, making it difficult to tame. If mishandled, it could spell disaster for the worshipper. However, once successfully tamed, its powers surpassed even those of a fox spirit. The worshipper could curse someone, causing the victim to experience intense pain throughout their limbs, which would eventually spread throughout their body, culminating in a stabbing sensation in the heart. When the heart began to feel this prickling sensation, the victim would cough up blood and perish, with their wealth transferring to the worshipper. Thus, the cat spirit was also known as the wealthy spirit cat. The little one also found some legends regarding the Jinhua cat. Similar to the cat spirit, the Jinhua cat was a domesticated creature, typically a black cat, that could transform into a spirit after 3 years of being kept. Jinhua cats often perched on rooftops at night, opening their mouths to absorb moonlight, only to return to sleep once dawn broke. They possessed the ability to enchant people, transforming into handsome men if the target was female and into beautiful women if the target was male. Occasionally, Jinhua cats would infiltrate homes, urinating in the water that people would drink, causing them to gradually weaken and ultimately fall ill. In such cases, one should cover the patient with a green garment and observe overnight. If cat hair appeared on the garment, It was the work of a Jinhua cat. The remedy involved enlisting an experienced hunter with several hunting dogs to capture the cat. Once caught, its skin should be removed to prevent it from transforming, and the patient would recover after consuming the cat's flesh. If the patient was male, he should eat female cat meat, and if female, male cat meat. Otherwise, the patient would soon succumb. Additionally, he uncovered a bizarre murder case from 10 years ago, where a 20-year-old man was found dead in his home. His body aged as if he were an old man. The police discovered a broken cat-shaped sculpture in his house, which contained some black cat fur. According to the aforementioned theories, this man likely perished due to a failed attempt at nurturing a wealthy spirit cat. I contemplated the discrepancies between legend and reality. Based on the clues at hand, the wealthy spirit cat and the Jinhua cat could potentially be the same entity, while the deceased bore no signs of needle-like punctures. The peculiar death and the transfer of wealth aligned perfectly with the legends. What truths lay concealed behind the wealthy spirit cat? Was it a matter of biological magnetism? Or were the tales of vengeful spirits indeed at play? I cannot say for certain, but I shall not be deterred. For whether it be a dagger or a cursed sculpture, they are merely tools, and it is the wielder of these tools who is the true perpetrator. In essence, those who derive great benefit from these two homicides are the real culprits hiding in the shadows. Chapter 63. Identifying the culprit after a while. Huang Xiaodao knocked at the door. Seeing her impeccably dressed, I remarked in surprise, "You are quite prompt. Did you not say that it takes girls half an hour to prepare?" "Foolish. I was afraid you would be waiting, so I got up early to dress." Huang Xiaodao replied. "All right, give me 5 minutes." I hastily put on my clothes and, with Wang Dali, exited after retrieving the room key card. Wang Dali greeted, "Sister Xiaodao, you look stunning today." "Of course. When am I not stunning?" Huang Xiaodao replied with a hint of narcissism. "And you're cold? Are you feeling better?" Wang Dali inquired. "Naturally. My constitution is as robust as iron. A mere cold cannot bring me down," Wang Dali answered confidently. Huang Xiaodao knocked on Wang Yuanchao's door, and he opened it. Clad in a sleeveless vest that showcased his muscular form, with a hint of dark chest hair peeking from the collar, a firearm hung at his side. One hand resting on the doorframe, while the other held a silver flask from which he sipped, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His unkempt beard, muscular build, and brooding gaze rendered him reminiscent of a character from a spy film. Huang Xiaotao scolded, "Smoking and drinking so early in the morning? No wonder your wife left you." Unperturbed, Wang Yuanchao took a drag from his cigarette, sipped from his flask, and closed the door. 5 minutes later, he appeared at the door, fully dressed. Wang Dali remarked, "Through our interactions over the past couple of days, I have discovered that Uncle Wang is actually quite cool. Too cool a man is often unreliable. You should inquire about his tumultuous romantic history. It will surely reshape your perception of him," Huang Xiaotao advised. Wang Dali, with a cheeky grin, retorted, "Sister Xiaodao, I am the most dependable. Do you think I am unreliable?" Huang Xiaotao shot him a glance. "A useless man is even less reliable." Wang Dali, disheartened, asked, "What about Song Yang? What type is he? Is he dependable?" Huang Xiaodao cast a pensive glance at me, causing my face to flush, and then coldly replied, "I do not know." After the four of us departed the hotel, I recounted the information I had gathered. Wang Dali expressed astonishment. "Cursed murder? How do we solve this case?" "However we must," I asserted. "The key point is," Huang Xiaodao pondered, "how do we convict the suspect?" Indeed, the law does not stipulate that cursing another is a crime. Otherwise, those who spew vulgarities on the streets would fill the prisons. I stated, "This curse has been confirmed to exist. We cannot allow others to suffer. I believe we should consult Director Chung. Special cases deserve special treatment." Huang Xiaodao nodded in agreement. "That is true, but we believe it because we have experienced it firsthand. If the police hear of cursed murder, their resolve will surely waver." I reassured her, saying it was not an issue, for the method of the cat spirit in question could be succinctly summarized. First, the perpetrator must place it in the deceased's home. Second, it only activates at a specific time. And finally, the perpetrator removes it post factum to conceal the truth. Though it is a curse, it is not as nebulous as one might imagine. It does not permit indiscriminate killing. This curse operates within a defined scope and scientific principles. And human factors remain significant in this case, leaving us with leads to pursue. Furthermore, I do not intend to fully disclose the existence of the curse to prevent, as Huang Xiaodao warned, a fracture in morale. Upon arriving at the conference room on the second floor of the police station, I noticed that the breakfast Huang Xiaodao had ordered had already been delivered. We gathered around the table, and I observed that team leader Liao was also present. As we entered, a palpable tension filled the room, prompting me to wave my hand. "No need to be tense. Let us eat and discuss." We began by summarizing the leads. The two officers on duty last night reported that the young girl was emotionally stable and was taken away by her aunt early this morning. Thereafter, it was revealed that the deceased had some business dealings, but the information was rather chaotic, lacking anything of particular note. Bai Dao reported findings related to Yu Jun, a product manager at a company specializing in importing electronic goods, which they then rebranded and sold globally. The male victim had been a longtime partner of this company, and Yu Jun claimed that there was a batch of goods yet to be settled, which would naturally revert to him posthumously, given that the transaction was mediated. I inquired of Bai Dao, "Did you meet him in person?" Bai Dao nodded. "I did." "Was his account verified?" I pressed, leaning back in his chair. Bai Dao replied languidly, "I was busy investigating yesterday, and by the time I met him, it was already evening. I had no time to verify." Frowning slightly, I decided to seek out Yu Jun myself later. As Bai Dao continued his report, a police officer wore an expression of astonishment, as if he had something to share. When I asked if he had uncovered anything, he said, "Consultant Song, did you not ask me to investigate the vacant house across from the victim yesterday? What of it?" I inquired. "The tenant is also named Yu Jun," the officer revealed. "How long has he rented?" My eyes brightened. The officer replied, "The landlord said he rented for a month, but after the murder, he felt it was inauspicious and vacated, forfeiting the 2,000 yuan deposit." "On which day did he vacate?" I asked eagerly. "The day after the murder," the officer responded. A wave of excitement swept through the room. We had finally found a breakthrough, albeit somewhat vague, but it was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Everyone's expressions reflected a sense of elation. Yet I noticed a flicker of doubt cross Bai Dao's face. Was there something he was concealing from me? At this moment, Team Leader Liao raised his hand. "Song Yang, I have something I wish to express." "Speak freely," I nodded. The name Yu Jun struck me as familiar, and I suddenly recalled that in the previous case, he had some connection to the victim, yet he was cleared during the preliminary investigation, as he seemed unlikely to commit the crime. Team Leader Liao explained. "What sort of connection?" I inquired. Yu Jun was a competitor of the male victim in the previous case. Both vied for the position of product manager. After the victim's family faced tragedy, Yu Jun seamlessly ascended to that position. We later investigated his whereabouts before and after the incident, and he had an absolute alibi, which is why I considered it merely a coincidence. Team Leader Liao elaborated. I posed the question, "Do you still view it as mere coincidence?" Given the occurrence of two such coincidences, Team Leader Liao fell silent. I continued, "Both cases are highly irregular. The methods employed by the assailant are neither knives, nor firearms, nor poisons, but have transcended our understanding entirely. I believe." Pausing to survey the astonished faces around me, I declared, "I believe the modus operandi involves a biological magnetic field that drives individuals to madness." The room erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, the officers exchanging thoughts, and it took a considerable time for quiet to return. I recounted the deductions I had made the previous night and the information gleaned from the thief Zhang Luo regarding the mysterious sculpture. All signs pointed to Yu Jun as the prime suspect. He possessed a sculpture capable of drastically altering one's temperament. Prior to and following the murder, Yu Jun had been surveilling the victim from across the street, suggesting that he could not completely control the sculpture. Later, he entered the victim's home to retrieve the murder weapon, likely seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos when neighbors rushed into the victim's residence. As I concluded my theory, the atmosphere surged with excitement, the officers eagerly engaging in discussion, yet Bai Dao remained restless, a look of concern etched on his face. I suddenly asked Bai Dao, "What are your thoughts?" "Nothing at all," he replied. He scratched his nose and feigned ignorance, saying, "What mysterious sculpture? Advisor Song, your words seem a tad exaggerated." I had a nagging suspicion that this young man was hiding something. Chapter 64. You are lying. A police officer raised his hand and queried, "You claim it's the work of a mysterious sculpture. Why was there no discovery in the previous case?" The entire room was in a locked state, and upon the occurrence of the homicide, the police arrived immediately. There was no opportunity for outsiders to intrude. The answer was evidently singular. Someone within the police force was aiding the murderer. However, I did not wish to alarm the snake before striking, so I replied, "I do not know." Upon my utterance, the commotion swelled. Once they had quieted down, I continued, "The previous case was not under my purview. I have yet to clarify many details, but I am certain that Yu Jun removed the sculpture from the scene by some means." I emphasized the phrase "from the scene" and observed Bai Dao's expression closely. Another officer expressed concern, saying, "If the suspect possesses such unconventional methods of murder, will our investigation put our lives at risk?" The crowd murmured in agreement. Police officers are human too and do not wish to sacrifice themselves frivolously. I reassured them. There is no need for concern. This case is now clear. The remainder will be handled by our quartet. Others may remain here on standby. Telling them to stand by was akin to granting them a holiday, and a wave of relief washed over the group. I then declared the meeting adjourned. Huang Xiaotao remarked approvingly, very organized. I find that when you are serious, you are entirely different from your usual self. Especially handsome, don't you think? I replied with a smile. How vain. Huang Xiaotao chuckled. I said, by the way, could you find team leader Liao and ask him to bring me something? He just went out. Should I go look for him now? Huang Xiaotao inquired. No, wait a while. It is best to see him alone. I need the complete list of personnel from the previous case's task force. Understood. Huang Xiaotao nodded. Then I turned to Wang Yuanzhao, asking, Uncle Wang, how adept are you at tailing someone? He replied nonchalantly, I once infiltrated Myanmar for 30 days solely to apprehend a major drug lord. Not only can I follow a person undetected, but I could also track a dog without being noticed. Excellent. I have a special task for you. Today, I need you to follow Bai Yi Dao, documenting where he goes and whom he meets in detail, I instructed. Wang Yuanzhao nodded. Huang Xiaotao asked, So Song Yang, do you suspect there's a mole in the task force? That is a possibility, I whispered. Wang Dali exclaimed, Whoa, an undercover operation. I shot him a glare. As the officers were still present, I feared that his indiscreet chatter might leak crucial information. Wang Dali quickly corrected himself. Have you all tried the undercover ramen? What is that? I inquired. It's a super spicy, thrilling Japanese ramen that can make you question your life choices. Wang Dali rambled on. Really? I adore spicy food. I'll have to try it later, Huang Xiaotao remarked. Once the police had departed, Huang Xiaotao and Wang Yuanzhao went their separate ways, while Wang Dali and I waited outside. Shortly thereafter, Huang Xiaotao emerged, holding 2 sheets of paper. Here are the lists of the task forces for both cases. I took them and glanced over the names. 3 individuals were involved in both cases. Team leader Liao, Bai Yi Dao, and Luo Weiwei. I had formed a hypothesis and folded the papers to tuck them into my pocket. Let us pay Yujun a visit. We arrived at the technology company where Yujun worked. Huang Xiaotao displayed her police badge to the guard, stating that we needed to see Manager Yu. The guard hesitated, saying, Manager Yu is currently occupied. You may need to wait a while. Exchanging glances with Huang Xiaotao, she declared, Let us go in directly. The guard, unable to dissuade us, we entered the facility. Looking back, I noticed he was picking up the phone to report, which I suspected was a precaution Yujun had taken. We inquired until we reached a workshop where uniformed workers assembled electronic products on the production line. Wang Dali, spotting the latest iPhone cases, exclaimed, Goodness. Phones that sell for 6,000 or 7,000 in stores are as plentiful here as cabbages. If only I could swipe a few. Huang Xiaotao replied curtly. What a dream you have. The management here is strict. Employees are searched upon entering and exiting. A supervisor approached, blocking our way. This is a restricted area. Outsiders are not permitted. Huang Xiaotao produced her credentials. We need to speak with Manager Yu. The supervisor's tone softened. Manager Yu is busy. You can discuss matters with me directly. Huang Xiaotao insisted. No, we must see him. At that moment, a bespectacled man in work attire, cultured and polite, approached with a smile. I am Yujun. How may I assist you? Huang Xiaotao nodded. We are investigating a homicide and wish to inquire about certain details. Yujun furrowed his brow. The 2 officers who came yesterday said the same thing. I have already provided all the information I know. Why the need for further investigation? This case has nothing to do with me. I only had some business dealings with Huang Yukai and dined with him a few times, but we are not close. Huang Xiaotao asked, Could we speak privately? Yujun hesitated, relaying a few instructions to the supervisor, and then led us to a break room. He retrieved plastic cups from a cabinet and poured us water. I noticed several of his fingers were bandaged. Huang Xiaotao routinely inquired, How long have you known Huang Yukai? Yujun sat in an executive chair, less than half a year. What kind of business dealings did you have? Yujun grew slightly impatient. Officer, I was asked these questions yesterday. Is there really a need to ask again? Just provide your answer, I insisted. Yujun explained that he met Huang Yukai at a dinner, where Huang mentioned a friend who sold children's toys and wished to place an order with Yujun for toy cars. Yujun's company, a large corporation, did not accept personal orders. After much persuasion from Huang and a middleman vouching for him, Yujun reluctantly agreed, taking a 1 million deposit to expedite the product. However, an unfortunate incident befell Huang Youcai's family, leading to complications in the transaction. Subsequently, Yujun consulted the middleman to withdraw the funds from Huang Youcai's account, which actually belonged to the company for employee salaries and material costs, and had nothing to do with him. As he spoke, I attentively observed his demeanor and actions. Once he finished, Huang Xiaotao glanced at me, and I let out a cold laugh. You are lying. Yujun sprang to his feet, agitated. Everything I said is true. I shook my head lightly. No, the blood vessels at the tip of one's nose are the densest. When a person lies, their brain must work at high speed to formulate language, causing blood to rush to the head, resulting in a warm, itchy sensation in the nose. You unconsciously scratched your nose several times. You are undoubtedly lying. Yu-jun looked at me in astonishment, and Huang Xiaotao cleared her throat. Manager Yu, life is at stake. Please tell the truth. All right. Yu-jun instinctively reached for his nose, but restrained himself. I was involved with Huang Yukai in counterfeiting Apple phones. He explained that his company had long been assembling phones for Apple, putting together imported chips, circuit boards, and cameras, and labeling them as Apple products, which could be sold for $6,000 or $7,000 on the market, while the actual cost was merely around $2,000. Huang Yukai recognized the exorbitant profits involved and claimed to have channels to procure chips and circuit boards, all of which were smuggled, and then had Yu-jun's company assemble the phones for sale. Although counterfeit, their quality was not far from the authentic ones. They functioned nearly the same. The first batch of counterfeit phones was quickly produced, and Huang Yukai leveraged his connections to sell them swiftly. They had agreed on a 70-30 profit split, but unexpectedly, Huang Yukai died, and Yu-jun faced considerable difficulty retrieving his share of the money. After Yu-jun finished his account, I shook my head and pointed at him. You are still lying. Chapter 65. The arrogant Yu-jun with a sudden motion. Yu-jun flung his cup to the ground. This young man, are you here to provoke me? You must understand the situation. I have recounted everything to you truthfully. Yet you accuse me of deceit. Pray tell, what is the truth? I replied, you know the truth better than we do. The clues we have indicate that Huang Yukai met a mysterious death, and 5 million from his account has inexplicably transferred to your name. Huang Xiaotao interjected. You just claimed that you and Huang Yukai were involved in counterfeiting phones. Is there any evidence? Yu-jun scoffed. Officer, such matters rarely have evidence. We had a verbal agreement to avoid giving outsiders any leverage. As for the goods, they were sold. Perhaps you are currently using one of our creations, he chuckled. Huang Xiaotao retorted sternly. By your logic, it appears there are no witnesses left, not to mention the vast amount of unexplained wealth. This alone is sufficient grounds to invite you to the police station. Yu-jun, reclining back in his chair, nonchalantly remarked, go ahead, I'm not afraid. I have ways to cleanse it. I thought to myself, Yu-jun is quite audacious to speak of money laundering in front of the police. However, he inadvertently revealed something crucial. This money indeed had dubious origins. I suspected that his dealings with the deceased were entirely fabricated. He had likely used the wealth spirit cat to eliminate the entire Huang family and subsequently transferred their assets to himself, which is fundamentally no different from committing murder for financial gain. As a product manager, Yu-jun appeared to bask in glory. In truth, he was merely working for his employer, and 5 million was a substantial sum for him. The first murder was a mere trial run to eliminate a rival. The second was purely for illicit gain. His command over the wealth spirit cat seemed to grow increasingly adept, and I feared that if left unchecked, more victims would soon emerge. I slipped my hand into my pocket, activated my phone's recording function, and exchanged a glance with Huang Xiaotao. She addressed Yu-jun. Since you've been so candid, why not honestly tell us how this money came about? Yu-jun smiled. Huang Yukai gifted it to me. Huang Xiaotao coldly replied. He gifted it to you after he died? Come on, as a police officer. How could you lack such common sense? He wrote me a 5 million check, and of course, his account decreased by that amount. Yu-jun shrugged helplessly. Why would he gift you money? Huang Xiaotao pressed. He considered me a brother. Yu-jun responded. Huang Xiaotao sneered. He thought of you as a brother. Yet you, this so-called brother, seemed rather unscrupulous, renting a place across from the deceased's home. After his incident, you showed no concern and promptly vacated the premises. As far as I know, you also took something from his house. Yu-jun appeared momentarily taken aback, perhaps not anticipating our knowledge of these details. But he quickly regained composure and smiled. So what? Regardless of my character, it is a fact that Huang Yukai sent me money. Perhaps he had some mental illness and, after gifting the money, killed his entire family. That has nothing to do with me. Huang Xiaotao, incensed, slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Yu-jun, you commit murder for profit, leading to the destruction of 2 families for your sordid gains. Such a crime is unforgivable. I was taken aback by Huang Xiaotao's sudden outburst. Yet her fury shattered the current stalemate. Yu-jun's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming chillingly menacing as he bared his teeth in a predatory grin. I commit murder for profit? Do you have evidence? Feel free to ask me anything. I am at your disposal. However, you best act quickly, as I am in the process of applying for immigration. In a few days, the Chinese authorities will no longer have jurisdiction over me. Huang Xiaotao clenched her fists tightly, and I genuinely feared she might strike Yu-jun. Thus, I interjected, Do you truly believe we are unaware of your possession of the wealth spirit cat? Through our recent interactions, I had essentially concluded that Yujun was the mastermind behind the crimes, hence my probing words. Yujun paused, then slowly began to clap. Impressive. You are far more capable than the previous officers, uncovering even such matters. But so what? I will state this clearly. Even if you know I possess that thing, what can you do about it? We were momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by his candid admission. Yujun continued, you have witnessed my methods. I can kill from afar without even lifting a finger. Don't say I didn't warn you. My patience has limits. If you push me too far, it will be a case of mutual destruction, and none will emerge unscathed. He declared, enough of this. I have work to attend to. As he issued us the dismissal, I noticed his foot trembling, and I couldn't help but smirk. It seemed this fellow was merely posturing, for the wealth spirit cat was not so easily wielded. I did not believe in the existence of such supernatural phenomena. Employing the wealth spirit cat must come with a price and inherent limitations. After Yujun's dismissal, I suggested, we have asked all that we needed. Let us depart. Depart. Wang Dali exclaimed, wide-eyed. This scoundrel is so audacious. Are we not apprehending him? I explained. He has committed no crime, and with hundreds of workers in this factory, if we attempt an arrest, it could lead to chaos, and we would be trapped. Thus, we reluctantly decided to retreat for the time being. However, as we left, I swiftly tore a piece of paper from the desk, wrapping the plastic cup Yujun had discarded in it, and tucked it into my pocket. Upon exiting the factory, I was concerned that Huang Xiaotao might be overly upset, and I intended to offer her some words of comfort. Turning around, I was surprised to find her expression calm, devoid of any sign of anger. Noticing my gaze, Huang Xiaotao smiled. Did I perform convincingly? Wait, you were faking your anger. I exclaimed, astonished. You truly frightened me. Sister Xiaotao, you are practically an award-winning actress. Wang Dali chimed in, giving her a thumbs up. Huang Xiaotao brushed her hair aside, saying, it wasn't entirely feigned. The thought of that little girl losing her parents last night did stir genuine anger in me. However, my outburst was intended to provoke him into revealing the truth. By the way, Song Yang, you recorded everything, right? I pulled out my phone, saying, every bit of it is recorded. Wang Dali, astonished, remarked. When did you two start communicating with mere glances? I was completely in the dark. Huang Xiaotao replied with a slight smile. That is what we call chemistry. Once we settled in the car, I instructed Huang Xiaotao not to rush off, as I had just observed Yujun's hands, which were covered with numerous band-aids. I surmised that the wealth spirit cat likely required its owner's blood for sustenance daily. We decided to follow him after work. Huang Xiaotao agreed, turning on soothing music from the speaker and leaning back to rest her eyes. Surveillance can be an exceedingly tedious task, and suddenly, Wang Dali spoke up. Actually, I think we should consult someone for this case. Who? Huang Xiaotao and I inquired simultaneously. Zhang Julin. Wang Dali replied, wearing a mysterious expression. Your classmate? I asked. No. I am currently watching a show called Underworld Merchant, where the protagonist is named Zhang Julin. I feel that the wealth spirit cat is akin to the supernatural entities described in the story. I thought, if such entities exist, there must also be merchants dealing with them. Why not consult a professional? Wang Dali proposed earnestly. Cut it out. You actually believe in such nonsense? I scoffed. Chapter 66. Teased by the policewoman while we were on surveillance, I made a phone call to Director Chung, briefly updating him on our progress. After listening, Director Chung pondered. If the evidence is solid, the judicial authorities can issue an arrest warrant. I asked, Director Chung, can cursing someone to death be grounds for conviction? After a moment of silence, Director Chung replied, it is challenging. Modern law relies on scientific evidence, but as you mentioned, special circumstances warrant special treatment. If you can substantiate that cursing someone to death is valid, the subsequent legal proceedings will be left to me. He then remarked, in truth, I have served as a police officer for nearly 40 years, encountering hundreds of cases. There are indeed some aspects of these cases that defy common logic, and I personally trust your judgment. I was overwhelmed with excitement. Thank you, Director Chung. I will certainly apprehend the true culprit. Director Chung cautioned, be extremely careful. I will. I replied before ending the call. After a while, Wang Dali needed to use the restroom, and Huang Xiaotao teased him, calling him a lazy donkey. Wang Dali exclaimed, come on, nature calls. It's not something I can control. The area around us was desolate, with only the factory having a restroom, which we could not access. I suggested he find a nearby grove to resolve his predicament. While he was in the car, our idle chatter felt harmless, but once he left, an odd tension filled the atmosphere. With Huang Xiaotao, it felt as though we were two solitary souls of the opposite gender, which inexplicably made me a bit nervous. To mask my unease, I fiddled with the radio, seeking something pleasant to listen to. Huang Xiaodao began to play with the car's air conditioning controls, twisting them with a monotonous sound while gazing out the window. Oh, how awkward this was. Suddenly, Huang Xiaodao stopped adjusting the air conditioning and beckoned me with a finger. Come here. Huh. She stretched her shoulders and said, my shoulders are so sore. I might have slept poorly last night. Can you give them a rub? Oh, I nodded. At that moment, she tilted her body toward me, leaning against my side. My cheeks flushed with warmth as I gently placed my hands on her shoulders. Due to her profession, Huang Xiaodao typically wore no makeup or perfume, yet she exuded a subtle fragrance reminiscent of freshly picked jasmine, a scent unique to women. I blushed as I kneaded her shoulders for a while, and she complained, hey, did you skip breakfast? Your leather jacket is too slippery. I can't get a good grip. I defended myself. Well, then I should take off my jacket. As she spoke, she reached for the zipper. Wait, I said nervously. Huang Xiaodao looked at me in surprise and suddenly laughed. Your face is so red. Have you really never been alone with a girl before? I awkwardly scratched my face, contemplating how I lacked romantic experience, yet Huang Xiaodao had never had a boyfriend either. Could it be a difference in personality? At this moment, Huang Xiaodao had already removed her jacket, revealing a white t-shirt that perfectly outlined her curves. Her flawless skin, well-proportioned arms, prominent chest, and slender waist created a stunning S-shaped silhouette that could make many models envious. She leaned back closely against me, her back nearly pressed against my chest, and the scent of jasmine enveloped me more strongly. As I continued to knead her shoulders, I could feel her body heat through the thin fabric. Huang Xiaotao's shoulders were well-defined and resilient, perhaps even stronger than mine. Her physique was neither too fat nor too thin, each part proportioned just right. With skin that was exquisite and elastic, a physique that could easily be described as devilishly attractive. From my vantage point, I could see the hint of her milky white cleavage and a deep neckline. My face burned from my cheeks to my ears, and I inadvertently gripped her shoulders with a bit more force. Huang Xiaodao let out a soft sigh. That feels wonderful, don't stop. Could you not make such sounds? I awkwardly replied. What, are you shy? She raised her head, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Look at you, stammering when talking to a girl. How will you find a girlfriend later? Mind your own business. I retorted stiffly. Huang Xiaodao noticed my gaze. Little rogue, you aren't staring at my chest, are you? No, absolutely not. I vehemently denied. To my astonishment, Huang Xiaodao performed a provocative gesture, cupping her chest with both hands and playfully measuring it, the valley between becoming more pronounced. My face was likely as red as a ripe tomato, and she sighed. Having such a size can be troublesome. My shoulders often ache. You boys can never understand this feeling. Oh, Song Yang, will you help me with this often in the future? Huang Xiaodao asked. Is that really necessary? I stammered. You could just buy a massage machine. They're not expensive. Huang Xiaodao chuckled. I can't believe you. You really don't know how to say something nice to a girl. Feeling exposed, my cheeks flushed even more, and I stuttered. Then I suppose I'll help you out more often. After a while, Huang Xiaodao said, all right. My shoulders feel fine now. Come on, let me help you. I don't need it. I shook my head vigorously. Turn around, she commanded. Reluctantly, I complied and turned. I heard some movement behind me. Huang Xiaodao had knelt on the driver's seat, pressing her soft chest against my back. My heart raced as blood rushed to my head. She began to massage my shoulders, but I felt nothing, as if all my nerves were concentrated on my back, unable to ignore the sensation of her warm body. After finishing, she leaned down, her hair brushing against my neck, and softly asked, is that comfortable? Very, I replied, somewhat dazed. Huang Xiaodao returned to her seat, put on her jacket, and stretched her shoulders. Ah, I feel so much more awake now. Then she looked in the rearview mirror and asked, do you think I look good with long hair? Long hair is hard to manage, I stammered. True, Huang Xiaodao replied. Why is your face still so red? When Dolly comes back, he'll think something's up with you. Suddenly, a rush of warm air brushed against my cheek, and I turned in shock to find Huang Xiaodao's face close to mine. I quickly leaned against the car door. What are you doing? What am I doing? Huang Xiaodao mimicked my stuttering, then suddenly laughed. You're a boy, for goodness sake. Why are you so shy? No, what exactly do you want? I asked, feeling quite nervous as her warm breath enveloped my face. Song Yang, I just realized your eyes are different from others, Huang Xiaodao said earnestly. I possess deep-set eyes that, while usually restrained, reveal 3 layers of color upon closer inspection. Huang Xiaodao kept pressing me against the door, her posture akin to a rogue teasing a virtuous woman. And my heart raced faster, my breathing becoming more rapid. Huang Xiaodao burst into laughter and retreated to her seat. All right, I won't tease you anymore. It's just too fun to see you so flustered. In the quiet of the car, I could distinctly hear the rapid beating of my heart. But wait. It seemed there was another heartbeat, hers. I glanced at Huang Xiaotao, who appeared calm, yet her fingers were nervously fidgeting with the air conditioning controls. Her subtle expressions betrayed her. She was just as anxious as I was. Chapter 67. The insider revealed the atmosphere in the car returned to that awkward feeling once more. Since last night, I had developed a peculiar sensation toward Huang Xiaotao. From her recent reactions, it seemed she felt something for me too. I knew it was unfair to observe a girl with deep-set eyes, but I was so nervous around women, especially those I had feelings for. I decided to confirm my suspicions. I noticed Huang Xiaotao's hands were resting on either side of her seat, not far from mine. I cautiously extended my fingers, my heart pounding rapidly, only to have my little ploy thwarted as Huang Xiaotao suddenly withdrew her hand, causing my spirits to plummet. To my utter surprise, that hand then gently pressed against my face, her cool skin like jade, instantly cooling my flushed cheeks. "Is it too hot in the car?" Huang Xiaotao asked. "Did you turn on the air conditioning?" I stammered. Huang Xiaotao chuckled softly. The air conditioning in the car was not even on. She placed her hand over mine, and I initially assumed it was a mere coincidence, expecting her to retract at any moment. Yet, she did not withdraw her hand. In the silence, I could hear the rhythmic thumping of her heart echoing in her chest. This time, it was she who was nervous, while I remained surprisingly calm. Sensing a subtle atmosphere brewing between us, a connection that required no words, I glanced at her, and to my astonishment, she was looking back at me at the same moment. We shared a silent understanding and averted our gazes, her hands slipping away from mine. A stirring sensation ignited within me. After all, I was a boy. Summoning my courage, I suddenly turned and grasped Huang Xiaotao's delicate shoulder. Her shoulder was petite, fitting snugly in my palm like a little rabbit, exuding no resistance whatsoever. Encouraged, I advanced, leaning my face closer to hers. This time, it was she who blushed, lightly biting her cherry lips, her cheeks tinged with a peach blossom hue, her eyes shyly meeting mine. I leaned in slowly, yearning to taste her sweetness. Our faces drew nearer, close enough to feel each other's breath. Huang Xiaotao closed her eyes, seemingly awaiting the moment. Just then, the abrupt sound of my phone shattered the atmosphere. I slumped back in disappointment, glancing at the screen to find it was Wang Dali calling. Upon answering, his loud voice burst forth. "Yangzi, help. What happened?" I inquired. "I forgot to bring tissue. Come save me." Amused and exasperated, I replied patiently, "All right. I'll bring it to you right away." After ending the call, I turned to Huang Xiaotao and said, "I need to help Dali." "Oh," she replied nonchalantly, her gaze fixed outside as if to conceal the blush on her face. Stepping out into the cold wind, my mind cleared significantly. Had I perhaps overstepped earlier? Would Huang Xiaotao harbor any grievances against me? I found myself entangled in a web of anxiety, feeling as if my heart was a chaotic mass of threads. After rescuing Wang Dali, the once intimate atmosphere in the car was swept away, illuminated by the glaring light of a 500-watt bulb. After waiting for over 2 hours and observing workers exiting, we anxiously kept our eyes on the factory entrance. Once the workers had mostly dispersed, Yujun finally emerged from the factory and entered a black Passat. After the car had driven a little distance, Huang Xiaotao quietly started the vehicle to follow. While tracking, she texted, and after half an hour, Yujun's car halted near an old residential building. Huang Xiaotao checked her phone and said, "I just asked team leader Liao. Yujun doesn't he live here? He.S. probably keeping a mistress," Wang Dali speculated. "No, it might be a place for a spirit cat," I suggested. As Yujun approached the building, I hesitated between continuing to tail him or moving closer, but Huang Xiaotao suggested, "Let us wait until he leaves before we search the place." "But we don't seem to have a search warrant," Wang Dali reminded. "That's legal. How else will we proceed with this case?" Huang Xiaotao replied. "We noticed Yujun standing by a 5th-floor window, speaking on the phone with a serious expression, glancing outside before abruptly drawing the curtains." Wang Dali grew tense. "What if he spots us?" "He shouldn't." Huang Xiaotao shook her head. After a while, Yujun descended and drove away. We approached the building, just as a young man in a hoodie exited, carrying something, which we paid no mind to. We ascended to the 5th floor and paused before a door. Huang Xiaotao removed 2 hairpins from her hair and handed them to me, saying, "Detective Song. It's your time to shine." Recalling Huang Xiaotao's earlier instructions, I replied, "I'll buy 2 better ones for you later." "Not bad. You're teachable." Huang Xiaotao laughed heartily. In less than a minute, I had picked the lock open. The room was sparsely furnished, devoid of anything on the table, with only a bare bed in the bedroom, clearly a temporary rental. The place was devoid of any spirit cats. But I did discover some sandalwood ash scattered in a corner of one room. We searched thoroughly, even examining the window ledge, but found nothing. Huang Xiaotao queried, "What if Yujun moved the items?" Suddenly, Recalling the person who had just exited the building behind you, June, I exclaimed, "Oh no, it's that guy. Chase him." Huang Xiaotao decisively commanded. We hurried downstairs, but having wasted 5 minutes upstairs, the individual had likely vanished. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, I called Wang Yuanzhao to inquire about his location. "Guangming community," he replied. My heart soared. "We're there too. So Bai Dao is here?" "Yes. I just saw him enter a building, and now he is coming out with something in hand," Wang Yuanzhao informed. "Are you driving?" I asked. "Yes," he replied. "Send your location via GPS to Huang Xiaotao's car. We'll follow you." After hanging up, I urged Huang Xiaotao to drive swiftly while recounting the situation. The person who had just passed us was Bai Dao in disguise. My suspicions were confirmed. He knew Yu Jun, and now the spirit cat was in his possession. We locked onto Wang Yuanzhao's position using GPS and followed him until he parked behind a hotel. After he got out and joined us in our car, he said, "Bai Dao went into this hotel. He must be handling the spirit cat," Huang Xiaotao remarked. "What are we waiting for? Let us go catch him red-handed." Wang Dali was eager. "No." I shook my head, frowning. "We still don't know how deep Bai Dao is involved. Whether he is an accomplice or merely assisting Yu Jun. If he feels cornered, it could become dangerous, especially since he might be armed." "Don't worry. Wang Yuanzhao's skills could handle 10 by Yidios," Huang Xiaotao scoffed. "Better safe than sorry. The police station is nearby. Why don't we call Team Leader Liao to bring some backup? We can storm in together, providing a witness," I suggested. "That is a brilliant idea. We'll catch him off guard." Huang Xiaotao clapped excitedly. Chapter 68. Capturing Bai Dao alive. Before long, Team Leader Liao arrived. I had already briefly explained the situation over the phone. He wore a stern expression and asked, "Songyang, have you confirmed this? This isn't a joke. Is Bai Dao truly assisting the murderer?" "Rest assured, he is inside the hotel. We'll find out for certain," I assured him. We inquired at the front desk about Bai Dao's room, and Team Leader Liao divided the dozen officers into several teams to approach from the staircase, while we accompanied him in the elevator. Upon reaching the designated floor, the officers flanked the corridors leading to Bai Dao's room. Team Leader Liao instructed a service staff member to knock on the door, saying, "Sir, room service." "No need," Bai Dao called back brusquely. The staff member glanced at Team Leader Liao, who whispered a few instructions. The staff member continued, "Sir, the identification information you left at the front desk was incorrect. The manager sent me to verify. Please open the door." "Oh, just a moment." After a brief pause, the door swung open, and a dozen guns were aimed at Bai Dao. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Bai Dao instinctively reached for his holster. Team Leader Liao shouted, "Bai Dao, don't move. Put your hands on your head." "What's going on here, Team Leader Liao?" Bai Dao raised his hands, and upon seeing the four of us, his eyes shifted. "I see. It's these so-called consultants stirring up trouble, trying to pin this on me. Enough with the nonsense. You know full well what you've done," I sneered. "What have I done? I was simply exhausted from work and decided to take a break in a hotel room." "Is that a crime?" Bai Dao remarked. Team Leader Liao raised his hand, signaling for someone to cuff him first. The officers, who usually had a good rapport with Bai Dao, reluctantly produced handcuffs and said, "Brother Bai, I'm sorry. What are you doing?" "I want to call my dad." "Let go." Bai Dao protested vehemently, but he was ultimately restrained. We rushed into the room to conduct a search, but we found no trace of the elusive, wealth-attracting cat. As I lifted the mattress, I noticed shoe prints on the floorboard and, upon looking up, saw a ventilation duct above. I climbed onto the bed, removed the vent cover, and reached inside, only to grasp a bag. Pulling it out and opening it, I discovered a cat statue. A gasp of astonishment escaped the crowd as I retrieved the feline figure. It was quite heavy, perhaps weighing dozens of pounds, seemingly crafted from ceramic. Its surface gleamed in a brilliant gold hue, intricately sculpted with lifelike details. Even the whiskers were distinctly visible. The eyes were adorned with emerald-hued gems, giving the impression that the cat was alive, gazing at you from every angle. "What is this?" Team Leader Liao inquired of Bai Dao. "An artisan piece. A friend gifted it to me." "Rest assured, it's definitely not an antique," Bai Dao replied dismissively. "Then why hide it in the ventilation duct?" "I was afraid it might be stolen." "Is that a crime?" Team Leader Liao shot him a cold glance and ordered, "Take away his sidearm and badge." With his hands cuffed behind his back, Bai Dao struggled fiercely, shouting, "You're abusing your power." Team Leader Liao, "Tell me what law I've broken so I can call my dad." I interjected, "Are you not aware of what this is?" Bai Dao stared at me, deflating like a punctured balloon, allowing his colleagues to confiscate his firearm and badge. Once Bai Dao had calmed down, Team Leader Liao poured him a glass of water and requested he explain how he knew Yu Jun. Bai Dao, looking dejected, said, "I only have a casual acquaintance with him. It turned out that 3 months prior, following an incident, Bai Dao had been assigned to question Yu Jun. During that encounter, Yu Jun had asked him for assistance, claiming that the police had taken a piece of art from the deceased's home, this very cat. Yu Jun insisted it was of significant importance to him, but he could not provide proof, and now the entire family of the deceased was gone. According to judicial procedures, such unclaimed evidence would eventually be dealt with by the court after a certain period. Bai Dao had seen the cat during the investigation, and every detail Yu Jun described matched perfectly. Realizing it was indeed Yu Jun's, Bai Dao agreed to help. Consequently, Yu Jun prepared a counterfeit sculpture for Bai Dao to retrieve from the evidence room, and at that time, Bai Dao did not think twice about it. Little did he know that the cat was an instrument of murder, and upon discovering this, Bai Dao was terrified. He confronted Yu Jun, who had just been questioned by us, and was aware of the police's suspicions. Yu Jun warned that they were now in the same boat, and that Bai Dao could either assist him again or they would both face dire consequences. Fearing for his job and potential imprisonment, Bai Dao reluctantly complied. Yu Jun instructed him to wait at a residential building, where they met in the hallway. Bai Dao, carrying the wealth-attracting cat, hid it in a hotel, unaware that team leader Liao would arrive shortly thereafter. As Bai Dao recounted the events, I observed him intently. His account seemed largely truthful. It appeared he had unwittingly been drawn into this predicament, rather than willingly aiding the perpetrator. However, there was one aspect I felt he had not clarified, so I asked, "Why did you help Yu Jun steal the evidence?" Bai Dao nonchalantly replied, "There's no reason. I'm just someone who values friendship and loyalty." I countered, "Do you not know that theft and destruction of evidence are crimes? As a police officer, you should be aware." Bai Dao looked bewildered. "Is that even a crime? You're making that up." Team leader Liao shook his head in disappointment. "Bai, you are truly naive. The crime of destroying or tampering with evidence can lead to a sentence of 3 years or more. You are jeopardizing your future." Under team leader Liao's intimidation, Bai Dao bit his lip and finally confessed, "Yu Jun is Wei Wei's uncle. Once I marry Wei Wei, we will see each other often. How could I refuse this favor?" The group gasped in shock, and I could tell from his demeanor that he was being honest. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as Huang Xiaotao slapped Bai Dao across the face, startling everyone. She seized him by the collar, furiously stating, "If it weren't for your little favor, this family of 3 wouldn't have perished. Not only did you swap the evidence, but you also remained silent while continuing to aid the wicked. Does your conscience not ache?" Tears streamed down Bai Dao's face as he lamented, "Sister, I truly had no idea the crime was so severe. I only attended police school for half a year. My father pulled strings to get me in. Once I realized this was a murder weapon, I was terrified. What else could I do but continue down this path?" With that, Bai Dao hung his head and began to sob. The bravado he usually exhibited completely vanished. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. He had always been used by Yu Jun, leading him to this unfortunate fate. Chapter 69. The mystery within the cat statue. Bai Dao remained crouched on the ground, crying and insisting he wanted to call his father, but no one paid him any mind. Team leader Liao sighed and instructed the officers to take him back to the precinct. I held the wealth-attracting cat in my hands, pressing my ear against it to listen and gently tapping it with my fingers. I could hear something inside. It resembled a corpse. However, the cat was not large enough to contain a human body, so it was likely the remains of a feline. I shared this discovery with Huang Xiaotao, who suggested, "Why not open it to take a look?" "No, this object is too peculiar. It's best not to disturb it." I wrapped it up and handed it to Team Leader Liao, saying, "Team Leader Liao, please find a hospital to x-ray it and see what's inside." "All right, I'll arrange that immediately." Team Leader Liao nodded in agreement. As we departed the hotel, mindful of the crowd and potential elevator overload, Team Leader Liao, Wang Yuanchao, and Wang Dali took the elevator down first while Huang Xiaotao and I waited for the next one. Huang Xiaotao inquired, "What is our next step? How do we prove this object has lethal capabilities? We can't exactly experiment on a living person." I shook my head. "That's unnecessary. Now that we have this item in our possession, Yu Jun will undoubtedly incriminate himself." "Are you certain?" Huang Xiaotao asked. "Fairly confident," I replied. Huang Xiaotao smiled. "Every time I investigate a case with you, it feels remarkably smooth. Is it your keen intuition or simply luck?" "Perhaps it's my dashing good looks," I quipped. "You're so full of yourself," she teased. At that moment, I heard sobbing in the corridor, a familiar sound that seemed to belong to a woman. Following the sound, Huang Xiaotao urged, "Hey, the elevator doors have opened." "You go ahead," I replied, but Huang Xiaotao insisted on following me. We returned to the room where we had apprehended Bai Dao and found Luo Weiwei standing at the door, crying sorrowfully. Upon seeing us, she turned and asked, "Has Dao really been taken away?" I nodded yes. Will he go to prison? Luo Weiwei asked anxiously. Given his father's connections, he likely won tea. But he may lose his job, I replied. Luo Weiwei suddenly said, can you help him? I beg you. I know Idao has his flaws. But he is not a bad person. I don't want to see him suffer like this. I frowned. I can't. Luo Weiwei abruptly grasped my hand, pleading. Song Yang, I'm begging you. I know you have strong connections. You even know the director. If you can help Idao, I would do anything for you. With that, she placed my hand against her chest, seemingly suggesting the extent of her willingness to reciprocate. I swiftly withdrew my hand and said sternly, please have some self-respect. Bai Idao has broken the law. Before the law, police and ordinary citizens are treated equally. I cannot assist you with this matter. With that, I turned to leave. And Luo Weiwei's sobs grew even more desolate. As I descended the stairs, I sighed. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the start. Huang Xiaotao gazed at me with a peculiar expression. When I inquired about her scrutiny, she replied, it's nothing. Your refusal of Luo Weiwei was quite manly. Flattered by her compliment, I felt my cheeks flush. Not at all. By the way, Huang Xiaotao continued. Didn't you say last night that after the case is resolved, you would treat me to a meal? I was taken aback, recalling her previous refusal that had left me feeling quite disheartened. You silly. Huang Xiaotao smiled brightly, after some consideration. I thought it would be nice to unwind a bit amidst all this chaos. So, I officially accept your invitation. But you must think carefully about where to take me, as I am quite particular about my food. My heart soared with joy. Could this be a sign of a date? At noon, the four of us dined at a Chinese restaurant. After our meal, we proceeded to the police station, where team leader Liao informed us that Bai Idao had been temporarily detained. Luo Weiwei, overwhelmed with sorrow, had taken a leave of absence, and he sought my guidance on the next steps. I replied, let's apply for an arrest warrant from the prosecutor's office and apprehend Yu Jun. Team leader Liao hesitated. But on what charges? For the crime of destroying and fabricating evidence. We have irrefutable proof. I produced the plastic cup I had taken from Yu Jun earlier that morning. Have the technical department examine this cup. It bears Yu Jun's fingerprints, which should match those on certain pieces of evidence. Team leader Liao beamed. Song Yang, your meticulousness is commendable. I will take care of it immediately. I stopped him. What about the cat? He slapped his forehead. How could I forget? I just visited the nearby hospital and discovered the body of a deceased cat in the catus image. Where is it now? I inquired. In the evidence room. He replied. Bring it out. I want to examine it closely, I urged excitedly. Team leader Liao led us to the evidence room, where the spirit cat was wrapped in a layer of plastic and placed on a shelf. I noted the cat's size, recalling the fortune cat from a previous case. They bore a striking resemblance. It seemed that the fortune cat had indeed been swapped out by Yu Jun. I instructed team leader Liao to take the fortune cat to the technical team for fingerprint analysis, and I took the spirit cat to an empty conference room. Huang Xiaotao asked, you don't intend to examine the cat's corpse, do you? No, I replied. I wish to ascertain if there are any peculiarities about this creature. I called Wang Dali to fetch several bells, half a pound of eel, a spray bottle, a bottle of Erguo 2, and my tote bag from the hotel. Half an hour later, Wang Dali returned, carrying a large bag in one hand and my tote in the other, exclaiming, Song Yang, I'm getting increasingly efficient at handling tasks. I praised him and began my preparations. From my tote, I retrieved a bag of sliced traditional Chinese medicine, placing it into the spray bottle, then added the Erguo 2. Huang Xiaotao inquired about the substance, and I explained, this is guaiac wood, which I specifically prepared because it cannot be found in supermarkets. It is used to detect bloodstains, as the sap from guaiac wood changes color upon contact with blood proteins. The slices in the alcohol began to bubble, the wood sap blending with the alcohol. I procured a basin, burned several sheets of paper before the spirit cat, and respectfully said, Spirit cat, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Please accept this token of my sincerity. Wang Dali, somewhat exasperated, commented, you're making such a fuss over a mere cat? I replied, this is no ordinary cat. It is a sentient being, akin to a vengeful spirit. In essence, you must respect them, for they will respect you in return. Once the bubbling in the spray bottle ceased, I unwrapped the spirit cat from its plastic covering and lightly sprayed it. Gradually, the top of the cat's head transformed into a deep crimson hue. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a small, inconspicuous hole sealed with wax between its ears. It was likely used by Yu Jun to feed it blood. Huang Xiaotao remarked, so much blood. Just as you suspected, Yu Jun indeed used blood to nourish it. I replied, I am not well versed in such matters, but I can speculate. When we last met, I noticed Yu Jun appeared somewhat fatigued. Feeding this creature with his essence implies that the owner must share a part of their vitality with it. As human blood is a highly potent medium, The efficacy of the guaiac would diminish rapidly as the alcohol evaporated. I sealed the plastic bag, sliced open several eels, and dripped their blood onto the outside of the bag to nourish the spirit cat. Initially, I had planned to use my own blood, but fearing it might bond with the creature, I opted for the eel blood instead. Though the spirit cat had gained sentience, its feline nature inclined it towards flesh, and the scent of eel blood would likely entice it. I then placed the spirit cat beneath the table, suspending the bells around the table's perimeter, and waited in silence. After a moment, Wang Dali remarked, "Nothing is happening. Patience, let us wait a little longer." Just then, a series of clear, melodious sounds erupted as the bells began to sway on their own, despite the lack of wind. Initially, only one or two bells trembled gently, but soon, a multitude of them joined in, producing a cacophony that startled us all. I observed that none of the bells facing the window moved. It seemed the spirit cat preferred the shadows, so I instructed Wang Dali to draw the curtains. Then, I retrieved a marker from my tote and began to inscribe common characters above each bell on the table's edge, hoping to communicate with the spirit cat, much like one might with a spirit board. However, after only 2 characters, I heard a thud. Turning around, I was astonished to see Wang Dali collapsed on the floor. "Dali, what happened?" I rushed over to check on him, preparing to apply pressure to his acupressure point, when he suddenly seized my wrist with astonishing strength. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which were strikingly bright and clear, resembling those of the girl I had seen the previous night, yet his expression was utterly unfamiliar and bizarre. A strange smirk crept onto his lips, sending a chill coursing down my spine. I struggled to free my hand, but Wang Dali swiftly vaulted onto the table, crouching there and licking his hand like a cat. This scene left us all in shock. Wang Yuanchao drew his gun and aimed it at Wang Dali, but I pressed down on his weapon, signaling him to remain still and observe. Summoning my courage, I asked, "Who are you?" Wang Dali ignored me, intent on licking his paw. When I repeated the question a third time, he suddenly let out a remarkably authentic meow and lunged toward me, causing us to instinctively step back. To my surprise, his target was not us, but the bag of eels I had placed on the floor. Wang Dali buried his face in the bag, voraciously devouring the eels, their spines crunching as he swallowed them whole. I feared he might injure his throat. Calling out to him, he turned his head, still holding a wriggling eel in his mouth, which he slurped down as if it were noodles. After satisfying his hunger, Wang Dali squatted on the floor, licked his palm, and wiped it across his face, mimicking a cat grooming itself. I politely suggested, "Great Spirit, if you're full, may I request your departure?" Suddenly, Wang Dali leaped beneath the table and swatted the spirit cat away with a forceful paw, sending it skidding across the floor. I was alarmed, fearing he intended to release its true form. Fortunately, the material of the statue appeared durable, likely a porcelain mixed with bone powder, and it did not shatter. Wang Dali hunched over, meowing, and lunged once more at the spirit cat. Though the spirit cat had taken residence within Wang Dali's body, its manner of movement remained that of a feline. This inherent nature dictated that it could not grasp and hurl the sculpture, but could only nudge it about like a ball. I was uncertain of the repercussions of its actions, yet the sculpture was a crucial piece of evidence in this case. How could it be allowed to be destroyed? I called out, "Stop him." Wang Dali was poised to pounce on the sculpture, but Wang Yuanchao leapt onto a chair, launching himself at him. The two became entangled, and then Wang Dali emitted a piercing shriek, demonstrating extraordinary strength as he flung Wang Yuanchao aside and began to scratch him violently. Wang Yuanchao attempted to defend himself with his arm, which was immediately marked by several bloody scratches. Seizing the opportunity, I picked up the spirit cat and handed it to Huang Xiaotao, instructing her to take it back to the evidence room. "What about him?" Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in a panic. "It's fine, we'll handle him," I replied. After Huang Xiaotao departed, Wang Dali readied himself to chase her, but Wang Yuanchao kicked a chair toward him. In an unexpected move, Wang Dali stepped onto the chair and leapt into the air, executing a flawless 360-degree spin before landing gracefully on all fours. Goodness, even an acrobat could not perform such a feat. Wang Yuanchao seized another chair and roared, engaging Wang Dali in combat. Though Wang Yuanchao was skilled, Wang Dali darted around the room like a slippery eel, rendering human martial arts ineffective against him. I pondered what might frighten a cat when I suddenly noticed a half bottle of Erguo-2 on the table. I shouted to Wang Yuanchao, "Toss me a lighter." Amidst the scuffle, he threw me a lighter, which I caught, and promptly filled my mouth with the fiery liquor, the burning sensation nearly bringing tears to my eyes. I then flicked the lighter open and spat out the liquor toward Wang Dali. Upon contact with the flame, it ignited into a massive fireball. Wang Dali screamed and swiftly retreated to a corner of the room. I took another swig of Erguo-2, but the bottle was nearly empty. leaving me with merely a mouthful of liquor, an empty show of bravado. Wang Dali trembled in the corner, shielding his face with his paws, then rolled his eyes and fainted onto the floor. Startled, I swallowed the erguo too, the fiery sensation coursing down my throat to my stomach, causing me to shiver. I approached and gently patted Wang Dali's face. After a moment, he groggily awakened, asking, "Yangzi, what happened to me?" "You fainted," I replied, knowing that revealing the truth would likely terrify him. Wang Dali noticed an odd taste in his mouth and quickly spat several times, retrieving a small fishbone from between his teeth. "Strange, why is there a fishbone in my mouth? Did I eat something?" While I contemplated how to placate him, Wang Dali asked, "What a mess this room is in. It looks like a battlefield." "We just released the spirit cat," I explained. "Really? What was it like?" "A large black cat, running amok around the room. It nearly drove us mad." I feared he might connect this to himself, but fortunately, his mind was simple. He lamented, "Why didn't you wake me? I wanted to see what the spirit cat looked like and how I fainted. It's so odd." I poured him a glass of water to rinse his mouth. Shortly after, Huang Xiaotao returned, and upon seeing we had things under control, she began to speak. But I gestured for her to remain silent. Later, I learned from someone knowledgeable that my actions had been extremely perilous, and it was nothing short of a miracle that Wang Dali had not lost his life. After all, one who is unacquainted with the field is as lost as one in the mountains. While I excelled at forensic examination, handling the supernatural was beyond my capabilities. Chapter 71. Blood Sacrifice. This tumult had thoroughly exhausted us. Huang Xiaotao reported that team leader Liao had already applied for an arrest warrant and sent personnel to apprehend Yujun. With nothing else to occupy our time, we returned to the hotel to rest for a spell. Around 5 in the afternoon, team leader Liao called to inform us that Yujun had been captured. Upon arriving at the police station, we found Yujun in the interrogation room. His previous bravado vanished. Upon seeing me, he exclaimed excitedly, "Officer, you've come at just the right time. Please let me go. I have urgent matters at home." "What urgent matters?" I inquired. "My wife is ill, and I need to care for her." I scoffed. "You're not worried about your wife. You're worried about a cat." I informed him that Bai Dao had been arrested and that the spirit cat was now in our possession. Yujun's face instantly drained of color as he pleaded, "Please, give it back to me. I beg you." "On what grounds?" Yujun lowered his head, stammering an explanation. "That thing is difficult to care for. I must provide it with my own blood every night at midnight, or it will turn on me." I glanced at his hand, covered in band-aids, confirming my suspicions. "Unless you confess to the murder, don't even think about it. Please, please, have mercy. Help me out here." He reached out to shake my hand, but a guard shouted, "Behave yourself." "So you admit the curse is real?" I asked, smiling at him. Yujun's face turned pale, and he fell silent. "All you need to do is admit this matter, and I will have team leader Liao grant you bail, so you can go home and feed the cat. As a police officer, you dare to use such tactics to threaten me." Yujun roared in anger. I did not disclose my true identity, but simply replied calmly, "Yujun, if the curse does not exist, why should we believe that you will be killed by it? This is not a threat, it is simple logic." Yujun bit his lip, glaring at me with malice. I allowed him some time to contemplate, and as we were leaving the interrogation room, he erupted into manic laughter, exclaiming, "That thing will bring bloodshed wherever it goes. You will all die, all of you." His ominous words left the officers in a state of dread, and they sent a representative to inquire whether the spirit cat would be safe in the police station. I believed it was incapable of indiscriminate killing, yet the officers were terrified. Thus, I proposed a compromise. I secured the spirit cat in a vehicle parked deep in the lot, which finally eased their concerns. The remainder of the day was spent at the police station, even dining there, engaged in a silent psychological warfare with Yujun. It was a matter of either confessing to save his life or resisting and facing death. As the clock approached 11, boredom weighed heavily upon us, and our phones were nearly out of battery. Wang Dali remarked, "That scoundrel probably won to confess. He killed 7 people, and he's bound to receive the death penalty." I replied, "Not necessarily. Everyone fears for their life. He will likely yield eventually." Just then, a police officer rushed over, exclaiming, "Not good. Something has happened to Yujun." "What happened?" I inquired. "It's complicated. You need to come and see." We rushed to the detention room to find Yujun banging his head against the bars, blood streaming down, muttering incoherently, "I am the spirit cat deity. I am the spirit cat deity. You dare to imprison me? At midnight, I will make you all die." The officers were petrified, and team leader Liao, looking troubled, said, "It seems he has been possessed. There are too many people in the police station. Perhaps we should transfer him?" The others nodded in agreement. Had it not been for the events that transpired with Wang Dali in the afternoon, Eugene's demeanor would have genuinely unnerved me. Alas, I discerned his facade at a mere glance. Being possessed by the spirit of the Ling cat was not how he was portraying it. I scoffed, saying, Eugene, continue your charade. The midnight hour approaches, and you shall slowly await your demise. Eugene, shaking his head fervently, persisted, impudent mortal. How dare you speak thus to the great Ling cat? I shall see you dead. He pressed his face against the railing, blood trickling from his forehead along the sides of his nose, presenting a particularly grotesque visage. In mere minutes, I shall unleash my powers, and you shall all turn upon one another. With this proclamation, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Everyone exchanged anxious glances, fearing they might soon fall victim to a colleague's gunfire. I leaned closer, coldly remarking, cease your pretense. I have witnessed the true manifestation of a Ling cat, and your performance is utterly lacking. These words shattered Eugene's psychological defenses. His lips quivered, and his eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. I continued, I know your thoughts. You aim to frighten us into compliance. If you wish to act, then let us see who can endure longer. I beckoned Huang Xiaotao aside and whispered a few instructions. Then addressed the others. Everyone, please step outside. I shall handle him. Team leader Liao appeared somewhat apprehensive, but after my firm insistence, the officers eventually vacated the premises. Huang Xiaotao glanced at her watch and exclaimed, Oh no, Song Yang. Only 10 minutes remain until midnight. Eugene stole a glance at the wall clock, smirking, regaining his confidence as he resumed his charade, shaking his head and frothing at the mouth. The great Ling cat shall manifest. Those who follow shall live. Those who oppose shall perish. I took a chair, propped my legs up, and coolly declared, Let us wait the 10 minutes, and see who meets their end first. Wang Dali whispered, Song Yang, what if what he says is true? Impossible. I replied with unwavering confidence. Wang Dali, unaware that Eugene was merely acting, was filled with trepidation. I suggested that if he felt uneasy, he could step outside to hide. However, he insisted, would I be so disloyal? As time ticked away, Huang Xiaotao suddenly exclaimed, Hey, where's Wang Dali? I peered into the room and found that at some point, Wang Dali had hidden beneath a table, clutching his head and trembling. Huang Xiaotao and I derided him, coward. At that moment, only 2 minutes remained until midnight. Eugene could no longer maintain his act and reverted to his original tone. I confess, I was the one who killed both families. How did you do it? I pressed. I wrote down their birth dates, burned them to ash, mixed them with my blood, and offered them to the Ling cat. It would then unleash a biological magnetic field that would drive the victim mad. With that, Eugene bit into his middle finger with such ferocity that I winced at the sight. He extended his bleeding finger towards me, urging, Quick, feed it my blood. This sly cat will cause trouble, if not appeased. I asked slowly, and then, the statue merely serves as its prison. My blood must be dripped into the small hole every midnight to reinforce the seal, or it will break free and seek revenge. I rented a room across from Huang Youcai's solely to ensure I could feed it blood on time. This cunning cat is always seeking to escape my control. Eugene exclaimed anxiously. A chill ran down my spine. No wonder Wang Dali had desperately attempted to destroy the statue this afternoon. It became clear that the Ling cat was under servitude. I inquired, Do you sneak into the homes of the deceased to feed it blood daily? Eugene replied, It can also be done without direct contact. As long as I drop blood onto a red candle within 20 meters, the scent of blood suffices. And where did you acquire this cat? I questioned. A wandering Taoist sold it to me. Officer, please, no more questions. Hurry and take my blood to feed it. I beg you. He repeatedly banged his head against the railing, resembling someone in desperate supplication, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. I retrieved my phone from my pocket and held it before him. Look at the time. Upon seeing the time on the screen, Eugene's face drained of color, as if he had been struck. Earlier, I had instructed Huang Xiaotao to adjust the wall clock forward by half an hour while the officers were away. So it was still only 11:30. However, I had recorded everything Eugene had confessed on my phone. This evidence would be sufficient for the court, ensuring he faced consequences for his crimes. Chapter 72. The wicked are guilty. The Ling cat is innocent. The first procured a small vial to collect a sample of Eugene's blood, since he had confessed. I was bound to fulfill my promise and ensure he would not perish today. We descended to the ground floor, where team leader Liao and several officers awaited. Likely oblivious to the unfolding situation, thinking an earthquake was imminent, I stated, The suspect has confessed. You may proceed to take his statement. Team leader Liao was taken aback. Song Yang, how did you manage that? I chuckled. A mere trick, really. It is now 11:30. I shall go feed the Ling cat Eugene's blood. There is no danger now. You may return. I understood their hesitation stemmed not from cowardice, but from having witnessed the potency of curses firsthand, compounded by their unfamiliarity with this biological magnetic field, which rendered them susceptible to Yujune's threats. Thus, I bore them no ill will. The financial spirit cat was placed in Team Leader Liao's vehicle, and we requested the keys to access the parking lot. However, upon locating the car, we were met with the shocking sight of the rear window shattered, and the back seat was empty. Huang Xiaotao gasped, "How is this possible? All the cars here would trigger alarms if a window were broken. The whole parking lot would have erupted in noise. We are right at the police station. How could there have been no commotion? Unless some supernatural force is at play," I mused, scattering a packet of flour over the car door, revealing a small handprint. Instantly, I recalled the little girl from that fateful night. Huang Xiaotao remarked. Wasn't she taken by relatives? I recalled the scene vividly. The girl and the Ling cat had appeared simultaneously. Perhaps it was possible that the girl was initially on the Ling cat's list of targets, but for some reason, it had spared her, with the condition that she assisted in escaping. Such deductions transcended reality, yet within the logic of this case, they were plausible. I instructed split up. We must retrieve the items before midnight. We cannot allow the suspect to die just like that. We dispersed in search of the missing items as time ticked away. Just before midnight, Huang Xiaotao called, stating she had found the little girl and the Ling cat on a pedestrian bridge. I hurried there. Finding Wang Yuanzhao had arrived before me. The two stood at opposite ends of the bridge, weapons drawn, while the girl clutched the Ling cat in the middle. Be good and hand it over to me. Do not act rashly. Huang Xiaotao extended her hand. The girl's eyes appeared normal, indicating she had not been possessed by the Ling cat. She held the creature tightly, remaining silent. I urged, Huang Yuan, the one who killed your parents has confessed. He will face the death penalty. You need not resort to such extreme measures for retribution. When she ignored me, I approached cautiously. Listen, hand it over to your brother. Suddenly, the girl raised her hands high, lifting the Ling cat over the edge of the bridge, causing our hearts to leap into our throats. She spoke softly. After my parents died, this little cat found me. It confessed to me that it was the one who killed them, but I feel no hatred towards it, for it did not act of its own volition. I gasped, You can communicate with it? The girl nodded. I had heard tales of children possessing clarity of vision, able to perceive the supernatural, and it seemed there was truth to this. The girl continued, I know it was the bad people who forced it to act. It is pitiable, which is why I decided to help it. Evildoers shall face the consequences of the law. It is our duty to handle such matters, I remarked. The girl, filled with fervor, replied, No, it is not merely an object. It is a pitiable little kitten. I cannot trust you adults. To you, it is merely a tool for profit. Once you possess it, you will exploit it for nefarious deeds. You are mistaken. Adults can be both good and evil, I explained. Yet, she vehemently shook her head, her delicate arms struggling to support the heavy sculpture, as if on the verge of collapse. Huang Xiaotao reminded me, Song Yang. Only 1 minute remains. At that moment, the girl hurled the spirit cat away, shattering it on the road below, and we gasped in unison. I rushed to the railing, searching the street with keen eyes. The ground was littered with fragments of the sculpture, but the cat's body had vanished without a trace. Then I heard a faint meow. Looking up, I saw a pitch-black cat perched on a tree by the roadside, gazing at us with a knowing look, perhaps expressing gratitude to the little girl who had helped it regain its freedom, before turning and disappearing. It is free, the girl exclaimed joyfully. Will it return to take revenge on Yujun, its captor? Huang Xiaotao inquired. There is that possibility. I instructed Wang Yuanzhao to escort the girl home, while Huang Xiaotao and I hastened back to the police station. Along the way, we encountered Wang Dali, who had arrived late. He asked, Have you found the person? Huang Xiaotao shot him a disdainful glance. Expecting you to be of any use is akin to expecting a pig to climb a tree. By the time we returned to the police station, it was past midnight. However, Yujun was still alive, indicating he had not faced retribution, and we all breathed a sigh of relief. This case was finally resolved, and we could now commence the judicial process, which was beyond our concern. The day had exhausted us, and after returning home, we slept soundly until 9 the next morning. At noon, Huang Xiaotao treated us to a sumptuous meal at a Sichuan restaurant, and we prepared to bid farewell in the afternoon. Team Leader Liao and the other members of the Special Task Force saw us off. As we were leaving, Team Leader Liao said, Song Yang, this case was resolved thanks to your efforts. I do not wish to speak of accolades. If this murderer had not been apprehended, many more lives could have been lost, and we would have been powerless. On behalf of the citizens of Wuqiu City, I extend my gratitude. With that, Team Leader Liao and the officers saluted me in unison, a gesture that left me feeling quite bashful, and I could only respond with a humble smile. You flatter me, Team Leader Liao. I merely had the good fortune. He remarked, you possess astonishing talent. It would be a pity not to be a police officer. I replied, one can contribute to society in various ways beyond being a police officer. Our ultimate aim is the same, bringing criminals to justice and rectifying wrongs. You are always welcome to visit Wuqiu. The entire criminal investigation team owes you a significant favor. Should you encounter any troubles here, we will certainly lend our utmost assistance. You are far too gracious, Team Leader Liao. I will surely come to visit when time allows. From Team Leader Liao, I learned that Yujun had been transferred to the detention center, and Director Chung personally went to the Provincial Higher People's Court to discuss how to handle this special case. I then inquired about by Yidao and Luo Weiwei's circumstances. Team Leader Liao informed me, Yidao has been disciplined by the Bureau for dereliction of duty and will be suspended for a year. Luo Weiwei returned to work today, but she seems quite displeased with you. It was indeed certain that Luo Weiwei harbored discontent towards me. Huang Xiaodao sarcastically remarked, having a department head as a father certainly helps. He can make such grave mistakes without facing imprisonment. I further inquired, and what of the young girl? Will she be charged for destroying evidence? She is only 12, so she bears no criminal responsibility. However, I did have her relatives compensate for the damage to my car window. At this, Team Leader Liao chuckled, Song Yang, what do you propose? Let her off this time. She is right. The spirit cat is viewed by us all as a mere tool, while she understands it is simply a creature yearning for freedom. Perhaps this conclusion is a twist of fate. I lifted my gaze towards the azure sky. Team Leader Liao nodded contemplatively. After bidding farewell to Team Leader Liao, we drove back to Nanjing City. Wang Dali, having overeaten at lunch, fell asleep in the back seat, while Wang Yuanzhao relaxed with a drink. Throughout the journey, Huang Xiaotao and I exchanged no words, but at one point, her hand accidentally brushed against mine. We exchanged a knowing glance and shared a silent laugh. In the week following our return, I found myself in a state of utter disarray, my mind wandering during meals, my focus drifting in class, and even struggling to find sleep at night. Wang Dali asked if the pressure from solving cases had become overwhelming, suggesting I buy a hen to nourish myself. Truth be told, my thoughts were consumed by Huang Xiaotao, yet I felt unable to express this to her. Occasionally, I would message her on WeChat. Though these were merely trivial inquiries like what are you doing? Or are you asleep? Having never experienced romance, or even unrequited love, it was unrealistic for me to suddenly become a smooth talker. However, Huang Xiaotao seemed too busy with work to respond frequently. Even when she did reply, it was often in mere fragments. Yet, receiving even a single smiling emoji from her could brighten my day, leading me to check my phone every few minutes. Nearly succumbing to obsession. People often say that those in love are foolish. I now understand the truth of that statement profoundly. One day, Huang Xiaotao called, inviting Wang Dali and me to a certain restaurant for dinner. Upon our arrival, we found her waiting in the lobby on the first floor. She wore a t-shirt and jeans, with sunglasses perched on her forehead, exuding an air of coolness. I noticed she never wore skirts, likely due to her personality. With her striking figure, even the simplest attire accentuated her curves. Wang Dali, upon seeing her, leered, Sister Xiaodao, you look stunning today. I might just bleed from my nose. Have you reverted to your old ways after just a few days? Huang Xiaotao threatened, raising her fist. Oh dear, Sister Xiaodao, have mercy. Watching their playful banter ignited a flicker of jealousy within me, though I maintained an indifferent facade. Huang Xiaotao glanced at me and said, Song Yang, Sun Laohu is waiting for you upstairs. Why the sudden invitation for dinner? I inquired. Did you forget? Sun Laohu said he would personally host a welcome dinner for us upon our return, Huang Xiaotao explained. We followed her to a private room on the 4th floor, where Wang Yuanzhao was already present, drinking while munching on sunflower seeds at the table. This uncle was indeed formidable. I had heard tales of a man who drank as if his life depended on it, consuming an entire jug for a single peanut. Wang Yuanzhao was not far from such a state. Sun Laohu sat across from us, engrossed in a game of cards with himself. The atmosphere was relaxed, likely due to the familiarity among the officers present, rendering formalities unnecessary. Upon our entrance, Sun Laohu rose to greet us. Ah, my dear nephew, you've arrived. And this must be your assistant, Wang. Hello, Director Sun, Wang Dali replied respectfully. Haha, no need for such formality. Just call me Uncle Sunday. Please, have a seat. Xiaodao. Let the servers bring out the dishes, Sun Laohu gestured. Once seated, Sun Laohu began by apologizing for the delay in hosting us, explaining that he had been tied up with matters at the bureau. He then informed us that the aftermath of the spirit cat case was still being addressed. And during this time, an unexpected incident had occurred. The suspect, Yujun, had committed suicide in the detention center. Hearing this news startled me slightly, and I inquired, "How did he die?" That rascal fashioned a noose from his bedsheet and hanged himself on the iron bars. By the time he was discovered the following morning, his body was already cold. Sun Lahu paused, furrowing his brow. However, the circumstances surrounding his death are quite suspicious. He stood at around 1.8 meters tall, and the height of the iron bars was similar. Although he supposedly hanged himself, his feet were still on the ground, which is perplexing. The next day, the inmates were greeted by the foul stench of excrement and urine, only to discover Yujun hanging there, utterly rigid, which sent them into a panic. "Is he standing while hanging?" Wang Dali exclaimed in disbelief. An image involuntarily surfaced in my mind. A man stood stiffly in the dawn light, his long, crimson tongue dragging down, feces and urine streaming down his pant legs. This scene was indeed bizarre. My initial thought was that Yujun may have been avenged by the spirit cat he had enslaved. Sun Lahu poured me a cup of tea and remarked, "Nephew, the forensic experts in Wuqiu City are baffled. They cannot comprehend how this man managed to hang himself. Do you have any insights?" I shook my head. "I dare not speculate. It would be best to visit the scene." No, we are merely chatting. It hardly seems worthwhile to make a trip to Wuqiu City for this matter." I pondered for a moment and proposed two possible explanations. The first was that of a cursed murder, where Yujun met his end as retribution from the spirit cat. Sun Lahu replied, "We have considered that too, but such claims seem unfit for the report." The second explanation was that Wuqiu City is near the sea, where the humidity is considerable. The rope, initially taut enough to lift Yujun off the ground, may have absorbed the morning dew, elongating it, coupled with the slight stretching of the spine in a hanging corpse. This could explain the ghastly sight observed by the inmates that morning. Sun Laohu's eyes widened as he slapped his thigh. "Ah, such a simple truth. How could I have overlooked it? Nephew, you are truly remarkable." I humbly replied, "You flatter me." "No, not flattery at all. Back in the day, when I discussed cases with your grandfather, he had a knack for awakening the slumbering minds around him. I was left in awe. Now, I feel the same admiration for you," Sun Lahu praised, raising his thumb in approval. "I merely possess a modicum of wit, far from my grandfather's brilliance," I responded. At that moment, Huang Xiaotao entered, smiling. "Director Sun, are you talking about cases again?" Sun Lahu laughed heartily. "Look at my bad habit. I cannot stray from my line of work. Let us discuss something else." Sun Lahu and I exchanged pleasantries for a while, during which he mentioned that Sun Bingxin was currently studying forensic science in Nanjing City. Sun Bingxin, his cherished daughter, is of similar age to me. I had spent some time at Sun Lahu's home during the summer before my high school entrance examination, sharing meals and living together. Though we cannot strictly be called childhood sweethearts, we are certainly old acquaintances. Curiosity piqued, I asked, "Uncle Sun, didn't you disallow her from becoming a police officer? How is it that she is now studying forensic science?" Sun Lahu sighed, "Alas, don't mention it. My daughter has been pampered since childhood. I cannot rein her in. During college applications, she secretly changed her major from the law department to forensic science without informing me. When I found out, I was furious, but I cannot scold or punish her. The moment she sheds a few tears, I am at her mercy. I can only concede to her wishes." I found it amusing that Sun Lahu, a formidable director in public, had no authority at home when it came to his beloved daughter. Sun Lahu continued, "Bingxin has been asking about you, wondering why you haven't come over to play during the holidays. Once she graduates and returns to the police station, I imagine you will see each other soon." I remarked, "Sister Bingxin was quite adorable as a child. She must have grown into a stunning young woman now. Indeed, my precious daughter is simply flawless. There is no one as beautiful as she." Sun Lahu boasted with pride, a rarity for a father. After a moment of triumph, he sighed. "When she was in school, her class was full of boys, which drove me to worry excessively. I personally picked her up every day, fearing that some miscreant might take advantage of my precious daughter. Thankfully, she is solely focused on her studies, sparing me a great deal of concern." I commented, "Sister Bingxin is fortunate to have such a good father. I find myself envious. Indeed, I dare not claim anything else, but this much I can admit. I feel guilty for my divorce from her mother, so I must compensate her doubly." Sun Lahu replied, somewhat shamefaced. At that moment, I suddenly noticed Huang Xiaotao glaring at me with a fierce expression, though she quickly averted her gaze. Was it merely my imagination? Chapter 74. You can't possibly be interested in me? Soon, the food arrived, with Sun Lahu treating us to a lavish spread. Yet, I found it difficult to enjoy my meal, likely due to Huang Xiaotao's presence. Seated between us was Wang Dali, and throughout the meal, there was not a word exchanged between Huang Xiaotao and myself. Meanwhile, Sun Lahu and Wang Yuanxiao were engaged in lively conversation. Although Wang Yuanxiao was now just an ordinary officer, I noticed that Sun Laohu treated him with great respect, almost as equals. After a while, the two seasoned warriors shifted their attention toward us. I have always abstained from alcohol and cigarettes, valuing my senses, so I politely declined. Unfortunately, Wang Dali became their target. Sun Laohu's way of encouraging drinking was rather cliché. A deep bond calls for a toast, while Wang Yuanxiao's approach was downright aggressive. Just as Wang Dali pinched his nose and downed a glass, Wang Yuanxiao filled 2 more cups, downed his, and slammed the empty glass onto the table, making it impossible for anyone to refuse. Wang Dali, who could boast a decent drinking capacity at university, was no match for the relentless assault of the 2 older men. After half a bottle of liquor, he was already swaying, his face flushed, and he collapsed onto the table. Huang Xiaotao glanced at us with a smile. Our eyes briefly meeting. I smiled back, but she quickly turned her face away, losing her smile. I wondered what I had done to offend her. Perhaps it was my earlier conversation with Sun Laohu about his daughter? As the meal drew to a close, Sun Laohu was noticeably inebriated, patting my shoulder and slurring, "Nephew, I am quite the canon. In my youth, I must have offended countless individuals, more headstrong than Yuan Chao. By my 30s, I thought my life would remain thus. A fortune teller once told me I would meet a benefactor at 40, and then I met your grandfather. Without your Song family, there would be no today's me. This drink is a tribute to your grandfather and to you. You must drink." He then filled his glass to the brim. I had no choice but to accept. Pouring myself a cup of tea, "Uncle Sun, let me toast with tea instead." "All right, cheers." Sun Laohu clinked his glass against mine and gulped it down. After the meal, Wang Yuanxiao helped the inebriated Sun Laohu hail a cab to leave, while I assisted Wang Dali, and Huang Xiaotao drove us back to school. During the ride, Wang Dali dozed off in the back seat, while Huang Xiaotao remained taciturn, saying nothing to me. As we neared the school, I mustered the courage to say, "Remember I said I would treat you to a meal? Sure, I'm off tomorrow." "Tomorrow doesn't seem to be a weekend? Are you free?" Huang Xiaotao asked calmly. "Absolutely." I nodded eagerly. I hadn't anticipated securing an invitation so effortlessly, which emboldened me further. I need to clarify something. I used to know Sun Laohu's daughter, but we were just childhood playmates. Huang Xiaotao shot me an incredulous look. "Are you an idiot? Do you think I'm jealous? Why would I be jealous of you? We're not that kind of relationship." Feeling awkward, I scratched my head, uncertain how to proceed, when Huang Xiaotao suddenly pulled over to the side of the road, saying, "Hey, I've noticed you've been acting strangely lately. Why do you text me every night asking if I've gone to bed?" My face flushed crimson, and I thought, could it be that I've been deluding myself? The overwhelming shame made me wish for a hole to hide in. Huang Xiaotao then uttered a line that deepened my embarrassment. "Song Yang, you can't possibly be interested in me, can you?" I felt a rush of heat surge through me, my cheeks burning as if they could fry an egg. I hesitated, responding, "I was just casually asking. If it bothers you, I won't text you anymore." "I never said it was bothersome," she replied. I was momentarily taken aback. Huang Xiaotao laughed, placing her hand on my shoulder. "You need to be a bit more proactive when pursuing a girl, you know? Being timid like you want to work. You can't just wait for girls to chase after you. For instance, last year a man from the tax bureau pursued me and delivered an entire truckload of roses to the police station, threatening to unfurl a banner reading Huang Xiaotao. "I love you" across from the station if I didn't agree. I inquired, "Oh, did you eventually say yes?" "No." I told him if he dared to act recklessly, I would have him arrested for disturbing the peace, and he immediately ceased his harassment. I impulsively asked, "So what is the best way to pursue you?" Huang Xiaotao chuckled. "Are you silly? Who directly asks such questions? Would I even answer you?" I remarked, "Why is your face so red? Am I going to eat you? You're so tense around me." I touched my own flushed cheeks, realizing they were probably as red as a monkey's bottom. At that moment, Huang Xiaotao pressed her cool little hand against my face. I was startled, and then she placed both hands on my cheeks. The refreshing sensation was extraordinarily soothing, even calming my inner turmoil. Since we were seated in the car, maintaining this position inevitably required us to turn our upper bodies towards each other, resulting in a gaze locked together. For the first time, I stared closely at Huang Xiaotao's face for an extended period. Her eyes were crystal clear, resembling flawless gems. And upon closer inspection, her pupils weren't entirely black but had a hint of light gray, which was particularly beautiful. Her skin was fair and delicate, evidently well maintained, revealing no blemishes even upon closer scrutiny. Below her dainty, exquisite nose were thin, rosy lips that glimmered like cherries under the car's interior light, slightly curving upwards in a charming smile. I thought to myself, Huang Xiaotao is truly beautiful. Is she a vision of loveliness in the eyes of her admirer? No. Her beauty is undeniable. "Do you know what makes you most adorable?" Huang Xiaotao suddenly asked, leaving me bewildered. "What?" I replied. She laughed. It's how you blush immediately whenever I say anything. Your expressions are more revealing than a thermometer. It's so amusing to tease you. You were just teasing me? I exclaimed. Indeed. Huang Xiaotao nodded. Wow, you're toying with my feelings. Toying with your feelings? Huang Xiaotao burst into laughter, playfully slapping her thigh for a while before saying, Songyang, you're quite the character. All right, let me make it up to you, is that okay? How will you make it up to me? My heart raced, and my throat went dry. Our faces were merely a few centimeters apart. Was this leading to something more? Close your eyes first, Huang Xiaotao said in a playful tone. I obediently shut my eyes, feeling her face inch closer, close enough to sense her fragrant breath. Just then, Wang Dali in the back seat suddenly groaned, causing Huang Xiaotao to quickly pull away, exclaiming, Hey, don't vomit in my car. We hurriedly assisted Wang Dali out of the car, guiding him to the roadside where he heaved for a while. Once he regained some clarity, he asked, Yangzi, where am I? You're drunk. I'm taking you both back to school, Huang Xiaotao explained. Sister Xiaotao, I'm so sorry. As he spoke, Wang Dali vomited again, leaving only bile by the end, rendering his dinner completely wasted. Wang Dali's interruption shattered the atmosphere. Afterwards, Huang Xiaotao and I fell into silence until we reached the school vicinity, where Wang Dali and I exited the car. Huang Xiaotao reminded us to be careful on the way back before driving off. I felt disheartened, wondering if tomorrow's date would still happen. At that moment, a text arrived on my phone from Huang Xiaotao. See you tomorrow morning at 8 at the entrance of Jingdong Shopping Mall. Don't keep me waiting. My heart soared with joy, and I felt like raising my fist to the sky and shouting, Oh yeah? Chapter 75, the first date the next day. I rose early at 6. Wang Dali was still in a drunken slumber, and my roommates were also fast asleep. I tiptoed around, trying not to wake them, uncertain of how to respond if asked about my plans. After rummaging through my wardrobe, I found a particularly stylish British hoodie, paired it with jeans and sneakers, and styled my hair with some gel. Initially, I felt it was too formal, so I washed my hair again and restyled it, spending a considerable amount of time until I was satisfied, finally leaving the house at 7. I arrived at the entrance of Jingdong Shopping Mall, waiting from 7:30 until 8 when Huang Xiaotao arrived right on the dot. She was impeccably punctual. At first glance, I nearly didn't recognize her. Huang Xiaotao was dressed in a white long-sleeve shirt with a red short jacket over it, complemented by tight white jeans that accentuated her long, beautiful legs. She wore sneakers and sported a pair of non-prescription glasses, carrying a small bag. Her ensemble was casual yet refreshing, making it hard for anyone unfamiliar with her to believe she was a chief of criminal police. How long have you been here? Huang Xiaotao asked. I just got here too, I replied with a smile, then added, Why are you wearing glasses if you're not nearsighted? Huang Xiaotao adjusted her glasses and explained, I bought them for undercover work, and I felt like wearing them today. What do you think? Do I look youthful, like a student from your school? Not quite. I shook my head. Why not? She inquired. Your aura is different. You clearly don't resemble a typical college student, I sincerely stated. Haha, as expected. My sister is extraordinary. I can't hide it, she chuckled. By the way, do you live around here? I asked. Huang Xiaotao looked surprised. How did you know? First, you didn't T-drive. Second, your shoes are very clean. And third, your hair ends are still damp, so I guess you must have just walked over from home. I analyzed. Huang Xiaotao laughed. Wow, your observational skills are almost on par with Sherlock Holmes. Yes, I live around here, and I live alone. Did you buy the house? I inquired. Yes. Huang Xiaotao nodded. I was quite impressed. The area surrounding Jingdong Shopping Mall was prime real estate in Nanjing City with high property prices, indicating Huang Xiaotao likely came from a well-off family, a true affluent beauty. Have you had breakfast? Huang Xiaotao asked. Not yet. I shook my head. I haven't eaten either. How about we go to the nearby McDonald's? Huang Xiaotao suggested. Sure. We quickly finished breakfast, which Huang Xiaotao paid for with a mischievous smile, asking, Detective Song, what is the plan next? Last night, I had done some research, checking on Baidu maps for fun places nearby. The options were limited to watching a movie, shopping, or strolling in a park, so I tentatively suggested, how about we catch a movie? After that, it'll be around noon. And I know a food street nearby where I can treat you to lunch. Huang Xiaotao laughed. Starting with a movie? People usually go to the movies on dates. What kind of relationship do we have? Aren't you afraid I'll refuse? I felt embarrassed. So where do you plan to go? Watching a movie isn't out of the question. I've heard there's a good film recently that I've wanted to see, but unfortunately, I never had the time, Huang Xiaotao remarked, lost in her thoughts. So, she had implicitly agreed. I mused, realizing how elusive women's hearts can be. We strolled to a nearby cinema, arriving just as the movie had begun 5 minutes prior. After purchasing tickets, as we stepped into the darkened theater, My heart raced with nervousness. It was no wonder couples favored such dimly lit places. I walked ahead, using my phone to light the way for Huang Xiaotao. But the screen was too dark for the phone's weak light to illuminate the steps properly. Huang Xiaotao pouted, "Hey, hold my hand." Then she extended her delicate hand, which I took in mine for the second time, and my heart fluttered unexpectedly. With the superior night vision bestowed upon my eyes, I easily located our seats. However, when Huang Xiaotao withdrew her hand from mine, I felt a brief pang of disappointment. I yearned to hold her hand a little longer, as it was quite pleasant. During the film, a couple in the front row incessantly chatted and eventually embraced, their fervent kisses creating a rather nauseating sound that made me frown. Unfortunately, we were bound to our assigned seats and could not change places. Huang Xiaotao deliberately raised her voice, saying, "Songyang, did you know? The surveillance cameras in cinemas are equipped with night vision capabilities. Everything you do inside is crystal clear." The couple turned back. Embarrassment etched on their faces as they sheepishly settled down, and Huang Xiaotao let out a disdainful huff. I inquired, "How do you know that?" "As for my profession, I certainly know," she retorted. "Now, let us watch the movie in peace." "Oh," I nodded in agreement. This was a crime thriller, and throughout the film, Huang Xiaotao offered her critiques from a professional standpoint. "This is utterly unrealistic. The scriptwriter is completely fabricating events. There's no way one could escape from prison so easily. It's simply ludicrous. Surviving so many gunshots while remaining spry is impossible." Yet, I found myself unable to engage with the plot, frequently casting sidelong glances at Huang Xiaotao's profile and her hand resting on the seat. I tentatively extended my finger, nervously swallowing several times before ultimately conceding defeat. I felt hopelessly inept. As we exited the cinema, I asked her, "Did you enjoy the film?" "It was passable. Didn't you watch it too?" Huang Xiaotao replied. I stammered, "I did, but I'm not particularly interested in this genre." She looked at me, a sly smile curving her lips. "You weren't just watching the movie, were you?" "Of course not," I denied vehemently. Huang Xiaotao seemed to know better and chuckled, glancing at her watch. "It's 11 o'clock. Let us find somewhere to eat." I suggested we head to the nearby food street. Upon arrival, I asked if she preferred barbecue or pizza, to which she shook her head, saying, "I'm not really hungry. Let us just eat something casually." "That won't do. I promised to treat you to something nice," I insisted. Huang Xiaotao laughed. "Something nice doesn't necessarily mean expensive. I've eaten at most of the places on this street, and I just spent 200 on the movie. You don't need to spend more." I countered, "But don't you often treat me to meals? It's only fair for me to treat you once." "That is not comparable. You're not working yet, unlike me, who has a salary. By the way, can you cook? How about we buy some ingredients and you can cook for me at my place?" Huang Xiaotao suggested. I scratched my head, "But I can't cook." In retrospect, I realized how utterly oblivious I was. Huang Xiaotao was subtly inviting me to her home, and I had declined. With a sigh, she said, "Then let us just stroll around. We're not strangers, so there's no need to be overly formal. We can find a place to eat when we get hungry." That sounded agreeable. We wandered through the streets, exchanging few words. Huang Xiaotao asked, "Haven't you ever crossed the street with a girl before?" "Never, and you?" I replied, "I've never walked around with a guy either." Last night, I had fantasized about making various advancements with Huang Xiaotao today, but in reality, I felt somewhat awkward. Unsure of what to discuss as we walked together, I suddenly realized how little I knew about anything beyond forensic science. I couldn't even recognize many movie stars, rendering me rather dull. As we continued walking, we arrived at a park filled with lush trees and enveloped in tranquility. Huang Xiaotao mentioned she was tired and wanted to rest. Noticing a small supermarket nearby, I suggested, "You must be thirsty. Let me buy you a drink." Huang Xiaotao smiled. "How rare. You're being considerate. I'd like some chilled blueberry juice." I nodded. "Wait here, don't wander off." I hurried to the supermarket and bought 2 bottles of drinks. However, upon returning, I found Huang Xiaotao had vanished, leaving behind her small handbag. Chapter 76. Human soup dumplings. I picked up Huang Xiaotao's bag and called out, "Stop hiding. I know you're in the bushes." The nearby shrubs rustled, and Huang Xiaotao emerged, hands clasped behind her back, grinning. "How did you figure it out? I thought you'd fall for it." I explained my reasoning. First, her handbag was a crossbody style with a thin strap. If someone forcibly took it, it would surely be damaged. Moreover, with Huang Xiaotao's agility and her profession as a police officer, wouldn't she make a sound if someone tried to abduct her? Most importantly, I had caught a whiff of her fragrance from the bushes. Fragrance? Huang Xiaotao sniffed herself. "I don't wear perfume. Where would the scent come from?" "It's the aroma, the aroma." I hastily clarified, sweating coldly to avoid being seen as infatuated. Huang Xiaotao teased me a bit, and then we sought a place to sit and rest for a while. Not long after we settled, She yawned and mumbled, "This week has been exhausting. We dismantled an underground workshop, surveilling for 4 consecutive nights, and I've barely had 20 hours of sleep this week. Do criminal investigators have to do this?" I asked, somewhat surprised. "What do you think? There are plenty of mundane cases to deal with. It's not all glamorous big cases every day. This is the life of a police officer. You, as a consultant, only get called for major cases," Huang Xiaotao replied. "Actually, I was just planning to sleep all day at home when you invited me out. But I couldn't go back on my word," she added. No wonder I had sensed Huang Xiaotao's fatigue. She seemed to have applied some light makeup today, likely to mask her exhaustion. I felt a twinge of sympathy. "Why don't you head home and get some sleep? Idiot. You invite me out and then tell me to go home?" Huang Xiaotao laughed. "A guy with some cunning would suggest, how about we get a room to rest for a bit?" I felt my face flush. Although I knew she was teasing me, I also realized it was not entirely serious. Huang Xiaotao waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. I'll just take a quick nap here." "But how can you sleep here? You might catch a chill." I began, but before I could finish, Huang Xiaotao had already laid down on the bench, resting her head on my thigh. I was taken aback. This was quite sudden. Huang Xiaotao closed her eyes and said, "Don't take advantage of me, okay? I wouldn't." Before long, Huang Xiaotao was softly snoring, clearly exhausted, although she looked beautiful in her sleep. Using my legs as a pillow quickly made them numb, yet I was hesitant to move for fear of waking her. Sitting there grew monotonous. But with my phone tucked away in my pocket, I couldn't take it out to play, so I sat idly, taking in the sights and sounds of the park, enjoying the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Huang Xiaotao slept for about 2 hours. During that time, an elderly gentleman out for exercise passed by and gave me a flirtatious smile, to which I thought, what a ridiculous man. Around 4 o'clock, Huang Xiaotao woke up, stretching her arms and yawning. "Ah, that nap was delightful. Thank you." "No need for thanks," I replied, feeling my legs had completely lost sensation. Huang Xiaotao checked her clothing and chuckled. "You're quite the gentleman, sitting here undisturbed. It reminds me of a joke. A man and a woman were sleeping on the same bed, and the woman drew a line down the middle, saying, 'If you cross this line at night, you're a beast.' The next morning, the woman found that the man hadn't crossed the line and said, 'You're even worse than a beast.' I am certainly familiar with this joke." I blushed and said, "What a case of reaping benefits while feigning innocence. Haha, seeing how honest you are. Would you like to stay at my place tonight? I can make you an omelet rice," Huang Xiaotao proposed. I scratched my face, unsure. Is that really appropriate? "I have class tomorrow." "Oh, why is your face turning red again? Deep down, you must want to go," she teased, her gaze fixed on my face, making me feel embarrassed. Eventually, I waved my hand and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm a bit hungry. Let us find a place to eat." Huang Xiaotao stood up and took a few steps. Noticing I remained seated, she urged, "Come on. Wait a moment, my legs are going numb." After my legs regained feeling, we exited the park from the other side, and I kept an eye out for any decent restaurants. At that moment, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Huang Xiaotao sniffed and said, "It seems to be steamed buns. Judging by the scent, they were likely meat buns. When one is hungry, everything smells delightful." Huang Xiaotao mentioned she hadn't eaten buns in a long time and wanted to go. We followed the fragrance and arrived at a small bun shop near a residential area. The shop was modest, with only the plump owner working busily, wearing a grease-stained apron and beaming with a smile. The first batch of buns had just come out, steaming hot, piled into a large bamboo basket, and many residents rushed to buy them, quickly selling out. With such brisk business, it seemed the buns had a good reputation. Indeed, delicious food often hides in inconspicuous places, and I couldn't help but drool. Huang Xiaotao was eager. I approached the owner and ordered 10 buns. The owner replied with a smile, "Sure, just a moment." After paying, Huang Xiaotao asked, 10? Can you finish that? If not, we can take the leftovers for a midnight snack," I replied. "Oh, I didn't realize you were quite adept at managing your life," Huang Xiaotao said with a smile. Soon, the second batch of buns was ready. The owner quickly packed 10 for us, wishing us to take care. We were so hungry that we squatted in a nearby small park to eat. The soup dumplings had thin skins and generous fillings. With one bite, the fragrant soup burst forth, making it hard to resist swallowing my tongue. Such a delicious and affordable bun was only 80 cents each. I thought to myself how fortunate the local residents were. Huang Xiaotao was so engrossed in eating that she could barely speak, using one hand to catch the soup to prevent it from spilling on her clothes. So delicious. I haven't had such fragrant buns in ages. Indeed, it tastes like it's not pork, I casually remarked, suddenly realizing something felt off. I took a closer taste. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Huang Xiaotao asked. Her cheeks puffed out, staring at me in confusion. Don't swallow, hold on. I poured the filling onto the bench, ignoring the heat, and examined it closely. Soon, I noticed something unusual and shouted to Huang Xiaotao. Spit it all out. Huang Xiaotao hesitated. Her cheeks puffed. Why? Is it contaminated pork? It's human flesh. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaotao immediately spat everything out and then wiped her mouth repeatedly. Are you sure? I showed her the meat filling, although it was finely minced. Some things cannot be ground down. See this pattern? It's the texture of human skin. Humans are hairless animals, and to increase friction, our skin has tiny patterns. A characteristic unique to humans. Huang Xiaotao gasped, and I too felt a chill, nearly having swallowed it. Let us call the police. I said. Well, it seems my holiday plans are ruined, Huang Xiaotao sighed. Chapter 77. The strange filling. Huang Xiaotao called the criminal police team. Before the police arrived, she flashed her badge at the owner, instructing him to stop selling buns. The owner was taken aback, asking what was going on. Did his buns make someone sick? The residents waiting to buy buns were equally puzzled, all clamoring for an explanation. I was about to speak when Huang Xiaotao gave me a look, signaling me to remain silent. I realized that mentioning human flesh buns would be too shocking and could incite public panic. Huang Xiaotao addressed the residents. I'm sorry. The police suspect he is involved in a case. What case? Why arrest someone now? Master Tang is such a good person. How could he commit a crime? Arrest him if you must, but let us buy our buns first. I've already paid. Exactly, my family is eagerly waiting to eat Master Tang's buns. It seemed the residents genuinely loved these buns. Faced with their clamoring dissent, Huang Xiaotao was losing control of the situation and frequently glanced at me for assistance. I stepped forward and said, we suspect his buns used contaminated pork. You'd best refrain from eating them, or you might contract an infectious disease. Upon hearing this, the crowd's mood shifted dramatically. Contaminated pork? Are you sure? My goodness, I've been eating them daily. Will I get sick? Of course. Some were unconcerned. It's not a big deal. Who hasn't he eaten gutter oil or Sudan red? What is there to fear about contaminated pork? Surprisingly, many agreed with this sentiment. Although there are frequent jokes online about how Chinese people are immune to all toxins, this is merely a jest. Toxic substances accumulate in the liver and kidneys, eventually causing harm. The bun shop owner, looking innocently pleading, said, Officer, please don't make wild accusations. My meat is sourced from legitimate channels. It cannot possibly be contaminated pork. I have always operated lawfully. You're ruining my small business. Although the residents couldn't buy buns, they lingered to witness the commotion, surrounding the shop so tightly that no one could pass. Huang Xiaotao felt it inappropriate to say more and told the owner, please close the shop for now. We'll discuss it when the police arrive. The owner sighed deeply, seemingly resigned to his fate, and began to pack up. Taking advantage of the moment, I called Wang Dali, asking him to bring my things over. It would be wise to be prepared in case a body was discovered during the search. After hanging up, Huang Xiaotao asked, do you think this owner is a criminal? I shook my head. His reaction suggests innocence. There's likely something hidden here, though a very slim chance remains. What? Huang Xiaotao inquired curiously. He could be a psychologically disturbed individual, unafraid even of the police. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaotao concluded, it seems he is probably innocent. We're either lucky or unfortunate to stumble upon a case while out shopping. By the way, are you certain these are human flesh buns? Of course, I'm certain. If you're worried, we can request the technical team to conduct DNA testing once they arrive. That's a necessary step, Huang Xiaotao agreed. Human flesh buns remind me of a notorious case in Macau. I knew which case she referred to, the infamous human meat bun case, also known as the 8 Immortals restaurant massacre, which had stirred significant public outrage at the time. Reportedly, the murderer killed the landlord's entire family of 9, minced their meat, and made it into buns for sale. This case was later adapted into a film starring Anthony Wong titled Human Meat Bun, which I had watched in elementary school. And it caused a considerable stir, leading to a month-long decline in business for local bun shops until protests from shop and meat vendors halted further screenings. Huang Xiaotao whispered, damn it, just thinking about what I recently ate makes me feel nauseous. I might lose a few pounds now. You're not even overweight, I remarked. How would you know? Have you touched me? Huang Xiaotao looked at me. Upon hearing this, my face flushed crimson once more. Before long, several police vehicles arrived, cordoning off the curious onlookers with barriers. I encountered Xiao Zhou from the technical team, who, upon seeing me, jested, Officer Huang looks splendid. Are you two on a date? Absolutely not. Mind your own business. Both Huang Xiaotao and I retorted, illustrating our contrasting personalities. Xiao Zhou, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, well then, I shall proceed to collect samples for analysis at the precinct. Huang Xiaotao summoned an officer to inquire with the owner. and the two of us entered the bun shop to conduct a search. The kitchen was located at the back of the establishment. Upon entering, instead of discovering a dismembered body and pools of blood, we were met with a pristine countertop, freshly made buns, heaps of flour in the corners, and packages of frozen meat filling. I tore open a few buns to inspect the contents. The raw meat was easier to identify. After examining it, I took a whiff, prompting Huang Xiaotao to ask about my findings. There is human flesh within these buns, accompanied by a strong aroma of spices, medicinal herbs used in traditional Chinese dishes. I replied, "No wonder they smell so enticing," Huang Xiaotao said, feeling nauseated, suddenly covering her mouth and gagging a few times before asking, "By the way, you haven't eaten human flesh before, have you? How did you discern it so quickly?" "Of course not," I exclaimed. "It's merely a process of elimination. This filling is neither pork, beef, lamb, nor donkey or dog meat. My first instinct was that it could be rat meat, as I've heard that some bun shops use it to enhance flavor, but my intuition suggested something was amiss." Huang Xiaotao looked at me curiously. "Is your sense of taste that acute? The human mouth and nose are interconnected. A keen sense of smell often correlates with taste. Most flavors we perceive are actually aromas. If you doubt it, try a little experiment at home. Smell an apple while eating a pear, and I assure you, you will taste the apple," I explained. "No wonder you mentioned I had a pleasant scent. I was puzzled about where it came from. Perhaps it was the shower gel I used last night?" Huang Xiaotao exclaimed in surprise. I felt a flush of embarrassment. In truth, it was her natural fragrance, but I would never admit it. There was little left to investigate in the shop, so we approached the owner, who was pleading with the questioning officer. "Officer, I swear I know nothing about any human flesh. I run a small business to support my family. How could I possibly engage in such heinous acts?" Huang Xiaotao instructed the officer to step back, taking charge of the interrogation herself. The owner, surnamed Tang, was 48 years old, originally from the countryside, with his wife and children residing back home. He had come to Nanjing City over 20 years ago, initially working as a laborer, learning the art of dough making, and eventually starting his own shop. He toiled from dawn till dusk selling buns, sending his hard-earned money back to his family. As for the source of the meat filling, Mr. Tang claimed it was delivered each morning from a local meat processing factory, which he had always believed to be pork. In a fervent effort to prove his innocence, he exclaimed, "I take great care in selecting quality ingredients for my buns, adding no artificial flavorings. I eat them myself." While Huang Xiaotao questioned him, I observed closely. Mr. Tang appeared to be truthful. It seemed the issue lay with the meat processing factory.